Welcome, fellow warriors. Let's watch this epic showdown to see who really is the absolute strongest demon in the underworld. Two fighters made it to the finals. Gagas, a high demon with way too much free time, and the cocky local champion, Balak. They completely wrecked the luxury resort on the 9th floor of hell, yet neither could land a decisive blow. Balak quickly taunts him, calling him all talk, which sends Gagas into a wild fit like a stranded hippo with deeply wounded pride. How dare you insult me? With that, another earth-shattering battle erupts between the two fiends. Balak lacks raw power but makes up for it in dirty tricks, caught Gagas off guard, and took him down with cheap shots. He then wipes out all the annoying minor monsters swarming nearby with a single blow, claiming a glorious victory for himself. Puffing out his chest, he proudly proclaims, "Time's up, I am officially the strongest in all 9 hells." They thought this endless war would never have an absolute king, until he showed up. Now, even Balak is sweating bullets in pure terror. A heavy, suffocating silence instantly blankets the entire floor of hell where he stands. Yet, Balak risks his life, stepping closer to the throne of the Demon King, a terrifying monster feared as the ultimate king of all demons. Unable to bear the quiet, Balak gathers his courage to ask, "My king, why leave? You already own everything there is in this hell." The silence remains unbroken until the king slowly opens his eyes, releasing a devastating aura that forces Balak to recognize the terrifying power of gluttony. This makes Balak realize that his lord has devoured the power and bodies of every single demon in his path. He was even the one who slaughtered the 7 princes of hell, mighty rulers who were once equal in power but ultimately fell before the ultimate king of all demons. The absolute power born from devouring countless demons makes everyone tremble, realizing the great demon king is absolutely furious. Balak is terrified that he is next on the menu. But then the king suddenly speaks, "Own everything? Are you kidding me? I have been stuck in this cursed wasteland for 10,000 years. Same scenery, same endless slaughter, day after day." The king sits up and screams in total frustration, "There actually has to be something here for me to own everything." Hoping to calm Demon King Kangwoo down, Balak tries to distract him, asking, "Are you hungry, my lord? If so, I have an offering. Though it is nothing compared to the 10,000 demons you have devoured, please accept this humble gift from your loyal servants. This is the greatest source of raw energy left in the underworld, the head of Kalops. Please consume it." Kangwoo, utterly unimpressed, snaps, "I am not eating that, you idiot. I do not want to eat something that ugly and disgusting. I want kimchi jjigae." The demons look utterly confused, repeating, "Kimchi jjigae? What on earth is that?" They burst into laughter, wondering if the ultimate dish their gluttonous king craves is some kind of rare, raw red meat. Kangwoo immediately yells back in frustration, "That is not it, you absolute idiots." Faced with his firm resolve, Balak steps up. "What kind of head do we use to cook it? Or what organs? Just say the word, and I will rip anything apart to satisfy you." Kangwoo sighs. "That is not what kimchi jjigae is." To begin with, demons have absolutely no concept of actual food, knowing nothing but devouring their enemies after a fight. Even worse, Balak interprets his wish as something completely barbaric. "You also mentioned wanting entertainment. Did you not thoroughly enjoy the thrill of slaughtering the 7 princes of hell?" The surrounding demons immediately chime in. Truly a fit title for the king of blood and slaughter, leaving Kangwoo to scream helplessly, "No, I just want to read web novels and manhwa." Balak slams his fist down to show his ultimate loyalty. "My king, even if my weak power cannot satisfy you, please execute me for my complete and utter uselessness." Frustrated but patient, Kangwoo tries again. "Just listen to me for once. I wish I had just one." Before he can even finish his sentence, a familiar voice rings out, "Do you not have me to love?" It is Lilith, the queen of succubus, leaving the demons gasping in awe at the most beautiful creature in hell. Lilith flaunts her gorgeous figure along with a delicious fruit platter, speaking in an incredibly sweet voice, "My king, are you not satisfied with having Lilith's heart? You really are a cruel man." Seeing Kangwoo frozen solid, she confidently adds, "I would gladly spend the entire night with you." He freaks out and barks a warning, "I command you not to come any closer, or you will die." But she just pouts, "Oh, are you really that shy? How can you call yourself the supreme king of hell if you get flustered so easily?" Her bold moves make the other demons burn with jealousy. You and I can see why, since a succubus lives to drain a man's essence. Not pretty at all. Kangwoo desperately struggles to push her away, begging her to please get away from him. Honestly, compared to Lilith, Balak actually looked pretty cute. He quietly admitted, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Okay, that face was a bit too much, but the grim reality only hardened Kangwoo's resolve. He had to get back to Earth. This threw the demons into a panic as they desperately tried to hold back their beloved Demon King. But even after 10,000 years in hell, his resolve remained rock solid. If anything, that brutal eternity only made him want home even more. After devouring the last of the 7 demon princes, the preparations were complete. Finally, it was time to claim his reward after 10,000 agonizing years in hell. With rising excitement, Kangwoo barked out his order for Balak to get that thing ready. Noticing Balak's hesitation, Kangwoo warned him sharply, asking if the demon really wanted him to repeat the order. The demon instantly bowed in submission, apologizing and promising to get everything ready right away. He ordered them to summon Amon and prepare the 7 Wonders artifacts, prompting a booming, unified nod of agreement from the crowd. A wizard stepped forward to begin the ritual, and with the help of the other demons, the preparations were quickly completed. Balak happily reported that all the preparations were finished, but Lilith's eyes filled with deep sorrow as she witnessed her king's unshakable resolve. Knowing they couldn't stop him, she and Balak still called out to their lord as he steadily climbed the stone steps. Amon the wizard gave a final reminder, explaining that channeling a massive wave of magic into the 7 Wonders artifacts to warp the fabric of space and time would force open a rift. After looking around, Kangwoo gave the command to begin, filled with the joy of finally heading back to Earth. An unbelievable wave of energy erupted as 100,000 magic cores unleashed a brilliant light, illuminating the dark depths of hell. Watching their glorious leader step deeper into the dimensional portal, Amon couldn't help but feel a rush of pure excitement. The power of 100,000 magic cores was absolutely mesmerizing, overflowing with a magnificent energy that completely captivated the wizard. With the other demons lending their strength to guide their king home, Amon quickly delivered the next critical status update. He announced that all 7 pieces of the artifact were responding, and the great portal would open very soon. At that moment, Kangwoo's mind was racing, wondering about the family and friends he left behind on Earth. Even if they were all gone, at least it wouldn't be this wretched hellscape. That alone made it worth it as he bid them a final farewell. Balak and Lilith broke down in tears, crying out and asking if he was really going to abandon them like this. Externally, he tried to comfort them, telling them not to cry. But internally, he was completely terrified of the unstable portal he had to cross. Lilith, totally lost in her own delusion, swooned over how unbelievably gentle her beloved master's farewell words sounded to her. She felt as though her heart was ready to burst from her overwhelming devotion to her king. Her heart literally took the shape of a floating bubble and popped right behind him. But before he could even react, she made an insanely bold move, declaring that she was going to accompany her king. This was definitely not part of his plan, leaving him completely helpless as he cursed his terrible luck. He bolted as fast as his legs could carry him, ignoring her desperate cries echoing through the portal behind him. Her blood-curdling shout sent a shiver down his spine as she promised to follow him no matter what it took. Realizing he was about to lose her for good, he smirked triumphantly, silently bidding her farewell and hoping they would never meet again. After spending over 10,000 years in the depths of hell, he didn't care about changing the past or reaching some grand future. All he wanted was to see the home he once knew, and finally, his return to Earth was actually happening. But just as he was about to cross, a sudden system warning flashed, detecting the core of the rift. The protective defense mechanism of the Gaia system was triggered within the rift, leaving him completely bewildered and wondering what kind of nightmare he had just stepped into. A follow-up warning declared that the core's energy exceeded the safety limits required to activate dimensional defenses across all worlds. As the Gaia system overloaded, a bizarre and crushing pressure immediately began to take a toll on his body. Because the core could not be fully removed, a restrictive sealing sequence was initiated on him. He could only curse in pure frustration, silently pleading for this stupid system to stop resisting him. Waking up from a long blackout, he noticed warm sunlight and a vibrant green forest. Could this be Earth? He needed to check his physical status immediately. A familiar system notification popped up, starting the initialization of his status screen. Sitting up to examine the window, he watched his statistics update, showing his name as a Level 1 Early-Stage Awakener. His early-stage attributes revealed an unranked hunting skill, though the vast majority of his true power had been completely sealed away. His Stage 2 traits would unlock once he reached Level 10, though his innate class remained completely unknown. With basic stats hovering at 8 and 7, and an innate magic index of only 12, the incredibly weak breakdown left him staring in absolute disbelief. Wait, what? His powers are sealed? He immediately freezes in absolute shock as he realizes what is lurking right behind his back. What is this crap? The Earth he remembers never had monsters like this. Best to just wipe them all out first. He charges straight at the horde, channeling the dark magic from his 100,000 demonic cores. Since that attack is way too weak, Kangwoo quickly switches gears. Time to unleash his demonic sword art. Instantly, the status screen pops up with his stats. The system alerts him that he defeated an E-rank goblin, gaining experience and reaching level 4. But he still cannot help but wonder what these bizarre creatures actually are. And this whole experience point system sounds totally absurd, but he can definitely feel himself getting stronger. He needs to figure out this place, using his hunting authority as the Demon King. He tries analyzing the biological traits of these beasts, but finds absolutely zero info about this world. That is when another notification suddenly flashes across his status screen. His magic power has increased by 1 point. This completely shocks him. Magic? That cursed demonic power? How could a power meant only for hell exist here? Is it possible this place is not actually Earth? No, that cannot be true. After all, the only reason he survived those years down in that miserable hell was to return to Earth. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound echoes nearby, catching his attention. A scream? That is definitely not a monster. It is a human, a real human. He immediately uses his super speed authority to investigate. For 10,000 long years, he was surrounded by nothing but disgusting monsters with endless tentacles and thousands of hideous arms. So at this point, he does not care who they are, even if they look terrifying. As long as they have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, just let them be human. Please, just do not let them have any tentacles. No tentacles, please. He finally spots someone, desperately praying they are a normal human being. To his absolute joy, he sees 2 eyes, a nose, and no tentacles whatsoever. This beautiful sight makes him scream in pure ecstasy. But the girl is currently surrounded and attacked by savage monsters. She is completely overwhelmed and standing right on the verge of death. Realizing someone has jumped in to save her, she slowly opens her eyes and sees Kangwoo fighting fiercely right in front of her. In a flash, he slaughters the beasts and gallantly reaches out to help. Deeply grateful, she softly thanks him and gently places her hand in his as he offers to pull her back up. Touching a woman for the first time in 10,000 years makes him shake with pure joy. Feeling a sudden spark, Kangwoo refuses to let go, flustering her until she gently pulls away. She thanks him for the rescue, introduces herself as Seola, and asks if he is all right. Out of nowhere, Kangwoo grabs her hand once again and drops a shockingly bold proposal, asking her to marry him. Seeing her panic and stammer in absolute confusion, Kangwoo quickly realizes that he got way too overexcited. He hurriedly apologizes for the awkwardness and introduces himself properly as Kangwoo. Confirming her name is Seol. He kindly asks if her injuries are all right. She gently responds that her wounds are not actually that serious. But suddenly, Seol loses her balance and stumbles, forcing Kangwoo to cry out her name in sheer panic. He catches her in a tight embrace, anxiously asking over and over if she is really going to be okay. Then, he notices a familiar rectangular object sliding out of her jacket pocket. A smartphone. This is the ultimate proof that he is finally back on Earth. He gently tells her not to push herself and offers to treat her wounds. Hearing his warm words, she softly thanks him for being so kind. Kangwoo happily assures her it is no problem. Deep down, he feels incredibly relieved that they can actually talk to each other without any issues. He had literally forced the succubi in hell to speak Korean just so he would never forget his mother tongue. Finally, he gets to speak it with a real human being instead of literal demons. Kangwoo gently instructs her to stay completely still so the bandage holds properly. He carefully hands the device back to her. But as the screen suddenly lights up, he freezes in absolute shock. 2023? Has it really been 5 years since he fell into hell? He was absolutely certain he had calculated the time correctly. Did these horrifying monsters actually start invading Earth during those 5 years of his absence? He is completely out of the loop and lacks information. As they rest, he asks her what she is even doing out here. Seola honestly explains that she ran into some serious trouble. She had been hunting completely alone inside a gate. Having only awakened as a player yesterday, she foolishly decided to solo an E-rank gate. She calls herself foolish, but Kangwoo is highly intrigued by these unfamiliar terms, players and gates. Trying to get his bearings, Kangwoo asks the logical next question. What is her current level? Seol reveals she is only level 6 since she just awakened. Curious, she asks what an amazing player like him is doing here. He merely flashes an awkward smile, claiming he also had a situation. Deep down, he knows his own actual level is probably much lower than hers. It makes total sense for her to assume that. Seol happily nods along, telling him that she understands. Suddenly remembering something, Seol quickly stands up and suggests that they head out. However, Kangwoo looks at her with deep concern, worried that her severe injuries might still be too dangerous. Seol nodded, trying to walk as she spoke. Yes, I'm fine thanks to you. But before she could finish, Kangwoo kindly stepped in to help, offering to support her as they walked. Even though Seol kept trying to act completely fine, insisting she shouldn't trouble him anymore, Kangwoo patiently persuaded her. No need to hold back at a time like this, he said. I will take you. Which way are we heading? Finally giving in, Seol pointed. That direction. Please just help me get to the exit. As Kangwoo walked, he felt an absolute rush of excitement. This was his first real conversation with another human in 10,000 years. Aside from his slight overreaction at first, he hadn't made any mistakes. And thankfully, she didn't seem to suspect his true identity at all. Perfect. At this rate, blending back into Earth society was going to be a breeze. After walking for a bit, Seola suddenly spoke up. We've reached the exit, Kangwoo. Curious, he looked ahead, instantly intrigued by what was right in front of them. Is that a portal? Traveling through these spatial tiers meant this place might not be the actual Earth he remembered. With no visible device stabilizing the tier, how was a massive portal like this staying open on its own? Just then, Seola spoke up. Kangwoo, I feel much better now. Let's head out. The moment they stepped through, a sudden blinding light washed over Kangwoo, forcing him to squint. Emerging from the portal, the incredible sight before his eyes left him completely stunned. He saw a man shouting, recruiting for a goblin raid in the Rank E gate, while another young guy casually chatted, saying he hadn't seen any tanks around today either. Looking closely, Kangwoo realized they had two eyes, a nose, a mouth, and absolutely no terrifying tentacles. Nearby, two men were talking, Are you taking rookies? Sorry, but having newbies along is just too much trouble. The more he observed, the happier he grew. It was just humans everywhere. He was finally back home. Seeing his teary-eyed expression, Seola stepped closer and asked, Kangwoo, if you don't mind, would you like to have dinner with me at my place? I'm so grateful and sorry, so I'd love to treat you to a home-cooked meal. Suddenly, Kangwoo felt like spring had finally arrived. He let out a hearty laugh. See? I told you rejecting help is bad, so I guess I can't refuse either. But then, a voice called out from behind. You two over there, hold on. Hello there. We need to verify both of your player licenses. While Seola politely cooperated, saying, Just a moment, Kangwoo stood frozen on the spot, prompting the guard to urge him. Hey buddy, pull out your card. Externally, he tried to play along, but on the inside, panic was setting in. No other choice, he had to use it. Suddenly, his eyes shifted color as he replied with complete confidence. Here it is. It turned out Kangwoo was using his perception manipulation, a handy skill that let him control what the guard was actually seeing. This quick mental trick worked instantly, and the guard wrapped up the inspection, saying, All right, you're cleared to go. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, Kangwoo excitedly turned to his companion. Well, Seola, shall we head out? Soon they arrived at her place. Seola apologetically guided him. Our building doesn't have an elevator, so we'll have to walk up some stairs. Climbing up, Kangwoo took in the nostalgic scent of the old building. The narrow stairs, dusty windows, and cool handrails felt incredibly real. And of all the countless places back on Earth, this was Seola's home. He was certain a bright, happy future was finally opening up. Meanwhile, Seola pushed the door open, immediately calling out a warm greeting to her mother. This instantly shattered Kangwoo's little daydream. Turns out, she didn't live alone. Her family was right there with her. Her mother hovered over her anxiously. Seola, sweetie, are you hurt? Did you get injured anywhere? Did you go with a big group like I told you? Of course, Mom. Kangwoo watched them, thinking, Wait, is that her mom? So she really just wanted a plain, normal family dinner? Seola then introduced him. Oh, I almost forgot. Mom, this gentleman is Kangwoo. He saved me from a really dangerous situation today, so I invited him over for dinner. But as soon as Kangwoo offered a polite greeting, the mother gasped in shock. Oh my goodness! She grabbed his hands, filled with deep gratitude. Thank you so much for saving my precious Seola. I have no idea how we can ever repay you. Assuring her it was nothing, Kangwoo was warmly welcomed inside. Though it wasn't a fancy place, she promised to cook up the most delicious meal she could to treat him. By now, Kangwoo's initial disappointment had completely vanished. Sure, eating alone with Seola would have been nice, but compared to his brutal life back in hell, this cozy home was an absolute dream. Heading into the kitchen to prepare, the mother asked Seola to give her a helping hand. She happily agreed, but wanted to change out of her clothes first. Checking her phone, she noticed a missed text from her mother and asked, Wait, Mom, did you send me a message earlier? Yes, I did. Next time you go somewhere dangerous, at least call me as soon as you get out safely. I'm sorry, Mom. Hearing this, a light bulb went off in Kangwoo's head. He realized he needed a way to gather vital information about this new Earth. Seola's smartphone was the perfect tool for that, so Kangwoo decided to test his luck. Pardon me, Seola, he began. I'm really sorry to ask, but would it be all right if I borrowed your phone for a moment? I lost mine. Ever so kind. Seola handed it over without a second thought. Of course, go right ahead. Feel free to use it while you wait. Thanking her, Kangwoo held the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Just touching the screen sent a wild rush of excitement straight through him. Returning after 10,000 years, he found absolutely everything to be wonderful. Shaking off his excitement after a few seconds, Kangwoo quickly shed his jacket and got right to work. He knew he had to stay focused on gathering information. Based on his memory from 5 years ago when he was suddenly dragged into hell, he decided to look up news from the year 2018. Within seconds, his Google search brought up over 8 billion results. Right away, an article about the day of the disaster caught his attention. It all started on February 22nd, 2018, completely flipping the entire world order upside down. Back then, terrifying monsters suddenly poured out from hundreds of dimensional gates opening across the sky. Governments deployed massive firepower to hold them back, but hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers were completely wiped out by the sheer brutality of these monsters. The World Emergency Disaster Alliance was quickly formed, bringing together brilliant minds from various nations. South Korea officially joined as the 9th member country of this organization. The very first player soon emerged in America, and this powerful girl on the other side of the earth became the global focus. Soon, the number of active players began to skyrocket worldwide. But a critical question arose. Kangwoo wondered if this massive surge of new players truly represented the ultimate hope for humanity. Suddenly, Kangwoo spotted a crucial piece of information from August 22nd of that same year. It was the exact day he got dragged down into hell. He vaguely pieced together that he must have been sucked into hell through one of those gates that popped up on that fateful day. Realizing that overthinking it would not bring any real answers, Kangwoo cast his doubts aside and searched for another source of information. Just then, Seola called out to him, announcing that dinner was ready. Kangwoo immediately set his phone aside as the hot dishes were laid out on the table. Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes lit up with excitement as the massive pot Seola brought over turned out to be kimchi stew, his absolute favorite dish. She warmly smiled and wished him a wonderful meal. She hoped the food suited his taste, while he stood there completely stunned by its sudden appearance on the dining table. Unable to wait even a single second longer, Kangwoo grabbed his spoon and took his very first bite. As Seola and her mother began eating, Kangwoo's intense reaction caught them completely off guard, because his entire body was literally trembling with emotion. After swallowing that first bite, he couldn't stop himself from scooping up a second spoonful along with some warm rice. To Seola and her mother, he looked like a man who was literally starving to death. The reason was that 10,000 years ago, after suddenly falling into hell, Kangwoo had to consume demonic energy to survive, transforming into a demon-like creature. Yet, because he retained his humanity, nothing in hell could ever satisfy his actual appetite or taste buds. The demons he was forced to eat just to stay alive tasted absolutely horrific, like literal garbage. He honestly believed he would go insane from experiencing that terrible agony countless times down in hell. The only reason Kangwoo managed to maintain his sanity was his single, burning desire to return to Earth and get back to reality. Kangwoo actually began to sob, tears streaming down his face as he aggressively wolfed down his food. Perhaps it was because he was tasting something truly delicious for the first time. Meanwhile, Seola and her mother completely froze in shock, calling out his name. With a trembling voice, he stammered out his gratitude, thanking Seola for the incredible meal. Blushing, Seola paused for a moment before replying that she should be the one saying thank you and apologized that she could only repay him this way, though she was glad he found it so incredibly delicious. Asking why she was apologizing, he eagerly asked for another bowl. Ignoring his wild eating manners, Seola stood up to get him more. Of course, she would bring it right out. He thanked her, and her mother added how wonderful it was to see him enjoy it so much. Gulping down the very last drops of the kimchi stew, he watched Seola bring out the entire rice cooker. Soon, he was skillfully shoveling rice with one hand and soup with the other. But trouble was about to strike as a loud bang sent smoke exploding from the wall right behind Kangwoo. Through the thick smoke, a muscular figure appeared. Shouting in shock, Seola and her mother froze in terror, genuinely believing the apocalypse had come for them. The footsteps of this mysterious intruder echoed as he stepped right into the room. A thuggish guy with messy blonde hair started yelling, demanding that Han Seola come out immediately. Before Seola could even react, the rude jerk barged inside, shouting directly in her face and demanding to know who gave her permission to enter the gate. Seola's face darkened in frustration. Staying silent, she tried to muster her remaining politeness to calmly tell him to leave. She ordered Taehyun Han to leave, questioning who he thought he was to just barge into their home like that. She warned him not to come any closer, firmly stating that she was strong enough to handle herself now. Instead of backing away, Taehyun simply burst out laughing at her warning, mockingly repeating her words and calling her attempt to sound strong absolutely adorable. Satisfied with his mocking, he violently punched the wall to assert his dominance, cursing loudly in the process. He sneered, asking how a low-level player like her dared to talk back. But Seola stood her ground and fiercely resisted. Shielding her mother with her own body, she firmly yelled at him to keep his distance. Taehyun noticed her mother's pale face and trembling body, but he just scoffed. Turning on his heel, he finally walked away while heartlessly muttering about her family and her deceased father. Seeing her mother suffer in poverty makes Seoha snap. She charges straight at Taehyun, screaming that he is the sole reason their lives were completely ruined. But he denies it all, aggressively grabbing Seoha by her arm. Demanding she join the Enzak Guild, he drags her away. Seoha struggles with everything she has, but his overwhelming strength completely overpowers her, even ripping her sandals apart. She screams at him to let go, calling his guild absolute trash. That insult only makes him mock her rudeness. He claims he will show her true kindness, but Seoha is already planning her escape. Biting her lip, she suddenly sinks her teeth deep into Taehyun's hand. Howling in pain, he violently throws Seoha backward onto the ground, cursing at the stubborn young girl. He mocks her, asking if she thinks doing useless good deeds is enough to survive. Telling her the world was too soft, he demands she quietly submit as his tribute. He laughs, noting she is acting tough now. Fine then. As players, it is time for them to settle this directly. Terrified of what he might do to her precious daughter, the mother desperately begs, promising she will work much harder. She pleads with him to leave Seoha alone, trying her absolute best to calm Taehyun down, but he just tells her to get lost. Instead, the brute shoves the poor mother to the ground right in front of her, calling them both worthless trash. Seeing her mother treated like garbage, a crying Seoha rushes to her side. Her mother lies completely still. Taehyun coldly excuses his violent actions, claiming the old woman brought this on herself by not listening. Showing absolutely zero remorse, his heartless attitude instantly ignites a deep, burning rage within Seoha. Holding her mother close, she glares with pure hatred. Taehyun just mocks her, boasting that he is a level 2 awakened and she is nothing but an annoying pest. He sneers, asking if she honestly stands a chance. Then, he stoops even lower, acting like a total coward. Lunging at Seoha like a hungry beast, he continuously insults her, claiming her pretty face is the only valuable thing she has. He demands she join his guild, but before he can finish his threat, an unexpected presence suddenly cuts him off. Looking up, he hears loud slurping sounds coming from Kangwoo. Unbelievably, in the middle of this tense drama, Kangwoo is happily eating as if he does not have a single care. He has never met anyone so dismissive. Watching Kangwoo shamelessly stuff his face, Taehyun feels completely insulted. He scoffs, asking if this rundown place is supposed to be some famous 5-star restaurant. Letting go of Seoha, he stomps over to the table, demanding if Kangwoo is completely blind to the situation. By the time he gets there, Kangwoo is already finishing the final pot. Ignoring the screaming thug, he continues to thoroughly enjoy his delicious meal. In a fit of rage, Taehyun kicks the entire table, sending it flying. He has absolutely no idea this single kick just signed his own death warrant. Kangwoo stares in absolute shock as his beloved kimchi stew is splattered all over the dirty ground. Even Seoha gasps in pure terror. But Taehyun just glares, entirely unbothered that he just ruined the man's final meal. At Seoha's voice, Kangwoo completely loses his mind, mourning the precious drops of stew now ruined on the dusty floor. Disgusted, Taehyun asks Seoha where on earth she managed to find such a pathetic, dramatic beggar. Mistaking Kangwoo for a weak, jobless loser, Taehyun foolishly commands him to shut up and get up. Big mistake. Kangwoo immediately locks eyes with him, glaring with intense fury. The sheer killing intent radiating from Kangwoo makes Taehyun freeze. He feels like he is facing a demon as Kangwoo repeatedly mutters about his ruined soup. His rage boils over, his mind entirely locked onto his spilled kimchi stew. This reaction thoroughly pisses Taehyun off. He grashes his teeth and flexes, veins bulging across his entire body. Instantly activating his fierce combat mode, massive blue fireballs erupt from Taehyun's hands, quickly engulfing the entire room, including Kangwoo, in blazing heat. Recalling Kangwoo's terrifying aura from earlier, Taehyun desperately tries to convince himself it was just an illusion. He sneers, asking if Kangwoo has completely lost his mind. But just as he prepares to strike, a sudden beam of light shoots past, startling him. He glares toward the source of the attack, utterly confused. It turns out Seoha has also activated her own combat form. Her power only manifests as a simple bow of light. Yet, she bravely fights back, desperately trying to buy Kangwoo a chance to escape. Of course, her worries are completely unnecessary. Kangwoo's powers might be weakened compared to his time in hell, but this punk is still absolute garbage to him. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade sprouts directly from his hand. Catching Taehyun completely off guard, Kangwoo lunges forward with blinding speed. Even Seoha is left utterly stunned, since she assumed our protagonist was totally weak. Taehyun reacts surprisingly fast, throwing a heavy, well-aimed punch straight at Kangwoo's face. But Kangwoo is steps ahead. Pausing for a split second, he ducks low to completely evade the strike. Frustrated by the miss, Taehoon is also deeply shocked by his truly incredible speed. A second later, before the thug can even track his movement, Kangwoo swiftly slips to the right. He delivers a devastating knee strike straight into the brute's chest. This powerful blow deals massive damage, completely crushing his cocky attitude. Realizing Kangwoo is a genuine threat, he grits his teeth and desperately charges forward to eliminate him once and for all. Too bad, a weakling like him stands no chance. Kangwoo casually responds with a brutal slap across the face, sending Taehoon spinning. You and I are about to see teeth fly as Kangwoo spins and lands a devastating blow to the opponent's hip. Taking hit after hit, Taehyun bleeds like a river but still tries to strike back. Maybe the heavens actually pity this guy, giving him one desperate opening as Taehyun manages to grab Kangwoo by the leg. He uses all his raw strength to tackle him, forcing him off balance, but a simple fall is not enough to stop a fighter like Kangwoo. Relying on his massive combat experience, he uses Taehyun as a stepping stone, launching a brutal follow-up kick directly into the man's face. That epic 180-degree spin lets him deal heavy damage and break free from the hold, leaving Taehyun with a severely twisted neck. Before the poor guy can even catch his breath, Kangwoo charges. A blast of fire is unleashed, but it completely misses because he is too fast. The inevitable end arrives as Kangwoo delivers a crushing blow straight to his waist to officially finish the fight. Flattened on the ground, Taehyun realizes that Kangwoo's fighting style is completely wild and unpredictable. He constantly distracts his target, landing sneak attacks before they can react. By now, Taehyun is absolutely terrified, wishing he could get as far away from this monster as possible. But Kangwoo has other plans, slamming his head directly into the floor and burying him face first into the dirt. His battered body trembles with absolutely zero strength left to resist. Seeing him still glaring, Kangwoo instantly stabs a dagger right into his hand. "Who the hell are you?" he interrogates. "Drop the act because we are not done yet. You have a lot of punishment coming for ruining my kimchi stew." Kimchi stew? You went completely insane over a pot of kimchi? Well, he just sealed his own fate with those words. Kangwoo grabs Taehyun by the hair, dragging him up. "Did you just say it was only kimchi?" The terrifying pressure makes the villain's vision fade. "No, I meant Bam." Kangwoo slams his face down, mockingly repeating his words while spinning his head around like a toy. Finally, a hilarious idea strikes Kangwoo. Releasing his grip, he leans in and whispers, "When I count to 1, you say kimchi. When I say 2, you say gift from heaven. Bark it out loud for me, got it?" Without delay, Kangwoo yells, 1. Dragging his heavily injured body, Taehyun tries his best to answer, "Kimchi is louder." He pokes the fresh wound again. 1. Kimchi. 2. A gift from heaven. But that volume is still not enough. Demanding absolute vengeance for his ruined stew, Kangwoo roars, "I said scream it louder. Make it sound like you are being slaughtered. Shout like you are catcalling girls on the street." Inside Seol-ah's tiny apartment, two entirely different worlds clash, like a peaceful temple sitting right next to a chaotic, noisy market. While Seol-ah sits frozen, too afraid to even breathe, Kangwoo is shouting at the top of his lungs, "Yell until your lungs explode." The terrified villain squeezes out every single ounce of strength just to raise his voice. Still completely unsatisfied, Kangwoo grits his teeth and yells right in his face, "Not good enough. Say it again. Raise your pitch." Taking a massive breath, Taehyun uses the absolute last of his energy to scream, "Kimchi is a gift from heaven." Heavy, desperate panting is the only sound remaining in the quiet room. Showing absolutely zero emotion, Kangwoo slowly pulls his blade out of the guy's hand. Good. Towering over the idiot who ruined his dinner, he warns him with a cold voice, "Remember this, never disrespect kimchi." Tears stream down Taehyun's face, completely traumatized by this midlife crisis that has shattered his entire outlook on life. Is this guy an escaped lunatic or what? Anyway, you and I can see everything slowly returning to its normal routine after the battle. The ruined furniture is cleared out, and the broken tables and wooden boards wrecked by Taehyun are packed away into the storage closet. As for the mother, she remains completely unconscious while Seol-ah carefully looks after her. While she is deeply worried about her mother, something else entirely is disrupting the household's peace. Hearing running water, Seol-ah looks toward the kitchen and discovers that after giving Taehyun a beating, Kangwoo has forced him to become a full-time maid. Washing the dishes with tears in his eyes, he silently cries, "Why did I have to cross paths with this psychopath?" He sobs quietly without daring to complain, knowing Kangwoo is watching closely from behind. Not only is he exploiting the tough guy's labor, but Kangwoo has also confiscated all his clothes, leaving him in nothing but rags. Meanwhile, he casually sips his warm afternoon tea while browsing the internet. Touching his bruised, swollen face, Taehyun silently curses that stupid kimchi stew under his breath. Why does this keep happening over a single bowl of food? Why is he treated this way? He suddenly glares back with a crazy thought. But the moment Kangwoo sets down his teacup, Taehyun immediately panics and starts washing the dishes twice as fast. What was that? Are you mad about getting beaten to a pulp over soup? Oh, not at all, sir. Kangwoo's silent gaze is terrifying, but in the end, he actually lets him get dressed, eat, sleep, and live comfortably. You will never truly know just how many blessings have been handed to you, so learn to show some gratitude and cherish your life. Do you understand? Yes, I completely understand, he replies like a loyal servant, though his mind is already flooded with dark thoughts of sweet revenge. He vows to report him to the Andras Guild and make sure Kangwoo suffers a slow death. Lost in his sweet revenge fantasy, he is snapped back to reality when Kangwoo tells him to come over once the dishes are done, slamming his hand onto the broken table. His voice grew colder than ever. I have been thinking hard about this, but honestly, it seems you have zero value to be kept alive. You know that already, do you not? Just behave yourself to survive. This world is not going to be gentle with you. A dreadful feeling washes over Taehyun, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, Kangwoo grabs him. Do not worry. I will not kill you. Though, dying might actually be easier for you. Kangwoo threatens him, radiating the terrifying bloodlust of a hellish demon king. The air around Taehyun suddenly freezes. What is this pressure? It is the terrifying authority of fear from the demon Orobus. Taehyun gets dragged into a twisted alternate dimension ruled by Orobus, a pale, three-eyed horse demon. Massive, giant hands reach down, trapping the terrified target completely. Terrified that he will not survive this nightmare, he gasps and cries out, "Do not come near me. Please stay away." The demon Orobus thrusts its face right up to Taehyun. Its central eye suddenly expands, glaring down with terrifying intensity. Completely broken by this absolute hellish power, Taehyun collapses straight to the floor and wets himself, carving a deep, permanent trauma into his mind. Staring at this pathetic mess, Kangwoo quietly warns him to keep his mouth shut. Invading a target's soul to turn them into a puppet is the true authority of Orobus. Having taught him a lesson, Kangwoo lets him leave Seola's place. The shaken man drags his heavy, trembling feet out the door. Watching this unfold, Seola blushes deeply, once again incredibly grateful that Kangwoo came to her rescue. Back with Kangwoo, he keeps staring at his phone, deeply bothered by those sudden words Taehyun blurted out earlier. The guy realizes he is completely flat broke, and making money is his top priority. Browsing the web, Kangwoo stops on a specific site, deeply intrigued by objects called magic stones. He asks Sola, "Hey, Seola, do you happen to have a magic stone? Do you mind if I take a quick look?" "Oh, yes, hold on a second." Seola pulls out an eye-catching blue crystal. "Here you go, this is an E-class magic stone obtained from hunting goblins." Taking the crystal from her, his hand begins to radiate a strange, mysterious energy that completely wraps around the stone. The article mentioned that the darker the stone, the higher its grade. Strangely, the crystal in Kangwoo's hand is rapidly turning pitch black. He tries sensing the crystal with his innate abilities, but the results are not quite what he hoped for. There is definitely power inside, but it is not mana. Since he felt a trace of mana earlier, he assumed these magic stones would contain it. But the force locked within this stone is actually a completely different power source called magic. Examining the crystal makes him wonder where real mana actually comes from. For now, he hands the magic stone back to Seola. With no clear answers yet, Kangwoo decides to prioritize making money so he can grow stronger. Earlier, while following Seola to her apartment, he noticed several fully armed awakened players executing active missions on the streets. Right then, an intriguing plan begins to form. Kangwoo turns and asks Seola, "Is there an awakened management office anywhere near here?" Seola tells him there is nothing nearby, but the closest branch is located right by Seoul Station. Since Kangwoo has no idea how to get there, Seola kindly offers to guide him, as she was heading there too. "Are you going there?" "Yes. Honestly, my family is struggling, so I risked going into the gate. I only realized just how reckless and dangerous it was after you suddenly showed up. Thank you so much, Kangwoo." The guy simply smiles, saying it is no big deal, and that he just wanted to help someone out, especially after staring at ugly demons for 10,000 years. Seola continues, explaining that she intends to master all her basic training first. "My current goal is to become a Stage 2 awakened. You will do great. Thank you. Shall we head out now?" "Yes, I will be right out. I am almost ready." While waiting, Kangwoo realizes that grouping up with someone as weak as Seola will drastically drag down his hunting efficiency. It sounds harsh, but it is the truth. He must focus on minimizing risks, and his ultimate priority is regaining his lost strength. This is the Earth he finally returned to after 10,000 years, and he needs to grow stronger if he wants to survive. For a brief moment, Kangwoo recalls his dark days in hell, Seola is finally ready, calling out to him from the window. Kangwoo, do you have your identity card yet? Can we stop by the headquarters first? Riding the subway, Kangwoo holds his newly issued identification card. He plays with it, amazed by how easy it was to get a replacement card. Just a few hours ago at the registry office, Kangwoo completed the simple verification process and received the card from the clerk. He honestly thought they would have listed him as a missing person by now. It is hard to say whether to laugh or cry, but his disappearance went completely unnoticed. Even after 5 whole years, absolutely no one remembered him. For a moment, Kangwoo recalls his darkest times, when the sight of shredded demon corpses was just an everyday reality for him. That is until Seola snaps him out of it, pointing outside and telling him they are finally arriving at their destination. Following her gaze, Kangwoo looks out the window. This place is a far cry from Seola's rundown neighborhood. It is a massive, shark-shaped architectural masterpiece, standing as one of the most luxurious structures in Seoul. Even the non-stop traffic passing by is absolutely overwhelming. Seola whispers, "Is it not beautiful? I love this view." Tucking his card away, Kangwoo agrees. He appreciates the stunning sights, secretly hoping to make massive leaps forward very soon. Just a short drive away. The duo finally arrives at the player management office. Following the signs, they head toward the left wing of the staircase. "Over here, Kangwoo." Seola waves him over. "We're finally here. This is the main headquarters of the Seoul Player Management Office." The sheer scale of the massive lobby blows them away. Seeing this futuristic architecture for the first time, Kangwoo feels like a total country bumpkin. He actually wonders if this place is even bigger than Incheon Airport. Suddenly, Seol-ah grows shy and hesitant, whispering, "I have something to tell you, Kangwoo." Reaching into her pocket, Seol-ah pulls out an outdated phone. "This is my old phone," she explains softly. "The registry office has free wireless internet, so let's use this to keep in touch later, okay?" Taking the phone, Kangwoo feels incredibly blessed to have crossed paths with her. "Thank you so much," he smiles. Shortly after, the duo splits up. Since Seol-ah needs to register for the beginner class, Kangwoo promises to call her as soon as he finishes his own business. "I might finish a bit late, but let's grab dinner together," he says. Seol-ah happily replies, "Of course, please be careful out there." Stepping inside, the colossal scale of the registration hall still leaves Kangwoo totally awestruck. Plus, the concentration of high-level players roaming around here is insanely high. He figures it makes sense since players are now VIPs in society. Just then, Kangwoo spots someone approaching a high-tech sensor machine. It's a biometric machine used for identity verification and ticket dispensing. Kangwoo immediately pulls out his ID card, sliding it under the scanner. Naturally, in a high-end facility like this, the technology is lightning fast. In under a second, Kangwoo's entire profile flashes onto the screen. His queue number is 18. As the ticket slides out, a digital voice prompts him to follow the designated path to the testing room with his ticket in hand. Suddenly, the device vibrates, signaling it is finally his turn. Right on cue, a glowing blue guiding line lights up across the floor. Just as the system instructed, he simply needs to follow this glowing path to reach his testing station. Waiting inside booth number 9, Kangwoo sits quietly alongside other nervous candidates. Right next to him, 2 players are casually gossiping about the test. "Hey, what was your rank back in stage 1? One of them asks. "Mine was only D rank. Do you think you can hit A rank or even higher during stage 2? "No way. I can't even compare myself to top players like Baek Kang-hyun or Cha Yeon-ju. Yeah, those monsters are on a totally different level. We shouldn't compare ourselves to the 5 legendary guildmasters who hit S rank right at their first awakening." Overhearing their conversation, Kangwoo begins searching for those names. His fingers fly across his phone screen, looking up information on Korea's top-tier players. The gossip continues behind him. "Apparently, you instantly get scouted by the Big 5 guilds if you hit S rank. Honestly, I'd rather not stand out too much during stages 1 and 2 anyway. Just getting recognized down the road is enough." Scanning his phone, Kangwoo reads about the top 5 rankers, starting with Kim Jae-hoon, the guildmaster of Mir. Then there's Cha Yeon-ju of Red Rose, Baek Kang-hyun of Hanul, Jung Hyun-ju of Sanare, and Cha Min-hyuk of Onuri. Each guild is led by a top 5 player in Korea. Kangwoo thinks he'll inevitably meet them once his true power returns. The stronger he gets, the more attention he'll draw. There's even a chance they've crossed paths before. He needs to reclaim his former strength as fast as possible. If he can officially secure a player title, he'll likely grow far stronger than before. While lost in thought, a staff member suddenly calls out number 18. Recognizing his queue number, Kangwoo snaps out of it and calmly steps into the testing room. The receptionist politely guides him further inside, gesturing for him to take a seat. He's greeted by a second evaluator, who seems much more professional. Once she finishes verifying his identity and personal information, she pulls out a crystal-clear, transparent orb and instructs him to place his hand on it. Once he channels his power inside, the sphere will shift colors depending on his attribute ranking. The higher the rank, the deeper the color. Naturally, Kangwoo feels a bit anxious, dreading the attention if he accidentally displays an overpowered rank. After a brief hesitation, he finally rests his hand on the surface. Instantly, an absolute flash of light floods the entire room, making him think he's completely screwed. Because he accidentally channeled a bit too much energy, the blinding glare leaves the examiner shielding her eyes in absolute shock. But once the light fades, the orb remains a boring, pure white. Turns out, his registered power level is so pathetic, even a lowly goblin could easily kick his butt. Mr. Kangwoo, you're officially an F-rank awakener. You can let go now, the evaluator says, before casually launching into a standard, boring safety speech. To start, he'll receive a basic F-rank player card, meaning he's strictly restricted to entering gates that match his low-tier rank. For any higher-ranked gates, he can only enter if accompanied by an authorized guardian. Meanwhile, Kangwoo barely registers a single word, completely lost in his own thoughts. He knew his true power was sealed, but dropping all the way to F-rank? Is this system just completely unable to measure his bizarre demonic energy? If Balrog ever found out about this humiliating rank, he'd absolutely lose his mind. For some reason, the sheer trauma of surviving 10,000 years in hell flashes before him. Darkening, he asks the examiner, "What do I need to do to rank up?" The examiner helpfully suggests, "If you complete the basic training course, you'll immediately jump straight to D rank. The alternative is showing proof of magic stones from your hunts, which automatically boosts your rank." Hearing this, Kangwoo figures the latter option sounds way better. Just as Kangwoo turns to leave, the examiner quickly calls him back. "While I process your card, would you like me to cancel your basic training registration?" Kangwoo simply replies with a cold, "No thanks." The naive employee figures he must be in total shock over having such a low rank. At this rate, he will easily get himself killed inside an F-rank gate, so it is probably better to just quit being a player. But while she is completely lost in thought, that pure white crystal ball suddenly turns pitch black. She reaches her hand out toward the sphere, wondering if the machine is suddenly malfunctioning. But just as her finger is about to touch it, the crystal ball suddenly explodes right in front of her. Even an S-rank player like Baek Kang-hyun only turned the sphere dark gray, so this absolute black makes zero sense. Confused but helpless, she simply replaces it with a brand new sphere. Meanwhile, over by the gate entrance, parties are desperately recruiting members. One party is looking for a damage dealer, another wants a mage, and one lone rogue is searching for teammates. Amidst all the loud shouting, the rogue's voice is completely drowned out since nobody wants him. He even approaches groups directly, only to get rejected instantly. Kangwoo notices that everyone seems to look down on thieves here, but of course, he does not care at all. He quietly hands his ID card to the gatekeeper. Once his identity is verified, the gatekeeper lets him through, and he steps inside. The inside turns out to be a surprisingly peaceful-looking forest, even though Kangwoo expected some kind of fiery hell landscape. Kangwoo figures he should start hunting for monsters first, but just as he relaxes, a voice suddenly calls out from above him. Looking up, he sees a massive, bear-like guy standing right there. Though unsure what this giant wants, Kangwoo politely answers his questions anyway. "Are you here all by yourself?" "Yes." "You are hunting alone inside a gate?" "Obviously." "Have you unlocked your second awakening yet?" Before he can finish asking, the giant's teammates walk over, and from their conversation, his name is revealed to be Tae-soo. Kangwoo answers the previous question, saying he hasn't had his second awakening. While Tae-soo's teammates look absolutely shocked by this, Tae-soo himself gets excited, noting that he must have skipped the basic training course. For an F-rank player, hunting with a party is much safer than running around solo. He warmly offers a solution. "If you do not have a party yet, you can join ours." But the other teammates instantly protest, asking who gave him the right to decide that. They complain that the rookie won't be any help, but Tae-soo gets angry, saying they need to look out for him and save his life. If they are really that worried about loot, he offers to give up his share of mana stones just to let him join. Kangwoo appreciates the gesture and sees he is a good guy, but he still prefers to hunt entirely on his own. But before he can decline, Tae-soo steps up to shake his hand and introduce himself, before asking for Kangwoo's name in return. Kangwoo politely replies, introducing himself but firmly stating that he really has no intention of joining any group. But immediately after, Tae-soo completely stuns him by telling him to speak casually, claiming he is only 24 years old. Seeing the absolute doubt on Kangwoo's face, Tae-soo pulls out his actual ID, which clearly proves he was born in 1999. Kangwoo internally wonders what kind of brutal life hardships made him look so old. Still, he speaks casually as requested, thanking Tae-soo for the kind offer but explaining that he came here with a very specific plan. Once Kangwoo finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over them. After a brief moment, Tae-soo finally sighs and says there is no helping it if he is that determined. He still kindly warns him to be extremely careful, as this entire area is crawling with dangerous goblins. He warns him about a massive boss monster called a hobgoblin, which is on a completely different level than normal goblins, telling him to run away at all costs if he sees it. Once again, Kangwoo is genuinely touched by Tae-soo's kindness. If he actually were some helpless F-rank rookie, he probably would have teamed up with them. But for the current Kangwoo, working alone is far better. With that, he bids them farewell and heads deeper into the dark forest entirely by himself. Moving with incredible speed, he quickly gathers a solid amount of information just by examining the various tracks left behind by the goblins. Their numbers are definitely no joke, and one thing is for sure, they are hiding somewhere very close by. After tracking them for a short while, he finally locates the goblin hideout. Grinning with pure excitement, Kangwoo immediately charges right in. Unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches and kicks, he moves so quickly that the goblins are wiped out before they can even process what hit them. The remaining goblins are completely crowded together. Realizing the extreme danger they are in, they frantically raise their weapons to defend themselves. But compared to his pure, bloodthirsty madness, their pathetic weapons are nothing more than an itch. With just a few simple strikes, he instantly crushes several goblin skulls. Their severed heads are flying through the air like falling autumn leaves. Even the larger ones among them are completely powerless against him. With razor-sharp energy blades forming around his arms, every single swing instantly claims another life. He gets more hyped with every kill, his speed and power continuously rising as he ruthlessly obliterates any monster that dares to approach. Every path he walks is left cluttered with shredded goblin corpses, with absolutely none of them left in one single piece. Still, these monsters show some stubborn fighting spirit, charging at him despite having no chance, only to be instantly decapitated. And just like that, they rushed forward, and two heads immediately rolled off. Honestly, it was as if Kangwoo's blade was made specifically for this. The weapon had a unique design, with its curve and thickness perfectly forged. It allowed Kangwoo to easily slash his enemies while keeping the goblins at a safe distance. Kangwoo was truly unleashing his full potential, and somewhere along the line, his eyes had flashed blood red. Although he had already taken down plenty of goblins, they still had the numbers, with a few survivors trembling in pure, unadulterated fear. Seeing so many goblins left was getting exhausting, so Kangwoo decided to just wipe out the entire group so they could keep each other company in the afterlife. Gripping his blade tightly, Kangwoo unleashed one final devastating strike. Moments later, the dust settled. He let out a heavy sigh, wiping away the dripping sweat. He had literally wiped out an entire goblin village, so yeah, he was exhausted. But suddenly, a system notification popped up right next to him. Glancing at the screen, Kangwoo could not help but smile. Defeating those E-class goblins had actually boosted him up by 4 levels. His magic power increased by 1, putting Kangwoo at level 8. He was in his first awakened state, featuring the Gluttony trait. It seemed leveling up automatically boosted his magic stat. Reaching down to touch a dead goblin, Kangwoo realized there was no magic power left inside the magic stones. Kangwoo then activated his Gluttony ability to absorb the fallen goblins. He could feel the residual magic, but its true source was not the stone. Instead, Kangwoo felt the energy lingering deep inside the goblins' bodies. This energy decayed based on how long they had been dead. So, absorbing fresh monster corpses meant he could steadily steal their magic power bit by bit. And just like that, with only a quick absorption, Kangwoo's magic power immediately jumped up by 2 points. Kangwoo could not help but grin. He could sell the magic stones for cash while keeping the magic power for himself. After absorbing everything, only dry bones and magic stones were left behind. All he had to do now was grab the stones and head out. Bagging them up excitedly, he wondered how many fried chickens he could buy with all this. He realized that wiping out goblins was just like eating chicken. You devour the meat and leave the bones. But honestly, chicken tasted way better. It even made him want to open up a chicken shop and invite Sella to join. Just imagining Sella feeding him a chicken drumstick had him drooling. He eagerly gathered the remaining stones, completely impatient to take her out for a meal. But right in the middle of gathering them, a massive roar echoed from behind. Curiously, Kangwoo turned around to see. Something absolutely massive was charging straight toward him, judging by the loud, heavy footsteps. Kangwoo locked his eyes on the approaching beast. This had to be the creature Tesoro had warned him about, the goblin boss, a giant high goblin. Aside from its massive size, the boss looked way uglier than the regular goblins, especially with those nasty, razor-sharp teeth. Locking its eyes onto Kangwoo, the beast let out an angry roar, channeling powerful magic straight into its hands and battle weapon. Kangwoo's eyes widened in surprise. This monster could actually cast magic. The goblin boss using spellcasting was completely unexpected, forcing Kangwoo to immediately raise his guard and brace for impact. While Kangwoo's raw magic power was vastly superior to the boss's spells, there was still a major physical problem here. The boss charged like a maniac, unleashing a strike so devastating that Kangwoo had to quickly dive to the left to survive. One clean hit would have finished him, but the agile boss was already tracking his movement, preparing another heavy blow. Kangwoo immediately crossed his dual blades in an X shape to block, but the boss's heavy strike slammed right through, sending him flying backward. Despite its massive size, the beast moved incredibly fast, closing the distance instantly. Getting close, it swung its heavy blade to overwhelm him before he could recover. Kangwoo was forced to plant his feet. Fortunately, he managed to block the boss's devastating attack, though it took every ounce of his strength to hold it off. Its magic was not actually that strong. The real issue was the massive difference in raw physical strength and weight class. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo pushed back and redirected the boss's heavy blade to the side, successfully breaking free from the defensive pressure. Seizing the opening, Kangwoo tried to land a quick counter-slash, but before his blade could even connect, the boss's heavy armor deflected him backward. That last strike only managed to slightly chip the armor, dealing absolutely zero actual damage to the beast. He was blown back so easily because his raw stats were still too low. He needed to find a major weak point. The fierce battle continued as the giant boss kept charging forward, with Kangwoo barely dodging every single heavy strike by a hair. When its blade failed, the beast resorted to stomping, but that was useless too. Kangwoo effectively used its massive blind spots to evade. Naturally, the boss caught on to this tactic. So, on its very next attack, it lowered its stance and used the heavy armor on its forearm to violently bash Kangwoo away. He realized that armored arm was its primary weapon. As the leader of the pack, this monster was on a completely different level than the regular trash mob goblins. On the outside, it looked like he was only defending, but in reality, he already had a master plan. Spotting a half-buried skull nearby, Kangwoo immediately runs over to grab it. Keeping his distance from the boss, he stops just out of reach. After invading its turf and devouring its minions, this monster is no longer a threat. To Kangwoo, it is just a target for his own amusement. Without hesitation, Kangwoo chucks the skull straight at the boss. Sure, it deals zero physical damage, but the sheer disrespect is off the charts. Talk about emotional damage. Unsurprisingly, the boss completely loses its mind. Instead of showing fear, Kangwoo is oozing confidence as he prepares to launch his real counterattack. Clenching his fists, Kangwoo channels an overwhelming surge of energy. He just activated the wrath of the demon power. But get this force belongs to a crazed demon, not him. Pouring all his strength into a single punch, Kangwoo strikes the boss. At first, the beast just stands there, totally dazed. But once the strike actually sinks in, the monster loses all control. It goes completely wild and charges right at Kangwoo. Seeing his plan succeed, Kangwoo quietly celebrates. The beast swings its blade wildly, but as always, he dodges it without breaking a sweat. Except this strike is different. You and I can see the sheer force behind this swing is way stronger than anything before. A single swing completely obliterates an entire section of the forest. The power Kangwoo forced into the boss is actually a massive buff. It is designed to multiply the target's raw strength several times over. Of course, everything comes with a heavy price. While strength is pushed to the absolute maximum, it carries a curse that turns the brain into a mere decoration. Basically, this monster's brain is flatter than a runway right now. For Kangwoo, dealing with the clumsy and predictable swings of a mindless beast is easily the simplest task in the world. This setup makes it incredibly easy to dodge and find open gaps to strike. Unlike earlier when he could only play defense, Kangwoo is now actively drawing blood. Once a beast is bleeding, taking it down is only a matter of time. Sensing the perfect moment, Kangwoo launches a direct assault on the monster's vital spot. Both of them strike simultaneously. It is a final clash to decide the winner, and with one clean slash, the boss collapses right before Kangwoo's blade. Game over. With the beast dead, Kangwoo lets out a heavy sigh and begins to complain. He mutters about how much easier this would be with his original strength. Just as he wonders if he has to start from scratch, a system notification pops up. He cleared the area solo, earning 150% bonus experience. For defeating a C-rank Hobgoblin boss, his level instantly jumps by 3. Reaching level 11 unlocks his second awakening, granting him a brand new special ability. Kangwoo can barely contain his excitement as the system notification rings. This new skill is called Insatiable Hunger. It allows him to drain even more mana from defeated targets whenever he activates his Gluttony skill. It does not seem overpowered at first glance, but extra mana is always a win. Kangwoo wonders if leveraging this as a player will help him scale up his power even faster. To find out, he decides to test it on the dead Hobgoblin. Reaching out, Kangwoo touches the corpse and activates Gluttony. Instantly, a thick shroud of dark purple smoke engulfs the entire monster. The aura looks noticeably darker this time, which is likely a direct result of his newly unlocked special ability. Activating insatiable hunger, he drains the energy dry. Just as he hoped, his mana stat jumps by 3, bringing his grand total to 19. Staring at the glowing energy in his hands, Kangwoo smiles. Dethroning elite monsters is about to become his personal shortcut to ultimate power. Curious about how this sudden boost of mana actually affects his body, Kangwoo closes his eyes to focus. He expected his strength to maybe double, but the reality completely blows him away. His raw power has actually tripled. He cannot help but wonder how it grew this fast. Such a rapid surge of power can actually be dangerous. To investigate further, Kangwoo ventures deeper into the zone, heading toward the Meiji Gate to check its status. Sure enough, his suspicions are correct. The seal holding the Meiji Gate shut has grown significantly weaker. He cannot quite figure out the cause, since a standard awakening shouldn't trigger this. Examining the system logs, a wild theory crosses his mind. Could every tear of his awakening be slowly chipping away at the gate's seal? The moment he realizes this connection, Kangwoo pauses for a second, then grins. If this is true, leveling up will eventually restore his original peak strength. This realization gives him the perfect excuse to hunt in even higher rank gates. Making up his mind, Kangwoo scoops up the Hobgoblin's magic stone from the ground. His next milestone is the third awakening at level 20. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a bustling fried chicken restaurant. This is where Kangwoo and Sella treat themselves, with Kangwoo happily ditching his fork to eat straight with his hands. He constantly stuffs his face, but luckily, he still remembers to spit out the bones before he ends up choking to death. You and I know nothing beats fried chicken paired with ice-cold beer. As Kangwoo enjoys this ultimate combo, Sella giggles and asks if it is really that good. Kangwoo groans in satisfaction, calling it delicious. Sella quickly counters, asking if it is better than her home-cooked kimchi stew. Suddenly, Kangwoo realizes he just walked into a trap. This choice is as tough as choosing between Coke and Pepsi, and despite his love for chicken, he wisely chooses Sella's kimchi stew, making her burst out laughing. Knowing she was only teasing, Kangwoo could only offer a sheepish smile, so Seola gave him her share of the chicken. Seeing him so happy made her smile too. Suddenly, Seola changed her tone, asking if he had any family or friends. Kangwoo chugged his beer down, slammed the glass onto the table, and said, "I don't. No friends, no family, not even a home." Worried, Seola asked where he slept, and he pitifully admitted he had absolutely nowhere to go. Saying that, Kangwoo quietly reached down to grab a dropped fork. Seeing his pitiful state, Seola could not help but ask, "If you do not mind, do you want to stay at my place?" Kangwoo looked surprised and asked if she was sure. Seola nodded firmly, saying he had no idea how much he had already helped her in such a short time. Telling him not to worry, Kangwoo sheepishly scratched his head and accepted her generous offer. He handed her the fork, wishing them both good luck. Seola smiled back, saying she would be in his care as well. Seola sensed that Kangwoo had a lot on his mind. Sure enough, he started rummaging through his pockets, wanting to give her something. He tossed a bag containing about 3 million won in front of her, calling it his rent. However, she immediately tried to refuse the money. She felt it was wrong to take his cash, especially since he had already helped her so much. Knowing she had been struggling financially lately, Kangwoo insisted she take it. He told her that if she hated calling it rent, she could just call it grocery money. Looking at the thick stack of cash on the table, she felt hesitant but finally accepted it. She was incredibly grateful to him, nearly tearing up from the gesture. She promised to cook him kimchi stew with premium meat tomorrow. That simple promise made him incredibly happy, making him feel like she was a literal angel on earth. He told himself that he had to sell more mana stones to make her happy. Speaking of mana stones, he asked her if there were any rank D gates nearby. Seola recalled a nearby gate she had never visited, which was rumored to be crawling with lizardmen. Hearing this, he immediately planned to pay it a visit tomorrow. He needed to slay stronger monsters to unlock his next awakening, and of course secure a massive load of cash. One weird question remained on his mind. Do lizardmen taste good? Later that night, the two of them headed back home. When suddenly asked if he wanted to join their guild, Kangwoo ignored the invite and simply asked what guild they were. The leader smirked proudly, boasting that they belonged to the Andras Guild. Kangwoo noticed the strange pendant they wore, which seemed to be their emblem. Having zero interest in them, he bluntly dismissed them and turned his back to walk away. He did not even look back as he walked away. Seeing a complete rookie act so arrogant left the guild leader absolutely furious. The girl beside him whispered, asking what they should do since they could not return empty-handed. Their boss would definitely punish them. Watching Kangwoo walk away, the leader coldly decided they should just beat him half to death and dump his body somewhere. Smirking wickedly, They relished the chance to blow off some steam and teach this cocky newcomer a brutal life lesson. Down by the river, strange phenomena began to manifest as a massive fire continued to burn fiercely. Watching the monster burn to ashes, Kangwoo figured it was for the best to clear out this area to keep things safe. Still, a little danger was worth it if he wanted to level up fast. Staring at his palm, he pondered his next move. Suddenly, a loud shout broke his train of thought, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. It was Ho-chun, who smirked and asked if he had already forgotten his senior. He claimed he was just checking in to see if the new guy was doing well. He instantly realized these guys had been tracking and targeting him from the very beginning. He knew they were exactly the type of scum who enjoyed bullying the weak. Shrugging, he casually replied that they were wasting their breath, since he was doing perfectly fine on his own. Surprisingly, Ho-chun did not get mad, simply keeping his cool and muttering a quiet, "Is that so?" He pointed out that his clothes were perfectly clean without a single monster corpse nearby. Unbothered, Kangwoo made up an excuse, saying he just wanted to rest. Still skeptical, Ho-chun questioned why a rookie like him was behaving so disrespectfully toward his senior. Fed up with the annoying interrogation, he straight up told him that he found his senior to be a massive pain in the neck. Losing his temper completely, Ho-chun could not hold back any longer and yelled out in fury. Completely unfazed, he challenged them, asking if they wanted to fight. Hearing this, an angry Taehyun prepared to launch an attack. However, Ho-chun quickly held out a hand to stop him, leaving Taehyun highly confused. He reassured his lackey, saying he already had a perfect plan to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Observing this behavior, Kangwoo silently analyzed that if the guy was this clueless, he must be rank B at the very least. Ho-chun then began to threaten him. He called him an annoying brat and promised to make him regret it instantly. With a calm expression, Kangwoo replied that he was looking forward to it. Drawing his sword, Ho-chun scoffed, wanting to see how long that cocky attitude would last. The rest of his gang quickly moved in. Ho-chun's expression turned sinister as his threatening voice echoes through the dark forest once more. "Hey, did you know those lizard monsters are incredibly sensitive to noise?" Facing this threat, Kangwoo simply stares back with cold, indifferent eyes. He wonders what this fool is actually trying to achieve. Honestly, it is just plain pathetic. Kangwoo remains completely motionless, ignoring Ho-chun's sharp blade that is currently hurtling straight toward him. The attacker sneers triumphantly, shouting, "Here it comes! Cast a shield spell already! How are you going to stop me now? I can track hundreds of targets just by sound. Honestly, this might be overkill just to teach an arrogant brat like you a lesson. So kneel and beg, and maybe I will actually consider not crippling you." Ho-chun lets out another loud, incredibly cruel laugh. "What, are you so terrified that you cannot even speak now?" Kangwoo remains dead, silent, completely unfazed by the empty threats before calmly speaking up. "I kept wondering how strong you actually were, but who knew you would be this pathetic?" Ho-chun, still completely clueless, scoffs in response. "What the hell are you babbling about? Trying to scare me?" Kangwoo's face turns cold and monstrous as he unleashes his supersonic authority. His sudden counterattack leaves them all wide-eyed in sheer shock. "What? What is this?" Without stopping, Kangwoo immediately unleashes his next devastating counterattack, sending Ho-chun screaming in sheer terror. "Hey, you crazy bastard, stop!" Watching them struggle, Kangwoo simply smirks and answers. "Fine." Trapped inside his own shield, Ho-chun is drenched in sweat as he stutters, "What? What on earth is happening?" The bastard and his allies huddle inside the protective barrier, their eyes filled with overwhelming panic and dread. A freezing wind blows by, carrying a disgusting stench as monsters begin to emerge. Sharp claws scratch against tree bark, creating a bone-chilling screech. They close in, forming a literal ring of death around the trapped party. This guy has absolutely lost his mind. His allies scream in panic. "I have never seen this many lizards before." This only makes Ho-chun lose his mind and yell, "Hey, focus on reinforcing the shield now." Then he glares at Kangwoo, roaring, "You crazy psycho, are you trying to kill us all? Huh?" But another sudden noise echoes, freezing Ho-chun right in his tracks. Up on a tree branch, Kangwoo looks down and speaks. "Did you not just say these lizard monsters are highly sensitive to noise? Trust me, I know that all too well." Having lost all patience, the horde of lizard beasts charges at the hunters, leaving Ho-chun screaming out in complete helplessness. "You absolute bastard, are you insane? Do you want everyone dead?" Standing high above, Kangwoo looks down and casually replies, "What are you talking about? I have no intention of dying. The only ones who will perish here are you guys." Kangwoo then uses his sound authority to manipulate the giant beasts. Watching the beasts aggressively turn on them, Ho-chun's eyes widen as a terrifying realization hits him. Is that sound manipulation? His party continues to struggle desperately under the relentless waves of monster attacks. Turning pale, Ho-chun desperately screams, "Get the barrier back up!" but as he spins around, he finds a massive beast right in his face. Before the female mage can even cast a single spell, a beast strikes her down. Witnessing this, Ho-chun freezes in terror and falls to his knees. He stifles his own screams as his teammates are brutally slaughtered one by one, with Tae-hoon meeting a gruesome end right before his eyes. Overwhelmed by panic, Ho-chun drops his spear. Shaking violently in utter terror with tears streaming down his face, he desperately begs, "Please save me! I was wrong! Please!" But Kangwoo only offers a mocking farewell. "Good luck, guys." Realizing he has been left to die, Ho-chun can only scream in pure despair. "You absolute bastard." That marks the bitter end of his life. Watching this, Kangwoo silently reflects on it all. Fight a demon with an even crueler demon, and suppress bloodlust with an even greater level of bloodlust. Meanwhile, fire continues to rage violently throughout the forest. Catching the flame in his palm, Kangwoo quickly snuffs it out before speaking casually. "Well, shall we begin, Gluttony?" At that exact moment, the status window displays that his mana stat has increased by 1. Cannot use Gluttony on creatures protected by the Gaia system. This leaves Kangwoo deeply intrigued. The Gaia system? Why does that sound so familiar? In the meantime, Kangwoo's Gluttony spell completely devours the dead monsters. Standing there watching the process, he contemplates silently. It seems these players he is looking at are protected by this force, which is officially known as the Gaia system. He wonders if he can digest a player's special ability using his Gluttony. But after a moment of thought, Kangwoo mutters to himself that it does not really matter. The actual amount of mana he can wield is what matters most. A new system notification pops up, stating his mana has reached 30. Deactivating his Gluttony magic, Kangwoo mutters that his mana has grown significantly since last time. But it is not just about the raw quantity. An owl-shaped flame erupts from his palm, and he gazes deeply at the fire with an intense look in his eyes. The quality of his current mana is what truly matters. He just needs to level up. He cannot wait for his third awakening. Having hunted so much today, that third awakening is definitely within arm's reach. He decides to keep pushing just a little bit further. 3 days after leaving the dungeon, Kangwoo happily finishes his dinner and immediately showers his companion with praise. "Today was absolutely delicious," Seola. Standing in the kitchen, Stella shyly thanks him and asks, "Gwanwoo, are you heading back to the gate to hunt again today?" Wiping his mouth, Gwanwoo prepares to answer. Confirming he will return by dinner, Stella picks up a water pitcher and asks if he is pushing himself too hard lately. "You haven't taken a single day off," she notes. Gwanwoo laughs it off, reassures her, and asks when her class ends. She gently replies it should finish in a few days. Stirring her drink, Stella adds that her class will start hunting goblins today to level up as quickly as possible. "I just hope we do well, since I want to reach my second awakening soon," she admits. Gwanwoo quickly reassures her she will get there in no time. Smiling warmly, Stella thanks him and offers another cup of tea, noting he must be completely exhausted from a severe lack of sleep. Thanking her, Gwanwoo happily notes to himself that she is a literal angel. Suddenly, Stella remembers something and speaks up. "Ah, I almost forgot. I was researching the gate recently. Did you hear any new rumors?" she asks, catching Gwanwoo completely off guard. "What rumors?" he asks. Stella quickly warns him that a player killer is lurking nearby, causing Gwanwoo's hand to tremble slightly. "It might just be a wild rumor," Stella says with worry in her eyes. "But you still must stay alert, Gwanwoo." Deep in thought, heavy questions begin to silently swarm Gwanwoo's mind as he processes this warning. A player killer disguising their rank to ambush others. He wonders if this rumor started because of that absolute bastard, On Jia. No, that is impossible. He carefully scanned the area before hunting, leaving absolutely zero witnesses. Besides, looking at the corpses, they seem to be killed by lizardmen. Even if the rumors are pointing to him, he does not need to worry, though he cannot be entirely sure. He must prepare for any scenario and level up as fast as possible. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he reached level 20. Reaching level 20 triggers the third awakening. As the prompt activates, Gwanwoo marvels at how much his magic power has grown since the previous stage. But this time, it is on a completely different level. Channeling magic into his hands, Gwanwoo confirms everything is just as he suspected. Fierce flames erupt from his palm. For a brief moment, Gwanwoo gets lost in his thoughts once again. With each awakening, the seal on countless demon gates weakens, allowing massive amounts of magic power to leak through the cracks. His eyes widen in surprise as he notices a peculiar magic stone. He wonders if he should examine it. Shockingly, that stone is lodged directly inside the mouth of a monster. The system alert flashes, displaying his Stage 3 Fake Awakener attribute, Mana Hunger. This is an A-rank demon attribute. It allows him to convert mana from magic stones into demonic power to absorb. Once successfully absorbed, glowing purple marks etch across Gwanwoo's face. Gwanwoo is completely stunned. saying, "Not bad at all. The demonic energy in this single stone already equals an entire monster. With this kind of power, he can easily double his absorption speed. Sure, he will lose out on the profit from selling magic stones, but he has earned more than enough cash lately anyway. For now, he has absolutely no reason to visit the Magic Stone Exchange Center anymore. Since he has plenty of spare time, he wants to test out this brand new ability. He decides to wander deeper into the quiet forest, looking up at the sky while taking a deep, long breath. He crouches low to warm up his body. Thanks to that simple stretch, he notices something highly unusual on the ground. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, accompanied by a blinding light that forces Kangwoo to immediately activate his sky powers. A sudden thought crosses his mind. He still has not encountered the powerful lizardman boss in this area. He eagerly wants to absorb a much higher quality magic stone. Unfortunately, the thick forest severely limits his visibility, and he lacks the demonic energy to activate his specialized observation powers. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes nearby, screaming, "Brother!" Kangwoo stops dead in his tracks, instantly recognizing the voice as Tae-soo. Rolling his eyes as he scans the area, a red-haired guy mutters that the bastard is disgustingly stubborn. His teammate quickly agrees, sneering that it fits his stupid brain perfectly, though he admits the guy is far more stubborn than he initially expected. Watching closely from behind a massive tree, Kangwoo wonders what is happening. Something is definitely wrong here. He spots a fallen player lying on the ground with a severe head wound. Isn't that the player who was wandering around looking for a team? Meanwhile, Tae-soo roars in absolute fury, demanding to know why. "Why did you attack my teammate?" The two attackers respond with pure arrogance, mocking him that his desperate screams sound pretty good. "What if you end up attracting that savage lizardman boss over here?" they sneer. Tae-soo only gets angrier, shouting, "Answer me right now." Watching from the thick bushes, Kangwoo quickly realizes Tae-soo has been betrayed. It seems these scoundrels are the actual player killers from the rumors. Just as he thought, he wasn't the culprit. Tae-soo yells out again, demanding answers. Losing his patience, the red-haired killer draws his sword to attack, yelling, "Shut up and do as we say." The killer delivers a devastating strike, but Tae-soo manages to raise his heavy shield just in time. However, the sheer impact shakes his entire body, forcing him back several steps to keep his balance while cold sweat pools on his face. Tae-soo dug his feet deep into the ground, fighting off the massive shockwave. Sweat dripped down his forehead as his breathing turned heavy, yet his resolute eyes never wavered once. Even though he knew his opponent was incredibly strong, Tae-soo gritted his teeth and refused to back down. The two villains were shocked to see Tae-soo standing strong after their assault, whispering, "This guy is ridiculously tough. Is he really just a second-stage awakener? How is he this strong?" Tae-soo gripped his shield even tighter. He shouted, "I'm not going down that easily." Then, Tae-soo slammed his shield down, unleashing violent sparks of lightning. His voice echoed with raw power. "It won't be that easy for you." But the two troublemaking players weren't intimidated at all. They figured his base stats must be high. Still, a player who hadn't even passed their third awakening had zero chance of winning against them. Tae-soo's gaze burned with absolute resolve. The two toxic players sneered maliciously. "Let's end this little game right here and now. You do remember we're not allowed to kill him, right?" "Yeah, of course I do." Hiding in the bushes, Kangwoo watched them closely. He wondered, they can't kill him? What does that even mean? His expression grew serious as he stared at the battlefield ahead. He reasoned that he only ran over here out of sheer curiosity. But then, Kangwoo recalled how warmly Tae-soo had introduced himself and chatted with him earlier. "Should I lend him a hand?" Meanwhile, the red-haired punk grinned like a demon, saying, "Better keep that shield up because this is gonna hurt." Shocked by the unfolding scene, Kangwoo realized he couldn't waste another second. He sprang to his feet and dashed right in front of Tae-soo. The red-haired player stopped in surprise. Staring back with deep suspicion, Kangwoo thought, "That's demonic energy. How on earth did these lowlifes get their hands on that?" The toxic duo barked at Kangwoo. "Who the hell are you? Just passing by? Man, you've got some terrible luck, kid. Now that you've seen our faces, don't think you're leaving here alive." Tae-soo gasped in complete shock, calling out, "Kangwoo?" The two thugs murmured to each other. "There's no reason to keep this new guy alive, is there?" "Nope, not a single one. We already hit our target quota with those other two anyway." They sneered with wicked grins, adding, "Right? Let's do this." Kangwoo stood in absolute silence, completely ignoring their loud, annoying chatter. It had been a long time since he faced such trash. Fearing for his friend's safety, Tae-soo screamed, "Kangwoo, run!" With a monstrous expression, the red-haired killer charged straight toward Kangwoo with his heavy axe. "I finally get to slice someone up." But before his axe could even swing down, Kangwoo delivered a thunderous, bone-shattering slap right to his face. His partner stood frozen in absolute disbelief, completely unable to react to the scene. After taking that brutal slap from Kangwoo, the red-haired player crashed hard, face-planting into the dirt. Unable to accept what just happened, they shouted at each other in confusion. "What are you doing? Why did you just fall?" "It wasn't me. Something seriously wrong." But Kangwoo didn't give him a second to explain, instantly unleashing a devastating punch directly into his jaw. He didn't stop there. Like a raging tempest, Kangwoo rained down a barrage of savage, lightning-fast blows. Watching from the sidelines, Tae-soo shivered in pure terror at the brutal display. Suddenly, he snapped out of it and cried, "Kangwoo!" Seeing his comrade get mercilessly pulverized, the green-haired player tried to sneak attack from behind, screaming, "You bastard!" Instantly sensing the murderous glare from behind, Kangwoo whirled around. In that split second, the green-haired attacker lunged with his sword, its sharp blade tearing through the air directly toward him. But with godlike reflexes, Kangwoo easily dodged the strike, immediately counterattacking with the terrifying power of the demonic void. With just one overwhelming strike, Kangwoo left his foe utterly paralyzed. Agonizing pain surged through his body, making his eyes roll back before he could even scream. The monstrous impact blasted him backward through the air. He slammed violently into a massive tree, the sheer force shaking the trunk as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Under Kangwoo's icy, disgusted gaze, the attacker slowly lost his ability to resist. Nearby, the red-haired thug still lay completely motionless on the ground. His face was swollen beyond recognition from the relentless beating. Before he could recover, a freezing hand suddenly clamped down onto his skull. An agonizing pain pierced his skull. Lifted straight off the ground by Kangwoo, he was forced to stare into the merciless, pitch-black eyes of a true monster as sheer terror consumed him. Gazing down at him with blood-red eyes, Kangwoo spoke in a chillingly calm voice. "Let me ask you one very simple question," he demanded coldly. "Where did you get that demonic energy?" Despite being helplessly pinned, the foolish red-haired player spat back. "You bastard, how do you even know about that?" Without letting him finish his sentence, Kangwoo brutally slammed his head into the solid dirt. Staring straight through him, Kangwoo's blood-red eyes flared with absolute malice. "I'm going to ask you again, where did you get it?" Trembling under the crushing grip, the red-haired punk stammered. "I can't tell you," Kangwoo simply replied with deadpan calmness. "No, you mean you don't want to tell me." With that, he unleashed his terrifying mental torment, sending the punk twisting and writhing in agonizing pain. Suddenly, emerging from the deepest shadows, a massive, nightmarish beast materialized. A grotesque stallion with 3 eyes burning like molten, red-hot coal. Realizing he was truly at the mercy of an unimaginable, terrifying cosmic horror, pure fear completely seized his soul as tears of agonizing pain spilled from his eyes, sending the remaining members into a panic. They cry out that their guildmaster has been defeated, but his teammate snaps, "Shut up! Taeho, have you completely lost your mind?" Annoyed that someone is loudly interrupting his work, Kangwoo conjures a mystical purple magic orb. He coldly tells him to stay put, and then turns back to demand answers. He demands to know the name of this guild, and a terrified Taeho quickly spills everything he knows. He screams, "It is the Andros Guild." Terrified of another beating, Taeho shakes and confesses their leader performed a ritual to grant them this power. Keeping a cold expression, Kangwoo raises an eyebrow and asks what kind of ritual. Taeho avoids his gaze and stammers nervously, unable to answer. Annoyed, Kangwoo crouches down, grabs Taeho by the face, and warns him that he clearly has not learned his lesson yet. He demands answers as that demonic horse monster reappears, looking 10 times more terrifying than before. Its 3 crimson eyes glow intensely in the darkness, but the absolute creepiest part is the massive third eye on its forehead, widening to clearly reflect a terrified Taeho inside. Staring at his own reflection in that monstrous eye, Taeho feels like an invisible force is swallowing him whole. Taeho desperately stammers out the word ritual, but suddenly, he begins convulsing violently as foam bubbles from his mouth. His eyes roll back completely, turning pure white. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Kangwoo feels incredibly frustrated because his prime suspect just dropped dead before giving him any real answers. They must have installed a deadly trigger that kills anyone who speaks of the ritual. Tae-soo speaks up cautiously, breaking Kangwoo out of his deep train of thought. He asks if he is really Kangwoo, and our main character casually confirms it. Nearby, Taehyun finally starts waking up, weakly opening his eyes to ask what just happened. Tae-soo excitedly cheers, knowing it was the same guy he met before. Hearing Taehyun speak, he immediately turns around to ask if his friend is all right. Despite the pain, Taehyun struggles to sit up. Tae-soo gestures toward their savior, quickly introducing him as the hunter named Kangwoo who just saved all their lives. When asked why an E-rank gate hunter is here, Kangwoo can only offer a sheepish smile, explaining he was just there doing some minor errands. Surprised, Taesu asks if he is not actually a rookie, and Kangwoo quickly nods to confirm. Hearing this, Taesu smiles, realizing that explains why the powerful hunter needed some time to think. He offers sincere thanks, admitting they would have been dead meat if not for his timely intervention against those lunatics. Kangwoo just scratches his head with an embarrassed laugh, while Taehyun weakly adds his own quiet thanks. Taesu raises his voice with a massive, beaming smile, amazed at how they reunited. He promises to absolutely repay this debt, now knowing he is dealing with a high-level hunter. Flustered by all this overwhelming gratitude, Kangwoo sheepishly mutters a quick thanks. Getting back to business, Taesu grumbles about the already terrible reputation of the Andras Guild, completely shocked that those lowlifes actually have an active magic user hiding among their ranks. He insists on reporting this to warn the Hwarang Legion immediately. Intrigued by the unfamiliar name, Kangwoo speaks up to ask what this Hwarang Legion actually is. Taesu explains that they are an elite group of players directly managed by the government. If they get a report that the Andras Guild is using demonic magic, they will launch an investigation immediately. Hearing this, Kangwoo falls deep into thought before asking him not to report anything yet. Taesu's fingers instantly freeze over his phone as he looks up in confusion. Wondering what he plans to do, he watches as a confident Kangwoo declares he will handle the Andras Guild by himself. Taesu opens his mouth to protest, wanting to stop him, but instead, he quickly relents and agrees to respect his savior's wishes. Though slightly surprised by how easily the man agreed, Kangwoo quickly regains his cool composure. He tells him to forget everything that happened here, but before he can even finish, Taesu suddenly drops to his knees, shocking both Kangwoo and Taehyun. Completely bewildered, Kangwoo can only ask what he is doing. With absolute passion, Taesu loudly pledges his loyalty, swearing to assist on this journey and make the Andras Guild pay for their crimes. Kangwoo just stands there with crossed arms, looking completely deadpan as he mutters a confused what. Driven by pure passion, Taesu dramatically declares they will personally punish these evil villains. He hypes up his savior's noble path, leaving a totally baffled Kangwoo wondering what on earth this man is talking about. Taesu eagerly praises this as cinematic heroism. Kangwoo tries to deny it, but the excited man just keeps going, declaring his absolute love for action movies. Deeply moved by this heroism, Taesu remains completely locked in his own fantasy, declaring his heart has been thoroughly captured by this noble display and he must repay him. He begs to join this journey to help out along the way, causing Kangwoo's expression to slowly sour as he reacts with utter disbelief. Comparing him to an absolute drama king, Kangwoo watches as Taehyun also bows deeply, offering his own sincere gratitude for saving them. He admits he is currently nothing but a punching bag, but promises to eventually find a way to repay him. Surprised by this sudden humbleness, Kangwoo crosses his arms and skeptically asks what he means by being a punching bag. Noticing his confusion, Taehyun quickly explains that it refers to defensive tanks who are told to just shut up and wrap their bandages. He explains that defensive tanks are notorious for zero damage output, only being good at taking hits, which often leaves them excluded from joining other hunter parties. Kangwoo stood surprised by the information he just received. So, that was what it really meant. But with complete determination in his eyes, Taehyun shouted, "This is our destiny!" Taesu excitedly chimed in, "If we want to repay him, why don't we just form a team right now?" Kangwoo remained silent, silently questioning whose benefit this arrangement was actually for. Tears welling up, Taehyun tightly clenched his fist over his chest. Taehyun confessed his gratitude, admitting he felt utterly useless now. Having been defeated, he only saw himself as a massive burden to Taesu. Taehyun's voice suddenly grew louder, promising to get stronger so he could support them both before saying goodbye. Kangwoo could only watch, stunned by their dramatic, self-written play. Taesu excitedly slapped Taehyun on the shoulder, praising his incredible attitude. Talk about heroic. His determination to train harder just to repay someone else was truly admirable. Kangwoo desperately wanted to curse them out, but could only silently wonder if they had lost their minds. Taehyun bowed deeply, bidding them farewell. Taesu was reluctant to say goodbye, asking if he really had to go. Meanwhile, Kangwoo pondered what to do with the unconscious jerk nearby. Taesu waved a cheerful goodbye, wishing him well. Once he left, Kangwoo pulled Taesu aside to ask him some questions. "Hey, Taesu, what level are you?" Taesu quickly replied that he was level 12, having just reached his second awakening. Kangwoo asked about his initial skill grade. Taesu explained his first awakening gave him a C-rank ability, which he leveled up through hunting. Quite surprised by this, Kangwoo asked what grade of special ability Taesu had received during his second awakening. With that same proud voice, Taesu declared his second awakening ability was A rank. Kangwoo was quite impressed, silently calculating in his head that this crazy guy had way more potential than he initially assumed. Kangwoo finally asked the burning question he had been holding back. "So, why haven't you joined a guild yet?" With your skills, you could easily join any guild you want. Tae-soo smiled, admitting he used to struggle with picking a guild, but now he didn't need to join one at all. Kangwoo stood there, completely baffled by what the man was hinting at. Clenching his fist with ultimate confidence, Tae-soo proudly declared that he had decided to follow Kangwoo for the rest of his journey. The more Kangwoo looked, the more Tae-soo reminded him of his old comrade back in the demon realm. Eyeing him up and down, Kangwoo gave his approval. Players who secure a high-grade second awakening are much more likely to unlock even stronger abilities during their third and fourth awakenings. Thinking back, Seol-ah should also be reaching her second awakening very soon. After weighing his options carefully, Kangwoo agreed to recruit him. Hearing those magic words made Tae-soo literally jump for joy like a little kid, shouting his gratitude to Kangwoo. Holding up his phone, Tae-soo eagerly asked for his contact number, promising to rush over the very second he was needed. Holding both of their phones, Kangwoo admitted he actually had a favor to ask. Tae-soo's eyes instantly lit up as he leaned in closer, begging to hear the task. Annoyed, Kangwoo shoved the phone directly into Tae-soo's face to push him back, complaining that the man was already draining his energy. He explained that an acquaintance would finish basic training soon, and he wanted Tae-soo to team up with her to power level together. Tae-soo eagerly asked about her class, and Kangwoo answered without hesitation, letting him know that she was a healer. Gripping his phone with Kangwoo's contact info secured, Tae-soo couldn't hide his excitement, expressing how absolutely thrilled he was to join forces. He added that since damage dealers were easy to find, they could easily build a powerful squad. Highly pleased with this response, Kangwoo promised to get in touch later. Tae-soo asked if he was heading to the Andras Guild, but Kangwoo silently stared into the distance, offering no reply. Wrapping up his conversation with Tae-soo, Kangwoo slowly turned his head. His cold gaze locked onto the blue-haired player, who was still sprawled out in the bushes after getting absolutely wrecked. The troublemaker sat there gasping, still completely dazed by Kangwoo's overwhelming power. Losing all patience, Kangwoo marched straight over without a word, grabbed the punk's neck, and coldly asked if he was awake. "I've got a few questions, and you'd better not lie to me." Kangwoo's gaze turned terrifying. "Nod if you understand." Seeing the punk eagerly comply, Kangwoo slowly let go of his grip, muttering a cold approval. Standing up, Kangwoo effortlessly hoisted the guy into the air and slammed his head violently back into the dirt. A heavy thud shook the ground, the sudden impact making Tae-soo whip around with a look of pure shock. Kangwoo's voice was low and heavy with menace, making the surrounding air feel suffocating. "What's your name?" Shaking with pure terror, the guy stammered that his name was Cheol-ho. Satisfied with the quick answer, Kangwoo praised him. "Just a second ago, you mentioned needing to capture players alive and bring them back, right?" Cheol-ho desperately claimed he couldn't remember. Thoroughly annoyed, Kangwoo didn't hesitate for a single second, launching a brutal, bone-crushing kick right into his face. The insane force of the blow instantly launched Cheol-ho high into the air. He crashed back down in agonizing pain, his face completely covered in blood. With his swollen cheek throbbing and his breath ragged, he lay there trembling violently from absolute blinding dizziness. Staring down with freezing eyes, Kangwoo asked in a terrifyingly low whisper, "How about now? Remember yet, Cheol-ho?" Shaking with absolute terror, he quickly confesses that they captured the victims alive to use them as sacrifices. Kangwoo asks in surprise, "A sacrifice?" Before he can ask anything else, a mysterious black energy suddenly surges forward, completely wrapping around Cheol-ho. In an instant, Cheol-ho's body violently shudders and his eyes roll back right before he collapses to the ground. Kangwoo narrows his eyes, his sharp gaze instantly scanning the area. Kangwoo stares down at Cheol-ho's corpse, thinking there are way more lunatics around than he expected. That bastard Tae-hun did mention something similar. A dark smirk plays on Kangwoo's cold face. Without a second thought, he reaches out and clamps his hand tightly over Cheol-ho's mouth to silence him completely. Dark blood immediately spills from Cheol-ho's lips, dripping slowly onto the cold ground. He gasps heavily, his entire body trembling in sheer terror. His wide, frightened eyes reflect the image of Kangwoo, a cold, ruthless monster who acts without a single shred of hesitation. Staring at Cheol-ho's terrified face, Kangwoo's gaze grows colder as he says, "Cheol-ho, I need a favor." Meanwhile, in another scene, Cheol-ho delivers the sacrifice, but is suddenly blocked by a man shouting, "Hold it right there." The man confirms his identity first, then asks, "So, did you and Tae-ho go hunting for the sacrifice together?" But as he looks up, he notices Cheol-ho's face is covered in brutal bruises. Shocked, he exclaims, "Wait, didn't you only go to a simple D-rank gate to grab a sacrifice?" But when he questions him about Tae-ho's whereabouts, he receives an incredibly shocking response. He was completely wiped out. Cheol-ho hands over the sacrifice and tells him to just go. Still, the news leaves the man totally stunned. You're telling me Tae-ho actually got killed in a weak D-rank dungeon? Do you really expect me to believe that? Yet, Cheol-ho firmly stands by his words, claiming it is absolute truth. This only fuels the man's panic. Cheol-ho simply gives a vague, evasive excuse for the death, muttering, "There was a high-level player with them, so yeah, thanks to Tae-ho, I barely managed to bring down that monster. We even hauled his body back to use as our sacrifice. He is still breathing, and his condition is not bad." But Cheol-ho's weird expression makes him feel uneasy. Luckily, Cheol-ho quickly covers it up, saying, "Since Tae-ho was wiped out, I'm just feeling a bit conflicted right now." The man just smirks, scoffing. Conflicted about what? The fewer survivors, the better. He adds that delivering this sacrifice guarantees they will all receive divine blessings. And since Tae-ho is dead, all his mana belongs to you now. He then mocks Cheol-ho, saying, "Wow, does that mean you did absolutely nothing and did not use any of your strength this time? You sneaky bastard. Did you actually take out Tae-ho yourself just so you could hoard all the good rewards for yourself?" Furious, Cheol-ho snaps, telling him to shut up. "Just take the sacrifice and do whatever you want. I am leaving." The man yells after him, "Hey, where are you going?" Watching Cheol-ho storm off, the man mutters to himself, "What is wrong with that guy? Is he seriously that upset over Tae-ho getting killed? He seems way more emotional than anyone would have ever expected." Shifting to a different dungeon, a cold voice echoes, "Guildmaster, you are running late." He quickly explains that a powerful high-level player blocked their path, and even Tae-ho ended up getting defeated. Hearing this, Seok-hun immediately demands to know about the sacrifice. The subordinate quickly says, "Right here, sir," handing over a heavy suitcase before slowly pulling down the zipper. The absolute immortality of the Great Enzo, the blessing of the Great Enzo, the power of the Great Enzo. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Seok-hun has waited a whole year for this moment to arrive. Please grant your servants your magnificent power. Meanwhile, Seok-hun's cult of loyal followers continues to steadily grow. Every player naturally craves overwhelming power, and Seok-hun is more than capable of satisfying that dark hunger by offering them a taste of his raw magical power. Now, let the ritual begin. Seok-hun laughs like a demon and orders his subordinates to get the magic stones ready. The more they crave this power, the more his body, his heart, and his overall strength will transform into something truly demonic. At this rate, he will become a true demon. Bask in the moment, Seok-hun wonders. "So, whose turn is it to receive the blessing today?" The minion bows deeply and responds, "It was supposed to be Kang Cheol-ho, but he refused to show up for the ritual today." The followers grow anxious, fearing no one will get blessed today. Suddenly, Seok-hun slams his staff down, shouting, "Silence, all of you! If you want a blessing, bring me sacrifices and magic stones. Those who do not work hard have no right to receive my grace. Besides, without my guidance, you would not even have a single chance to be blessed. Since that is the case, these unclaimed sacrifices belong to me." Seizing the perfect opportunity, Seok-hun begins the ritual. He slams his staff repeatedly onto the ground, channeling a massive wave of dark energy that completely fills the room. With this many magic stones, Seok-hun is confident he can perform the blessing ceremony several more times, growing infinitely stronger by absorbing all this raw mana. Pouring out of this crack is a massive, overwhelming energy, an absolute magic power so tempting that anyone would want to absorb it right away. But rushing this process is incredibly dangerous, a recipe for disaster. Absorbing it directly without any filter leads to only one terrifying outcome: complete petrification. But if these sacrifices absorb the energy until they die, their blood can be harvested for the purest magic power. Otherwise, the raw energy will simply consume your body and end your life right then and there. Yet, that body is holding up surprisingly well, making Seok-hun wonder, is this guy actually an A-rank awakened hunter? The longer they survive, the more magic they absorb. At this rate, it feels 50, 100, even 150 times stronger than that monster. He is an unbelievably powerful sacrifice, and his massive pool of magic is slowly draining, directly fueling Seok-hun's own power. As his energy surges to new heights, Seok-hun suddenly shrieks like a madman, telling him to open his eyes and scream in agony. 10, 20, 30, 40, all the way up to 50 times. Seok-hun completely loses his mind, wondering why the power just keeps climbing endlessly. But then Seok-hun suddenly freezes. You and I can see his panic as he begs his own subordinates to stop the process, leaving everyone completely bewildered. Seok-hun screams at the top of his lungs to stop, and the magic is instantly shut down. Collapsing to the ground, Seok-hun stares in utter disbelief as his stats suddenly shoot up by 20 points. It is completely mind-blowing, far beyond his wildest dreams. That's when Kangwoo wakes up and playfully taunts him, asking if he can run that ritual just one more time. Trembling from head to toe, Seo-kun stammers that it is impossible while his lackeys just stand there staring. Screaming in rage, he suddenly lunges straight at Kangwoo, unleashing a deadly skill to wipe him out. Fortunately, Kangwoo easily dodges the lethal blow. Smirking, he admits it wasn't half bad, driving Se-kun into another blind fury as he charges again. Clashing head-on, the two engage in a brutal, fast-paced duel. An explosion rocks the area, but what truly shocks Seo-kun during the chaos is the staggering magic radiating from Kangwoo. Kangwoo playfully mocks him, saying that having magic power is pretty convenient. Absolutely furious, Seo-kun turns and roars at his stunned men, demanding to know why they are just standing around. He orders them to attack immediately, prompting the mob to charge Kangwoo. But unfortunately for them, Kangwoo is already one step ahead. Flashing a deadly dagger, he lunges forward, and trust me, they never stood a chance as he quickly decimates the entire squad. Breaking bones and leaving them completely broken, he defeats the whole mob instantly. Angered, Se-kun screams at his men to get out of the way. Flashy guild leader Seo-kun smirks, bragging about a flame that can incinerate the very source of life itself. He calls it Hellfire Authority, but as the magic builds, Kangwoo just stands there before bursting into laughter. Seo-kun gloats, claiming that even if Kangwoo somehow learned to use magic, he stands absolutely zero chance of winning this fight. But before he can even finish bragging, Kangwoo steps forward and unleashes a completely different spell, catching him off guard. How is this possible? Staring at the strange power in Kangwoo's hand, Seo-kun begins to shake, muttering that this makes absolutely no sense. Realizing such an absurd power actually exists, Seo-kun knows he cannot win. Faced with defeat, he makes a sudden choice. He cancels his spell and drops to his knees, leaving Kangwoo scratching his head and wondering what kind of game he is playing. Then Seo-kun suddenly cries out, recognizing Kangwoo as the human form of the great demon Enzak. Kangwoo is utterly baffled as the guy grovels, begging and claiming he has waited forever for his descent. Calling Kangwoo their savior, king, and the ultimate ruler who will govern this entire world, Seo-kun quickly orders his bewildered lackeys to bow down immediately. Seeing this, Kangwoo wonders if he should play along. Invoking some made-up sky power, he bursts into a loud, booming laugh. He proudly declares that they have finally recognized him as the great Enzak, the king of fire, lord of hell, and master of all demons. Seo-kun instantly bows even lower, offering his loyalty, while Kangwoo can only smirk at how easily his trick worked. He orders Se-kun to clear out his useless henchmen so they can speak in private, and the two sit down for a chat. He starts to question Seo-kun, but gets immediately annoyed when the guy keeps addressing him as the great archdemon Enza. He snaps at him to drop the act since he clearly isn't Enza, leaving Seo-kun wondering who this monster actually is. But before he can ask, Kangwoo shuts him down, warning him to stop asking questions and only speak when he is spoken to. He then demands to know how did Seo-kun learn to use magic stones to tear open these dimensional cracks in the first place. Trembling, Seo-kun confesses that he learned how to open the rifts after attending a sermon. He explains that a mysterious man wearing a demon mask had approached him, promising eternal life if he pledged himself to their demonic cult. This ridiculous story absolutely infuriates Kangwoo, who immediately delivers a brutal slap to Seo-kun's face. He scolds the villain, asking how he could blindly trust a complete stranger without even knowing the consequences. Groveling on the floor, Seo-kun whimpers that the masked man was simply too powerful, wiping out his entire guild in a blink of an eye. He gave them a brutal choice, telling them to follow his orders or face absolute destruction. With zero other options, they were forced to accept his twisted teachings and obey his every command. Kangwoo wanted to know where that masked lunatic went, but a panicked Hyun swore he had no clue. He claimed he never saw the guy again, only receiving commands through email. This left Kangwoo highly confused, wondering why anyone would risk their life for this. Well, the answer was simple. The guy was just too strong. Sure, he was forced into it at first, but the sweet temptation of demonic energy soon had him willingly performing those dark rituals on his own. The mystery kept eating at Kangwoo. Who could this masked mastermind be? This demon cult was not officially recognized yet, but those psychopaths clearly knew how to drive people mad. They could not be underestimated. Kangwoo demanded to see the letters containing those orders. Hyun quickly handed them over, but surprisingly, there was only a single letter left. He opened it up to find a chilling instruction: absorb the demonic energy, become a demon, and recruit as many players as possible. Kangwoo could barely believe his eyes, asking if Hyun was the only recruit. But the terrified man admitted he had no idea, since he had never met any others. But deep down, Kangwoo had serious doubts about that. This villain was definitely not working alone. Unless they were total fools, they would never bet their entire grand scheme on a weakling like Hyun. especially since this was a massive recruitment drive. Kangwoo coldly asked Hyun if those absolute lunatics really intended to drag this entire world straight to hell. He laid down 3 strict rules for him. First, investigate this cult. Second, never perform these sickening rituals ever again. And third, keep his mouth absolutely shut about everything that happened between them. Terrified, Hyun nodded and quickly scrambled away. Even if Kangwoo managed to halt these rituals, dealing with the massive mess created by the Andras Guild was already exhausting enough. It was not the first time the guild had used people like this as disposable sacrifices. The government was finally paying attention. They would likely interfere as soon as he dug into the demon cult, but these bastards were definitely worth investigating. Having used the terrifying force of absolute fear, he knew he could not let a single detail leak out. Once the goal was achieved, it would be time to slip away. Sighing, Kangwoo figured today was far more exhausting than expected. At long last, Kangwoo made it back home. Stepping inside, he called out with a warm smile, announcing his return to Seol-ah. But Seol-ah looked incredibly worried, complaining that he had been in the gate for ages without sending a single text or answering her calls. Seeing her adorable concern, Kangwoo offered an apologetic smile, assuring her that something unexpected came up, but he was completely fine. With a sigh of relief, Seol-ah admitted she was terrified that something awful had happened to him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kangwoo thanked her for caring so much. He promised to keep her updated next time, which left her blushing as she softly replied that she would hold him to that. With that, she happily headed off to get his dinner ready. To his absolute delight, she had prepared a fresh, steaming pot of savory pork kimchi stew. Kangwoo could not contain his excitement, thanking her for always cooking such amazing meals. She smiled warmly, revealing that she had actually achieved her second awakening during today's hunt, and was eager to finally repay him. Capturing his full attention, she explained she had unlocked a rare B-rank special ability known as the Blessing of Light. This major milestone left Kangwoo thrilled, realizing that pairing her up with Tae-soo would make for an absolutely legendary team. Combining a high-tier healer with a reliable tanker would easily make them vastly superior to almost any standard hunter party out there. Curiously, he asked if she had received any Guild Scout offers, or if she was planning to sign with one. Looking back, it was clear that joining a major guild was the last thing on her mind. Instead, her sole focus was simply being useful to Kangwoo. In that warm moment, she seemed like an actual angel to him. Still, Kangwoo hesitated. Even with her incredible new high-tier ability, he firmly believed she shouldn't be joining his personal party just yet. To put it bluntly, she simply wasn't ready to handle the scale of his battles yet. A heavy silence instantly fell over the room. It pained him to say it, but the timing just wasn't right. His raw power had already skyrocketed far beyond anyone else at his level, making normal party play impossible. Grouping up now would only stunt his growth, slowing down his experience gain and holding him back from real battles. To push his limits properly, he needed to party up with top-tier players of his own caliber. He then suggested a better alternative, mentioning he knew an exceptional A-rank tanker. It was crucial for her to team up with someone like him to build up real combat experience and level up safely. Once she was seasoned enough, they could finally join forces to tackle high-rank dungeons. Realizing the wisdom in his words, she readily agreed to team up with this mysterious tanker. She was determined to level up as quickly as possible to stand by his side. He promised to back her up whenever she needed, viewing this as a worthy long-term investment while she placed the delicious steaming stew onto the dining table. Kangwoo couldn't help but wonder when exactly should he level up Seol-ah and Tae-soo. Eyeing the soup Seol-ah made, he grabs a spoon to enjoy the piping hot food. To make things better, she serves him a bonus dish. Instant noodles, the absolute food of the gods. Demonic cult, you bastards. I have no idea who you guys are, but I am going to protect this world alongside my precious noodles and save humanity with my kimchi soup, absolutely no matter what happens. Shifting to the player support center, Kangwoo heads inside to pick up his C-rank player card, but unfortunately, an unexpected issue pops up, and the staff tells Kangwoo to come back tomorrow to get it. Since C-rank cards require embedding a special magic identification stone, they cannot issue it immediately. Seol-ah did warn him it would take a whole day, but he still finds this delay incredibly inconvenient. Feeling annoyed and reflecting on his situation, Kangwoo suddenly realizes that ever since returning to Earth, he has not had a single moment of proper rest. Talk about exhausting. Besides, he has not done anything to the demonic cult yet, so he is absolutely determined to use this chance to finally relax. There is just one problem: Kangwoo has no idea what to do with his free time. Before getting dragged down to hell, he was completely broke, so he usually spent all his time reading comic books at a local manga cafe. But now, he decides not to do that anymore. He wants to live differently than he did 10,000 years ago. Since he fought so hard to return to Earth, he needs to make the most of his time and enjoy life. So, he starts brainstorming his next move. Suddenly, he spots a nearby PC cafe. Walking right in, he is surprised to find that it is actually a massive cyber game arena. The chairs are incredibly comfy, plus you can even order food. Is this actual heaven? Normally, people say PC cafe ramen tastes the best, and you have to play the most popular game. Looks like there is even a special event going on. With tanks and support roles, this game requires a 5-man team with unique roles, almost like real life. Naturally, Kangwoo's role will be the assassin who wipes out enemies instantly, a total battlefield disruptor, or maybe just a game troll. After queuing up, the game of League of Legends begins, making Kangwoo feel more excited than he has ever been in ages. He is amazed to find that slaying monsters actually rewards him with matching gold. But his teammates in this game are shocked to realize he is a complete newbie, quickly starting to throw some toxic insults his way. So, Kangwoo decides to teach them a lesson. Right then, his egg ramen is served, causing him to stop playing to grab the bowl, which only makes his teammates even more furious. Ignoring the raging chat, Kangwoo focuses entirely on eating, continuously praising how delicious the food is. He even got pickled radish. How is this so good? Pickled radish and instant noodles are the ultimate combo, and Kangwoo excitedly resolves to visit again. A strawberry sting drink to top it off. This is absolute paradise. Suddenly looking back at his screen, Kangwoo finds he was killed by Yasuo. Right then, his teammate yells through the headset, "Why did this toxic trash show up right when I'm about to hit Bronze 4? Talk about bad timing." As he turns around, choking on his drink, the gamer sitting right behind him spots him staring and snaps, "Who are you and what are you looking at? I'm already in a terrible mood, so look somewhere else," leaving Kangwoo completely baffled and surprised. What a crazy coincidence, he can't tell if this is good luck or bad. But she doesn't stop there. Striding over, she sneers, "Are you seriously eating egg ramen in the middle of a match? Get lost while I'm still being nice, you absolute jerk." Kangwoo doesn't care at all, simply asking, "What are you talking about? Who even are you?" Furious, she charges straight at him to teach him a lesson. To her shock, he effortlessly dodges it. "Why are you suddenly attacking me? Stop bullying innocent people." She instantly shifts her angle, launching rapid strikes, but Kangwoo casually dodges them all. Frustrated, she wonders what is wrong with this lunatic, finally preparing to unleash her finishing move. Unfortunately for her, Kangwoo is thinking the exact same thing. The two clash intensely, exchanging blows while dodging. Strangely, no matter how many attacks she throws, even her deadliest, most vicious skills and rapid-fire punches, Kangwoo doesn't get hit even once. Growing highly suspicious of his insane reflexes, she glares and asks, "Who the hell are you? Did the Mir Guild send you here?" The tension in the air is palpable. Hearing about the Mir Guild, one of the top 5 guilds, Kangwoo frowns, completely clueless about what she's saying. He honestly admits he doesn't belong to any guild, but she refuses to believe it, yelling, "Are you lying to me? There's no way someone with your skills isn't in a guild." Taking the chance, he asks which guild she belongs to. She smiles confidently and boasts that her guild is one of the top 5, a truly legendary household name. But suddenly, she remembers she has to keep that a secret, quickly telling herself to stay calm because she got way too carried away. Meanwhile, Kangwoo slips away to print his receipt and pay his bill, but she catches him and screams, "Where do you think you're going? I'm talking to you." Kangwoo's disappointed sigh only infuriates her more. Stepping closer, she demands that he stop playing around and give her a straight answer. "I've never heard of an A-rank player who wasn't registered with a guild." Without a word, Kangwoo pulls out his player card to show her he is actually D-rank. She is absolutely stunned that a guy like him is a total newbie. If he were just a regular rookie, she should have easily beaten him by now. Was that seriously a D-rank skill? Kangwoo walks away with a casual wave, leaving her panicking and wanting to yell at him to stop. But another suspicious thought holds her back. Finally, leaving the internet cafe, Kangwoo looks down with a blank stare, deeply worried about how quickly his power is fading away. Even though most of his magical energy is gone, those sharp combat reflexes from years of brutal experience are still hardwired into his body. Still, Kangwoo never expected to run into someone on his level quite this early, especially that final clash against the mysterious red-haired girl, where she vanished from his sight in a split second. Who possesses that kind of insane speed and reaction time? Lost in thought, Kangwoo suddenly freezes. Nearby, high up on a building ledge, someone is preparing to make a leap. It is the red-haired girl again, carefully scanning the area to make sure no one is watching her secret movements. Deciding the background white noise is enough to mask her call, she dials a number, and the other side answers instantly. Recognizing her as Yeonju Cha, the Red Rose Guild strategy team answers, and she immediately demands a direct line to human resources. She is finally connected to Hyun Woo, the head of human resources for Red Rose. When he asks why she called, Yeonju orders him to investigate a major threat, suspecting they might be dealing with a dangerous cultist. Though she cannot say for sure, Yeonju strongly suspects the guy is hiding his true identity. Even after checking his registration, she remains suspicious of this mysterious player named Kangwoo. Officially, his card lists him as a D-rank player, meaning he should not even have a mana circulation device. Normally, a low-level cultist like that would just hunt down other weak players to steal their power, but Yeonju knows he is different. His skills are far beyond that, and he was even able to easily predict her every move. Hyunwoo is absolutely stunned by this. Even when she is holding back her true power, no cultist should possess the sheer combat skill and speed to react to her movements in time, at least not until now. Yeonju has thoroughly investigated this cult before, and she has never found anyone capable of matching her combat prowess. It makes no sense, and this mysterious guy is starting to seriously worry her. With those godlike reflexes, there is a strong chance he is actually a high-ranking manager or even the leader of their organization. This raises a chilling question for Hyunwoo. Is the cult finally making their move? Knowing they cannot ignore this threat, Yeonju orders Hyunwoo to gather every piece of information on him immediately, and he quickly hangs up to start the search. She is still incredibly curious about him. While his connection to the cult remains a mystery, there is one thing she is absolutely sure of. Meanwhile, Kangwoo looks down and notices one of his shirt buttons was torn off during the scuffle. He could not completely dodge her fast attack. Both of them are still absolutely fuming after that intense clash inside the internet cafe. They already despise each other simply because they met a match for their own power. Frustrated and bitter, Yeonju clenches her fist in pure rage. If he is indeed just a D-rank player who can fight like that through sheer natural talent, then he is going to be a massive obstacle for her. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was looking forward to a nice, relaxing day off, but this crazy encounter completely ruined his mood and left him feeling incredibly annoyed. To make things worse, he has to enter a C-rank gate tomorrow right after receiving his player card. As long as threats like her are around, he can never truly feel secure about his plans, meaning he needs to get a lot stronger to prepare for the future. Back at the internet cafe, Yeonju stares intensely, looking at the screen displaying Kangwoo's match results. Gritting her teeth, she clenches her fist and slams it hard against the desk in frustration. She vows to find and absolutely destroy that crazy bastard, while at that exact moment, Kangwoo suddenly feels a cold, ominous shiver run straight down his spine. Following the map coordinates, Kangwoo finally arrives at his designated destination after a long walk. He spots the C-rank gate, noting a boss is active inside. Eager to level up, he decides to hunt it quickly, but a loud shout suddenly stops him. A security guard stops him, stating he can only enter with a C-rank license and a full 5-man party. When a confused Kangwoo asks why, the guard quickly explains. Since the dungeon boss is currently active, solo entries are strictly banned. Hearing this, Kangwoo just smiles and nods, claiming he completely understands the safety rules. He is actually thrilled to get a boss fight right after obtaining his card, while other players nearby are anxiously discussing their raid options. They bicker among themselves, wondering if it is even possible to defeat the boss. As they decide to form groups, Kangwoo watches from a quiet corner, observing that C-rank gates definitely attract players with much higher quality gear. Keeping track of everything is the real issue. To claim the entire dungeon alone, Kangwoo needs a solid plan. What should he do? Suddenly, a few players start shouting to each other, eagerly aiming for the boss's head to claim that 1,000,001 reward. Some hesitate, completely lacking confidence in their own skills. Meanwhile, Kangwoo silently observes and listens to the frantic chatter around him. He reflects on their internal conflict of fear, hesitation, and reckless hope. Nearby, players keep whispering anxiously, admitting that just looking at the boss terrifies them. They debate skipping the hunt entirely or just rushing in blindly. Kangwoo, wearing a smug smile, notes that a little touch of absolute madness will make things perfect. No need to repeat what he did with the hobgoblins. Right in front of him, a blonde player is still looking incredibly excited and ready. Sure, 1,000,001 is huge, and it has been a while since they hit D-rank, but realistically, the boss is way out of their league. As his thoughts settle, a strange purple energy begins to swirl around Kangwoo's hand. Humans usually just need a tiny push to lose control. He slowly places his hand on the blonde guy's shoulder, silently repeating that it only takes a little spark. This tiny dose of pure hysteria is more than enough to corrupt their minds. The blonde player's expression suddenly turns sinister as he questions why they are hesitating. Hearing this, another teammate turns to him, utterly shocked. He asks what's wrong. At that moment, the blonde player flashes back to his painful past, filled with brutal bullying and endless weakness. Back in middle and high school, thugs beat them constantly, leaving them to only dream of tearing those bastards apart. It was a living, breathing hell. But then, the gates opened, bringing hope. He believed his dream was finally real, that he finally possessed true power. He thought he would never have to grovel like a pathetic bug again. Suddenly, intense fury twists his face as he starts shouting in pure anger. Why are they acting so weak and letting simple monsters terrify them? The teammate standing beside him watches this sudden outburst in total confusion. He asks if he is okay because he seems totally off today. But before he can even finish his sentence, he suddenly shifts and agrees. He admits that being scared is pointless. All they have to do is slaughter everything. Instantly, another player nearby completely snaps as well. He loudly declares that he will never forgive the monsters that took his brother. Swearing heavily, he vows to butcher every single one of them. He will tear them apart to claim the rewards he deserves. Witnessing this, the rest of the crowd starts shouting in agreement. They agree that wasting time in low-ranked dungeons is over. Everyone is completely sick and tired of living like desperate, pathetic losers. Monster or not, they will make anyone who ever looked down on them crawl. They are going to slaughter every single beast here. No more holding back. Who cares if they are trolls? It is time to tear them apart and take the boss's head. Watching the hunters completely lose their minds and scream at the top of their lungs, the gatekeepers exchange extremely confused looks. They wonder why everyone is suddenly screaming. Suddenly, the enraged blonde player marches straight up to their desk and barks an order. He demands they open the gate immediately. Behind him, the rest of the mob charges forward, screaming to unleash them on the boss. Terrified by the sudden madness, the gatekeeper stammers, completely lost. He has never witnessed such chaotic behavior from hunters before. Using the commotion as a distraction, Kangwoo slips into the C-rank dungeon gate, unnoticed while the guard frantically reports the massive gathering. He requests the Bureau of Internal Affairs to investigate immediately. Meanwhile, the unhinged screams of the players echo outside the gate. With the crowd screaming for blood, Kangwoo quietly steps through the massive portal, his sharp eyes surveying the new environment. He carefully evaluates the area with his usual caution. The view before his eyes is honestly breathtaking, showing a surprisingly harmonious environment. Every single tiny detail here feels incredibly in sync. A wicked smile creeps onto Kangwoo's face as absolute confidence takes over his thoughts. Naturally, the ultimate reward will be his alone. With that smug thought, Kangwoo takes a few more steps forward. Stepping deeper, the environment suddenly shifts into a whole new territory. He finds himself standing right in the middle of a vast desert. Howling winds whip up small sandstorms toward the pale blue sky. He leaves deep, solitary footsteps behind him in the fine, shifting sand. Each step highlights his complete solitude in this endless expanse. Frowning, he quietly compares this place. This dry desert is nothing like the damp swamp terrain from before. It is massively open. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen pops up in front of him. He wants to check his current mana stats. The glowing system interface displays his numbers. Strength is 23, dexterity is 21, and stamina is at 20. Magic is 0, but his mana and inherited attribute are at 53, with intelligence at 11. Over 50 is decent enough to satisfy him. He wonders if he should put his skills to work right away. Kangwoo leaps up to the highest cliff to get a clear view, channeling magic through his hands. Activating his beholder skill, a massive eye appears. Scanning the vast desert, he spots hordes of dangerous monsters wandering all over the place. The sudden visual information overload is almost too much to handle. Looking further ahead, however, he finally spots his ultimate target, the massive troll leader. Feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion hit him, he notes that while the target is there, the boss is surrounded by way too many guards. Down below, the hyped hunters are chanting together, charging forward to achieve their fourth awakening. Watching from his high perch, Kangwoo smiles as they swarm into the area. Down below, the uncontrolled crowd continues their noisy, chaotic march. Time to take the boss's head. Watching from above, Kanhu realized he could use those players to his advantage. He would let the players clear the grunts, while he took care of the leader himself. With that plan, Kanhu quickly leaped from rock to reposition. Once he found a perfect spot to watch, he smiled, knowing he had to bait them first. Now, let's watch as the attack begins. Slowly raising his hands, Kanhu channeled his magic, summoning thick, swirling currents of dark energy around him. Violent winds kicked up the desert dust, forming a mini cyclone around him that made the whole area look incredibly eerie. From that thick darkness, a mysterious black sword slowly materialized, as Kanhu's eyes suddenly flared with a menacing red glow. Without a single second of hesitation, he thrust his hand forward, sending the black sword flying like a dark lightning bolt straight into the dungeon boss's chest. The monster's agonizing scream shook the entire desert. Its massive body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, triggering a rapid series of system notifications. The Rank B dungeon boss, the troll leader, has been defeated. 4 bonus experience points awarded. You contributed the most to this kill. Your experience points are tripled. You have leveled up 4 times. The glowing text hovered in front of Kangwoo, practically teasing him. Kangwoo stood there, completely dumbfounded. 1 hit and it is dead already? He muttered while keeping a close eye on the battlefield. Was that really the boss? The status window said so, but how could a rank C boss be this weak? Then, he realized no, it wasn't weak at all. The info said it was a standard rank C boss. Kangwoo was just way stronger than he thought, even though he'd planned on hunting as carefully as possible. But with this level of power, he didn't even flinch when the monster horde rushed him. Instead, he just smirked with pure confidence. Time to change the plan. At those words, the dungeon monsters immediately reacted, charging straight at Kangwoo with blinding speed. Claws bared and eyes burning with hatred, they closed in. But Kangwoo stood completely still, confidently declaring he'd slice them all in half in one go. Without hesitating, Kangwoo leaped forward to meet them, unleashing a devastatingly powerful strike. The monsters froze in pure shock, but before they could even react, Kangwoo's sharp arm blades swept through them like a gentle breeze. Those deep, clean slashes instantly tore their bodies to shreds. Standing victorious, Kangwoo felt incredibly satisfied with his overwhelming display of power. A single strike had completely shattered the magical swords nested inside his enemies. With his current mana pool, this was absolutely nothing. Right on cue, the system announced that he had successfully wiped out a pack of rank C trolls. He leveled up twice and unlocked the rank A Earth Sword skill. Supposedly, techniques registered as skills were far more effective. Looking at the surviving monsters, Kangwoo wondered about it. He had heard that players could unlock these once they harnessed enough elemental trait power. Excited, he grinned and decided to test it out. With just a single drop of his blood, a massive cyclone instantly whipped up around them. He locked onto the coordinates of every single monster. The beasts charged forward blindly, completely unaware of the traps beneath them. But the moment they stepped into those magic circles, their bodies violently convulsed. Shaking violently from the agonizing pain, they began to scream non-stop. The ground opened up, quickly swallowing their bodies in dirt and sand. Kangwoo watched in satisfaction, noting how much more effective this was. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. He activated his Predator skill, and the system quickly notified him that his mana had increased by 2. However, Kangwoo wasn't fully satisfied and complained, asking if it was really just 2 points. Was it because his mana stat had already reached 50? Even exchanging all his mana stones only gave him a boost of 2. Still, his leveling speed was solid, just 4 more levels until his 4th awakening, so let's see what else he hunts before heading back. With the boss and the horde wiped out, the arriving players looked around in total confusion, loudly questioning where the boss had gone. They had expected a massive raid, but found absolutely nothing, wondering if the government had messed up the intel. Forget the boss, even the minions were gone. Some noted they had only seen a few trolls running away in a panic. There was absolutely no sign of a corpse, only faint traces of a battle. Disappointed and exhausted, some of them suggested heading back, claiming it was the smartest move. However, a few stubborn players protested, insisting they should push just a bit further, but no one listened and they turned to leave. The remaining players cursed, wondering how the system got it so wrong and demanding to file a complaint. Meanwhile, Kangwoo peeked out from behind a massive boulder and sighed in relief. It seemed his stealthy tactics had worked flawlessly. The empty-handed players continued to grumble and swear, completely frustrated that they had walked away with nothing today. They cursed their terrible luck, wondering what kind of garbage day this was after all their preparation. Using the angry players as his cover, Kangwoo quietly blended in with their group and slipped out of the dungeon completely unnoticed. It was the perfect escape plan. Once they stepped outside the dungeon gate, the players immediately started bickering again over who had messed up the raid's timing. Some complained about skipping work for nothing, demanding compensation, while their mounting frustration only made Kangwoo highly amused. Finally, he starts feeling relieved. But just as he relaxes, a commanding voice booms out. "Silence!" This catches Kangwoo completely off guard. As a group approaches, he immediately senses that something big is happening. What is going on? The Hwarang squad? The surrounding players start whispering in panic. Why are they here on urgent business? Why did so many show up? Is there a massive threat? Seriously, I just want to go home already. What a colossal waste of time. But then, a powerful woman walking confidently in the center catches everyone's eye. Look over there. Is that the Hwarang squad leader, Bae Hwa-yeon? Yes, it really is her. Hwa-yeon strides forward and slams her sword into the ground, sending a massive shockwave. Silence! We have an announcement for all players. We received critical intel about chaotic players operating near the D-rank gate, meaning players possessing power far beyond their normal tier limits. All the nearby players look completely baffled by this news, but Hwa-yeon ignores them and continues. announcing random checks on any player at or above the third awakening stage. We expect full cooperation. Whispers break out as players remember hearing rumors about these dangerous chaotic players. Hearing this instantly ruins Kangwoo's mood. Finding chaotic players? The Hwoaring squad members begin their systematic checks. Hold on, show me your player card. Standing in the crowd, Kangwoo wonders if they can actually detect his true power. Noticing the players' annoyed expressions, the Hwoaring squad members quickly try to ease the tension. Do not worry. This screening process is extremely simple. We have a specific list, but today is just a routine check. This explanation only makes Kangwoo feel even more uneasy. He had caused some chaos recently, so could they be targeting him? If they find out, it would be extremely dangerous. Fighting them now is impossible. There are way too many witnesses, making any clean escape highly unlikely. Especially that woman, Bae Hwa-yeon. She looks incredibly troublesome to deal with. If possible, he really wants to slip away undetected. How can he escape? While Kangwoo is lost in thought, Hwa-yeon suddenly appears right in front of him. Please show me your player card. Did you lose it? Startled, Kangwoo quickly fumbles for it, asking for a moment. Handing over his card, his anxiety spikes. Was he just overthinking things? It seems she does not suspect him. Still, he must be more cautious. Since chaotic players are active, maybe he should pry some info out of her? Kangwoo decides to play nice, thanking her for doing these inspections personally. Hwa-yeon keeps her eyes glued to his card, explaining that delegating this task makes her uneasy. Her strong sense of duty deeply impresses him. She is quite remarkable. He strikes up a chat, mentioning how chaotic players seem to be everywhere lately. Exactly, Hwa-yeon replies. That is why we conduct these random checks. All right, your card is cleared. Taking his card back, Kangwoo politely expresses his gratitude for letting him go so quickly. But then Hwa-yeon remarks how terrifying it is that people murder for money. He hides his tension, calmly agreeing that greed is indeed scary. Secretly, he scoffs. She is lying. They already know chaotic players do not care about money. The government is actually targeting the demon cult. Before leaving, Hwa-yeon simply bids him farewell. Hoping to pry for details, Kangwoo asks which chaotic players they are tracking, offering to report any sightings to her organization. But she flatly declines his offer, thanking him but insisting that protecting players is their sole duty, not his. Denied, he just laughs it off. Curiously, Hwa-yeon notes that he seems to be a fresh C-rank player. She advises him to level up safely at D-rank gates instead of rushing into dangerous high-ranking zones immediately. Not wanting to argue, Kangwoo simply nods and thanks her for the advice. Surprisingly, Hwa-yeon praises him, saying good players like him are rare nowadays. She hopes to see more responsible players like him in the future. Internally, he thinks that having more of him would be a disaster, but politely thanks her. Watching her leave, he grows increasingly curious. Is this actually a covert, under-the-radar investigation? He now knows the government is tracking demon worshippers. Time to go home. He immediately calls Tae-soo to meet up. A few days later, they meet. Tae-soo shows up, cheerfully greeting their companion. Are you the amazing healer he kept talking about then? Seola blushes while introducing herself. When Tae-soo compliments her beauty, an incredibly flustered Kangwoo snaps. Stop staring at her. Anyway, Tae-soo, just like I mentioned, I need you to carry Seola through the D-rank gate. Without thinking twice, Tae-soo quickly agreed, saying, Sure, I actually make that same request pretty often anyway. A B-rank healer? You and I both know how valuable that is. Tae-soo wondered if his sister-in-law's only skill was basic healing, making Seola blush and shyly stammer. Wait, sister-in-law? Noticing Seola looking incredibly embarrassed, Tae-soo quickly jumped in to save her, saying, No need to be shy. Tell me the details of your trait. That put her at ease, and she nodded in confirmation. Yes, my trait is called Light Blessing. Besides healing, I can also apply buffs to boost strength, health, and dexterity. This got Tae-soo even more curious, prompting him to ask, So can you heal and buff at the exact same time? Seola was quick to confirm it. Yes, and though I am not that strong, I can also use combat skills. Hearing this, he gasped out loud in absolute shock. That is incredible, Kangwoo. A healer who can buff and fight is extremely rare. Even massive guilds like Hwanung would recruit our sister-in-law in a heartbeat. She could not hide her excitement at that moment, and instantly replied, Thank you so much, Tae-soo. Was even Kangwoo himself actually this incredibly shocked by her hidden talents? Seola looked brighter than ever as she gently added, But for now, I do not want to join any guild. Wearing a sly grin, Kangwoo thought to himself, Sister-in-law, huh? Yeah, I am definitely not going to deny that. Tae-soo declared loudly with a big laugh. Same here. From now on, I want to make history in the player world alongside my brother Kangwoo. With that, Tae-soo grabbed his glass and chugged it like it was ice-cold beer. Seeing this, Kangwoo quickly shouted, "Hey, that is not beer," leaving him to cover his embarrassment with a ridiculous excuse. A hot Americano really is the best, right, brother? But Kangwoo was not about to let him slide. Do you think you are eating soup or what? Anyway, have you found anyone else to help us fill out a party? Tae-soo was quick to fire back. Of course. I managed to find two incredibly talented people. They just finished their second awakening. They are so talented that I am honestly surprised no big guild has snatched them up yet. You will love them. I have a great eye for talent. Sure, I make mistakes occasionally, but my instincts are usually spot on. We met back when I started out hunting goblins, and they are completely reliable. If you are good with it, I will introduce them to you tomorrow before the raid. Kangwoo turned to get Seola's thoughts with a smile. Sounds like a plan. What do you think, Seola? She quickly nodded in agreement. If they are recommended by your friend, Kangwoo, then of course it is fine with me. Besides, I need to level up quickly so I can keep up with you, Kangwoo. Though slightly flustered, he kept his cool and replied, "Do not rush. Your safety is what matters most." Watching this sweet interaction, Tae-soo could not help but tease them. "Look at you two, so sweet and cute, brother." Kangwoo, blushing from embarrassment, quickly snapped back, "Hey, stop staring at us." Before heading out, Tae-soo made sure to remind him, "We will meet in West Incheon tomorrow. I will text you the exact location later." Kangwoo was caught off guard and asked, "Wait, there is a D-rank gate right nearby. Why go there?" This forced Tae-soo to explain patiently. "Has not that local gate been having a lot of weird accidents lately? This time, let us target trolls at the West Incheon gate instead of those lizard men." Hearing this, Kangwoo wanted to double-check, raising an eyebrow. Wait, newbies fighting D-rank trolls? But Tae-soo immediately shut down his doubts. No, they are stronger, which means way more experience points, and they are easier to hunt since we do not have to sneak around quietly like in the swamps. Hearing this logic, Kangwoo happily agreed. Great idea. Internally, he was quietly reassessing Tae-soo. The guy was actually pretty clever, which made him an extremely solid subordinate. Kangwoo quickly wrapped up their little meeting with a parting promise. "All right, see you tomorrow." His sudden rush to leave caught Tae-soo off guard, who whined, "Wait, you are leaving already?" Kangwoo confirmed with a simple nod. "Yeah, I have got some things to take care of today." Curious as always, Tae-soo pushed for more details, asking, "Like what?" Kangwoo did not bother hiding the truth, replying bluntly, "Just leveling up." He was locked in and hyper-focused. At level 29, he was just one tiny step away from his fourth awakening. Without wasting another second, he activated his power, the authority of observation. First up, those 8 targets. After absolutely shredding through waves of monsters, Kangwoo wiped his brow, wondering how many more he needed to slay. Suddenly, a strange scent caught the wind. Kangwoo froze, sniffing the air. That metallic scent, it was human blood. Normally, a little blood is common in a dungeon, but you and I can tell this heavy stench points to a total massacre. A whole party of 5 or 6 C-rank players was wiped out instantly. A tragedy like this usually pointed to rogue players. There, he finally found the source. Following the copper stench, Kangwoo looked down to find bodies scattered across the sand. After checking closely, he realized they were all dead. The demonic cult would never execute players, since they require living sacrifices. So who did this? Since the blood was fresh, the killer had to be nearby. Who could have done this? Before he could piece it together, a looming figure emerged from the shadows, cutting his train of thought dead in its tracks. That was when he locked eyes with the demonic beast. A hellhound? What on earth was a hellhound doing all the way out here? Fierce growls echoed across the barren desert. Kangwoo dropped low to the ground to keep his footing as the hellhound launched another relentless, vicious strike. After trading blows for a bit, Kangwoo realized this thing was incredibly strong. It was definitely a hellhound. Their brutal clash triggered massive, earth-shaking explosions across the desert sand. Furious flames immediately erupted all around them. With the hellhound's power showing absolutely no signs of slowing down, Kangwoo realized a direct sword fight would not work, forcing him to adapt his strategy. If swords aren't working, what's next? He unleashes his ultimate power, Black Spear. Channeling his magic, he grips the spear. He spins gracefully mid-air, tracing sharp, lethal arcs through the sky. Caught completely off guard, the hellhound takes a direct hit, leaving it severely wounded as it crashes onto the desert sand. But then, Kangwoo suddenly realizes his mistake. He only succeeded in making the beast even angrier. The hellhound roars back to life. Kangwoo quickly stomps the ground, launching himself high into the air with a sudden realization. Launching forward like a bullet, his swift kick collides directly with the hellhound's razor-sharp, snapping jaws. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Kangwoo locks onto his target, fully prepared to exploit the monster's fatal weakness. Thinking fast, Kangwoo unleashes his earthquake skill. sending violent shockwaves tearing through the ground beneath them. Seizing the moment, Kangwoo charges forward with his spear, thrusting it deep into the monster's mouth with flawless precision. Gripping the spear with absolute force, he pins the massive hellhound flat against the desert sand, leaving it struggling helplessly as the ground collapses into a deep abyss, before the beast is suddenly launched skyward. Spinning gracefully midair, Kangwoo channels his entire weight into a devastating, lightning-fast spin kick. Fighting through the throbbing pain, he has to admit that this damn beast is incredibly resilient. It's true, basic attacks won't cut it. The beast is still just as powerful as before. Here it comes. The monster erupts in blinding light, unleashing a massive wall of fire that forces Kangwoo to leap backward, scoffing at how this wild beast just refuses to learn its lesson. Without hesitation, he unleashes Baphomet's strength, driving his spear straight into the monster's snout. Despite suffering severe, agonizing injuries, Kangwoo grits his teeth through the intense pain, delivering an incredibly powerful blow that sends the giant beast flying backward. It lets out an earth-shattering screech, wildly tearing up the dirt and rocks in pure rage. Watching the monster rise yet again, Kangwoo simply shakes his head, exhausted by its sheer persistence. He curses under his breath, wishing he could somehow utilize two different powers at the same time. Luckily, having slaughtered countless hellhounds back in the abyss, his current power is more than enough to handle this. With one last decisive strike, he brings the beast crashing down. Instantly, the system alerts him that he has successfully cleared the dangerous Rank C Rift fragment. His experience points skyrocket, gaining 5 levels. Since he reached level 30, the system initiates his 4th awakening. The trait for his 4th awakening is the Rank of Power, Mana Ruler, allowing him to control his magic with unmatched speed and fluid precision, while also completely erasing all traces of mana from other living beings. Still, the term Rift Fragment bugs Kangwoo. Come to think of it, he has never even heard of a Rift Core before. Is hell itself just a rift? But wait, how did these monsters cross over in the first place? A simple hellhound couldn't possibly wield the weapons of the 7 archdukes. Just what exactly are these rifts anyway? Is it really just limited to hell? He shrugs it off, knowing that overthinking without clues is a total waste of time. Checking his remaining system alerts, he gapes in utter shock at the massive list. A rank A trait on his very 4th awakening? Now that he's completed his 4th awakening, those worries vanish. Time to feast on his fallen prey. Activating his power, the authority of devouring, Kangwoo consumes the hellhound's corpse, wearing a highly satisfied, smug grin after succeeding. If he can just reclaim his original pool of magic, he will become even stronger than he was in hell. Grinding levels is the absolute best way. Stepping out of the gate, he stretches his tired limbs and happily decides it is finally time to head home. He feels great, craving some hot kimchi stew to wrap up the day, but his jaw drops when he spots none other than Cha Yeonju waiting right in front of him. She quickly greets him with a casual, "Long time no see." After a stunned silence, Kangwoo coldly reminds her that they aren't close enough for casual greetings, let alone knowing each other's names. Assuming their PC bang encounter was the end of it, he's surprised when she confidently introduces herself as Cha Yeonju. The name immediately rings a bell for Kangwoo. Isn't she the guildmaster of one of the top 5 legendary guilds? Could it be the Crimson Empress of the Red Rose Guild? She wastes no time confirming his suspicions, proudly revealing she is indeed the guild leader. That finally explains her terrifying level of strength to him. Getting straight to, he cuts straight to the chase, asking why she sought him out. She calmly reveals she did a background check on him, noting his name, his 1995 birth date, and his upbringing at the Haesung orphanage without ever being adopted. Living alone after leaving, he completely vanished for 5 whole years with 0 digital footprint, only to suddenly register as a player just this year. Am I correct on that? His expression turns cold as he demands to know why she investigated him, though he admits her information is spot on. Smiling confidently, Cha Yeonju adds that he registered on March 16th, which was only about 3 weeks ago. The Player Support Center's test rated his first awakening as rank F, but she figured that evaluation had to be completely wrong. After all, an actual F-rank hunter could never clear a rank C gate after only 3 short weeks. Showing up out of nowhere after 5 years, he was already clearing rank C gates. At first, she assumed he was a criminal using a bot identity, but his face and even his fingerprints matched his official records perfectly. Hearing this, Kangwoo calmly pushed for more details. How did she even get his fingerprints? Avoiding his gaze, she simply ignored him and went right back to her work. He remembered everyone had to scan their hands during registration. It hit Kangwoo that these people possessed records of every gate he entered, alongside his personal fingerprints. These massive guilds held way more power than he expected. Meanwhile, Yeonju quickly came to her own conclusion. Since his identity was real, she knew he was an exceptionally gifted player. In fact, his raw talent might even surpass her own, or even the legendary Baek Young. Facing such high praise, Kangwoo played it incredibly cool and humble. He thanked her for the kind words, but immediately asked what she actually wanted from him. After a long, quiet pause, Youngju finally laid out her offer. Speaking as the official leader of the Red Rose Guild, she wanted to personally sponsor a high-potential player like Kangwoo. His completely indifferent reaction caught her off guard. Curiously, Youngju asked him what he thought she was going to say in the first place. Smiling, Kangwoo admitted he thought she wanted him to join her guild, but Youngju scoffed, asking why she would ever let a suspicious F-rank slacker join them. She quickly corrected him, adding one more very crucial point. If he actually wanted to join, he would not have hidden his power from day one. Inside, though, Kangwoo quietly grumbled that he had never hidden a thing. Getting straight to the point, he boldly asked what this sponsorship would actually look like. This brought a smirk to her face as she promised direct financial backing to speed up his leveling. Naturally, Kangwoo did not forget to bring up his own terms. He teased her, asking if she just wanted his help in that online game they played. Incensed, Youngju nearly lost her mind and yelled before desperately telling herself to remain calm and professional. She insisted she only wanted to make a deal. Her flustered reaction made Kangwoo chuckle, admitting he was just joking since it was his first time playing that game. Surprisingly, Youngju found herself totally caught up in his explanation. She complained that missing out on the silver rank because of him still drove her crazy. Out of nowhere, he grinned and asked if she was stuck in bronze. Hearing him call her rank pathetic, she flushed with embarrassment but still tried to explain herself. She snapped that she was fully capable of ranking up, but kept getting matched with terrible teammates just like him. Chuckling, Kangwoo finally understood her pain and moved the conversation along. He asked why she was so desperate to sponsor him, and without a second of hesitation, Youngju replied that he was bound to grow far stronger. Despite registering as a rookie just 2 weeks ago, his rapid growth rate was nothing short of terrifying. He had cleared rank E, D, and even C gates completely by himself, proving he was destined to grow much stronger than he was now. Cutting the jokes, Kangwoo got serious and asked what she was offering. Youngju did not waste any time listing some incredibly tempting benefits. For starters, her guild would issue him a temporary permit, granting him unrestricted access to any gate ranked A or below without any hassles. This immediately caught Kangwoo's attention, and he told her it sounded like a solid deal. Sensing his interest, she added that they could easily match him with guild members of any level he requested if he ever wanted to form a team. On top of that, selling magic stones to them would come with the absolute maximum tax breaks. Hearing about these heavy tax cuts and party-matching support made him wide-eyed. It sounded fantastic, and Youngju kept the perks coming by, offering to let him borrow high-tier gear. While special-grade weapons required a safety deposit, lower-tier gear was completely free to rent. They would even throw in a house and a car if he requested. Kangwoo fell deep into thought, suspecting that this offer was almost too good to be true. Noticing his sudden silence, Youngju curiously asked what was currently going through his head. She assured him it was just a smart future investment, but Kangwoo remained highly skeptical, arguing it was still way too generous. Youngju quickly clarified that nothing in this world was free, meaning the guild would eventually assign him various tasks to complete. She expected him to comply when the time came, making Kangwoo realize her guild had some heavy-duty tasks lined up for him. He figured they were only funding him to secure muscle for future problems, so he asked for details. However, Youngju flatly shut him down, saying it was too early. Shrugging, Kangwoo figured it was probably a long story anyway, so he casually agreed to stop prying for the time being. Internally, he calculated that if their future requests turned out to be too ridiculous, he could always just walk away. Finally, he agreed to the deal, and Youngju offered him a warm, friendly smile in return to seal the contract. For him, this was a golden ticket. It connected him with a major powerhouse and secured massive backing that he simply could not afford to pass up. He was not about to let this slip away. With that, the deal between him and Cha Youngju was officially locked in. Thrilled with his decision, she praised him for making the right call, though he immediately asked when she would finally reveal the catch. Tapping his chest, she confidently tells him that his current level is basically useless when things go down. She turns to leave, but Kangwoo grabs her hand to stop her. He warns her not to judge a book by its cover, leaving Yeonju completely stunned as he confidently boasts about being way stronger than she could ever imagine. Rolling her eyes, she calls him an arrogant jerk, explaining that his weakness isn't why she's staying quiet. But she asks if he's really that desperate to know. Ultimately, she admits they just lack solid proof, making it impossible to reveal anything until they are absolutely certain. Rubbing his chin, he decides not to push her. After exchanging phone numbers, Kangwoo drops it and asks when he can collect his new gear. to which she replies they can go right now. Without a second thought, knowing he needs gear to increase his mana, he accepts. Yeonju then leads him straight toward the guild's main headquarters. He asks where it's located, and she replies it's at Seoul Station. As she leads the way, a high-end sports car rolls up, drawing amazed stares and dropped jaws from everyone on the street. A kid begs his dad to buy it, but the stunned father instantly recognizes the multi-million-dollar Porsche 918 Spider and promises to work way harder. People wonder who owns such a rare beast in Korea. Turns out, it's Yeonju's ride, prompting a curious Kangwoo to ask how much it cost. She casually claims she forgot since she just bought it. Kangwoo guesses it's around 10 billion won, and she simply nods in agreement. Staring at her, he can barely believe this rich driver is the same girl who wears sloppy clothes and baseball caps to play PC games. Talk about a crazy glow-up. As they speed off, he remarks on the incredibly smooth ride. She smirks, asking if he wants one, reminding him that the guild easily provides company cars. Unbelievable. Kangwoo's eyes instantly light up as he shamelessly offers to call her big sister Yeonju from now on, leaving her completely speechless with disgust. Calling him utterly nauseating, she threatens to deploy his airbag right into his face. Sensing he went a bit too far, he nervously tells her to watch the road. He boldly asks her to keep the sweet rides coming, but an annoyed Yeonju warns that she will instantly repossess it if he ever fails a mission. Riding along, Kangwoo wonders why a powerful guildmaster is being so incredibly petty. She snaps at him to shut up, reminding him of the massive crew she has to support. Agreeing to stay quiet for safety's sake, they finally pull up to the headquarters, leaving Kangwoo absolutely amazed by the ultra-modern skyscraper towering before him. Yeonju casually leaves the keys inside for valet parking. Kangwoo notes that this headquarters looks almost as massive as the official player support center. So, top-tier guilds are really this wealthy? She interrupts his thoughts, urging him to get moving inside. Teaming up with a powerhouse guild was definitely the right call. Inside, the manager is already waiting to greet them, immediately guessing Kangwoo is the special guest. Park Hyunwoo steps up first, introducing himself as the head of HR, before introducing Kangwoo and the stern-looking commander, Moon Young-ho. Kangwoo is highly suspicious of the commander, wondering why the guy is glaring so intensely. The HR head warmly welcomes them, assuming the negotiation went perfectly, and thanks Kangwoo for agreeing to join forces with their organization. Kangwoo jokingly mentions he couldn't refuse such a sweet deal regardless of any hidden schemes. Commander Young-ho crosses his arms, calmly assuring him they aren't that malicious. As the HR head offers to guide him to the armory, Yeonju steps in, deciding to take him herself to save them time. Relieved, the manager tells them to follow along. The stoic commander decides to escort them himself. When Yeonju questions why he's tagging along, he coldly admits he wants to evaluate what kind of guy this newcomer is. She shrugs, noting that it's smart to get acquainted since they'll be working together constantly. Telling Kangwoo to keep up, they take the elevator straight up to the 15th floor, where she opens the doors to showcase their massive guild vault. However, she sets some ground rules first, explaining he can't just take anything, but he is free to choose gear rated epic tier or below. Unlocking the security doors, she points out a premium section containing top-tier items available only with a heavy cash deposit. She tells him to feel free to look around. Kangwoo happily browses the arsenal but wonders why there are absolutely no legendary or mythical grade items stored here. With a heavy sigh, she remarks that they'd be actively using those, not storing them. That makes perfect sense. He asks if she owns anything legendary herself, and she proudly boasts that she absolutely does. Intrigued, he asks how much a deposit on legendary gear would actually cost. She states the discounted price is a staggering 50 billion won, instantly making Kangwoo realize he's far too broke for that tier. He internally sighs, deciding to stick to epic gear instead. Suddenly, a furious Moon Young-ho glares down at him, demanding he immediately show some proper respect. Confused, Kangwoo blinks, but the commander snaps at him to speak formally to the boss. Kangwoo just gives a cheeky grin, flatly refusing to comply. The commander's temper flares as he tries to intimidate him, but Kangwoo just keeps pushing his buttons, mockingly asking what he'll do about it. Grabbing Kangwoo's collar, the commander draws his weapon, yet Kangwoo just smirks right in his face, completely unbothered while driving the man absolutely insane. Yeonju immediately steps in, shouting at the commander and demanding to know if he's completely lost his mind acting like that. Shaking with rage, the commander stammers that this rookie was being disrespectful, but she fiercely snaps back that her relationship with Kangwoo is none of his business. Defeated, the commander backs down. As Kangwoo sighs in relief, Yeonju points a warning finger at him, saying he shouldn't be so provocative either. She warns that teasing the hot-headed commander could get him severely beaten, but he just shrugs nonchalantly, leaving an annoyed Yeonju wondering if he's even listening. To himself, Kangwoo appreciates the commander's fierce loyalty, realizing this guild is definitely the real deal. When he says that, Yeonju is completely dumbfounded. What now? Kangwoo decides to shamelessly beg her. He tells her he does not need that car anymore. Just lend me some special gear. Trust me, I will pay you back with interest soon. She actually starts considering his offer. But out of nowhere, Young-ho throws a sudden punch at him. Not a chance! She promises to lend it after their internal meeting. Young-ho snaps, demanding to know what Kangwoo just called her. Kangwoo stands tall, making Young-ho boil with rage. He swings his weapon right at Kangwoo, but Yeonju blocks it instantly. Did you completely forget everything I told you? She warns. Kangwoo smirks, mockingly asking if this counts as insubordination. The attacker hesitates, stammering, "But Guildmaster, this absolute bastard!" He slams his attack into the ground, muttering about teaching him a lesson. Furious, she orders Young-ho to get out of her sight immediately. One more mistake, and she will call a disciplinary hearing. He needs to remember his status as their chief combat commander. He quickly apologizes. Embarrassed by her subordinate's childish behavior, she apologizes to Kangwoo for the ugly scene, promising he will be severely punished. Kangwoo cheerfully brushes it off. She then asks what specific gear he needs so she can bring it up during the meeting. Without any hesitation, he requests a comfortable set of armor, preferably something with top-tier basic stats and solid protection. While she contemplates this, Young-ho suddenly cuts in with a smug offer. "If you can beat me in a duel, I will give you this armor. It is special-grade gear loaded with incredible stats," he brags, pointing directly to the high-end armor he is currently wearing. She clenches her fists in pure rage, screaming at Young-ho to get out. But before he cowers, Kangwoo steps in, accepting the duel challenge. She knows Kangwoo has monstrous potential, maybe even surpassing her own. But right now, Young-ho is already at level 67. He has already achieved his 6th awakening, and is closing in on the 7th, a legendary tier, reserved only for elite, top-ranking hunters. No matter how talented Kangwoo is, he simply is not ready. Yet, Kangwoo looks thrilled, happily accepting the challenge. He tells her to trust him. Meanwhile, she sharply warns Young-ho to stop trying to provoke him. Kangwoo confidently asks why he wouldn't take it, and Young-ho grins, loving the rookie's arrogant attitude. Young-ho secretly plots to teach the rookie some respect. Seeing his smug face, the frustrated guildmaster snaps, asking what on earth he is plotting. He lost himself in a daydream. To him, she is his savior, his mentor, and the woman who completely captured his heart. So how dare this nobody get close to her? Yeonju urgently warns Kangwoo that this fight will literally get him killed. Kangwoo shows zero fear, completely focused on the legendary gear. Young-ho vows to make him regret this match for the rest of his life. Realizing she cannot stop them, Yeonju reluctantly leads both men straight to the guild's massive training arena. Stepping inside, Kangwoo is genuinely impressed by the facility. Young-ho sneers, telling him to enjoy his confidence while it actually lasts. Yeonju whispers frantically, asking if he realizes how insane this is. He simply smiles, repeating that everything is fine. Sighing in defeat, she warns him he will regret this. Young-ho takes his stance, arrogantly offering a free 3-second head start. He tells him to attack however he likes. Kangwoo scoffed, telling him to stop acting like a martial arts movie hero and draw his sword. Standing firm with his arms crossed, Young-ho refuses, claiming he has absolutely no intention of using full strength against a mere rookie. Oh, is that so? In an instant, Kangwoo unleashes his explosive power and charges directly at the arrogant commander. With a massive crash, Kangwoo completely knocks his powerful opponent down. Watching from the sidelines, Yeonju gasps in utter disbelief. Clutching his stomach, Young-ho panics. If not for his high-grade armor, that single strike would have absolutely ended him. How is this possible for a guy who has only been a hunter for 3 weeks? Kangwoo just smirks mockingly. Reminded of his free 3-second offer, Young-ho struggles to his feet, slamming his sword down while furiously accusing him of cheating. Kangwoo shrugs dismissively, saying there are no tricks, he is simply far stronger. Young-ho screams back in absolute denial. How could a rookie of barely 3 months possess such terrifying strength? Kangwoo mocks him, calling his 3-second head start completely ridiculous. Instant regret washes over the commander. Yet, despite his pitiful state, Kangwoo continues to laugh and mock him. He called out his hypocrisy for showing off against a rookie and crying foul when he lost. How pathetic. Give it up, loser! The harsh truth hits like ice water. Gritting his teeth in pure humiliation, the commander curses him under his breath. He glances at Yeonju, who is watching closely. Refusing to lose in front of her, he unleashes his ultimate heaven-destroying sword technique. But the moment he raises his blade, Kangwoo openly bursts out laughing, calling the skill name incredibly cringeworthy. Heaven-destroying sword? Seriously? Do you actually think that sounds cool? Mocked. The commander roars and lunges forward. He silently admits that as a top 5 guild's combat commander, the opponent is definitely not weak, but there is absolutely no need to face him head-on. Activating his dark authority, he unleashes a direct, devastating strike. The destructive force is absolutely massive. Sensing the danger, Yeonju screams for them to stop, while Young-ho panics internally. Talk about brainless, the guy completely lost it. Kangwoo didn't back down, shouting right in Young-ho's face, "You absolute idiot." Just like that, Kangwoo vanished. The panicked guy screamed. Where did he go? Turns out, our main guy went underground for a surprise attack from below. Suddenly, he materialized right behind Young-ho. Game over, idiot! Prepare for my water wave power! A massive torrent swept Young-ho away, leaving him choking and entirely helpless. He crashed hard onto the dirt, suffering a completely embarrassing and humiliating defeat. Youngju stared at him with pure shock and fear. Didn't I already tell you? I am way stronger than you think. Apologizing deeply for the trouble, she promised Moon Young-ho would be expelled immediately. She vowed to discipline the other guild members, so this absolute mess never happens again. I have no excuses. I am truly sorry. She pulled her hood down in deep shame. Kangwoo just laughed, saying, Hey, don't sweat it, we're totally cool. Besides, I got this awesome reward out of it. Young-ho's special grade leather armor boasts a solid physical defense of 200 and a magic defense of 80. Its unique skill grants petrification, which literally doubles the user's physical defense stats for 10 seconds straight. The catch? You can only trigger it once every 24 hours. Kangwoo beamed, saying, Now this is what I call special gear. That unique skill is sweet, but that guy was seriously out of his mind to wager gear this valuable on a whim. He even defied his own guild leader, basically gifting me this sweet loot. I guess love really does make people do stupid things. Before taking off, Kangwoo gave Yeongju a cold, serious warning. I'll let it slide this once, but if this happens again, I'll definitely have to rethink our entire partnership. She quickly promised that starting today, every Red Rose member would treat him with respect. To that, he replied, I will trust your word, guild leader. By the way, I don't think this armor is going to fit me. Any chance you can help me fix this little problem? She pointed to a pedestal, telling him to leave it so she could get it resized and sent over. Kangwoo set it down, thanked her, and rushed off, while she called out to send his measurements. As the door clicked shut, she let out a long sigh of relief. Is that guy even human? Young-ho wasn't some low-tier weakling. How could a rookie who awakened only 3 weeks ago completely crush him like that? If this keeps up, Korea is going to produce a world-class ranker very soon. World rankers represent the absolute elite, the 8 most powerful players across the entire globe, not just one single country. Right now, Korea has 0 world rankers. Baek Kang-yoon, our country's top-rated player, supposedly has the potential, but even he has never managed to break into those elite global ranks. Lost in thought, she muttered. But if it's Kangwoo? Suddenly, Park Hyun-woo walked in, asking if Young-ho had already left. With a sigh, she confirmed his departure and mentioned Young-ho's armor was officially gone. She asked if the blacksmiths were busy, and Hyun-woo replied they were totally free. Hyun-woo admitted he'd heard about the mess. With a cold, strict gaze, Youngju declared they were holding a disciplinary hearing to expel him immediately. Call a general meeting for tomorrow. Noticing Hyun-woo's gloomy look, she snapped. Lose the sad face, Young-ho brought this entirely on himself. We cannot allow this kind of insubordination to ever happen again. Hyun-woo nodded, then shifted focus, delivering massive news the government had successfully planted a high-level spy inside the demonic cult. If things go well, we'll have them completely cornered. Scratching her head, Youngju leaned in, demanding to hear every single detail he had. Later that night, Kang-woo pulled up his status window to check his updated stats. Right now, he sat comfortably at level 34, in his 4th stage of awakening. His first stage trait, known as the power of predation, was still currently unranked. Meanwhile, his 2nd and 3rd awakening traits, consisting of his insatiable, limitless hunger, demonic nature, and his mana absorption ability, were both locked at rank C. His 4th awakening trait, demonic power ruler, boasted an impressive rank A. His 5th trait wouldn't unlock until level 40, while his current strength sat at 33, agility at 21, and physical constitution at 20. While his standard mana hadn't improved, his innate demonic energy sat at 53, with intelligence at 11, and wisdom at 13. Staring at the screen, he let out a heavy sigh. His other stats were climbing alongside his demonic energy, even if energy remained his main focus. Still, it wasn't like having extra strength, agility, and constitution was completely useless to him. By reinforcing his physical vessel with those stats, he could easily cut down his overall energy consumption. Intelligence and wisdom were completely useless since he lacked standard mana, and honestly, those stats didn't actually make him any smarter anyway. It was honestly a huge bummer that he couldn't manually allocate stat points exactly where he wanted. Usually, stats scaled after leveling up depending on what skills were used most after the second awakening, but his demonic energy climbed incredibly slowly, while other random attributes shot up completely out of nowhere. He couldn't help but wonder why that was. Was his demonic energy already too ridiculously high? With his energy completely eclipsing his other stats, he was pulling off feats ordinary players could only dream of. Recalling his clash with Young-ho, Kangwoo calculated the math carefully. The higher a stat gets, the harder it is to raise it further. Essentially, past level 30, pushing his magic stats any higher was basically impossible because the stat was already completely off the charts. Still, it was fine. He'd already shattered his targets after taking down that hellhound, even if it felt like a tiny waste. Staying on this track meant the fifth awakening would be an absolute breeze. Time to head over and meet Seola and Tae-soo. Spotting him from a distance, Tae-soo waved and shouted, "Hey, over here!" While Kangwoo and Seola exchanged shy, awkward glances, Tae-soo boomed, "Hey brother, all wrapped up with your business? Come meet the players I wanted to introduce to you. This handsome guy is Kim Si-hoon, and this little girl is Choi Yoon-bi." As Kangwoo offered a polite greeting, she snapped back, "Excuse me, who are you calling a little girl?" Tae-soo burst out laughing, teasing, "If you aren't a kid, what are you?" She fired right back, saying he looked like a 40-year-old grandpa, instantly crushing his spirit. Seola warmly welcomes Kangwoo, asking if he is the legendary friend Tae-soo always brags about, since she has heard so much already. She tells Kangwoo to relax, teasing his shyness. But Yoonbi suddenly cuts in, eagerly asking if Seola is their squad healer. Calling her gorgeous, Eunbi gets a sweet thank you, while Tae-soo insists they snap a quick photo to show off later. Seola agrees instantly, making Kangwoo wonder if she is just another energetic Tae-soo. Then, Si-hoon steps up. He politely introduces himself as Kim Si-hoon, a level 12 player, expressing absolute honor in finally meeting him. He reveals he recently unlocked an A-rank trait as a warrior, while Yoonbi is a B-rank mage class user. Si-hoon apologizes for Yoonbi being so hyperactive, while Kangwoo reassures him it is fine, watching the girls snap happy photos. Kangwoo notes how polite the guy is, saying exactly what needs to be said, backed by highly impressive A-rank awakening power. He literally looks like a classic main character. Shaking hands, Tae-soo quietly asks if these guys are actually trustworthy. Kangwoo smiles, noting they lack the greed of those Andras jerks. Thrilled, Tae-soo brags about his amazing judge of character. Kangwoo playfully asks who almost died from betrayal earlier, leaving Tae-soo stammering that destiny brought them together anyway. Calling it pure fate, Tae-soo asks what he thinks of their squad, and Kangwoo calls it decent. If you and I look at this lineup, they have got a tank, damage dealers, and a healer. This is a highly optimized party. Plus, Tae-soo and Si-hoon are both A-rank awakeners, while Seola and Yoonbi sit at a highly solid B-rank. This squad looks ready to carry rookies rather than just hunt. Kangwoo approves, realizing they are actually in great shape. Kangwoo decides to tag along, leaving Tae-soo absolutely shocked by his decision. He explains he will point out their mistakes so they can grow. Grateful, Tae-soo accepts before Kangwoo leads them into the gate. Unless things go south, he will watch from the back. They must not let down their guard. In reality, carrying them now would only stunt their growth. He wants to see what they can do alone. This team is worth the investment. As night falls inside the gate, a massive pack of green trolls charges out. The beasts attack, but the team locks down control easily, with Tae-soo shouting in supreme confidence. As trolls crash to the ground, Yoonbi fires off her lightning spell and warns Tae-soo about 5 more behind them. Tae-soo holds them off from all sides, blinding the beasts with his shining shield before calling his teammates to strike. Seola blasts light energy directly, earning a playful thank you from Tae-soo. The group fights with insane energy, laughing at their hopeless enemies as the trolls roar out in pure agony. Dominating the battle completely, Tae-soo shouts out praise for Si-hoon's incredible strength and skill. Asked if he studied swordsmanship, Si-hoon claims it was just a hobby, though his moves show high-level mastery. A proud Tae-soo asks if he is impressed by their strength, but Kangwoo is already picking out major errors. In fact, there are dozens of mistakes. Watching them closely, he prepares to break down each member's flaws, starting with Tae-soo. He praises Tae-soo's sharp instincts and monster-distracting playstyle, receiving a grateful thanks in return. But he points out that relying entirely on brute force wastes stamina, which is a massive red flag for any tank. Going all out against normal trolls leaves them open. What if a boss suddenly spawns next? A tank's job is taking hits and positioning. Tae-soo nods, and Kangwoo turns to Seola, who visibly panics. While her buffs were great and enhanced their tank at the exact right moment, shooting a light arrow to defend herself was a terrible mistake. Monsters naturally target healers. If she draws aggression by attacking, the tank cannot pull them back off her. Bowing her head in embarrassment, she apologizes. He reassures her gently, right before Yunbi eagerly demands her own evaluation. He notices she wasted a massive high cooldown spell just to finish off enemies that were already down. That left her open when 5 new trolls ambushed them. He advises her to use simple lightning magic instead to save mana. Si-hoon is the main damage dealer, making her the support. She happily nods, and Kangwoo pulls Si-hoon aside. He tells Si-hoon his performance was incredibly clean, offering sincere praise. Si-hoon is stunned by his insight, wondering if he is a pure genius, while the others cheer for Si-hoon's epic performance. Recognizing him as an unpolished diamond with infinite potential, Kangwoo guides the party deeper into the forest. Tae-soo promises they will perform much better now. Kangwoo tells them to apply his feedback as they push deeper into danger. Fixing their mistakes, the squad unleashes their full potential, obliterating waves of monsters with absolute efficiency. Watching from the sidelines, Kangwoo is highly impressed. At this rate, we are going to see them reach C-rank gates in a month. Tae-soo casually asks if his buddy noticed their progress, teasing that a little compliment would not kill him. Honestly, though, he knows he has gotten way stronger thanks to his friend. But wait, look at that. A strange noise suddenly echoes through the area, stopping the entire party dead in their tracks. The party immediately takes their battle positions. Tae-soo raises his shield, ready to block the werewolf if it decides to charge. Watching from above, Kangwoo senses trouble and warns his ally to back off. He leaps into action to strike, and Si-hoon charges right beside him. Si-hoon unleashes a heavy, crushing strike to counter the beast, successfully putting it down. With the werewolf slain, a system notification pops up. The screen confirms they cleared a rank D rift fragment, granting a level up. Kangwoo approaches with a wry smile, asking if his exhausted ally can stand. He says he is fine and offers his thanks, while the rest of the worried team rushes over to check if Si-hoon is hurt. Tae-soo is blown away by how Kangwoo defeated the beast in a single blow, while also praising Si-hoon for his glowing sword technique. Kangwoo questions if this was really only his second awakening, and a modest Si-hoon insists that it is indeed his second time. Kangwoo silently notes how abnormally powerful the guy is. Even for a rank a second awakener, his combat skills against demonic beasts are completely off the charts. This goes way beyond simple talent. Meanwhile, Si-hoon asks Tae-soo to put him down, joking that he now understands how that jerk Moon Dong-hoo felt. Kangwoo steps in to help support his ally, while Tae-soo sheepishly scratches his head. At that moment, Kangwoo senses an incredibly rare, all-seeing power. A system alert notes that utilizing his rank A authority allows him to completely conceal his immense magical energy from others. Kangwoo initially just wanted to scan for any hidden potential, but he is shocked to find he can view the guy's exact skills on the status window. Thrilled to take a closer look, Kangwoo inspects the data, only to be completely stunned by what he finds. It reveals a rank S martial saint, a legendary hero born to defend the world. Meanwhile, Tae-soo gently tells his ally to speak up if he feels uncomfortable. Offering to help carry him, Kangwoo cannot help but wonder if this kid is actually the main character of some epic fantasy. This is where things get wild, because discovering Si-hoon's secret identity as a legendary world-saving martial saint completely blows his mind. This guy is the ultimate protagonist material. Down the road, someone with that kind of insane power could easily become a major threat. Still, a rare gem like this is too good to ignore. He decides to win him over by offering maximum support, just like Cha Yeon-ju did for him before. But Kangwoo knows how easily people discard tools. One day, this righteous hero might turn around and point his blade right back at him. Putting complete, blind trust in this alliance is simply out of the question. Still, looking closely at him, Si-hoon does not seem like that kind of treacherous backstabber. The kid literally risked his own life just to protect Tae-soo from that werewolf. On one hand, he possesses a truly noble and heroic spirit, just as Tae-soo praised. But on the other hand, the kid looks incredibly naive and easy to manipulate. Only time will tell how this plays out. As he weighs his options, Seol-ah suddenly runs up to him, asking if something is wrong. Worried if he got hurt, she checks on him, prompting Kangwoo to quickly deflect, assuring her that he is completely fine and uninjured. He claims he was simply wondering why such a powerful monster would show up inside a low-level rank D gate. Seol-ah agrees, admitting she has never once seen or even heard of this beast appearing in this area before. She notes that without him, a total disaster would have occurred, but he quickly shifts the focus to Si-hoon, asking how the heroic young fighter is holding up. Seola cheerfully assures him that as long as the boy avoids pushing himself, he will make a speedy recovery. Promptly, Kangwoo heads over to ask if he is feeling all right. Nodding, the young warrior expresses his gratitude, saying he feels way better thanks to Seola's healing. He adds that he would have been severely injured without his intervention, thanking him once more and praising his incredible strength, which Tae-soo had mentioned. Tae-soo beams with pride, boasting that he has never met a single player as incredibly powerful as his boss, Kangwoo. He adds that the man possesses an remarkably noble character as well, a sentiment that Sihoon wholeheartedly agrees with. You have to love their dynamic here. The kid notes that Tae-soo has found an amazing leader. He admits he has never seen such a talent among Second Awakeners, before asking why someone so skilled hasn't joined any of the top guilds. He believes Sihoon could easily get into any elite squad, pointing out that the prominent Mir Guild is actively recruiting fresh talent. He asks if the boy has no interest, especially since Mir's vice leader is personally searching for elite prospects. However, Sihoon clearly has no desire to sign with any guild whatsoever. Respecting his privacy, Tae-soo lets it go and nods in understanding. It seems there is some bad blood with that specific group, but before any tension can rise, Tae-soo quickly bows his head and apologizes. Recognizing that it might be a sensitive and painful topic, he genuinely apologizes for sticking his nose where it does not belong. Offering a weak smile, Sihoon explains it is just a bit complicated, adding that he should be the one apologizing for being overly sensitive. Ready to put an end to the awkward conversation, Kangwoo chimes in, announcing that today's dungeon hunt is officially over. He suggests returning tomorrow since their injured friend needs to recuperate, though the stubborn warrior insists he is perfectly fine. She was confident she could easily handle mid-tier monsters, but Kangwoo flatly refused her, reminding her there was absolutely no need to overdo it. They only needed to meet and hunt the next day. Tae-soo excitedly asked if their boss would be joining them as well. Kangwoo shook his head, telling them to hunt on their own because he could not protect them forever. As long as they remembered his training, they would definitely see a major power boost very soon. Tae-soo vowed to grind hard and catch up to him. Later, outside the city gates, Kangwoo turned to Seola and told her that she would have to head back home on her own. He claimed an urgent matter had suddenly come up, requiring him to leave immediately. He told her to eat dinner without him since he might be late, leaving a disappointed Seola to tell him to stay safe. She promised to reheat his meal no matter how late he got back, prompting Kangwoo to nod his head in agreement. Promising to return safely, he thought she was an absolute angel, wishing he could have dinner with her as usual. But duty called, meaning dinner had to wait. It was time to begin. Meanwhile, Sihoon was staring intently at his phone screen. Sighing over the news about the Mir Guild, his thoughts were suddenly cut short when Kangwoo appeared, saying they had some important business to discuss. Since the matter was highly confidential, he urged Sihoon to follow him to a quiet, secluded place where no one would ever disturb them. Sihoon stopped to ask what was going on, but the moment he turned, Kangwoo slammed a fist right into his face and coldly threw him to the dirt. Before the poor guy could even utter a word, Kangwoo pinned him down, claiming he was just securing some insurance. He knew Sihoon was destined to become incredibly powerful, far outclassing all the other active players, which was exactly why he wanted to establish a rock-solid relationship with him right now. He wanted them to be true allies, though a struggling Sihoon questioned why he was proposing a partnership while actively beating him to a pulp. Sihoon was cut off by another brutal strike, as Kangwoo declared this was his ultimate guarantee. Activating his subordination authority, he delivered a mind-altering blow, promising Sihoon that he would forget this entire beating. Once awake, he would continue living normally, hunting monsters and growing stronger. He would still form an unbeatable squad with Tae-soo and Seola, eventually rising to become far more powerful than anyone else. He would even be able to channel a fraction of Kangwoo's power, having officially become his loyal subordinate. Since this bond would accelerate his growth, he had nothing to worry about. They were bound to be the closest of allies. Sihoon suddenly snapped awake, escaping the trance with endless questions, his hand drifting unconsciously to clutch his chest. Feeling some strange, lingering energy, he wondered why he was there when he had clearly been waiting for a bus. Checking the time, it was already 8 p.m. An hour had vanished, leaving him clueless about what had occurred. With his memory blank, he assumed he had blacked out, though it was baffling that any shock could have knocked him out so completely. He lamented his own weakness, realizing he was still far from where he needed to be. He had to surpass his current limits to grow stronger, ensuring his blade could eventually find the throat of the Mir Guild's vice leader, Young-hoon. Meanwhile, Kangwoo's scheme was already working as the system confirmed that the soul subjugation process was complete. With Sihoon recognized as his subordinate, the system prompted for commands, but Kangwoo smirkingly decided to wait now that he had his safety net. Since the soul was bound, he just needed Sihoon to grow stronger, holding off on issuing any orders for now. Securing him as a pawn was purely for insurance, so there was no need to rush, especially since a buffed Sehun would eventually possess strength on par with a Balrog. Sehun was a vital asset because Kangwoo's demonic energy was still partially sealed, and the mysterious Demon Legion remained a looming threat. He could never be sure when they would breach the gate again. Resolving to support Sehun so he could train hard and grow, Kangwoo was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected call from Yeonju. Her panicked voice came through the line, stating she had urgent info regarding the Demon Legion. Though she had detected traces of demonic energy, it did not seem to have been summoned intentionally. Kangwoo curiously questioned if humans were behind it, but Yeonju confirmed it was actually caused by a monster rather than a human. She had discovered it at a B-rank gate near Uijeongbu. Hearing this, Kangwoo stood up, anticipating their next demonic target. Referred to as a fissure fragment, it differed from the Hellhounds in C-rank gates and the weaker werewolves of D-rank gates. This meant the B-rank gate would feature a beast stronger than Hellhounds, perfect for boosting his levels. His fifth awakening was closer than ever. Soon, the train arrived at Uijeongbu Station, with the doors opening on the right. Sighing, he realized he desperately needed a car, resolving to make Yeonju buy him one once this job was done. As he searched for the B-rank gate, he overheard a conversation from the staircase below him, with someone asking why a hunter was turning back. The other hunter replied that entry was blocked due to some strange anomaly inside, likely caused by a mutated monster. So no matter how big a party was, they were barred. Naturally, the crowd started murmuring. What? Even they can't get in? Angered citizens started shouting about traveling all this way, complaining that the government would not even compensate them if they died inside anyway. An angry citizen got right in the guard's face, screaming about why everyone was blocked when they were all stuck waiting there. The guard explained that a mutated monster had appeared, forcing them to temporarily close down the gate. To ease the growing tension, an announcement blared over the speaker, confirming a monster inside had indeed mutated. They had not identified the beast yet, but 10 players had already lost their lives inside. For player safety, the gate remained restricted until further notice. This announcement absolutely shocked the crowd. 10 casualties in a simple B-rank gate? That was insane. That many deaths? 10 casualties was an incredibly high number, a body count that should not be possible even for a B-rank gate. Kangwoo stood there thinking, a mutated monster? That was just a cover. It had to be a demon tearing the dungeon apart. With players completely barred from entering, everyone wondered what it was. Meanwhile, aggressive reporters started questioning the guards for answers. When asked to explain further to calm the worried citizens, the guard could only repeat that they lacked specific details. But shutting down the dungeon meant they had definitely spotted something. Word was, the creature looked like a massive lion. Having never faced such a creature before, they still needed more time to properly analyze it. But Kangwoo knew its true identity. Boar, one of the most powerful predators from the second hell. It resembled a 5-legged lion with a unique ability that set it apart. That special ability? Devouring prey, regardless of their size. Devouring 5 victims a day would satisfy its hunger, stopping its rampage. Back then, viewers descending to the first hell just to hunt was an absolute living nightmare. Just remembering those days made Kangwoo sick. Since 10 people had already died, this boar must have broken through 2 days ago. Actually dealing with it this time would be easy. Feed it 5 monsters, let it get full, and then easily take it down. It was time to get to work. Kangwoo quickly dialed the Red Rose Guild Master, Cha Yeonju, to ask her for a favor. He needed to enter a restricted B-rank gate. Recognizing his location, Yeonju asked if he was in Uijeongbu, which he confirmed. He asked if she could clear his entry, using her elite government connections. Slightly skeptical, Yeonju pressed him, asking if he really had to go inside. For Kangwoo, this was absolutely crucial. Even if it cost a massive fortune, he promised to repay her in full. Yeonju agreed, simply warning him not to die at the hands of that mutated monster. Kangwoo smirked, asking if she would have sponsored him this much if he was that easy to kill. Left speechless, she told him to hand the phone to the guard, who grumbled that regular players had absolutely no entry rights. Smiling, he handed it over, mentioning it was Cha Yeonju from the Red Rose Guild. He told them the legendary Red Rose leader wanted a word. Hearing her name, everyone around gasped in pure surprise. The guard muttered, wondering why the famous guildmaster was backing him when they had not recruited recently. Still, her influence was absolute, leaving him no choice but to obey. They cleared Kangwoo for entry, officially designating him as the investigator for this mutated monster incident. If he managed to defeat the beast, he had to share all intelligence. Did he agree? Nodding, Kangwoo promised to start investigating immediately, doing everything possible to reassure the panicked public. Before he could even cross the threshold, a loud voice ordered him to halt. Expressionless, Kangwoo slowly turned around. Behind the speaker stood a group of notorious-looking hunters. They arrogantly argued that if Red Rose got to investigate, they should be allowed inside as well. The crowd recognized the speaker as Seong-soo from the Mir Guild, a rising rookie making waves lately. Becoming a player just 3 months ago and already running B-rank gates, Kangwoo had no idea who this ponytail guy was. Sizing him up, Seong-soo mocked his flashy, expensive gear, assuming it was all sponsored by the wealthy Red Rose Guild. Seong-soo sneered, mocking his lack of teammates and cheap sponsorship. Kangwoo just smiled, calmly explaining that he simply preferred hunting monsters completely alone without any party members. Seong-soo kept mocking him, asking if he was still running simple C-rank gates just recently. He warned that arrogant rookies usually died incredibly fast, mocking Kangwoo for trying to skip steps and get rich quick off a mutated boss. Since when did a mere fourth awakening player have the guts to stick his nose into high-level hunter business anyway? Getting absolutely no response, he mocked him for being scared, asking if the cat got his tongue. He then proposed they enter the dungeon together. That way, the rookie would not get killed immediately inside. But looking at his rough appearance, Seong-soo noted their party roles were already full. He sneered, telling him to wrap his wounds. Kangwoo finally broke his silence, thanking them for being so incredibly concerned about his safety. He admitted he was actually terrified of entering completely alone, so joining them sounded great. While they laughed at this weird rookie, Kangwoo was quietly calculating their exact numbers. He needed 5 targets to satisfy Boer, and they had 1 extra. So, shall we go? On the other end of the line, Jung Hyun's voice crackled, asking if that idiot Kangwoo, sponsored by Red Rose, was actually there. The guy Yeonju handpicked herself is reportedly at the rank B gate, Sung-soo replied with a nod. That is correct. He is right here, Vice President Jong Hyun. Hearing this, Jong Hyun ordered Sung-soo to grab this chance and humiliate the guy in front of everyone, even if they seem to have the upper hand now. Never forget that our major guild ranks far higher than the Red Rose Guild. That was how it should be, but Sung-soo still felt incredibly frustrated. Wait, he wants to go in together? Sung-soo wanted to humiliate him in front of reporters, but with Kangwoo acting so friendly, it would just make Sung-soo look like the bad guy. Pushing further would ruin their image, so he decided to wait until they were inside the gate. Everyone around them seemed completely shocked by this twist. Red Rose and Major cooperating? Wow, now that is a major scoop. The headlines would scream about rival guilds joining forces to defeat a mutant monster, which only made Sung-soo resent Kangwoo even more. He could not understand why Red Rose would ever sponsor such a pathetic, cowardly kid. But whatever, there was no need to keep provoking this loser. He wanted to get this over with, knowing it was just a one-time deal. Inside the dark dungeon, everyone walked ahead without paying any attention to Kangwoo, even when he suggested they combine their strength to defeat the beast. To them, he was just a nuisance. Did he have no shame, or was he just playing dumb? They had expected something special since Yeonju handpicked him. Turns out he was just a total loser, and maybe Yeonju was no different. Yeah, her glory days were long gone anyway. She had accomplished absolutely nothing lately, unlike their own Vice President Jung Hyun, who was simply the best. Rich, handsome, and talented, he was the real deal. Their guildmaster was also a top ranker, meaning Major was built by a powerhouse father-son duo. As for Red Rose, they only had trash like him left. Hearing the guild's name made Kangwoo think of Major's leader. The guildmaster, who was also the president of Major Power Group, had awakened with his son 5 years ago during a gate accident. Backed by massive corporate funding, he leveled up rapidly and established the Major Guild. While large guilds made huge profits, these guys had a corporation beforehand, meaning they were probably swimming in endless cash. Since things turned out this way, maybe he should just let the 2 guilds fight and reap all the rewards himself. But no, he had already received enough. Yeonju was still useful, so it was not time yet. Only fools would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, the Red Rose Guild still had its uses, so if he had to make a move on someone. Right then, Sung-soo lost his patience and yelled, asking where that mutant monster had gone. Kangwoo chuckled, saying who knows, suggesting they patrol the area first, which only earned him a look of pure disgust from Sung-soo. Did he think they were stupid? They had been wandering around with nothing to show for it. Red Rose was truly falling apart. And what about Yeonju? They predicted Red Rose would disband soon, declaring they would never recruit anyone from there, while Kangwoo was busy formulating a clever plan of his own. Should he start searching slowly? Omniscient Tower. Red veins spread all around Kangwoo's feet. It was right behind that wall, and since it was still moving, it was definitely still hungry. How lucky, shall we begin? Power of seduction. Everyone suddenly caught a strange scent, wondering what it was and why such a sweet aroma existed deep inside a labyrinth, until someone told them to quiet down. Kangwoo's eyes flashed coldly, knowing the boar would smell this from miles away. Suddenly, Sung Su's voice rang out, warning that something was coming. Those were not ordinary footsteps, so they had to prepare for battle. It was definitely the mutant monster. Sung Su barked at Kangwoo to stay back in the corner and not dare claim credit for the kill, but his hostile attitude left the other guy completely speechless. He was surprisingly good at predicting the future. Did he remember what he said? Guys like him usually died very young. Right after those words, pure panic erupted as one of their team members was instantly sent to meet his maker. Only now did Sung Su understand real terror. The boar monster had brutally taken his ally's life, and now the bloodthirsty beast was staring down its next prey with a terrifying gaze. Everything was going exactly as Kangwoo planned, leaving him deeply satisfied. With one already down, Sung Su frantically ordered his men to take up offensive positions immediately. They launched a barrage of attacks at the boar, but it suddenly vanished right before their eyes. Their strike slammed uselessly into the stone walls with no sign of the boar anywhere, prompting a stressed Sung Su to yell at everyone to hold formation. And then, another ally fell. The boar leapt right over Sung Su's head, leaving him to watch helplessly as his teammates were sent straight to their graves. With two of his men completely wiped from existence, a terrified Sung Su shrieked at the survivors to open fire. Unleashing his ultimate move, Sung Su poured everything into striking the boar. It seemed to feel a bit of pain, so he roared for them to attack now. They obeyed his command, but in a mere split second, the two allies standing right next to Sung Su were mercilessly slaughtered by the savage beast. Sung Su stood in absolute disbelief. How could this be happening when he had just struck the beast with all his might? Yet the monster remained completely unharmed. Aside from Sung Su, the only surviving girl turned to beg Kangwoo for help. Sung Su was still screaming at the top of his lungs, desperately begging everyone to calm down and hold their formation. With things pushed to the absolute limit, Sung Su charged forward, ready to stake everything on this one final clash. This was his ultimate move. Unleashing his powerful lightning shatter skill, Sung Su aimed to end this desperate battle right here. But willpower alone could not bridge the massive gap. A mere C-rank hunter stood absolutely zero chance against the demonic Buer, who instantly slammed Sung Su hard onto the ground. That was when Kangwoo finally stepped onto the scene. Terrified, furious, and sobbing, Sung Su wept, fully convinced that his life was over. Kangwoo's cold calculation had worked flawlessly. With 5 victims already consumed, the demon Buer had completely devoured the rest of the squad. Now, only Sung Su remained. Right in front of his eyes lay the severed, lifeless arm of his fallen ally. Sung Su could not believe Kangwoo was the one orchestrating this entire nightmare. Looking up, he saw the man casually standing on the back of the demonic beast. By feeding the demon exactly 5 sacrifices, Buer would enter its satiety state. Once completely full, the monster would remain entirely docile unless someone actively initiated an attack. The next step was simple. He needed to merge the powers of darkness and hellfire together. It would require one massive, explosive strike to put the beast down for good. As Sung Su watched in absolute awe, Kangwoo realized his previous concerns were gone. He no longer needed to struggle with managing multiple attributes at the same time. Now, Kangwoo's real battle was finally beginning. Harnessing his dark energy, he conjured a lethal, glowing trident directly from the palm of his hand. The action unlocked an S-rank trident skill for him. This newly acquired ability granted him extreme accuracy whenever he executed his memorized combat moves. Screaming in absolute agony, Buer was left completely helpless, unable to mount any further resistance. The massive explosion unleashed a shockwave that nearly blew Sung Su away. Just like that, Kangwoo had single-handedly annihilated the B-rank boss monster. The kill pushed his level up by 6, officially bringing him to level 40 and unlocking his highly anticipated 5th awakening. The rapid level up caused his stats to surge. His magic power alone received a massive boost of 7, reaching a grand total of 60. This satisfied the secret condition for the demonic emperor attribute. He found it amusing, as the title sounded like something out of a classic martial arts novel. He grumbled about why the system interface couldn't be more user-friendly, since it failed to provide any practical details regarding this demonic emperor power. Still, he sensed an immense, mysterious force within it. Despite spending 10,000 years surviving in the depths of hell, even the former Demon King had never encountered this specific power. It seemed his earlier hypothesis was proving to be entirely correct. By raising his stats like a normal player, he could eventually become even stronger than when he ruled the 9 hells as a supreme Demon King, pushing his ultimate power past any imaginable limit. He had hoped he had outgrown his endless greed, but old, demanding habits from his long reign as an absolute Demon King were clearly hard to break. First, he needed to absorb this fallen Buer. As a designated investigator of mutant monsters, he should have preserved the corpse, but there was absolutely no way he would let such a massive source of magic power go to waste. His magic power rose by another 4 points. Sucking the life from dark monsters paid off, granting him a solid boost even after his base stat had already hit 60. Stammering in shock, Sung Soo struggled to ask what just happened. Kangwoo merely smirked down at him, asking if there was still one more survivor left. Given his obnoxious arrogance, Kangwoo admitted he expected him to die first, though he acknowledged that Sung Soo actually possessed some decent talent within his guild. Horrified by his sheer ruthlessness, a trembling Sung Soo stammered, asking if Kangwoo was planning to get rid of him next. Approaching the terrified hunter, Kangwoo told him to stop muttering nonsense, insisting he would absolutely never do such a horrible thing to his own allies. Besides, Sung Soo still had an important role to play, so letting him die there was completely out of the question. Telling the trembling man to stop shaking, Kangwoo demanded to know exactly who ordered him to provoke him outside the gate, pointing out that even a complete fool wouldn't act that hostile without a reason. Furthermore, he wondered how they had managed to identify him when absolutely no personal information should have been leaked to the public. There was clearly a puppeteer behind this scheme. Annoyed by the silence, an angry Kangwoo grabbed Sung Soo and slammed him violently against the hard wall. Demanding the name one more time, Kangwoo watched as a terrified Sung Soo finally cracked and confessed it was all Jeon Hoon. Recognizing the name, Kangwoo recalled who Jeon Hoon was. Sung Soo quickly explained that Jeon Hoon had invited Youngju out, but her harsh rejection sparked his bitter grudge against her Red Rose Guild. Kangwoo found it hard to believe someone would go to such extremes over such a pathetic, petty grievance. Terrified, Sung Soo babbled on, explaining that they wanted to overhaul the Mir Guild's image and draw all the public attention entirely toward their own guild. They desperately wanted to prove their superiority over Red Rose. Sensing there was more, Kangwoo realized that while this idiot picked the wrong target, he would soon face the consequences. Examining a photo of Jeon Hoon, Kangwoo admitted the guy was indeed good-looking, even bearing a strange, slight resemblance to Si-hoon. Or perhaps they were just both handsome. Regardless, he asked Sung Soo to confirm if he was really dragged into this petty revenge scheme just to be used. Under his intense glare, Sung Soo frantically apologized, pleading that he was only blindly following orders and had no choice in the matter. Kangwoo chuckles, pointing out how happily the guy had executed those orders. Still, he casually brushed it off, stating that the past was already in the past. As long as he played his next role properly, Kangwoo assured him there would be no complaints, promising that the task would not be difficult at all. Actually, this might play out in your favor. The second Kangwoo carries Seongsu out of the gate, a massive crowd of reporters immediately swarms them. Look, the gate is opening. Who is that coming out? Oh my god, they are actually alive. What happened in there? Where's the rest of the team? Did they not make it? Tell us, did they actually manage to defeat the dungeon boss? What on earth happened in there? What went down inside that gate? Kangwoo plays it up, looking completely panicked. Medic! Someone call an ambulance, please. Wait, is that Seongsu? His face is totally battered. Everyone is losing it. How did he get hurt this badly? What could have done this to him? Kangwoo spins his lie, claiming Seongsu fought the boss. He says they were ambushed, wiping out the entire team, leaving only Seongsu and himself as the sole survivors. The crowd panics, shocked that everyone else died while this completely new recruit somehow survived a monstrous threat. Even with the Red Rose and Mir guilds working together, they got wiped? How is that even possible? We need to notify the Hwarang Corps immediately so they can deploy backup. But Kangwoo shakes his head. No, that won't be necessary. Despite the tragic losses, the monster inside has been slain. I wasn't the one who defeated it. The true hero who saved my life and vanquished the beast was Seongsu. The reporters are absolutely eating this up. Can you give us more details about what happened? Kangwoo already has his perfect script ready. Yes, of course I can. The moment we stepped deep into that dungeon, this overwhelming, suffocating pressure washed over us. It felt like the beast was literally crushing our chests. Yes, the monster was waiting right at the entrance. The second we saw it, we knew we were in deep trouble. It was far too dangerous, and it never should have appeared inside a standard B-rank gate. Our initial plan was to retreat, but Seongsu insisted that if we fled, the monster would escape and massacre innocent civilians. That is why we resolved to stay and fight. It looked exactly like the government's files, possessing the terrifying head of a lion. Its power was absolute madness, and its attacks were so brutal that Seongsu's entire vanguard team was instantly wiped out right in front of us. As things turned desperate, Seongsu screamed for me to run, bravely stepping up to face that terrifying beast all by himself. I should have run, but sheer terror kept me completely frozen in place. It was a brutal, heroic struggle of life and death, and once the dust finally settled, Seongsu had somehow slain the beast. Even after defeating the monster, He just kept whispering the names of his fallen teammates over and over until he finally lost consciousness. Even at this moment, Seongsu, can you hear me? Are you awake yet? Please don't try to speak until the ambulance gets here. Just save your strength. Then a reporter pushes further. But wasn't Seongsu treating you pretty badly, Kangwoo? How do you explain that? So, Kangwoo has to improvise another brilliant lie to cover it up. Oh, that was just because he was deeply worried about me, knowing a weak rookie like me shouldn't be inside a B-rank gate. Seongsu just wanted me to keep my guard up. Honestly, I had no idea he cared so deeply about my safety. He is my savior and a true hero of our modern era. The news goes wild, pumping out headlines about Seongsu, the incredible new hero who defeated a terrifying dungeon boss. An emotional clash, the heroic reason he fought to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the Mir Guild recruit remains in a deep coma. Donations from citizens flood in, reaching 30 million won, but our hero is still unresponsive due to a brain hemorrhage. He is likely going to remain in a vegetative state forever, remembered as a legend. Back at HQ, Yeonju is monitoring the situation. No matter how you look at it, those injuries were clearly caused by a human, not a monster. What is Kangwoo planning here? It feels like keeping a ticking time bomb around. Hyunju, who is reading the same news, chimes in, saying her rookie looks pretty cute. Where did you even dig him up? Yeonju ignores her completely, scoffing, why don't you scram, old lady? How long are you staying? Hyunju snaps instantly. Who are you calling an old lady? You're the old lady here. Besides, that mutated monster was likely the work of the demon cult. It is only a matter of time before people outside the Big Five guilds find out. They have been way too active lately. If the public discovers a fake cult is performing human sacrifices, just when everyone thought peace had arrived with the Big Five guilds, the entire world will descend into absolute chaos. I wonder what the Red Rose Guild thinks about all this. Suddenly, Kangwoo walks in. Oh, do you have a guest? Hyunju greets him warmly. Ah, so you are the rookie Yeonju personally scouted. I am just a close friend of hers, and since you have company, I should head out. Kangwoo acts polite. Oh, please continue your chat. I can come back later. But Hyunju stands up to leave, saying she is already done. I did mention I was Yeonju's friend. Calling me a guest is a bit much, don't you think? Anyway, I'm off. Before stepping out, Hyunju glances back, sensing something deeply off about him. Yeonju sighs, telling Kangwoo to ignore her. She is just an acquaintance. Here, take this. Take it. This is the S-Class gate pass you asked for. Kangwoo chuckled. Oh, faster than I expected. Is this the power of the Red Rose? Cha Yeonju coldly replied. Do not flatter me. I am only giving you this as a precaution, but do not hunt there. Kangwoo looked at her with confusion. To be honest, I overheard a few things you two said outside. Cha Yeonju smiled and said, I figured as much. I had to tell you sooner or later anyway. Blowing on his tea, Kangwoo asked, You mentioned the demonic cult, right? That fake cult behind the mutant monster? Cha Yeonju did not hide it. She explained, Yes, they are psychos who use living people as sacrifices for some twisted ritual. Lately, they have suddenly become very active. There is no telling how long they have existed or how massive their scale really is. That is why our guild is working with the government to hunt them down. The other top 5 guilds know about them, but we are the only ones partnering with the government. Kangwoo wondered, why do this alone? Is it to boost your guild's reputation? Cha Yeonju lowered her head and said, We do not work for free. We will get a huge payout to wipe out the demonic cult, but that is not the only reason. So many of our guild members who went to investigate the demonic cult ended up being sacrificed. I will never forgive them. Kangwoo did not know exactly how many guild members had been sacrificed, but the casualties seemed to be quite high. So this is what a top ranker is like? Just looking at her, he could feel her intense bloodlust. She was so powerful it made him want to fight her right then and there. But the most important question now was, what exactly did she want to ask him to do? Cha Yeonju slowly replied, I want to ask you to help us suppress them once we track down the demonic cult. I am still not sure about everything, but they are far too strong for a fake cult. We are desperately short on high-level players. I will not force you if you do not want to. Make your choice now. Will you accept this mission? Kangwoo thought for a moment and replied, Do not worry so much, Cha Yeonju. I should at least show some loyalty to the person who helped me so much. Surprised by his words, Cha Yeonju blushed and nodded. All right, thank you. Little did she know, this was all part of Kangwoo's plan. Why would he ever refuse? Every single time he got involved in their schemes, he gained even more magical power. Cha Yeonju continued, Then from now on, I look forward to working with you to hunt them down. You might be called in an emergency. Let me repeat, do not go hunting in that S-Class gate. Kangwoo drove off immediately. He located the Gaia gate in Suwon. Having a car was truly convenient. As an S-rank Beastmaster, he could summon beasts from other dimensions, and more magic meant a stronger summon. The summoned beast would obey him as its master, but this skill was strictly limited to once every 3 months. Therefore, he needed to summon the strongest possible beast right now. If his theory was correct, gates acted as bridges between Earth and other dimensions. The higher the gate's rank, the more powerful the monsters passing through. That was how the hellish beasts crawled through the dimensional rifts. If so, this summoning skill should operate on the exact same logic. The power of his summon would match the gate's rank, meaning he had to use this new skill at an S-Class gate. And here it was, the Suwon S-Class gate entrance. Guarded by the National Defense Force, this was the Unit 1 checkpoint. Before entering, Kangwoo had to scan his pass. Pass confirmed. Player is authorized to enter the S-Class gate. Kangwoo noted the tight security. Without the Red Rose's help, getting in would have been impossible. Time to step inside. Wow, this indoor ocean is incredibly vast. If it were not for the S-Class monsters, this place would make a great vacation resort. Let's see, this spot looks perfect. Summoning a beast? A 3-headed hound would be ideal. Its raw physical form alone easily surpassed the demons of Hell's third circle. No matter what beast appeared, he could command it, compensating for its lack of intelligence. Shall we begin? Kangwoo activated his 5th awakening trait, S-rank Beastmaster. Intense pain racked his body as arcs of electricity crackled all over him. He tore open a summoning rift, his eyes growing more fierce than ever before. The summoning rift opened successfully. A massive tear appeared, fueled by the magic of 100,000 triple S-rank cores. Why is it blue? The gates he usually saw were blue, connecting to the outside world due to a bypass in the Gaia system. A dimensional portal linking directly to the Erno continent was open. Hopefully nothing would go wrong. Just please do not send him back to hell. Whew! Thankfully that did not happen. The summoned beast before him was... The summoning was a success. The daughter of the demon dragon Gargus, the dragon Echidna, had now become his loyal summon. Kangwoo was momentarily stunned. A dragon? However, her current condition did not look very good. Echidna let out a deafening screech. Suddenly, strange figures descended from the sky. Confused, Kangwoo wondered what language they were speaking. What crazy stunt were these people pulling? Ever since the gates opened, Korea had never seen outfits like this. These kids looked like they had just stepped straight out of a fantasy world. He needed to understand what they were saying first. Fortunately, there was a power that allowed him to communicate with people who spoke different languages. Without hesitation, Kangwoo activated his authority of communication. Sensing the danger, Jenna out, "Everyone get back." The girl beside her tried to reassure her, telling her to stay calm. Look at Akrona, she is literally on the verge of death. Hearing that, Gino finally got the picture. The girl beside him added that she could no longer harm anyone. Gino let out a sigh of relief. Confused by their strange behavior, Kangwoo asked, "Who on earth are you people?" Gino turned around with a warm smile and asked, "Are you okay?" "I am Gino von Anon, 3rd Prince of the Anon Empire," Kangwoo muttered skeptically. "Anon Empire?" Gino asked, "And who are you?" Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Kangwoo thought to himself that he had never once heard of the territory of Elena or the Anon Empire. But now, he could clearly recognize an elf and a dwarf among them. Could they really be from another world? Meanwhile, the battered, bleeding dragon panted heavily as she stared directly at him. While healing her, Kangwoo felt a wave of pity. He truly had no clue what was happening, but he absolutely refused to let his newly summoned beast die so easily like this. Placing his hand on the beast, Kangwoo activated his resurrection magic, instantly sending surging currents of electricity crackling through her entire body. Sensing danger, Gino rushed forward to stop him, demanding to know what he was doing. Suddenly, an unfamiliar, mysterious voice echoed out, catching the prince completely off guard. "So, you are my master? Thank you for saving me." To the dragon's telepathic gratitude, Kangwoo gently replied, "Don't worry about it." The beast hung her head, apologizing for appearing before her master in such a pathetic state. Kangwoo gasped, realizing she was communicating directly through his mind. There was no doubt about it, she had accepted him as her master. He reassured her, but those heavy wounds still deeply concerned him. Seeing Kangwoo heal the dragon, Gino drew his sword and lashed out, screaming, "You bastard! Are you this demonic dragon's master?" Kangwoo merely stared back, coldly asking them why they were so determined to kill her. Enraged by such a ridiculous question, Gino snapped at him. "Are you seriously asking that because you do not know? That creature is a brutal, demonic Akrona. It is the very monster that caused a catastrophic drought and plague. Countless innocent citizens of our empire lost their lives to this beast's dark magic. But Akrona angrily protested against the accusation, swearing to her new master that she did absolutely nothing of the sort." Taking her side, Kangwoo calmly told them. She already said she had nothing to do with those disasters. Besides, if she actually had the power to control nature and trigger a massive, devastating drought, her existence would basically be close to that of a god. If that were the case, no one could have defeated her, nor would she be lying here heavily injured and panting just to stay alive. Gino furiously rejected his logic, insisting that only this vile beast could be responsible. To him, no other explanation made any sense. It was clear Gino wouldn't listen to reason. To save the suffering citizens of his empire, this dragon simply had to die. Kangwoo felt a deep wave of irritation. He absolutely detested self-righteous hypocrites who only cared about their own brand of justice while completely shutting out any opposing voices. Fuming with rage, Gino prepared to unleash a massive surge of explosive power. Seeing this, Kangwoo casually remarked, "Sure, maybe your words are right, and this dragon did trigger the terrible plagues that devastated your lands. But so what? I do not care what Akrona did in the past, she belongs to me now. And I have absolutely no intention of abandoning a subordinate I personally summoned." Gino spat in disgust. "You evil monster." Kangwoo smirked. "Well, I actually am a demon." Hearing that, Gino roared in absolute fury. "I knew it. You really are a disgusting monster, you bastard. For the suffering, innocent citizens of the Anan Empire, and for the children crying out in agony, Gino von Anan will defeat you at all costs." The elf girl immediately backed him up, declaring, "We will help you." The muscular warrior grinned smugly and said, "Perfect. Since you already managed to take down a dragon, there is no way you can't beat a pure demon like him." Swooning, the purple-haired girl murmured about how cool Gino looked. Beside her, the dwarf cheered, reminding Gino that helping him meant he would owe him plenty of dark beer later. Kangwoo sighed in exhaustion. These guys were honestly a joke. Did this entire squad lose their minds today? Akrona quickly warned her master to be careful, just as Gino charged forward, swinging his blade wildly. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right on Kangwoo. Wincing, Kangwoo realized he could not underestimate that strike. Fortunately, his high-tier gear absorbed most of the impact. Deciding it was best to end this quickly, Kangwoo lunged forward with immense force. His heavy, powerful footsteps shattered the very earth beneath him as he closed the distance. Seeing Kangwoo challenge them, they met him head-on, unleashing their burst power and adaptation skills. Instantly, they unleashed their moves, sending a scorching heatwave flooding the battlefield while the dwarf erected a massive iron wall. But suddenly, giant fireballs materialized right behind them. Sensing danger approaching from behind, the muscular warrior quickly spun around. Right after, a massive explosion erupted, forcing their entire squad to fall back. Out of nowhere, Kangwoo materialized right before Gino, planting a heavy fist in his face and sending him groaning in pain. The purple-haired girl hastily erected a protective barrier around herself, while Kangwoo smoothly executed a perfect, graceful landing. Without giving him any time to recover, Gino pressed forward with his sword. Kangwoo was momentarily caught off guard by a sudden gust of wind as Gino unleashed his move, a non-sword style, first form Tempest Sweep. Gino followed up with the power of the iron wall, but Kangwoo effortlessly slipped past his attack. Kangwoo found it hilarious that his opponent felt the absolute need to shout out his signature attacks mid-fight. But before he could chuckle, another voice screamed, "Do it now, Gino!" With that said, Gino charged forward once more. Kangwoo easily sidestepped the rush, but the prince refused to back down, relentlessly pursuing him with sheer determination. Quickly leaping back, Kangwoo blocked the prince's devastating strike with his bare hands. Instantly, a massive shockwave erupted, violently blasting away everything in their immediate vicinity. Emerging safely, Kangwoo admitted this kid was no pushover. If he hadn't achieved his fifth awakening, he might have actually been in real trouble. Zeno laughs like an absolute maniac, shouting at the demon, but Kangwoo just smirks, clenching his fist, ready to strike. With a sudden dash, Kangwoo aims a brutal kick right between Zeno's legs. Doubled over in agonizing pain, Zeno screams, "What the hell? You said you were going to slash me." Kangwoo chuckles, mocking the guy for being so incredibly gullible. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl screams Zeno's name, while the fallen hero desperately begs his allies to run. He knows they stand no chance against this monster. Watching from the sidelines, a guard clicks his tongue, realizing it's time to get the hell out. In reality, the battle was over the second Zeno got crippled. Still, tears streaming down her face, the purple-haired girl refuses to abandon him. How could they just leave their leader behind? Zeno screams back, insisting he's fine, telling them to save their own skins first. He entrusts the future of the Anan Empire to his friends, but Kangwoo contemptuously kicks him away. The guy literally mocks Zeno's dramatic, heroic sacrifice speech right to his face. They scream Zeno's name in despair as he curses through the pain. Meanwhile, a smirking Kangwoo prepares for the final blow. For Kangwoo, this is just another day of survival. In his world, you hunt and kill simply to stay alive. No mercy, no anger, and definitely no empathy. Down in the depths of hell, emotions are nothing but a luxury. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl throws herself right in front of the blade. She begs Kangwoo to take her life instead, warning that the entire empire will crumble without their hero. Zeno looks up at Xena, completely stunned. She keeps going, calling him their bravest savior, their empire's ultimate hope, and the man she loves more than anything else. Zeno anxiously calls out her name, but Xena completely ignores him, apologizing for confessing her love to Prince Zeno in a tragic moment like this. She fears she will never get another chance to speak. Turning back to Kangwoo, she desperately offers her own life in absolute obedience, begging him to spare her beloved prince at any cost. Zeno tries to stop her, but a highly amused Kangwoo instantly shuts her down with a flat no. A confused Xena gasps, but Kangwoo tells her she is talking absolute nonsense. Why should he care if some empire falls or loses hope when this guy dies? That has absolutely nothing to do with him, and honestly, he couldn't care less. They were the ones who started this fight and cornered him. Now, they expect him to show mercy? Not a chance. The moment you pick up a weapon, you must be fully prepared to die right there on the battlefield. He tells her to cut the cheesy movie drama, while a stunned Xena can barely speak. An outraged Zeno screams, calling him a disgusting monster. Kangwoo just scoffs. Isn't a whole group ganging up on a single guy way more disgusting? After all, dirty tricks are just basic combat logic. Ready to end it, he promises to make their deaths quick and painless. But suddenly, a system alert flashes, announcing that all unauthorized external entities are being purged by the Gaia system. Blinding pillars of light erupt, shocking Zeno. Sensing danger, Kangwoo immediately lunges forward to strike before they disappear. He refuses to let them escape, especially since that shiny, expensive-looking gear is supposed to be his reward. Since they are from another world, slaying them wouldn't cause any local trouble. There's no way he can let an opportunity like this slip away. But the Gaia system is too fast, successfully purging the intruders. What a pity, he ran out of time to finish them off. Annoyed, Kangwoo watches the battlefield go completely quiet. Talk about a massive waste of time. Fortunately, his summoned echidna is still waiting safely in the back. But what exactly is this Gaia system? Could it be some sort of planetary defense firewall built to block interdimensional intruders? He recalls seeing alert messages about Gaia when he first arrived back on Earth. It seems this system can't run entirely on its own. Could the recent massive surge of hell monsters be connected to this system glitch? He remembers they only started spawning around 2 or 3 weeks ago. Wait, if that's the timeline, could he actually be the one who broke the world? Well, overthinking it now won't solve anything anyway. Honestly, he only escaped hell because he wanted some good old kimchi stew. How can he fix this mess, or is it already too late? Confused by his spacing out, Echidna asks if those people are finally gone. Kangwoo gives a distracted nod, sighs, and tells her not to mention it when she thanks him. Exactly. Sitting around and worrying won't magically give him the answers, so there is really no point in stressing over it. He tells her to stay down and rest while he heals her wounds. Echidna shyly blushes, thanking him for the help. As her master, taking care of her is literally his job. Now, he just needs to clear his head and organize all this new information. But looking at her massive form, he wonders if she can actually control her own body size. Echidna eagerly nods, telling him she can easily do it if he just gives her a second. After thanking her, Kangwoo asks about this mysterious place called the Urn Continent. She explains that it's a massive, faraway realm in another dimension. Its dominant power is the Anan Empire, where swordplay and magic rule. It is a classic fantasy world packed with spirits, monsters, and dragons. Driving back, Kangwoo pieces it together. So all these non-demon monsters showing up lately must have crossed over from Urn. Now everything is finally starting to make sense. Looking up at him, Echidna softly asks where they are heading. He tells her they are going to his shelter, correcting her since it's not his real home. Confused, she asks what a shelter even is. Are they really heading to their master's nest? Kanhu shyly admits that calling it a cozy nest actually sounds nice. Ikona is absolutely thrilled, thanking Kanhu for the invite. It has been ages since anyone actually shared a home with her. Kanhu asks if she has been lonely all this time. Ikona quietly admits she used to live with her father, but one day he just vanished into thin air. He wonders what she means by disappeared, and she explains she spent most of her days alone inside a quiet cave, just reading books. Kanhu feels a wave of pity, realizing how lonely she was. But then, Ikona mentions someone suddenly burst into her quiet sanctuary. Kanhu asks if she means the locals. Ikona starts trembling, desperately insisting she never caused any of those terrible droughts or plagues. She kept begging them to believe her, but absolutely nobody would listen. Kangwoo can only watch her in heavy, painful silence. Seeing him quiet, Ikona softly calls his name. Kangwoo looks into her tearful eyes, feeling nothing but pure sympathy for her tragic past. Ikona, sniffling, asks if he believes her. Kangwoo is painfully familiar with that desperate look, having lived through the exact same pain. As far back as Kangwoo can remember, he grew up in a lonely orphanage, where even wishing for parents was an impossible luxury. All he ever wanted was to be loved, to be cared for, and for someone to finally acknowledge his existence. He used to roll his eyes at those cheesy, dramatic emotions shown on television dramas. Yet he is no different now. He promises that even if the whole world turns against her, he will still believe in her. Kangwoo reaches out, gently wiping away the tears streaming down Ikona's face. He stares at her quietly for a moment, then smiles and looks ahead. Ikona softly whispers that she will cherish his name forever. Back at their lodging, Soa suddenly lunges forward to hug Ikona with a loud squeal, sending the terrified little creature crying to Kangwoo. Soa is absolutely overjoyed, squealing about how adorable Ikona is and instantly falling in love with her. Kangwoo looks away, completely shocked she accepted her so fast. After all, Ikona is still technically a monster. Soa happily argues that nobody could possibly reject such a ridiculously adorable summon. To her, pure cuteness is the ultimate truth of life. Kangwoo watches them, wondering if Ikona's powers shrank along with her body as she gets helplessly caught in Soa's grip. Ikona frantically runs to him for rescue, calling Soa absolutely terrifying. To change the subject, Kangwoo asks how her party is doing. When he asks about their leveling progress, a blushing Soa proudly reveals that their levels are climbing incredibly fast. She expects they will soon complete their third awakening and enter rank C gates, giving all the credit to Kangwoo, much to his surprise. Soa explains that he helped her recruit amazing party members, and his expert advice has been incredibly useful to their growth. Without him, she could never have even dreamed of living a life like this, so she sincerely thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Kangwoo smiles, finally experiencing the warmth of being appreciated, realizing that he is actually the one who should be grateful. This feeling is definitely not bad at all. When Soa asks to take Ikona to bed, Kangwoo quickly agrees, secretly feeling a bit envious. The next morning, Kangwoo wakes up groggy and completely drained, wondering why on earth he feels so exhausted today. Seeing him drag himself downstairs, Soa greets him warmly, pointing out with surprise that he slept in much later than usual. He admits to feeling completely wiped out, prompting an immediately worried Soa to ask if he is all right. Kangwoo stretches and brushes off her concern, but then Ikona chimes in to ask if her master slept well, earning a brief nod. Ikona eagerly praises the delicious meal, and as Soa playfully offers her 5 more cups, Kangwoo suddenly yells her name in sheer panic. Ikona happily says yes, leaving Kangwoo staring in utter shock at her new human look while Soa assumes she could always transform. Kangwoo contemplates this unexpected power, while Ikona admits she has no idea, only recalling feeling a strange sensation during her sleep. She woke up looking like this, leaving Kangwoo deeply suspicious about the strange feeling she experienced while she was asleep. It probably explains his own extreme fatigue this morning, and he can only hope she can change back into her dragon form. He prays her legendary powers aren't sealed away like his own, because staying stuck like this would cause massive trouble. Kangwoo asks if she can switch back, but as Ikona unleashes her magic, he immediately realizes things are about to go horribly wrong. He yells for her to stop, but a massive explosion immediately blows the windows completely out. Once the dust settles, Kangwoo clarifies if she is truly stuck like this, unable to control either form properly. A tearful Ikona apologizes, but Soa quickly reassures her with an awkward smile, saying she did not mean any harm. She just warns her not to transform indoors again. As Ikona nods sadly, Kangwoo sighs, telling her to adapt to human life. Ikona agrees, leaving Kangwoo to wonder if his own energy somehow influenced her when she officially accepted him as master. A sniffling Ikona offers to gather rocks to repair the damage, but Soa warmly tells her that is not necessary. Kangwoo notes how exceptionally fluent her human speech has become. Plus, having her in this form means he can easily take her anywhere, which is actually a massive win. Meanwhile, Soa happily mentions she already called repairmen. Let's go shopping for clothes, Seola suggests, leaving Kangwoo completely bewildered. Clothes? For Echidna? Her old childhood clothes are too small, Seola explains, making Kangwoo realize where she wants to go. There is a massive shopping mall nearby. I want to go there. Want to join us? Echidna asks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Are we going out together? Let's go. But Kangwoo sighs, admitting it might be difficult. Seola asks sadly, are you hunting again today? You really need a break. Feeling a bit awkward, Kangwoo replies that he isn't hunting today. Echidna looks disappointed, asking if he is staying behind. Kangwoo awkwardly mumbles, explaining he has to go somewhere else. A voice on the phone asks if he really opened a dimensional gate to Eleanor and summoned a dragon as his minion. Kangwoo barely listens, casually scrolling through his screen. The voice continues, asking if those bastards from Eleanor got lost in their world because of the Gaia system. Kangwoo simply grunts in agreement. Yeonju then asks if his minion took human form and now needs a fake ID. Kangwoo playfully teases her, praising her unexpected sharp wit. Annoyed, Yeonju snaps back, demanding to know what he means. Kangwoo asks if she knows about the Gaia system. Yeonju denies it, saying it is her first time hearing about it. She still cannot believe he summoned a dragon as a minion, demanding to know his true identity. Kangwoo can only smile and sigh in response. Isn't it a bit late to ask that now? Kangwoo jokes. Yeonju sighs, wondering who she has actually been helping all this time. Kangwoo smugly asks if she can get it done. Reluctantly, Yeonju agrees, telling him to just send the photo. Kangwoo happily thanks her. I have one more request, he adds. Confused and slightly annoyed, Yeonju complains about his endless demands. Kangwoo explains he needs a new identity. Suddenly, a knock on the door cuts him off. Yeonju calls out for them to enter, and a voice apologizes for the interruption. Recognizing that voice instantly, Kangwoo remembers Baek Hwa-yeon. She addresses Yeonju, stating she has some urgent business to discuss with her. Kangwoo wonders why the Hwaran commander is visiting. Spotting him, Hwa-yeon apologizes for interrupting, but Yeonju reassures her that it is perfectly fine. We were just finishing up anyway, Yeonju says. Hwa-yeon looks at him, asking if he is their new recruit. Kangwoo feels slightly annoyed. He internally notes that he has done nothing wrong. Yeonju explains that while he is not in their guild, they have been working together recently. Hwa-yeon shakes his hand, introducing herself as Baek Hwa-yeon, the commander of the Hwaran Squad 3. He introduces himself as Oh Kangwoo, realizing that having Red Rose backing him might bring some serious trouble. Hearing his name, Hwa-yeon suddenly remembers him as the guy from the rank C gate. Yeonju looks utterly shocked. You two know each other? Yeonju asks, wondering if he was working there as a mercenary. Hwa-yeon quickly corrects her, praising him as a polite and decent man. Yeonju scoffs with disbelief, mocking those words. Meanwhile, Kangwoo smugly tells Hwa-yeon she is being far too kind. I can hardly accept such praise, Kangwoo says. Yeonju rolls her eyes in disgust before asking him what he wanted. Kangwoo requests an entry pass to the rank S gate, leaving Yeonju completely stunned as she demands to know why. You want to hunt in a rank S gate now? She asks. Kangwoo explains that while soloing is risky, bringing his minion makes it easy. Yeonju turns serious, asking if he knows what lurks in the Suwon rank S gate. Kangwoo smirks smugly. Naturally, he replies. Yeonju lists them off. Giant wyverns, giant ogres, and El Cuero. Even if you hunt there, stay away from the lake, understood? She warns. Kangwoo casually tells her not to worry. Overhearing this, Hwa-yeon gasps in shock, asking if they are really talking about a rank S gate. He was just hunting at a rank C gate weeks ago. Hwa-yeon objects. Yeonju explains that this guy is an absolute anomaly. Just trust his abilities, Yeonju adds. Hwa-yeon wonders suspiciously if he was hiding his true strength back at that rank C gate. Even national-level rankers try to avoid rank S gates, so she remains highly skeptical about his plan. But it seems you have a real powerhouse under your thumb, Hwa-yeon remarks. Yeonju sighs, wondering who is actually pulling the strings here. I will head out then, Kangwoo says, asking if all his requests will be taken care of. Yeonju nods, letting him know he can enter the rank S gate tomorrow, but firmly warns him to be careful. Even for you, that place is incredibly dangerous, she says. Kangwoo gently reassures her that he will remember before taking his leave. Once he leaves, Yeonju's expression darkens as she asks Hwa-yeon if she found any clues about the demonic cult. Hwa-yeon shakes her head. Adjusting her hat, Yeonju asks what she means. Hwa-yeon admits she is looking forward to something, leaving Yeonju curious as she confirms it. Did you hear that we managed to infiltrate the demonic cult? Hwa-yeon asks. Yeonju admits she is genuinely surprised they actually pulled it off. Hwa-yeon explains that their undercover agent has a video containing crucial evidence and wants to hand it over at a designated contact point. A video? Yeonju asks, surprised. Can't they just send it digitally? Hwa-yeon replies that security is too tight, making communication almost impossible lately. Yeonju asks where the contact point is. Hwa-yeon reveals it will be at Hwaseo Station in Suwon tomorrow, causing Yeonju to mutter the location thoughtfully. She suddenly realizes that is right next to the rank S gate Kangwoo is planning to hunt. Later, Echidna excitedly asks him how she looks in her outfit. He looks her up and down before showering her with compliments, asking if she bought those clothes with Seola at the convenience store yesterday. Echi quickly turns to her with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Seola. Echi absolutely loves it. She politely replies, saying Echi is so adorable that any outfit would look perfect on her. In response to his announcement that it is time to go hunt, Seola thoughtfully reminds him, Kangwoo, please make sure to be careful out there. Meanwhile, he and Echi are laughing and chatting happily. He warns her not to transform, while Seola suddenly feels a little left out watching them. Hunting with Kangwoo, how she wishes she could do that, but she wonders if her level is even high enough. Unexpectedly, he takes the initiative to ask, Seola, you are going hunting today too, right? How about we go together sometime? I want to try party hunting with you. Seola freezes in disbelief before excitedly replying, Yes, I will definitely look forward to it, Kangwoo. Looking at her, he silently evaluates her potential. He is confident Seola has gained enough battle experience, and now he needs to help her grow even more. He and Echi quickly bid her farewell and take off ahead of her. Over at gate number 5, Vice Guild leader Kangwoo is carefully instructing her. Remember these 3 rules. First, stay far away from that lake, because a dangerous monster is lurking inside, got it? Second, when I buy us some time, do not just charge straight in. Your job is to support me from behind. And finally, no matter what happens, do not revert to your true dragon form. I do not want us drawing any extra attention, understand? Alright, let's see. They should be around here. Found you, S-rank, giant ogre. Okay, do not act rashly. We will start slow and steady. He then uses a luring skill that has Echi sniffing the air. What is that delicious smell? Right after, Kangwoo commands, Echi, get ready. Authority of Baphomet. A massive demon immediately manifests right after, and the two find themselves locked in an intense, explosive battle. The sheer force of their collision triggers a massive earthquake across the entire battlefield. After just a single clash with the beast, Kangwoo quickly assesses its strength. This has got to be at least an S-rank threat. Even after unleashing Baphomet's power, it did absolutely nothing to it. But of course, a monster of this caliber is well within my power to handle. As the beast charges, Kangwoo unleashes a dark spear, severely wounding its massive body. Yet, it stubbornly bares its razor-sharp teeth, refusing to back down. In this critical moment, Echi decides to unleash her dark gale. Seeing her on the verge of transforming, Kangwoo can only scream in helpless frustration. Echi, stop! His power suddenly surges past its limits, further bolstered by her devastating support. Finally, the status window pops up with a notification. You have defeated the S-rank giant ogre. Your experience points are rising, and you have leveled up. Kangwoo finds himself feeling deeply puzzled. They said they only hunt alongside guilds or players who are at least level 65. The massive experience gain reflects the high difficulty, since defeating just one leveled me up. From behind, Echi quickly seeks approval. Kangwoo, was I good? He happily nods in agreement. You did amazing. The ogre could barely move around, and that is entirely thanks to your effort. To this, Echi confesses, I am actually surprised myself. I think being summoned by Master is what made me so much stronger. This leads Kangwoo to quietly realize that she is insanely powerful, even when she is not using her true form. Perhaps if she fights in her dragon form, they will have an incredibly bountiful hunt. Just as he predicted, Echi suddenly sniffs the air and says, I smell something really sweet. Looking up at the sky, both of them are shocked to see a swarm of wyverns. Kangwoo urgently yells out, Hold on tight, Echi! He quickly strategizes. They must have been drawn here by the commotion of the previous battle. There are too many, we need to retreat for now. His extreme speed is a ground-based movement skill, which makes it easy for flying monsters to intercept them. So he quickly pulls Echi close and activates Wings of the Sky. Even though their pursuit is incredibly fast, escaping is no trouble for Kangwoo. Echi clings to him as she wakes up, screaming, My dress, Kangwoo, you said I looked pretty in this dress. She immediately transforms on the spot, striking fear into the eyes of the pursuing monsters. Echidna then begins to slaughter them one by one. Kangwoo simply stands nearby, casually observing until every last beast is completely wiped out. To his surprise, a system notification pops up just a moment later, stating that his familiar has defeated an S-rank wyvern. Soon, 2 more identical alerts flash in front of him, leaving Kangwoo completely thrilled. Isn't this just like how Echi fought tooth and nail for Gino and his guild back then? She is way stronger than I thought. Could she actually be stronger than me? Once they finally land, Kangwoo thoughtfully asks her, Are you awake yet, Echi? Looking around with tired, heavy eyes, she weakly asks, Where are we? He quickly reassures her, We are still inside the gate. Are you holding up okay? Echi collapses against his chest and sighs, Yes, but I have absolutely no energy left. Kangwoo gently comforts her, saying, I know, Echi. It looks like you just pushed yourself way too hard. You passed out the moment you transformed back. Sensing that something is completely off, she panics and frantically asks, What about my clothes? He immediately reassures her, saying, "It is totally fine, do not worry about that. I can buy more. There are tons of clothes that fit you perfectly, Ecchi. Ecchi, from now on, do not transform without my permission. I really do not like people who lose their minds because they cannot control their anger." Ecchi realizes she was careless and deeply apologizes. "I am so sorry. It was my fault. I won't do it again. Please don't abandon me." Understanding her deep fear, Kangwoo quickly comforts her. "What are you talking about? Why would I ever abandon you?" He warned her that this was their first time fighting together, pleading with her not to do that again. Ecchi suddenly burst into tears, leaving Kanhu utterly worried that he might have gone too far, so he quickly began to comfort her. After telling her to be good so they could go buy clothes, he paused, realizing he still needed to make things clear. Going completely wild in the middle of a fight was still incredibly dangerous. Fortunately, the results were great, and he knew she would be far stronger in her true form. Still, he never expected her to wipe out so many monsters alone, even though his own mana was completely drained just as he predicted. Ecchi could transform into a human and grow stronger than her original self, simply because she had fully accepted his mana. Now that she was his summoned beast, Ecchi could unleash far greater power than ever before by drawing on his magical energy. If his own mana pool expanded, the amount of power she could draw would definitely increase as well, though that would also put a heavier strain on her body. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Was that a giant Aussie? No, two of them? Facing them without Ecchi meant he could just call it a day, but he wondered if he should warm up a bit. Yet before he could even strike, the monsters suddenly erupted in blood. The ones responsible were two young men wielding terrifying power, leaving Kanhu completely stunned and utterly speechless. The moment they approached, they called out to greet him, asking if those beasts were his prey. But the other youth quickly chimed in, questioning if they could really be his. Could he not see just how exhausted the guy was? He had no idea who these two were, but even as they laughed and joked, their words about him being too weak to claim the prey lingered in his mind. Asking if he couldn't see the exhaustion, they openly boasted that they had just saved his life. Taking a closer look, he recognized them: Minhyuk, the infamous scammer guild leader, and Kang-hoon, the top-ranked leader of the #1 guild in Korea, Hanu. Talk about crazy luck. Meeting two top guild leaders at once was the last thing he wanted when trying to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, the two rankers kept chatting away, noting that the surrounding area seemed completely deserted. They figured he was a rookie who sneaked in after the level cap was lifted, prompting Kang-hoon to approach him with a friendly smile. Calling their sudden meeting fate, Kang-hoon warmly offered to escort him back to the gate since he looked exhausted. However, Kanhu politely turned him down, insisting that they could protect themselves and didn't want to hold them up. Watching the two of them walk away, Minhyuk shook his head in absolute annoyance, complaining about how troublesome they were. But his expression instantly shifted to pure shock when he suddenly spotted something unexpected nearby. Noticing Ecchi, Kang-hoon gasped in surprise that he had brought a child along, urging Kanhu to trust him since he wasn't a bad guy. Yet Kanhu firmly rejected the offer once more, stating they had already helped enough and he didn't want to impose. Unbeknownst to them, the fallen beast was clutching a glowing item in its claw as Kanhu continued to insist that they truly didn't need to worry about him. Though slightly disappointed, Kang-hoon could only nod and accept it, letting the matter drop since he insisted. As Kang-hoon began bidding them farewell, Kanhu made sure to express his deep gratitude. While thanking him for understanding, Minhyuk snatched up the glowing item. Once they were clear, Ecchi finally woke up to Kanhu, calling her name, telling her it was time to go shopping for clothes before everything sold out. She could only give him a weak, tired nod of agreement. He couldn't help but reflect on the wild day they just had with Ecchi and those two high rankers. Pulling out his map, he carefully searched for the fastest route leading straight to the mall. The deserted path near the S-Class gate felt eerie, but suddenly Ecchi snapped him out of his thoughts, warning him that she smelled the distinct scent of fresh human blood nearby. Kanhu had previously disguised himself to infiltrate the demonic cult, discovering that their twisted, brutal methods were far worse than he had ever imagined. He managed to record highly classified, shocking footage while evading enemy scouts, but due to a high-tech signal jammer blocking all communications, he was completely unable to transmit the vital data. After he sent a covert request to headquarters for an urgent meeting, the enemy's surveillance tightened instantly, as if they were just waiting for him to make a single move to trap him. Realizing he was pushed to his absolute limit, he refused to die there, knowing he had to get that data chip out at all costs. He had to deliver it to Captain Hazen no matter what, but after taking only a few steps, his battered body gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Yet he knew he couldn't stop, just one more step, just one single step closer to the gate near Seolwagang. Suddenly, Ecchi spotted the collapsing man and yelled out, "Kanhu, over here!" The man's horrific condition left Kangwoo completely shocked. As he reached out to help support the collapsing hunter, the man weakly mumbled a desperate plea, begging Kangwoo to take something. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the wounded man urgently pressed him to deliver it. The severely wounded hunter then passed out right in front of him, leaving Kangwoo holding what looked like a critical data chip as he desperately tried to shake the man awake. He wondered what this chip was, utterly confused about the bizarre situation and the strange card in his hand. Checking the screen, he wondered if this was a sixth-stage, fully awakened sensory power. This guy was clearly a seasoned expert, considering only players over level 60 who underwent their 7th awakening were allowed into S-rank gates, meaning there was no way he simply walked out of the portal. The only proof he has is this memory card. He decides to check it. A video? Is that all? Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. Wait, is this actually adult content? Why did that guy hand this to him with such serious determination? He didn't seem like that type, or did he miss something? He focuses and watches it once more. It is an amazing feeling, watching this kind of video for the first time in 10,000 years. Out of pure curiosity, Ichi asks what Lord Kangwoo is watching. He quickly hides his phone while trying to come up with a believable explanation. He tells her he is just reviewing some critical evidence, desperately trying to calm his racing heart and act completely normal. But suddenly, a group of bizarre-looking figures show up one after another, instantly sparking Kangwoo's intense curiosity. He wonders who these punks are, but one of them aggressively steps forward, accusing Kangwoo of watching the footage on the memory card. Since he saw the video, they declare they cannot let him leave alive, which only leaves Kangwoo deeply confused. Since when is watching adult videos a death sentence? Kangwoo calmly asks what they are talking about, sending the thugs into a frantic debate. They call him a shameless bastard for playing dumb after watching it, wondering if he is clueless about the video's actual worth. Kangwoo is left scratching his head, wondering what on earth these complete weirdos are babbling about. He does not understand this crazy situation, but he knows one thing for sure: they want to steal his video. How dare they? Stealing the very first video he has watched in 10,000 years? No way. He is going to protect this masterpiece at all costs. With his mind made up, Kangwoo bluntly declares he cannot hand the card over. Angered, one of them snaps that Kangwoo is finally showing his true colors. With nothing left to say, they order the kill. As the entire group charges forward at once, a fierce battle immediately erupts. But suddenly, a strange phenomenon manifests, forcing their leader to urgently yell out a warning to the others. He orders everyone to release their full power, but another thug hesitates, warning that doing so might end up killing them all instead. They have no idea where this guy came from, but he is an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Kangwoo watches them with a surprised expression. Echi calls out from behind, asking what is happening. Kangwoo instantly senses the energy, realizing the demonic aura confirms his suspicions. These guys belong to the Demon Society, and they are actively transforming themselves into demons right now. If this goes on, interrogating them will become completely pointless. Echi warns Kangwoo of the danger and immediately offers to back him up. But Kangwoo quickly turns her down. When it comes to dealing with demon trash like them, he is the absolute best. The demons continue their desperate charge, baring their razor-sharp fangs in a wild frenzy. Kangwoo figures they are just low-level punks, but since they still have demonic regeneration, he decides to hit them with a bit more force. The battle rages on with brutal intensity, and the demons are already starting to show signs of weakening. As one of them gets blasted head-on, the remaining thugs desperately rally their spirits, launching even more aggressive attacks. Watching their comrades get utterly destroyed, the surviving demons begin to shake in absolute terror. Completely unscratched, Kangwoo goes on the offensive, sending them scattering in panic. He smirks, noting that trying to run away now is a bit too late. Without even using his full strength, he rounds up the entire group effortlessly. They can only scream in total despair. With one simple sweep of his hand, all his opponents end up scattered across the floor. Kangwoo remains deeply curious about the memory card. What on earth is this? No matter how he looks at it, it is definitely just adult content. Why would the Demon Society target this? Is it actually that valuable? Just then, familiar voices echo nearby as they track a signal directly to this exact location. Kangwoo instantly recognizes John Chu's voice. She calls out, asking him what on earth he is doing in a place like this. Flustered, Kangwoo asks if she saw everything, which only makes John Chu burst into laughter, telling him not to worry about it. Meanwhile, Ha-John is wide-eyed, with total shock to see Kangwoo standing there. Completely oblivious, Kangwoo continues the conversation, asking John Chu what she is doing there. He wonders why everyone has suddenly gathered in this random spot. Ha-John directly asks Kangwoo if he happened to find a memory card containing some video footage. Without hesitation, he pulls it out, asking if she means this specific one. Seeing the card, John Chu excitedly exclaims that it is the exact one. She demands he hand it over, explaining that the video on the card is incredibly important to their team. Kangwoo double-checks if she means this, and John-Chu nods, saying she needs to use it immediately. Her answer immediately triggers some very questionable, dirty thoughts in Kangwoo's mind about what she plans to do with it. Seeing Kangwoo hesitate to hand over the memory card, John-Chu loses her cool and snaps, asking how many times she has to tell him. Hand it over now. Kangwoo finally gives in and hands it over, reassuring himself that she probably has other uses for it, since the footage must contain something much more interesting. Behind him, John-Chu murmurs that since things turned out this way, they should watch it together, as it is something he needs to know anyway. He tried to reassure himself once again, regardless of what that dark secret actually was. Afterward, John-Chu stepped up to question Hazen about the other agent's condition, but the cold response came back immediately that man was already dead. Then, Hazen seriously turned her attention directly to Kangwoo. She asked if he could explain what had happened there, but Kangwoo immediately shook his head, admitting that he was completely in the dark about the whole situation. She followed up with another question, asking if those thugs had jumped him the very moment he received the memory card. Kangwoo quickly confirmed it, stating that other than that, he had absolutely no clue what was going on. Assuming his presence there was just a pure coincidence, Hazen reached a decision, telling Kangwoo that since he was already working with them, they should watch the footage together. But before they could even finish their conversation, John-Chu's loud shout echoed out, demanding to know what on earth this was. He accused Kangwoo of swapping the card, while the poor guy desperately tried to explain his innocence, insisting it was the real deal. But Hazen calmly stepped in, pointing out that the video was obviously a fake. They needed to decrypt it at headquarters to see the actual content. Even so, John-Chu couldn't help but wonder why on earth they used an adult film as a cover. Hazen patiently began to explain the reasoning behind this tactic. It made perfect sense, since even headquarters advised using adult content as an outer cover to avoid any suspicion. Animal documentaries worked too, but adult videos were by far the best disguise. Listening in, Kangwoo silently agreed that it was actually a brilliant cover. This meant the original footage had to be connected to the Devil Association. They were supposed to trade it here, but their plan completely fell apart. John-Chu then kept grilling him, demanding to know why he didn't warn them if he had already watched it. Kangwoo barely had time to stammer out that she said it was urgent, but she snapped right back, asking what she would even use it for. Calling him a bastard, she pushed Ecchi over the edge. Stepping up, Ecchi told her to stop being so rude to Kangwoo. Instantly, she became the center of John-Chu's attention as he wondered who this kid was. Kangwoo quickly chimed in, explaining that she was his trusted ally, whom he had mentioned before. Shockingly, she gave a pretty dismissive response, scoffing that a little kid could be a confidant when she looked just like any ordinary child. She teased if he preferred this type or if he had misspoken last time, sending Kangwoo into a frustrated shout, asking what kind of person she took him for. But Hazen suddenly cut in with an announcement. She had just finished speaking with headquarters, and since that agent was dead, they needed to review the film's contents as soon as possible. They needed to head straight to the Sukun Station headquarters immediately, where they could finally decrypt the footage. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the entire squad assembled under a loud command for all units to stand at attention. Hazen immediately asked Captain John Sell if all the night shift dispatch personnel on the field were doing okay. He quickly saluted, reporting a head count of 30 with 0 absences and 0 casualties. Wasting absolutely no time, she got straight to the point, announcing that she had a few critical things to share. She revealed that Agent John Hun had fallen in the line of duty, urging everyone to put in their absolute best effort to complete this mission so his sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. She instructed Captain John Sell to ensure that the families of the fallen soldiers were fully compensated, promising that she would contact them personally. Those who sacrificed for their country must never be left to suffer any disadvantages. Watching her command the room, Kangwoo silently admitted that she was truly born to be a soldier. She then informed them that they had successfully secured the encryption chip alongside the decoy footage, ordering them to decrypt it immediately and get ready to report back. Once inside the investigation room, she asked if she could speak with General Honch right away. Surprisingly, she was told that General Honch was currently on an overseas trip to Japan, specifically to investigate a highly dangerous double S rank gate. This meant he was completely unreachable, which was a huge issue since Honch held the absolute highest authority in their entire squad. He was so incredibly powerful that aside from Kangwoo, absolutely no one in the entire country dared to oppose him. Hazen felt deep regret, wishing the general had been there to help save their fallen comrade. Shaking it off, she quickly urged them forward, stating they would head to the investigation room to decrypt the video immediately. There would be no nightly roll call today, so she dismissed the squad. At that exact moment, the Cardinal received an urgent update that the summoning preparations were nearly finished, prompting him to impatiently demand to know how much longer it would take. He immediately received the reply, 4 weeks or perhaps even less. If they rushed the process, they could wrap it up in 3 weeks. The cardinal was pleasantly surprised, noting it was much faster than expected. He then questioned if they had secured the funding this time. His subordinate quickly confirmed the success, boasting that since they were such a massive guild, most of the tribute items offered to them were B rank or higher, meaning their ultimate wish would soon become a reality and nothing could stop them. He added that if everything went smoothly, the association would likely grant them an even greater reward. But his words were instantly cut short by a furious shout to shut up, demanding if he was already dreaming of success when this was only the very first step. You are already losing yourself in a false sense of achievement, the voice warns. Remember, we still have a long way to go before reaching our ultimate goal. You will get nothing done with that kind of attitude. Keep your mouth shut until all the summoning preparations are completely finished. Nothing is worse than living in your own delusions. And by the way, it seems we have a rat in here. With those chilling words, the video cuts out. Watching the footage, Kangwoo immediately recognizes that mask. It belongs to the cardinal, the bastard recruiting people into the demon cult, and based on the scale, he is definitely not working alone. They even mentioned another massive summoning ritual. From that piece of information, he can deduce 3 distinct possibilities. First off, if the guy wearing the star mask is only called the cardinal, then there must be someone else out there who wields far more massive power than him. Second, they are preparing to summon something onto Earth. Third, there is a major guild quietly backing them up. That is when he confidently speaks up, saying that they have no choice but to start investigating these major guilds. Since their spy has been captured, they are going to do absolutely everything they can to cover up their summoning plans. Without any more intelligence sources, it is going to be incredibly difficult to dig up any further information on the guild pulling the strings. The only move left is to investigate and find out exactly which major guild is backing them up. Of course, that excludes the Red Rose Guild, since they are already teaming up with the government to hunt down the demon cult. Hua Yan gets incredibly excited at this, asking him, Kangwoo, is this your area of expertise? What a crazy coincidence. His deduction is so fast. Yunju, standing nearby, quickly chimed in to clarify that he is always quick-witted and pretty crafty. But how are they supposed to find that guild? Even the government struggled hard when they tried to investigate those guilds. Even so, Hua Yun remains optimistic, admitting that trying to mess with the giant guilds is indeed a massive headache. Forcing an investigation with raw power would only cause unnecessary conflict. Fortunately, Kangwoo quickly comes up with a plan to set a trap for them. Those demon cult bastards are targeting high-quality prey for their offerings, right? He asks. Yeonju nods in agreement, explaining that is exactly why they have lost so many of their rookies. That painful response makes him look quite concerned, wondering if he just accidentally brought up a sensitive topic. The perfect bait for this plan would be those very rookies. In other words, their main targets are low-level players who happen to possess high-grade abilities. This reminds Hua Yon of recent sketchy incidents happening around lower-level gates, where the number of missing people has been rising at an incredibly alarming rate. Hearing this, Kangwoo nods to confirm it. Exactly, so we can spread a rumor that an incredibly talented player has appeared at a low-level gate. We can totally make up a lie, claiming that this mysterious player is at least an S-rank powerhouse, or even say that the Red Rose Guild is already scouting them. Just keep feeding them those massive lies. Terrified of losing such a juicy target to someone else, they will be forced to act immediately. Hua Yon cannot help but express her doubts about the plan, questioning if they would really act so recklessly when they were already burned by a spy once before. But Kangwoo confidently pushes back, pointing out that even if the damn cardinal is cautious, they will absolutely have to make a move. Because at their core, they are the demon cult wild wolves who cannot control their hunger for power. The closer they get to becoming demons, the more they crave strength. Once they inject demonic power into their bodies, resisting that sweet temptation becomes completely impossible. Besides, no matter how careful those bastards try to be, there is no way they can erase every single trace. Hua Yun quickly brings up another concern, noting that even with patrols active, there is no sign of these staged gate incidents slowing down. But Yeonju quickly cuts in to make the final decision, agreeing to give it a shot and asking who they should use as the bait. A low-level player who has a high-tier ability, someone who is already somewhat famous or a member of a major guild. And do not even think about using my guild members, she warns. It might sound selfish, but I refuse to risk my people unless they are directly participating in combat. Kangwoo helplessly accepts her terms, saying he understands she needs to preserve their combat power. But as for the bait, he already has the perfect guy in mind for the role. At that very moment, an exhausted Sihun returns home, quickly rushing to his sick mother's bedside with a face full of deep pain and sorrow. Watching from afar, Kangwoo feels genuine admiration for Sihoon, that dedicated idiot who stays up taking care of his sick mother every single night. You really should be the main character, he thinks. Anyway, the reaction is way better than expected. A week after releasing the bait, the rumors are spreading much faster than expected. It is not exploding instantly, but it is steadily gaining serious traction. Meanwhile, whispers start echoing near the stairwell, with people asking if they have heard of Kim Si-hoon, the insanely popular new rookie on the block. But I bet he is still no match for Go-hun. Hearing this, Kangwoo carefully checks his contacts, knowing only one person on their side could spread rumors this quickly. As soon as the call connects, a voice on the other end replies, confirming that making a little bit of noise like this is completely fine. If anyone in your team actually knows about Kim Si-hoon, please just pretend to know absolutely nothing. Turns out, that guy is Yan Woo, the head of the Red Rose Guild HR department. Hua Yan thinks this makes no sense, since Yan Woo is far too straightforward to pull off a stunt like that. Even Yeonju shares the exact same view, suggesting she probably had to force him to do it. After watching for a while, Kangwoo noticed him moving, so he decided it was time to make his own move. Meanwhile, over at the east side of Gate C, Sihoon shouted out a greeting. He announced his arrival, immediately receiving warm greetings from the other players who welcomed him with open arms. He then checked in on an acquaintance, asking Seola if she was okay, prompting another player to explain what was wrong. It turned out Kangwoo was usually busy, but he had not been home for a whole week, which deeply worried Sihoon. He asked if they had tried calling him, but Seola clarified that communication was not actually the main issue. They were texting and calling every single day, yet he had seemingly vanished, leading Sihoon to analyze the situation. He figured it was not a gate issue, noting how Kangwoo dodged their questions, meaning there had to be a reason. Seola wondered if he should have returned sooner, questioning if he had already grown tired of her cooking. She kept doubting herself, wondering if that was the reason he stayed away, or if he had simply fallen for someone else. Choi Yoon-bi quickly chimed in to comfort her, saying it was impossible for him to stray when he had someone so beautiful. Or maybe it was the opposite, since Kangwoo was young and sharing a roof with a gorgeous woman might just be too overwhelming. Unable to listen further, Sihoon cut them off, urging Seola to ignore the teasing and insisting Kangwoo had his reasons. He reminded her that Kangwoo was a top-tier player, completely different from them, while validating her feelings of frustration. He added that their only choice was to train hard and grow stronger, so they could eventually stand alongside Kangwoo as soon as possible. Hearing this, she instantly showed a look of absolute determination. Seeing her resolve, the rest of the team felt reassured and urged everyone to start the hunt, while Kangwoo watched secretly, feeling highly satisfied. He could barely believe they had already reached level 20 and completed their third awakening. Still, he knew it was not enough, despite their impressive growth rate. He also felt bad seeing her suffer after his week-long absence due to his secret tasks. Besides Seola, he was also the only person Echidna could rely on, making him worry about her state as well. He wanted this whole situation wrapped up so he could finally eat and sleep properly. Suddenly, a beast ambushed them, but Taesu reacted instantly to intercept it. He threw himself into the fight with highly energized spirits. He mocked the beast's raw power before shouting for Sihoon to strike, as Seola suddenly joined the fray with a loud battle cry. She activated her skill, unleashing the second form of her dragon sword technique. The monster took massive damage but stubbornly kept fighting, right until Sihoon charged in to deliver a devastating strike with his lightning spear. A fierce burst of lightning erupted, leaving the beast screaming in agony before it collapsed lifelessly, prompting Taesu to loudly celebrate their victory. He declared they got it, though Yoonbi playfully teased him, pointing out that the experience points confirmed the monster was dead. She warned that they could not afford to let their guard down, a sentiment Seola quickly agreed with. She noted that C-rank beasts were indeed tough. Taesu confidently agreed, adding that while they could normally handle 5 lizardmen easily, facing even 3 of these monsters at once would be highly dangerous. They couldn't believe Kangwoo used to hunt alone in a place like this. Observing their progress, Sihoon remarked how impressive it was that they had leveled up enough to take down such a massive beast in under a month. He credited their success to Sihoon, praising his incredible skills and admitting he had always known Sihoon was exceptionally talented even before they formed their squad. Yoonbi eagerly agreed, teasing that his amazing feats made him seem like a literal manhwa protagonist. A bit flustered, Sihoon quickly deflected the praise by complimenting Yoonbi's magic, urging the team to collect the mana stones and continue moving. Seola rushed them along, admitting she had almost forgotten about the loot and urging them to wrap it up quickly. She mentioned that troll heartblood could be sold for a high price to make various premium potions. This got Taesu incredibly excited since Seola could easily handle the trade, while Kangwoo watched them from a distance, thinking about how much stronger they had grown. It was a highly fluid battle with no wasted movements at all, showing that each member now understood their unique roles incredibly well. The tank controlled the crowd, providing main damage and buffs. Ciola also provided buffs and shields when healing was not needed, acting as off-damage support, leading him to conclude they no longer required his protection. Aside from that, it was time for the enemies to make a move, wondering why they remained passive after a whole week. He wondered if they were just being overly cautious instead of striking the delicious rookie targets dangling right in front of them. Having survived 10,000 years in hell, he knew there was no better bait than this, and with rumors circulating for an entire week, they must have heard something by now. He immediately activated his secret technique, the authority of observation. No matter how deeply he analyzed it, those enemies would never overlook such a golden opportunity. A week was surely enough time for them to gather intel. They were bound to show up at any second. But just then, a highly unexpected sight unfolded right before his eyes. They discovered two high-level players so powerful they could one-shot a monster, and they did not even bother to pick up the valuable mana stones. They quickly ran in the direction of Sihun. Finally, the monsters took the bait, and another beast was put down. The moment Sihun finished it off, he praised his team for their great work, which earned him Taesu's deep admiration. My brother Sihun, no matter how many times I witness this, it is still hard to believe. You even took it down without Yoonbi's support. Yet, he remained completely humble, saying it was just pure luck, and that he only succeeded because of the team's incredible support. Yoonbi did not hesitate to playfully tease him, warning Sihun that he needed to go easy or she would end up completely useless. He merely responded with a warm smile, but his eyes suddenly widened in horror as he yelled, "Ciola, there is a monster right behind you. Everyone, get into battle formation right now. Yoonbi, distract the creature so Ciola can safely make her way to the back." Right then, an unexpected voice echoed from the shadows, mocking them and wondering who could possibly make Sihun hesitate like that. "Who are you?" Sihun asked. And the intruder, Dong-hoon, smugly replied that it was quite a coincidence before offering a fake greeting. "I never expected to run into you here." Seeing this, the teammates turned to Sihun and asked if this was someone he knew. It turned out to be the vice leader of the major guild, which was easily one of the top 5 guilds nationwide. On top of that, he was the son of Jae-hyun, the head of major electronics. Simply put, Dong-hoon was born with the absolute richest golden spoon. When it came to actual combat talent as a player, Dong-hoon was remarkably mediocre. He was nothing like his father, a top-tier Korean ranker. Yet, by relying entirely on his family's wealth and influence, he still surpassed others. Sihun demanded to know why he was there, but the man only scoffed and threw the question right back at him. "I came here to hunt," Dong-hoon said, but Sihun refused to back down and snapped back, telling him to mind his own business and get lost. Dong-hoon mockingly asked if Sihun was being a bit too disrespectful to his older brother, a remark that only fueled Sihun's growing anger. "Who do you think you are to call yourself my brother?" Sihun snapped, but Dong-hoon stayed perfectly calm, pointing out they could never be normal brothers because of the filthy blood in Sihun's veins. Completely losing his patience, Sihun charged forward, determined to put an end to this insult. Sihun cursed him, but Dong-hoon only found it amusing, continuing to mock him by asking if he actually planned to throw a punch. "Why don't you go ahead and try?" he sneered, dropping more details while Sihun's anger was still burning hot. "By the way, I heard some interesting rumors about you lately. Word on the street is that you acquired an extremely rare S-rank ability. It is hard to believe you actually showed up, and I certainly never expected you to awaken as such a high-ranking player, Sihun. As it happens, I am in need of a sacrifice like you. And looking at your little friends, they make a perfect gold mine." Hearing this, Taesu immediately boiled over with rage on his friend's behalf, wondering if this guy was actually a chaotic player. To make things worse, Dong-hoon began teasing Ciola, telling his dear sister-in-law to quickly come hide behind him. "Naturally, she will not be sacrificed, because I can think of plenty of other ways to use her." Unable to bear the insult, Sihun charged forward with a devastating strike, roaring, "You absolute piece of trash." As the intense battle raged on, Taesu and Yoonbi watched in absolute dread, desperately shouting Sihun's name over and over. At that very moment, a cold realization hit Sihun as he wondered what had just happened. Even if there was a level gap between them, how on earth did he deflect an attack from such a close range? Dong-hoon barked orders at his own men, telling them to stay back and absolutely not interfere in his fight. After activating his absolute defense barrier, the man confidently declared that Sihun was his alone to deal with, asking if all that confidence had vanished the moment he charged. "Or are you just going to run away? Come on, hit me again." The clash grew increasingly violent, with both fighters giving it their all, yet neither could gain the upper hand. While Dong-hoon maintained his arrogant and smug attitude, Sihun poured every single ounce of his focus and determination into his strikes. In a shocking turn, Sihun was kicked backward and crashed violently into the stone wall, causing his terrified teammates to scream out his name in sheer panic. Sihun, no! Picking himself up, Sihun finally realized the truth. That incredible swordsmanship did not belong to Dong-hoon at all. It was the sword itself controlling his movements. The arrogant heir continued to mock him, asking how a worthless bastard with filthy blood could ever hope to touch him. It was actually a highly advanced system, developed using the top-tier resources and technology of major electronics. The system relied on an advanced sensor that detected incoming movements, automatically piloting the user's body to block. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon just kept hurling insults like a maniac. If you are nothing but an insect, then act like one and crawl on the ground. With those words, he lunged forward to strike again, but Taesu suddenly stepped in to block the path, catching the attacker completely off guard. You useless muscle pig, Dong-hoon snarled, but Taesu fiercely held his ground, roaring that he did not care about their past, and as long as he drew breath, no one would touch Sihun. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rattled the entire battlefield. His face suddenly tightened with suspicion as he sensed something strange. What could it be? He did not feel any reaction at all. Growing curious, Taesu finally spoke up and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" He mockingly sneered, "You idiot! How dare you try to face me with that absolute trash gear?" Dong-hoon immediately triggered his absolute defense, channeling dark demonic energy into his armor while speaking with total confidence. He growled that even without any interference, he would settle the score after dealing with his dear little brother. Shock hit him as Sihun suddenly rose with incredible power, unleashing the fifth form of the hidden dragon sword art, the Wind Dragon's Ascent, forcing Dong-hoon to concentrate with everything he had. He soon felt completely overwhelmed by those precise strikes, while Sihun unleashed a relentless and fierce assault. As Sihun panted heavily from exhaustion, Dong-hoon sneered mockingly, asking him if that was really all he had. "When did you become so pathetic?" he sneered. Activating his defensive barrier, he arrogantly claimed that a low-born loser like him could never expect a quick and easy defeat. In that critical moment, Sihun quietly remembered how he had always excelled in sports, academics, and natural abilities. As a player, he had always been far superior. Yet Dong-hoon remained incredibly smug, arrogantly asking, "But so what? All it takes is money and power to control others." Dong-hoon immediately raised his perfect barrier when he saw Sihun preparing to unleash the hidden dragon sword art once more. Specifically, the fifth form, Wind Dragon's Ascent. Yet Dong-hoon's arrogant mocking showed no signs of stopping. He jeered, challenging his weak power to see how long it could hold before dying under his own strike. He violently shoved him right into the rocky cliff, forcing his panicked teammates to scream his name in utter terror. Seola rushed over to check on Sihun, frantically shouting that they needed to heal him immediately. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon kept bragging, claiming this was his limit and the painful difference between them. Unable to tolerate this any longer, Yoonbi finally stepped forward to fight. She unleashed her lightning spear to strike the enemy, but this only fueled his twisted excitement. He mocked that no matter how hard Sihun struggled, he would never be able to surpass him. Meanwhile, Seola kept urgently shouting at him. She warned that they could not delay his treatment. After providing basic first aid, she rushed off to back up Yoonbi, pleading for him to wake up soon. Sihun was drowning in despair, realizing that although he was still breathing, his body had no strength left. Was this truly the end of his road? He had sworn to avenge his mother and himself against those who abandoned them. Now, he could not even get his revenge, let alone protect the people he cared about. It was all because of his weakness and lack of power. Did he absolutely need strength to survive? Meanwhile, Kangwoo silently watched everything unfold from high above. He realized that was the guy mentioned before, along with the holy water. Since the guild linked to the demonic cult was Mir Group, was Sihun actually a tycoon's secret son? The pieces were starting to fit. He originally thought it was just a coincidence, but it turned out to be completely true. With all the necessary connections for his plan secured, he decided to take things slow. Right then, he heard Sihun crying out in his heart. Sihun desperately desired power to destroy his enemies and protect his loved ones. Hearing this intense cry, Kangwoo immediately noticed that something highly unusual was starting to happen. Could this be a crisis awakening? A system alert announced that Kim Sihun, the apostle of Gaia, had received the legendary martial god's power. Since his vessel was incomplete, he only received a fraction of it. Even so, he mastered the highest level of hidden dragon sword art and unlocked body reconstruction stage 1. As Gaia's apostle, Sihun had successfully unlocked the brand new Cloud Dragon sword art and the Cloud Dragon steps technique. Kangwoo noted that Sihun should just treat himself like a main character. Having fully inherited the power, Sihun roared out with absolute fury. Kim Dong-hoon! His sword strike unleashed an incredibly massive wave of pressure, utterly shocking Dong-hoon, who yelled out, "What the hell is this?" It was completely unblockable. Sihun then chain-linked the fifth form of Hidden Dragon Sword Art, Wind Dragon's Ascent, with his new Cloud Dragon Sword Art, unleashing the third form, Cloud Dragon's Dance. Donghun was thrown into absolute panic, shouting that it was impossible. How was this happening? Both speed and power completely surpassed his own. Refusing to believe he was being pushed back, he decided to retreat and regain his distance. He desperately tried to activate his defensive barrier and reinforce his protective armor, only to realize far too late that he was already out of time. Suddenly, other hostiles rushed onto the scene, throwing the entire battlefield into absolute chaos. Spotting his reinforcements, Donghun immediately barked at them, angrily demanding to know what had taken Ma Youngho so long to finally show up. Sihun's status window flashed with a warning that he had been severely injured from the brutal collision. Unless he immediately circulated his energy, his internal wounds would only worsen. This sudden realization sent a wave of panic through him. Even a simple shockwave from his sword swing felt overwhelming. Then, a massive, muscular man stepped forward and confidently barked, "Face the truth. You stand absolutely no chance against our Vice Guild leader." He offered that if he came quietly, they would only take one arm. With Sihun severely wounded, his life was now hanging by a single thread. He struggled to look at his opponent, still clutching his family heirloom sword. Yet Myungho sneered, repeating that Sihun had no chance of defeating the Vice Guild leader. He demanded that Sihun surrender quietly, mockingly promising that they would only chop off one of his arms as punishment. Flying into a furious rage, Sihun counterattacked, screaming right in Myungho's face to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In less than a second, Myungho lunged forward with his massive 6-foot club. He slammed a heavy fist straight into Sihun's face, brutally pinning him to the ground in agony. Sihun is in deep trouble this time, his battered body completely paralyzed from the impact. Meanwhile, Miho slowly closes in. The only right the weak have is to suffer. With those words, Miho raises his weapon to finish Sihun off once and for all. Staring death in the face, Sihun is consumed by regret. He weeps over his helplessness against Miho as old memories flood his mind. He remembers that terrifying night when his mother held him tight, crying uncontrollably as she apologized for ever bringing him into this harsh world. Sihun's mind races. He never wanted that apology because he could endure whatever came his way. He just wanted to thank her for giving him life. But harsh reality snaps Sihun back. Failing like this is pathetic. In his heart, he apologizes to everyone. He dragged them all into this mess and failed to protect them to the very end. He is deeply, truly sorry. Sihun squeezes his eyes shut, ready to accept his fate. But a sudden noise jolts him awake. He gasps as Kanhu's voice echoes nearby. "Well said, kid." Opening his eyes, Sihun gasps. Kanhu is right there, blocking Miho's lethal strike with his bare hand. "So, the weak only suffer?" "Yeah, I agree." With a swift kick, Kanhu sends Miho flying through the air. His gaze instantly turns cold and incredibly terrifying. "Allow me to show you what that right feels like." Sihun uses the last of his strength to ask why Kanhu is even there. He can't exactly reveal he was secretly waiting to capture those demonic cult members alive, so Kanhu just brushes the question off with a casual excuse. Turning to Unbi's group, Kanhu orders the two girls to treat Sihun's wounds. Just like that, the battlefield erupts into chaos once more. Miho is absolutely furious, demanding to know if Kanhu is part of the hitchhikers. Kanhu scoffs, asking why he would be alone if that were true. "No need for introductions then," Kanhu replies. "Stop wasting time and just bring it. This only makes Miho's blood boil even more." Miho grips his weapon tightly, channeling dark energy straight into it. He charges forward, closing the distance to Kanhu with blinding speed. Even though his strike lands, Miho is horrified. Kanhu is standing right there, effortlessly blocking the devastating blow with just a single hand. "Remember your own words? The weak only have the right to suffer pain." Miho trembles with terror as Kanhu relentlessly closes the distance between them. "I will make sure you get that right to the absolute fullest." Seeing Kanhu's terrifying smile, Miho breaks into a cold sweat, wondering who this monster is. Suddenly, Miho's ally screams at him to unleash his demonic energy. Seeing Miho freeze up, the man barks out, asking what he is waiting for. "Do you want to die? This is an order. Release the demonic force. For the sake of the Mijeo sect, sacrifice your life." Left with no choice, Miho obeys. He ignites the demonic force from his palms, and thick clouds of red and white smoke erupt from his body. His entire body begins to mutate, which only amuses Kanhu. With a savage roar, Miho loses his humanity, fully transforming into a monstrous butcher. He swells to twice his human size, sprouting massive, hideous wings from his back. Getting what he wanted, Jonhun laughs maniacally. "Excellent, Miho. Now, victory is ours for sure. Tear him apart, Finish that arrogant bastard right now. Let's see how tough you really are. In the end, the ultimate winner will always be me. Brimming with bloodlust, Miho charges forward like a wild beast. Kangwoo, completely unfazed by the threat, merely scoffs. Is that all? You are easily the ugliest freak I've ever laid eyes on. Channeling his heavenly power, Kangwoo unleashes a devastating punch straight through Miho's core. The overwhelming pressure forces Miho to spit up blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapses. This time, Jonhun turns deathly pale with fear. What? No way! Is this guy a high-level ranker? Otherwise, how could he crush Miho so easily even after he unleashed his demonic power? Time to run! The battlefield instantly shifts into an incredibly entertaining game of chase. While Jonhun runs for his absolute life, Kangwoo casually chases after him with a giant smirk. Desperate to escape, Jonhun pulls out a communication orb to call Old Man Chahun. It's a special device used to communicate inside gates where there is no signal. But before he can use it, Kangwoo appears right behind him. Kangwoo delivers a brutal, swift slash to his back, sending Jonhun crashing to the ground. Before he can react, Kangwoo steps on his head, pinning him down completely. Must I make you fear me before you speak? Is that what the demonic cult teaches its members? That little gadget in your hand, were you trying to contact Chahun with it? Jonhun tries to deny it, but Kangwoo makes it very clear he has no choice. He forces him to place the call, and soon, Chahun's communication orb begins to flash. The old man picks up, demanding to know what is wrong. Hello, am I speaking to Kim Jonhun's guardian? Who is this? Oh, nothing much. I'm just holding your son hostage. Right on cue, Jonhun's pathetic voice echoes through the device, crying out for his dad. Is your son going through a rebellious phase? Because he really does not know how to listen. Did you fail to raise him, right? Kangwoo uses his binding power to tightly restrain Jonhun, even as the panicked father screams through the line to stop immediately. Sounds like you are actually worried. Too bad your son's current condition is looking pretty grim right now. What do you want? Kangwoo tells him that if he wants his son alive, he needs to enter the C-rank gate in Mokdong all by himself. Chahun falls dead silent. Do you really think I expect you to come alone? I know exactly how snakes like you operate. Don't even try playing games. Just prepare yourself. Are you in your right mind? Save it. Your pathetic worry is honestly starting to bore me. So is he really coming all alone? What are the consequences if the government forces pull a stunt like this? How dare he do this? Gripping the table hard enough to warp it, the old man growled. Kangwoo scoffed, replying he wasn't government, and joked about still being single when asked if he was alone. Old man Jae-hyun was absolutely furious. Lowering his voice to a dangerous growl, he demanded to know if this punk even realized who he was messing with. On the other end, Kangwoo just chuckled softly. Why should he care? Did he really need to know? Honestly, he did not think it mattered at all. After asking if the old man knew him, because if not, he deserved a beating, Kangwoo stopped torturing young Hoon and simply grabbed the terrified guy by the head. He shoved the kid right up to the communication orb, hearing the old man speak again. Kangwoo gave Jae-hyun exactly 20 minutes to show up at the designated location. If the old man failed to arrive, he would handle the rest his own way. Jae-hyun snarled back, warning that if this was some cheap blackmail stunt, he would make sure this mysterious kidnapper lived to regret it. Crushing the corner of his table in pure rage, the old man vowed to hunt him down and tear him into a million bloody pieces. Honestly, Kangwoo was completely sick of these generic threats by now. He smashed the communication orb using Young Hoon's head, wished the old man luck, and stood up. The first phase of his master plan was officially complete. Right then, Young Hoon started whimpering again, sobbing uncontrollably, and begging Kangwoo to have mercy and save his life. The pathetic kid offered unlimited cash if he could just call his dad. Shutting him up with a swift kick, Kangwoo replied that money was fine, but not what he wanted. Crying his eyes out, Young Hoon looked up and asked what he actually wanted. Kangwoo deadpanned, kimchi stew and world peace. Young Hoon begged him to stop joking, promising he could get absolutely anything. It seemed the guy just wouldn't take his word for it. Kangwoo sighed, mentioning how much courage it took to share that dream. But since Young Hoon kept asking like it was a joke, it finally ticked him off. Grabbing the kid's face in a terrifying grip, Kangwoo leaned in close. After forcing the shivering boy to shut up, he announced he had to get ready to meet his dad. Hearing he would meet his father, Young Hoon's face instantly lit up. Knowing how insanely powerful his dad was, the kid felt a wave of relief, utterly convinced that his rescue was now a guaranteed certainty. Kangwoo smirked, noting how convenient it was that the father loved his son so much. Right then, his terrifying authority of fear activated. Purple energy swirled around Young Hoon as the demon Aerobus prepared to descend. Honestly, manipulating the people this old man loved was almost too easy. As dark spirits swirled around the doomed air, Kangwoo opened up a massive spatial portal. Now, you and I watch as the entire squad instantly teleports right back to Yeonju's side. Just head back like I instructed. Tae-soo promised to safely escort Si-hoon out of there. Right on cue, Yeonju and Hwa-yeon appeared, with Yeonju immediately demanding to know where the heck he had vanished to after completely ignoring her calls. She complained about dragging Hwa-yeon and an entire army out for absolutely nothing. Kangwoo calmly brushed it off, explaining he simply had some urgent preparations to handle. Spotting Yeonju, Tae-soo's eyes widened in surprise. He asked if those were the Red Rose Guildmaster and the Hwaran captain, wondering how Kangwoo knew them. Kangwoo shrugged, calling it a bit of an unfortunate connection. Annoyed by their whispering, Yeonju marched right up and demanded to know who the sweet-looking girl next to Kangwoo was. Smiling warmly, she introduced herself as Han Seola. Yeonju scanned her rival from head to toe, letting out a series of heavy sighs while her face grew increasingly tense. Unable to hold back, Yeonju demanded to know their exact relationship. Seola fired right back, questioning Yeonju's own connection to Kangwoo and asking why she was acting so incredibly familiar with him. Sensing the massive awkwardness, Kangwoo flashed a confident smile and waved them off, insisting they could get to know each other later since time was running out. He asked Seola to take the other three home first. Worried, she reminded him he still needed rest, but he assured her he would be absolutely fine. Ignoring the sudden domestic drama, Hwa-yeon focused on the real prize, asking about the bloody, unconscious hostage Kangwoo was casually dragging along the ground behind him. Yanking the battered captive up to show he was still breathing, Kangwoo smirked. Squinting closely, Hwa-yeon gasped as she finally recognized the beaten heir as Kim Young-hoon. She noted that using the kid as a hostage would definitely provoke Jae-hyun. Kangwoo just grinned, replying that he had no intention of letting the old man off easy either. Yeonju sighed deeply, realizing an all-out war was now unavoidable. Since the Mir Guild was already deeply tied to the demonic cult, a massive clash was bound to happen. The only thing neither of these top rankers expected was for the inevitable storm to hit this quickly. Looking at the small strike force they assembled, they barely had 50 fighters ready to go. Feeling guilty, Hwa-yeon apologized, admitting they could not gather enough high-level combatants in time. Stepping into an all-out war with these numbers was going to be incredibly risky. She worried that making a move right now was simply too rushed, leaving them completely unprepared for the consequences. Kangwoo reassured them not to worry. After all, there was absolutely no fight easier than taking on a completely unhinged enemy who was foolish enough to charge in alone. Hwa-yeon suddenly realized his trap. Jae-hyun would indeed lose his mind and come alone, because a father's love for his only son knows absolutely no bounds. Still deeply concerned, Yeonju spoke up with a warning. She pointed out that while the son was a spoiled idiot, Jae-hyun was a cold calculator. Would a powerful leader really lose his composure over a mere hostage situation? Flash of a terrifying grin, he told her to wait and watch. Right on cue, a fleet of sleek, luxurious black cars pulled up directly in front of them. You don't even need to look to know who's inside. He steps out, immediately realizing they set him up Yeonju, Si-hoon, and Hwa-yeon. Both girls immediately drop into battle stances. Talk about foolish. Who said they were powerless? Taking his son hostage? Who the hell just spoke? Suddenly, a shout echoes from the left. Hey, the real guy is right here. Kangwoo drags Young-hoon out by his collar. The old man grits his teeth, spitting out how lucky it is they didn't run. Kangwoo casually tosses the beloved son right back to Jae-hoon. No thanks needed. This sudden move leaves the old man completely stunned. Bodyguards scramble to catch Young-hoon. Meanwhile, Yeonju and Hwa-yeon are utterly baffled as to why Kangwoo would just give up their only leverage. What in the world is he doing? Why just surrender their main leverage? But once assured his son is fine, Jae-hoon coldly demands to know their true motive. Oh, he just looks so worried. Why not say hello? Weren't you desperately searching for your kid? Kangwoo just mocks him with faux concern. As Jae-hoon frantically screams his son's name, Kangwoo can't help but burst into laughter. Wake up, Young-hoon! Wake up! Are you all right? Say something. Young-hoon shivers violently in front of his father, only to mumble a terrifying question. Who are you? Jae-hoon freezes in absolute shock. What? It's me! I'm your father! He violently shakes his son, screaming in disbelief. No matter what they do, Young-hoon just keeps repeating the same blank question. The guards keep shaking him, leaving Jae-hoon utterly clueless about what went wrong. Young-hoon bursts into tears, begging them to let him go. Desperate and furious, Jae-hoon roars at Kangwoo, asking what he did. An oppressive aura explodes from the Mir Guild master, crushing his own guards. Yet, Kangwoo stands there, completely unfazed. Yeonju steps in front to shield him, warning everyone else to back off. This boss is her prey, and hers alone. The old man has officially lost his mind, screaming like a beast. A guard desperately tries to hold him back, but it's way too late. He vanishes straight into the thick mist. Instantly alert, Yeonju summons and equips her battle gear before charging directly into the fog. Unleashing his S-rank power, Jaehoon strikes with a devastating wave of pure energy. Yeonju counters with her own legendary weapon, the crimson bloodthirsty chains. Both scream, unleashing their full power as they lock eyes in a terrifying, deadly stare-down. As they close the distance, the clash between these two top-tier guild leaders completely shatters the surrounding battlefield. Jaehoon's devastating energy and Yeonju's blood-red chains collide head-on with a deafening roar. Jaehoon roars, telling Yeonju to get out of his way. She's not his target, the only one he wants dead is Kangwoo, standing right behind her. The moment their attacks connect, they trigger a massive, deadly explosion that shakes the entire area. Both their devastating attacks are instantly neutralized. Stepping back to regroup, Yeonju immediately summons a brand new set of crimson chains, launching a fierce follow-up strike. Caught completely off guard, the old man can't react in time as the heavy chains bind him tight. Jaehoon struggles to break free, but these chains are insanely durable. Damn this annoying, stubborn weapon. Jaehoon goes completely berserk. With his physical and mental stats supercharged, he shatters the chains like they're nothing. Yeonju knows the old man is far from finished, urging her to play it safe and keep her distance now that her chains are shattered. Spitting out a curse, Jaehoon charges forward, unleashing his devastating ultimate skill, Despair. Though Yeonju barely dodges, the shockwave alone obliterates the terrain, sending massive chunks of earth flying everywhere. Even after the dust clears, he keeps shouting for Yeonju to move out of his way. But suddenly, Hwayeon rockets straight in like a missile. Channeling wind magic into her hands, she lets out a fierce cry, unleashing a massive blade storm that blows Jaehoon away. The gale force winds are so intense he can barely stand, but Jaehoon simply refuses to go down. He forces his energy to a brand new peak, muscles bulging until his shirt literally shreds to pieces. Yet, Hwayeon's razor-sharp wind blades have left bloody cuts all over Jaehoon's body. He stammers in pure rage, calling them absolute bastards, before slowly turning his hateful gaze toward Kangwoo. And Kangwoo? He's still smug enough to mock the old man with his trademark smirk. Exploding in pure rage, Jaehoon is engulfed in a blinding golden light. I told you all to get out of my way. He slams both fists into the ground with insane force, completely shattering the earth and warping the terrain right under Hwayeon's feet. Then, his primal roar echoes, shaking the very heavens. Using the cracked earth to vault himself forward, he targets Yeonju with a ferocious leap. Out of my way! Yeonju quickly summons her chains to counterattack. Her sharp spear-tipped chains instantly wrap around him, dealing massive physical damage. But consumed by pure madness, he feels absolutely no pain, charging straight at Yeonju like a runaway freight train. A massive explosion erupts, and in the blink of an eye, Yeonju is sent flying. What the hell was that? It is unreal how he just tore right through the center like that. But somehow, Yeonju manages to leap back safely. Wielding her chains, she wraps him up tight once again. But unable to stop his insane momentum, Jaehoon keeps dragging her along as he barrels straight toward Kangwoo. She realizes that no matter how strong Jaehoon is, he's basically just a heavy damage dealer, exactly like her. She is determined to keep piling on the damage. There is no way he can simply ignore the sheer amount of pain she has already inflicted. Just then, Kim Jae-hyun finally reacts. Grabbing the chains, he sneers, calling it nothing but a cheap little trick. According to the plan, Hwayeon believes they will only get one single shot at landing a fatal blow. Staring right at the old man, she knows this is absolutely her ultimate chance to strike. But to her utter shock, Kim Jae-hyun easily crushes Cha Yeonju's strongest chains. Even so, the old monster's body is now completely covered in deep, bloody wounds. After struggling with everything he has, Kim Jae-hyun finally reaches his target, his ragged breaths echoing heavily through the wind. You bastard. Kangwoo has been waiting for him all this time, letting out a mocking smirk that drives the old man completely insane. You absolute piece of garbage. Kim Jae-hyun charges straight at Kangwoo, mindlessly screaming and rambling like a total maniac. He lunges to attack with his magic, but is suddenly impaled straight through the stomach by a devastating blade. His entire body freezes up from the excruciating pain. Kim Jae-hyun slowly looks behind him, realizing Hwayeon had taken advantage of his blind spot to strike. She looks completely exhausted from the sheer shock of his power. Meanwhile, the bodyguards panic as the old man starts thrashing wildly. Hwayeon suddenly yanks her sword back, causing him to stumble forward. His legs give out completely, and Kim Jae-hyun drops to his knees, his entire body trembling in agony. Even so, the old man stubbornly drags himself toward Kangwoo. Neither Cha Yeonju nor Hwayeon has any strength left to launch another attack. The two of them can only watch to see how much longer he will last as he crawls closer to Kangwoo. Kim Jae-hyun reaches out, desperate to avenge his son. "You bastard," he growls, but Kangwoo just keeps smiling. Sadly for the old man, his hand only grazes the young man before he collapses, finally hitting his absolute limit. Kangwoo grabs Kim Jae-hyun by the hair, staring him dead in the eyes, and asks if he seriously thought he could kill him. "Do you finally know who I am now?" Later that night, Kangwoo returns to the Hwagang headquarters, only to be bombarded with questions by a suspicious Cha Yeon-ju. The moment she sees him, she corners him, demanding to know what he did to Kim Jae-hyun. Kangwoo just shrugs it off coolly. He calmly explains that he merely altered the old man's memories. She is shocked, asking if he possesses such a bizarre ability, but he just claims he has many talents. He asks if she has not realized how useful he can be. Cha Yeon-ju stares back with deep skepticism, completely questioning his motives. She tells him to cut the act, demanding to know who he really is. But he replies that she does not need to know or understand everything. She only needs to prove she will support him with all her heart. In return, he will do whatever it takes to help her annihilate the demonic cult, who stole everything from her. Is that not more than enough? Kangwoo extends his hand toward Cha Yeon-ju, offering a formal partnership. He suggests they continue their partnership. Looking at him, Cha Yeon-ju deeply regrets her choices, crying inside because she realizes she should have never raised a dangerous young tiger. Knowing it is far too late for regrets, she simply agrees to his terms, deciding they will indeed continue their alliance. The scene shifts to an interrogation room, where Kim Jae-hyun is tightly bound by tape measures. From the shadows, a stern voice demands answers. They start with a few questions, asking exactly when he began dealing with the demonic cult. It turns out Hwayeon's team is working alongside Kangwoo to squeeze information out of the old man. Hwayeon slams the table, demanding to know what the summoning is. She also demands the identity of the crimson-masked figure. Kim Jae-hyun only responds with a sly smirk, testing her patience. Losing her temper, she bangs on the table again, screaming for answers and reminding him that he is no longer a powerful chief executive officer. He is now nothing but a dirty criminal who chose to conspire with the demonic cult. Kim Jae-hyun stays silent for a moment before sneering, asking if they truly think he will confess everything. He mocks them, saying that no matter how powerful Hwagang is, they are still just government dogs. Loyal, pathetic mutts who blindly follow every single order they are given. Then, he calls her out by name, asking Baek Hwayeon if she has any idea how many council members have actually worked with him behind the scenes. He claims they are the masters who can crush her instantly, asking how a mere stray dares to bare her teeth at her owner. In an instant, a sharp chain erupts from Cha Yeon-ju, wrapping around his body dozens of times as she fiercely tells him to start answering her right now. Choked by the suffocating grip of the chains, the old man cannot even utter a single word. Losing her cool, Cha Yeon-ju grabs the end of the chain, yelling at the bastard to speak up while violently squeezing the life out of him. Fearing they will lose their only lead if he dies, Hwayeon quickly steps in to stop Cha Yeon-ju, begging her to hold back. They cannot afford to let Kim Jae-hyun die just yet. Despite the brutal beating, the old man lets out a sinister chuckle, claiming they will ultimately lose anyway. He mocks them, saying they cannot comprehend the scale of the cult or what they are planning. It is far beyond their imagination. Just then, Kangwoo steps up and interrupts, calmly telling both girls they have done a great job and should step back. Standing right in front of Kim Jae-hyun, Kangwoo suggests they have a little chat, which immediately triggers the old man's rage. He sneers that Kangwoo's presence changes nothing, asking if he honestly expects him to spill all his secrets. Kangwoo smiles, saying he will indeed talk. When the old man scoffs, Kangwoo drops a chilling hint about bringing someone back, turning Kim Jae-hyun's face pale with horror. Kangwoo reveals that he is Kim Jae-hyun's son and promises to return him completely unharmed. Then, shifting his tone to a chilling, demonic whisper, he threatens the old man, commanding him to speak. "Tell me everything you know about the demonic association." As Kangwoo lets out his signature, sinister laugh, the old man begins to tremble in sheer terror, completely terrified of what's before him. Jae-hyun shakes harder by the second. His entire body slumps forward, his mouth frozen shut in pure panic. Even the two girls watching behind them find this interrogation completely brutal. Suddenly, Jae-hyun snaps, glaring directly at Kangwoo. He screams, telling him he'll burn in hell. But little does the old man know, Kangwoo literally just got back from there. Eventually, the four of them sit down once Jae-hyun agrees to cooperate. He begins by explaining that he met that mysterious man about 8 months ago. "Are you talking about the guy in the blood-red mask?" "Yes, that's him. And you have no idea who he is?" "No clue." Hearing Jae-hyun's confession, Kangwoo realizes the old man is completely in the dark about the masked man. He orders him to continue, and Jae-hyun hesitantly speaks. "He offered me a deal. If I provided human sacrifices for their rituals, he promised to turn me into a demon. Hearing this, Yeonju immediately interrupts, asking how he could possibly agree to something so insane the very first time they met. You only say that because you know nothing about demons, Jaehyun replies. She demands to know what he means. Demons are immortal. As long as their necks stay intact and their heads don't explode, they live forever without aging a single day. Eternal life? You actually believe that? Yes, he does. When asked why, Jaehyun explains it's because they've already existed for thousands of years. This shocking revelation sends shivers through the holding cell. Jaehyun continues, saying they have lived for thousands of years, maybe even longer. They've been quietly expanding their influence, hiding all over the globe, though they only started actively moving again in recent years. Kangwoo realizes the demonic association has been around for thousands of years. He originally thought they just formed on the day of the cataclysm, but their roots run far deeper. Fully wiping them out is going to be much harder than he anticipated. Yeonju gets impatient and raises her voice, demanding to know if he really kidnapped innocent people just for immortality. He confirms it, proving he is completely insane. Why do you even want eternal life? Do you have some kind of twisted, crazy plan? Jaehyun just laughs like a complete lunatic. He believes a demon's physical vessel preserves the mind while amplifying all worldly desires. You will never grow tired of living. You get to preserve your youth and exist forever. Isn't that the absolute greatest thing imaginable? How is that even possible? Cut the absolute nonsense. Yet Jaehyun stubbornly insists that it is indeed very real. He turns the question back on Yeonju, asking if she thinks he'd gamble absolutely everything on a mere lie. At this point, Yeonju is completely thrown off by his psychological manipulation, trapped in her own spiraling thoughts. With Jaehyun being this incredibly certain, it's easy to guess exactly how the demonic association is recruiting members. Kangwoo remains entirely unfazed, possessing the clarity to know that living with a burning passion and unquenchable lust is no blessing. In reality, it is a torment far more painful than anything else in this world. This fool knows absolutely nothing about actual demons. Jaehyun's voice echoes again, explaining that he supplied everything they demanded of him. Several high-ranking association members have already accepted demonic energy through these rituals. This hellish power acts a lot like mana, though with some distinct differences. Yeonju asks quietly if he possesses this demonic energy. He admits he hasn't received it yet, prompting her to ask why. Wasn't gaining that exact power the whole reason you joined forces with them? According to the man in the blood-red mask, they needed far more preparation to safely turn Jaehyun into a demon. If he accepted that dark energy too early, his untamed desires would drive him mad, turning him into a brainless beast. A question is put to Jaehyun. Why did other members of his syndicate readily accept that risk? He answers without a shred of hesitation, stating that it grants them immediate, overwhelming power. After all, isn't that incredibly useful for disposable throwaway pawns? So what are they actually trying to summon here? A demon. A demon? Yes, they are actively planning to summon an actual demon. Kangwoo feels a sudden awkward prickle of guilt. Hajin chimes in, asking exactly how and where they plan to perform this summoning. I don't know, but they said the dimensional wall, which blocks them from summoning demons, is steadily growing weaker. A dimensional wall? What on earth are you talking about? Hearing this, Kangwoo starts sweating bullets, because the ultimate demon they are trying to summon is actually him. Jaehyun explains that a month ago, the cultists confirmed they could summon a demon because the dimensional wall was crumbling. Hearing this, Kangwoo pieces it together and realizes he is the one who caused all of this. Overwhelmed with sudden regret after connecting the dots, Kangwoo arrives at a very troubling conclusion. The dimensional crack must have been exposed. The demonic association's sudden activity is a reaction to the multi-dimensional defense mechanism. The Gaia system's emergency activation was triggered because Kangwoo accidentally fractured the barrier when he returned to Earth. He can't help but wonder if the barrier can repair itself. Hoping to find a clue, Kangwoo casually asks the old man if that multi-dimensional wall is still in a weakened state. He replies that they said it's getting weaker by the day. He muttered, admitting they were totally done for this time. Kangwoo racked his brain for a solution, but if things continued like this, a massive horde of demons, monsters, and even the people from Elnor would join forces and invade Earth. On the outside, he maintained his usual calm composure, but inside, his stress levels were absolutely off the charts. Still, worrying about it now would solve nothing, so he decided to focus on the demon cult first and handle the rest later. Following this new plan, Kangwoo immediately shifted his investigation and pressed Jaehyun for the demon cult headquarters location, hoping to find that bastard wearing the crimson mask there. Unfortunately, Jaehyun had absolutely no idea where the demon cult headquarters was located. The old man muttered that the cultists were likely hiding out in some completely isolated location. He warned that in some secret place, they had probably finished preparing for the summoning ritual. Hearing this, Yeonju demanded to know why, since he had claimed they still needed more sacrifices. She pointed out that was the exact reason they targeted Shi-hoon, but the old man claimed total ignorance on the matter. That uncooperative attitude quickly pushed Yeonju over the edge, causing her to snap and angrily yell out Kim Jae-hyun's name. She screamed that his story made absolutely no sense, demanding to know how his own guild could be the one delivering the sacrifices while he remained completely in the dark about whether they had actually gathered enough. Clearly, Yeonju could spot the glaring contradictions in his testimony, yet the old man kept giving vague, half-baked answers. To make matters worse, Jae-hyun cryptically hinted that everything was judged strictly based on individual ability. Watching this, the two female players grew highly suspicious of Kangwoo's reaction, sensing that he had figured out some hidden truth from the old man's words. Meanwhile, Kangwoo fell dead silent, chillingly whispering to himself that the Mir Guild was likely not the only one with deep, corrupt roots tangled up in the demon cult. The scene shifts to a quiet, secluded suburban area. Inside the Mir Guild, an emergency meeting was underway, led by the mysterious figure in the crimson mask. He told his subordinates that Kim Jae-hyun had been captured, mocking him for being defeated so easily despite seeming useful. However, since they had already secured enough sacrifices from other corrupt guilds, a loyal subordinate assured the cardinal that the master plan would not suffer any delays. Still, the crimson masked figure remained deep in thought, troubled by a lingering mystery he could not quite unravel. He couldn't shake the question of why Kim Jae-hyun got exposed so directly. Ultimately, only one name stood out as a logical explanation. He wondered if it was indeed that rogue bastard from hell, the one going by the name of Kangwoo. Needing to confirm the situation, he immediately audited the demon cult forces, making sure the reinforcement troops had successfully arrived. The reinforcements had fortunately arrived ahead of schedule. Next, the masked leader carefully inspected a rare demonic stone containing a massive amount of highly compressed demonic energy. This powerful artifact possessed enough energy to multiply the cardinal's power, allowing him to successfully execute the grand plan. Everything was looking bright. The cardinal arrogantly kicked his feet up on the table, asking about the main cult's instructions. But his subordinates' reply that there were no specific orders raised immediate suspicions. He figured they wanted him to manage the rest on his own. Knowing he had to move fast, he vowed to execute the plan exactly as scheduled. They would begin with the altar. Meanwhile, back with Kangwoo, interrogating Jae-hyun was turning out to be an incredibly exhausting process. By the time they finally stumbled out of the headquarters, night had already fallen. Yeonju sighed, complaining they were back to square one. She lamented having to investigate other guilds from scratch, but Hwa-yeon quickly tried to comfort her, pointing out that they did get some valuable leads. Next, Hwa-yeon shared some excellent news with Kangwoo, revealing that the government was preparing a generous bonus for exposing the Mir Guild and taking down Kim Jae-hyun so easily. Since he had masterminded the entire operation, Kangwoo couldn't help but puff his chest out in pride at all the glowing compliments. He jokingly replied that he hoped the reward wouldn't be some useless, old-fashioned trophy or medal, as he wasn't interested in that junk. Smiling, Hwa-yeon assured him that she would contact him privately to discuss the specifics of his reward. Furthermore, she dropped a highly intriguing hint that he could expect something absolutely massive. Since someone of Hwa-yeon's high stature was hyping it up, Kangwoo knew this was a legendary, once-in-a-lifetime chance to secure some seriously high-grade loot. After parting ways, Kangwoo headed straight back to Seola's apartment. The moment he stepped inside, both she and little Echidna rushed over to warmly welcome him home. But a second later, Echidna burst into tears, tearfully asking where he had been all this time. He offered a gentle apology, but the little girl sobbed even louder, desperately asking if she had done something wrong to upset him. She begged him not to abandon her, promising to behave much better if she had made any mistakes, pleading not to be left alone. Kangwoo quickly comforted the sobbing girl, assuring Echidna that it wasn't her fault and that he would absolutely never abandon her. He pulled the weeping girl into a warm embrace, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a massive wave of guilt washing over him. Even though the circumstances were completely out of his control, he felt terrible that a young, lonely girl like her had been left all by herself without his care for an entire week. Seol-ah then spoke up, asking if he had wrapped everything up. He nodded, apologizing sincerely for failing to provide her with a proper explanation for his sudden absence. She gently reassured him, saying she knew how much he cared for them and felt completely confident that he would share the details whenever he felt ready. Moved by Seol-ah's warm understanding, Kangwoo felt his cold heart soften. Seol-ah then mentioned that she had prepared his favorite hot kimchi stew, knowing he hadn't eaten a single thing. The moment he heard that, Kangwoo's eyes lit up with sheer joy. He agreed in a heartbeat, and soon, a massive pot of kimchi was served. No doubt about it, Seol-ah was truly an angel sent from above. The next morning, Kangwoo and his crew visited the hospital where Si-hoon was recovering. They wanted to check on him and dig up info about the demon syndicate. Si-hoon looked at them and asked if they had heard the rumors about him and if they had been secretly watching him, thinking he was with the demon syndicate. Seol-ah admitted that the moment she heard those rumors, she knew they were about Si-hoon. Kangwoo wondered aloud where those baseless rumors even started, noting that the player community was actually quite small. Having highly talented people in a party meant gossip was bound to happen. Si-hoon nodded, while Kangwoo silently acknowledged that the rumors actually held a lot of truth. Even if he did nothing, the news would have spread anyway. Kangwoo started to speak, but Seol-ah cut him off, her voice laced with deep worry. She asked him why he could not have warned them first, acknowledging that Kangwoo kept many secrets from them. She knew this was not the first time he hid things, and she understood he only did it to keep everyone safe. Yet, the more he did this, the further apart she felt they were growing, leaving her with the terrifying fear that he was slipping completely out of her reach. Seeing her distress, Kangwoo quickly intervened to apologize for causing her so much worry. Seol-ah brushed it off, claiming she was not the one deserving an apology and that she had simply spoken out of turn. Kangwoo owned up to everything, fully accepting that she had every right to feel that way. He admitted his mistake in letting a cherished member of his own family worry so much. Hearing him refer to her as family in front of everyone immediately made Seol-ah blush with embarrassment. He promised that while he could not guarantee the future would be completely free of secrets, he would do his absolute best to keep her from worrying ever again. Seol-ah hesitated for a moment, and then softly requested that he start speaking much more casually with her. She pointed out that if they were truly family, he should not hold back, especially since he already spoke so casually with Cha Yeon-ju. She begged him to drop the formalities. So that was what had been on her mind. The others immediately began teasing the budding couple, joking that they had just received a lifetime supply of cheesy rom-com drama. It was practically Oscar-worthy, throwing poor Seol-ah into an absolute fluster of emotions. Even Kangwoo got flustered, awkwardly suggesting that she should also drop the formal speech and talk casually with him too. She admitted she preferred it this way, but as the gap between them closed, the little echidna grew increasingly annoyed. She tossed a tangerine at Kangwoo, demanding he peel it and instantly killing the mood. Kangwoo stared at it, pointing out it was already peeled. She snapped back, telling him to peel off the white strings. Si-hoon then cleared his throat, apologizing for breaking the sweet atmosphere to ask Kangwoo a serious question. He wanted to know what became of Kim Jae-hyun and Kim Young-hoon. Kangwoo assured him they would rot behind bars for the rest of their lives, so there was no need to worry about their release. Their crimes were completely unforgivable. No matter how much bribe money they threw around, their massive company, Mir Electronics, was currently spinning into total chaos because of the scandal. Kangwoo added that while it happened by chance, he had also looked into Si-hoon's personal situation. Kim Young-hoon had rigged things to drown him in massive debt, but he promised that proper financial compensation was already on the way. Since Si-hoon's mother was terribly ill, they had arranged to transfer her to a highly advanced medical facility for better treatment. Overwhelmed by this incredible kindness, Si-hoon swore to repay the debt in any way possible the moment he was discharged. Yoon-bi and Tae-soo were deeply moved by this, and Si-hoon actually burst into tears. He sobbed, calling Kangwoo his ultimate savior and proclaiming that crossing paths with him was the absolute luckiest moment of his life. Just like Tae-soo, he promised to cherish Kangwoo as a sworn brother and look up to him as his own older sibling. Kangwoo felt a tiny bit of gratitude but a massive wave of guilt, considering he was the actual reason Si-hoon ended up hospitalized. Faced with Si-hoon's pure and blind devotion, Kangwoo swallowed his guilt and agreed to speak casually as well, prompting an ecstatic thank you from his new younger brother. Si-hoon then decided it was time to share a serious secret. With Yoon-bi and Tae-soo waiting expectantly, he hesitated before admitting he had been hiding something from them all. Just like the rumors said, he was indeed a player who unlocked a unique ability during his very first awakening. It was called Descendant of the Martial God, an absolute triple S rank power. While his low level currently prevented him from unleashing its full potential, his system messages indicated he would soon wield the true power of the legendary martial god Cheon Tae-hwang. Hearing this, Yoon-bi immediately recognized it as a legendary ability, knowing there was absolutely no historical precedent for awakening something so powerful right at the start. Even Tae-soo was blown away, deeply admiring his friend's insane luck and eagerly asking how he had managed to trigger such an awakening in the first place. Si-hoon admitted he was unsure of the exact details, except that the system notification he received upon awakening was completely different from what others got. Apparently, due to some sort of error within the Gaia system, he had been chosen to serve as a guardian, Hearing that name, Kangwoo froze in absolute shock. Even an elite high ranker like Cha Yeonju knew nothing about the Gaia system, yet here was Si-hun casually bringing it up. On top of that, he was actually chosen to become a guardian to support the entire system. When Gaia asked Si-hun exactly when he awakened as a player, he revealed it was on May 22nd. Incredibly, that was the exact same day Kangwoo and Seola had their first fateful meeting. Hearing his story was enough to make even her jump in shock. It all made sense. The very day Kangwoo returned, Kim Si-hoon awakened. His awakening was definitely triggered by the massive glitch Kangwoo had caused within the Gaia system itself. If a guardian was chosen to fix this mess, could Kim Si-hoon actually be the ultimate key to restoring the entire Gaia system? Eunbi could not stop gushing, convinced that Si-hoon was some legendary hero or a literal world savior, making the poor guy blush like crazy. Kangwoo always suspected Si-hoon was some main character type, but now, he seemed even more important than initially expected. Either way, this was a massive win for Kangwoo. He had accidentally turned a future powerhouse into his own loyal subordinate. Kangwoo suggested he rest up and recover, but Si-hoon looked up and asked if his brother was already leaving. Kangwoo stood up to leave immediately, but a pair of slender hands suddenly grabbed him, asking if he was really going. He explained he just wanted him to rest, but when Kangwoo looked down, he was hit with Si-hoon staring up with the most deeply affectionate eyes imaginable. Kangwoo wondered why he was looking at him like that, while Si-hoon pleaded for him to stay just a little longer. A bad feeling washed over Kangwoo as he instantly sensed that something was seriously off here. Ever since little Ecchi insisted on following him everywhere, Kangwoo remembered hearing that high-level subordinates and close allies are naturally drawn to their absolute master. But for Si-hoon to act this way was genuinely alarming. Kangwoo knew he had to get out of there immediately, before things got way too weird. Making a quick excuse about leaving the rest to Taesu's team, he quickly bolted and leapt right off the hospital balcony. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, massive monsters began creeping out when they spotted little Ecchi wandering all by herself. Those beasts had absolutely no idea who the real monster was here. With a flick of her wrist, Ecchi unleashed a deadly wave of pitch-black dark energy. As the dark wind sliced through their thick scales, it morphed into razor-sharp energy blades, tearing them apart. Right on cue, Kangwoo charged onto the battlefield. Channeling the brutal power of the iron axe, he lunged forward, hacking away in a wild frenzy. Once he got close enough, he gripped his weapon tight, triggered his frost powers once more, and completely wiped out a few of them. By harvesting the massive pile of fresh corpses, Kangwoo unlocked an S-rank Leviathan skill, giving him an insane power boost. The battlefield quickly turned into his personal hunting ground. He slaughtered the monsters left and right, carving them up with brutal, clean slashes. By the time he wiped out the entire horde, his experience points were absolutely skyrocketing. His level officially soared to level 50, unlocking his historic 6th awakening. Seeing a brand new special skill pop up, Kangwoo couldn't help but grin with pure satisfaction. He had finally reached level 50, and he couldn't wait to see what this new power was. But when he checked the details, the system stated he had to reach the extreme demonic state to actually unlock it. Deeply frustrated, Kangwoo complained that he had absolutely no clue what the requirements for this extreme demonic state even were. Talk about a massive tease from the system. Seeing him look totally drained, Ecchi came over to check on him, but right then, his communication orb suddenly flashed. It was Seola calling to let him know that the move was finally finished, so he could just head straight back home. He asked about her mother, and she replied that her mom was finishing up and would grab a cab later. Promising to arrive shortly, Kangwoo and Ecchi soon made their way to Seola's brand new apartment. The new place was incredibly spacious, but Seola felt guilty, worrying that Kangwoo spent way too much on it. But Kangwoo brushed her worries aside, reminding her that they were family and he hated the idea of living alone in such a massive place anyway. She protested, saying he bought it himself, so she and her mother shouldn't just be freeloading. He explained he didn't pay a dime, as the Red Rose Guild gifted it. When she asked if he meant Cha Yeonju, he nodded. Seola felt a sting of jealousy. Looking out at the gorgeous city skyline, she couldn't help but feel annoyed that Cha Yeonju could just buy Kangwoo a luxury apartment like this without even blinking. Still, she had to admit, they were playing on a completely different level. Ecchi broke the tense silence, eagerly turning to ask Kangwoo what his schedule looked like for the following day. Finding out he was totally free, the little girl begged him to hang out, insisting they go on an adventure together tomorrow. Once Kangwoo agreed, Ecchi literally jumped for joy. When asked where she wanted to go, she happily said anywhere was fine as long as they were together. Seeing both Yeonju and Ecchi getting all of Kangwoo's attention, Seola felt a wave of jealousy and wanted some pampering too. After a quick discussion, the three of them decided to head over to the local mall for some shopping. Seola picked out an adorable lion costume for Ecchi, making the little girl beam. As they posed for a cute group photo, Kangwoo felt a wave of genuine happiness. He had been worried since Ecchi was incredibly shy and overly dependent on him. But seeing her with Seola, he knew she would adapt to this new world in no time. But his joy was cut short as Kangwoo felt completely drained. Why? Because those two had gone on an absolute shopping spree, essentially turning him into a living clothes rack. Meanwhile, the girls happily dragged him through 8 more stores in the mall before finally wrapping up their shopping. Next, the little family headed over to the food court, which was exactly what Kangwoo had been waiting for all day. His eyes practically sparkled as he asked Seola if he could really eat anything he wanted there. Amused by his childlike curiosity, she wondered if he had truly never stepped foot in a food court before. It was just a normal spot, but the sheer variety of dishes was incredible. Listening to her explain, Kangwoo could not help but drool. So this was the legendary food court he had heard so much about? He honestly could not believe a heaven like this actually existed. In that moment, he remembered exactly why he had fought so hard to return to Earth to have fun and devour every single delicious dish available. Before even sitting down, he ordered literally everything from number 1 to number 168 on the menu, plus 18 bowls of kimchi stew from other stalls. Seola quickly had to guide him through ordering at each individual counter. After a chaotic scramble, their table was absolutely packed with an epic mountain of food. Could they finally dig in? Oh, absolutely. And he was starting with this masterpiece right here. Taking his first big bite, he found it pretty decent, but honestly, compared to Seola's home cooking, this was strictly amateur hour. Since the flavor was slightly lacking, he made a wildly chaotic move. He grabbed a slice of pizza and dunked it straight into the hot kimchi stew, completely stunning Seola. He figured this bizarre combo would maximize his energy intake, and he eagerly stuffed the whole dripping slice into his mouth. Surprisingly, it was actually amazing. Way better than expected. He immediately wondered if he should just blend everything on the table together. Horrified, Seola quickly shielded Echidna's eyes so the little girl wouldn't copy his wild eating habits. That was human vacuum level only. Meanwhile, he slurped down every last drop, totally satisfied. Just then, an unfamiliar voice called out from behind him, agreeing that mixing everything into the stew was indeed the ultimate move. Greeting him like a brother, this guy in the flashy tropical shirt was Baek Kang-hyun, a man he barely even knew. Kangwoo dryly asked what the prestigious Hanul guild leader was doing there, but the man insisted they drop the formal honorifics. He claimed he brought some incredible news for his new brother, urging him to relax. But what kind of good news could this be? The guild leader brought up rumors of him being the new rookie for the Red Rose Guild, but he clarified they were simply working together as partners. Slapping a friendly arm around his shoulder, the man made his pitch, inviting him to join his guild instead. He offered an insane signing bonus of 5 billion won, a luxury mansion, high-end sports cars, and even an executive-level position if he agreed to jump ship. But he turned it down flat. He bluntly explained that those massive offers were still far too small for his grand ambitions. Taken aback, the guild leader burst into a hearty laugh, calling him hilarious and asking what it would actually take to satisfy him. He wanted to know his terms, but he simply replied that he had zero intention of working under anyone, regardless of the payout. Noticing his silence, the guild leader tried one more angle, offering a completely different kind of bait. He promised to hand over a free piece of legendary gear. Unlike common equipment forged from standard monster remnants and basic magic stones, legendary weapons were incredibly rare and on a completely different tier of power. These overpowered items were crafted strictly from rare materials harvested from elite bosses inside S-rank gates or even higher. Their unique trait was that they physically bonded to become one with their master, meaning once equipped and fully bound, absolutely no one else could ever wield or steal that item. There was also a high chance the gear would outright reject a user if they failed to meet its strict requirements, rendering their hard work completely useless. Simply put, if a weapon recognized him as its true master, his combat stats would be pushed to their absolute limits. Seeing him hesitate, the guild leader leaned in with more sweet talk to sweeten the deal. But he knew that unless the gear could boost his demonic magic, it was utterly useless to him. So, he declined the offer anyway. Respecting the decision, the guild leader handed over his business card instead, telling him to reach out if he ever changed his mind about the offer. He also gave him a food tip, suggesting he throw one more key ingredient into his stew to unlock the ultimate culinary flavor. With that, he dumped the side dishes right into the boiling stew, instantly turning the gourmet soup into a sloppy, chaotic mess. Seeing this, the little girl wanted to do the same to her food, but fortunately, she was stopped in time. When she begged to try it, she was met with a firm refusal. Meanwhile, over at headquarters, the Red Rose Guild master was shocked to hear he had rejected such a massive deal. He insisted he simply refused to work under anyone, prompting her to call him an absolute oddball. Besides, even if he did not join them, he believed he could earn that legendary gear fairly by protecting players and collecting guild points. The guildmaster kept quiet, although she clearly had some thoughts about his naive outlook. Shifting focus, he asked if she had sensed anything shady about the man during their interactions. She explained she had only crossed paths with him occasionally as fellow high-ranking leaders. Answering his question directly, she admitted the Hanul leader was someone who was impossible to read or predict. That much was obvious, but he wondered if there were any rumors floating around. She thought for a second, recalling that he had faced serious backlash once before. Everyone was buzzing during the World Ranker evaluation. We can easily see why people believed their country was finally going to get its first world-class ranker. Instead, he suffered a brutal defeat against another ranker and was tragically eliminated. Kangwoo was naturally curious about the guy who crushed Kang Hyun. According to Yeonju, that opponent wields a mythical weapon called Susanoo. His name is Ryoma. Since Kang Hyun lost to a Japanese competitor, public opinion quickly turned completely against him. That was everything Yeonju knew. Meanwhile, Kangwoo hoped he wouldn't face any massive backlash just for turning down Kang Hyun's personal invitation. He is not that type of guy anyway. If anything happens, that fool will just laugh it off. She had a point. The elevator dings open, and Hwayeon is right there waiting. Has everyone arrived yet? We have been waiting for you, Kangwoo. Please step inside. During their investigation into the Mir Guild, they stumbled upon an unbonded item. Kangwoo recognized it the moment he saw it. Hwayeon surely went through absolute hell to get this. Do not remind me, Hwayeon sighs. Even high rankers are totally incompatible with it. What do you think, Kangwoo? Over at the Hwaran Association, this legendary tier gear is known as the Black Pearl Coat. This item doubles its owner's stats for 1 single minute, with a 24-hour cooldown. Yeonju thinks the raw effects are not the absolute best, and Hwayeon completely agrees with that. Still, its stat boosts are absolute madness when looking at its innate traits and special effects. But here is the catch, almost no player actually possesses innate stats. When Yeonju looks over at Kangwoo, however, he is wearing a totally savage grin. It seems this legendary gear has locked right into his sights. If she is right, a player without innate stats wearing this coat would achieve absolute perfection. It is easily the peak of all legendary gear. Yeah, I love it, Kangwoo responds with a grin. Thanks for this amazing gift, Hwayeon. I will keep putting my life on the line to wipe out the demonic cult. I am just glad it found its rightful owner, Hwayeon smiles. From now on, please take good care of us. Stepping closer to the coat, Kangwoo asks, So, do I just put it on? Yeah, wear it like normal armor. Kangwoo tosses his old jacket aside and slips the gear on. Immediately, the system registers the legendary item, and the soul-binding ritual for the Black Pearl Coat begins. Once the Black Pearl Coat recognizes its new master, glowing crimson veins of light erupt across Kangwoo's body. It turns out the system is scanning his stats to fully optimize the coat's hidden effects. Finally, the scan reveals Kangwoo's demonic energy is boosted by +5. With the imprint completed, the glowing veins slowly fade away. Yeonju is dying of curiosity to know how wearing legendary gear actually feels. Suddenly, Kangwoo shivers with excitement. Can I get 10 more of these? Are you completely insane, dude? You can only equip 5 items total, regardless of their ranks, Hwayeon warns. Equip any more, and their effects are completely disabled. Honestly, at times like this, you look like a total rookie. Is that so? Hearing this, Kangwoo contentedly strokes his shiny new coat. His pure joy catches Yeonju's attention. You must really love that thing, huh? Absolutely, I am head over heels. Grinning, Yeonju then asks if he wants to test out this massive new surge of power. Without even waiting for his reply, Yeonju shifts into a fighting stance. Kangwoo, let's go. Following Hwayeon, they enter a massive, completely empty training hall. Let's find out what happens next as Hwayeon tells them to go completely wild and punch each other with everything they have. When they built it, they anticipated every single extreme scenario. Unless someone unleashes some god-tier world-ending force, it won't take a single scratch. With that reassurance, our 2 players step onto the training field. Yeonju feels slightly on guard, because she still cannot accurately measure Kangwoo's true level of strength. It is not just about his rapid growth if that was everything. How on earth did he crush Kang Dong-hoon? Their stat gap was supposed to be completely massive. Kangwoo possesses something incredibly special, far beyond mere levels and stats. She needs to seize this perfect opportunity to uncover his secret. Meanwhile, Kangwoo looks back at his opponent with a friendly gaze. He simply wants to test out his brand new coat, and Yeonju is the absolute perfect sparring partner. He wants to see exactly how much this group is willing to invest in him. After a quick warm-up, Hwayeon gives the signal for both fighters to get ready. At the whistle, Kangwoo blurs forward at terrifying speed. He throws a devastating punch with enough force to shatter mountains, but unfortunately, he misses. Yeonju immediately retaliates with a heavy counterstrike. Luckily, Kangwoo reacts fast enough to dodge. She keeps pushing, unleashing a flying knee and a flurry of strikes. This time, she lands a hit, though it barely does any actual damage. Kangwoo figures she wants to start with a physical brawl first, but if things keep going like this match is going to get boring. Kangwoo decides to fire things up to make this fight more exciting. He throws a swift left punch, deliberately grazing it right past Yeonju's cheek. Snatching her hat, he asks, "Are you underestimating me a bit too much? Wearing a hat like this is only going to block your vision." But that playful move genuinely ticks Yeonju off. She whips out her signature chains, aiming right at Kangwoo. Is she trying to actually murder him? That is because you are no ordinary player. The deadly chains warp under her absolute control, instantly flying straight for Kangwoo's face. If he had been just a second slower, Kangwoo would have kicked the bucket. A single spin of those massive chains completely demolished the surrounding walls. Taking the chance, Kangwoo immediately retreats backward, but the most bizarre thing is the mysterious purple trail forming behind him. Gathering his strength, he activates his special ability, the Wrath of the Kraken. His demonic power starts rising rapidly. Seeing this strange energy for the very first time, Yeonju grows incredibly cautious and on guard. Now is the time for Yeonju to go all out. Summoning chains into her other hand, she looks down at the battle-scarred ground beneath them. Hwa-Yun panics, fearing that if Yeonju keeps going like this, the entire place will collapse, and Kangwoo might not even survive the impact. But Yeonju is already moving, pouncing toward Kangwoo like a wild predator on the hunt. Quickly activating his detachment ability, Kangwoo uses his sky wings to close the gap. Timing it perfectly, Yeonju fires her chains straight at him, proving they are completely evenly matched. Amazingly, Kangwoo dodges the lethal strike and quickly closes the gap between them. Once he gets close enough, he unleashes an explosive power that creates a massive shockwave, easily blowing back both Yeonju and her heavy chains. Although she escapes unharmed, her vision is completely blocked by the dust. As the smoke clears, Kangwoo slips right behind her to unleash his supersonic power. The overwhelming pressure and deafening noise force both girls to cover their ears, leaving them completely unable to move. Seizing this golden opportunity to strike back, Kangwoo prepares his move. The exact moment Yeonju opens her eyes, he unleashes his devastating heavenly authority. Brimming with pure bloodlust, he charges forward with absolute destructive power. Realizing she cannot dodge this, she quickly switches to defense. Spinning her whip, Yeonju creates a protective circular barrier just before Kangwoo crashes right into her. Unfortunately, she made a fatal mistake. Enhanced by insane speed, Kangwoo completely overwhelms her defenses. He shatters every single chain with his power, unleashing a massive shockwave right next to Yeonju. Looking at the catastrophic destruction left behind, Hwa-Yun nervously looks back and forth in pure panic. She sees Kangwoo standing tall and proud, while Yeonju lies completely defeated on the ground. She is not dead, but the terrifying pressure from Kangwoo leaves her gasping for air. Panting heavily, Yeonju can only curse, "Kangwoo, you damn monster." Right behind Yeonju lies a colossal crater. To put it simply, it is literally the size of a massive cave. Had Yeonju taken that hit directly, she would have been blasted straight off this earth. Suddenly, a notification pops up, stating his Kraken skill has ended and is on a 2-hour cooldown. As the system alerts him, Kangwoo realizes this new power is absolutely incredible. He finally understands why everyone is so obsessed with legendary items. It is almost unbelievable that he could overpower someone as strong as Yeonju in just a few moments. Letting out a dry laugh, Yeonju groans. This is seriously unbelievable. Calling him an absolute monster, she gets a humble shrug from Kangwoo, who claims it is just the legendary gear doing the work. Gesturing in protest, Yeonju points out that she has legendary gear too, asking if he is even human. Kangwoo calmly replies, "Of course he is," adding she should be glad he is not her enemy. Even so, she admits she still cannot bring herself to fully trust him just yet. Hearing a loud noise, both of them turn around only to find Hwa-Yun screaming at them, demanding to know if they realize how expensive this training room is. Pointing out that millions of taxpayer dollars went into building this place, she rants about how they completely trashed the entire facility, leaving both of them sweating in pure fear. Sheepishly offering their apologies, they get scolded for not knowing how to control themselves. Still fuming with rage, Hwa-Yun barks at them, declaring they are officially banned from using the facility for the foreseeable future. Yeonju immediately blames Kangwoo for using such a massive area of effect skill, but he just counters that he had to because she is too strong. Baffled by their constant bickering, Huayan sighs in complete helplessness as they completely ignore her warnings. Wondering how much the repairs will cost, Kangwoo internally panics about how he is going to pay for this, while Yanju loudly questions why they even decided to spar inside here in the first place. She grumbles that even if it was a bit of a hassle, they really should have gone to a dungeon gate instead. Kangwoo realizes he could sell the magic stones from the giant ogre to pay the fee, but since that takes too much time, he dismisses the idea as completely impractical. Suddenly remembering something, he asks her if high-level monsters really drop the materials needed to craft legendary gear or other rare items. Yeonju hesitantly confirms this, prompting him to instantly suggest going to hunt one together right now, an offer that immediately catches Hwayeon's full attention as she turns to listen. She speaks up, asking if he is seriously referring to the boss of the fifth gate. Hwayeon questions if he even knows what kind of creature that is, explaining it is a lake-dwelling boss in Suwon's S-rank gate that absolutely no player has ever managed to defeat. The biggest issue is its habitat. Since it lives deep underwater, standard melee attacks are completely useless and cannot even reach it. It also boasts insanely high magic resistance, meaning even long-range physical or magical attacks will face extreme difficulty penetrating the water. Because of all these factors, players widely consider defeating this beast to be absolutely impossible. Kangwoo admits hunting it might be a bit tricky, but she counters that it's beyond tricky, especially since there is no guarantee it will even drop legendary gear. Yeonju chimes in, suggesting that if they get lucky, they might just score that legendary drop. Besides, this isn't just about money, but Yeju doesn't seem to get what Kwanwoo is driving at. Then, why would his sixth awakening stage, and hunting it be the key to breaking his level cap? As players level up, everyone must face two massive walls, the wall of absolute effort at level 59, and the wall of absolute talent at level 89. The most common way for players to shatter these limits is by defeating powerful bosses, pushing past their own boundaries in the process. Thinking back, Yeju realizes she has been stuck at the absolute talent wall for quite some time now. Instead of grinding giant ogres day in and day out, trying this might actually be way more effective. Wait a second, so a level 89 player actually lost to a level 58 rookie? What is this even? Yeju finally agrees to join in. Fine, she will help him, but what is his plan? She warns him again, even with her help, just the two of them hunting it is impossible. Kwanwoo hesitantly replies that he already has a plan. They will need an exceptionally skilled melee fighter for this. Hearing that, Haesol speaks up, offering to join the party. Since she trusted them with this training room, she feels like the situation is partly her fault anyway. Yeju happily praises her, saying she is nothing like a certain piece of trash who wrecked the place and blamed others. Kwanwoo knows exactly who she is talking about, wondering who she is implying, but he still has to ask about the strategy. What kind of crazy plan actually requires a specialized melee class for the hunt? Kwanwoo calmly tells her she will find out soon enough, before mentioning that little Yeji will also be joining their three-member party. He also wants one more melee player if possible, since Sai-hoon's level is still way too low for this dangerous raid. Suddenly, Haesol calls out to Kwanwoo, mentioning that she knows a highly experienced close combat fighter who might fit the bill. Over at the S-Class gate, a monster screams in absolute agony, completely pinned down and suppressed. Little Yeji stands by, watching Kwanwoo pour everything into restraining the beast until the system announces the giant wolf has been defeated. He finally levels up to 59, but the level cap is now active, meaning any experience he gains from here on will be stored. Once he breaks this level cap, all that stored experience will instantly boost his level. Kwanwoo falls into deep thought, realizing he truly has to find a way to smash through this leveling limit. He had heard that ultra-talented players never get capped like this, hoping he was one of them. Suddenly, Yeju asks if he is already tired. They haven't even started the boss hunt yet, but it looks like the rest of the crew has arrived. He explains that since he hasn't hit his cap yet, he barely used any strength, so they do not need to worry. Kwanwoo reassures Haesol with a smile. Haesol introduces the skilled close combat specialist she spoke of earlier. He is Haeonmo, the captain of the River Crossing Team 2. Kwanwoo finally realizes who this captain is, politely introducing himself and saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Haeonmo assumes Kwanwoo is just as strong as Haesol, greeting him warmly. Observing his dual-sword combat style, Haeonmo figures that if this rookie is strong enough, things might actually turn out well. He asks if Kwanwoo is the rookie who designed today's crazy plan, finding it hard to believe they are hunting a giant ogre. Then he notices little Yeji, questioning why on earth a child is standing in such a highly dangerous zone. Kwanwoo reveals she is actually his summoned monster, leaving Haeonmo completely stunned. Haesol quickly cuts in, promising to tell him more about Kwanwoo's strength later on. She says that all he needs to know is that Kwanwoo is on par with Yeju. Hyunmo is completely floored, wondering how a 2-month rookie could possibly compare to such a legendary top-tier hunter. After all, she is renowned as one of the highest-level players in all of Korea. Hyunmo notes that his captain has never mentioned him. Haesol then asks Kangwoo if there is anything else, and he warmly assures her that everything is set. Kangwoo thanks the river-crossing captain, admitting that recruiting such high-tier talent without her help would have been near impossible. Haesol smiles, glad to see he is pleased. But Hyunmo suddenly cuts in with a burning question, asking Kangwoo directly about what kind of relationship he shares with Captain Haesol. Kangwoo keeps it completely blunt, replying that they have absolutely no relationship. Haesol intervenes, telling Hyunmo that while she understands his curiosity, they simply do not have the time to chat. Kangwoo finally connects the dots, realizing Hyunmo has a massive crush on Haesol. Yeju turns to him, suggesting they ignore this hilarious couple and get into position, as the target is bound to show up any second now. But Kangwoo calmly responds that they do not need to budge. They are already standing exactly where they need to be. Yeju is visibly confused, pointing out that they are in rock giant territory, and those creatures are not even aggressive. She doubts he can use them as bait, but Kangwoo quickly corrects her, explaining they are the very core of his strategy. Kangwoo prepares to break down the details. As a massive rope is thrown onto the ground, Hyunmo speaks up, confirming he has prepared the chains. All right, is it time to begin? This hunt will be the first of its kind in the entire world. Channeling the power of the waves, Kangwoo steps lightly onto the sea. Suddenly, the water surges, and he senses its arrival. A massive monster is finally revealing itself. As the waves surge violently with the wind, Kangwoo knows the beast has arrived. The sea level rises rapidly. Everyone needs to get ready because that beast is charging right now. Kangwoo braces himself, ready to strike. Finally, it rises in a truly terrifying form, bursting from the depths and taking flight above the water. Covered in countless sharp spikes, its attack uses venomous needles. Kangwoo immediately calls out to Echi for help. She conjures a magic shield to block the beast. Echi just needs to hold on a bit longer. Hyunmo and Haeson look at each other, completely in sync. They gather their focus and activate the sky wings. Time to go. Everyone, hold on tight. Just like that, Kangwoo and his team soar into the air. This is turning out to be tough, so they dive down to ambush it. They plunge toward the beast to distract its attention. The monster seems to have noticed them. Everyone calls out to each other, warning that the creature is ridiculously slippery. These are the extra chains. Hyunmo, move to the right, and Haeson, go left. They need to wrap this up before the monster has a chance to dive back under the water again. The beast is trying its best to flee, so the team speeds up their operations to capture it quickly. All three of them combine their strength. As the monster struggles wildly, Haeson finds it baffling, wondering what on earth this creature is actually trying to do. It is definitely trying to escape, so everyone needs to hold on. Kangwoo yells out as the monster goes completely wild. It flies up high from the sea once again. The damn thing is trying to retreat back to the deep waters, so he will try to block it. Because of that, they must tie down the remaining chains. Meanwhile, the monster continues to fight desperately just to stay alive. Its destructive power spikes, and even the heavenly energy is unleashed. An endless vortex now opens up to welcome the massive beast. Kangwoo is doing his absolute best to utilize his power. With Hyunmo and Haeson injured, his own attacks are weakened because they are fighting underwater. Kangwoo feels a bit anxious. He can hardly believe he managed to blast it into the sky with just that single attack. He feels he might need to sustain more damage to make this work. Having pinpointed the weak spot, Kangwoo uses his sky wings. The sparks seem to have injured the beast, making its body tremble as deep red blood begins to spill. Kangwoo focuses all his remaining energy. Hyunmo wonders if this is static electricity. It turns out this is indeed the beast's attack. Right now, the Fire Blossom Echi desperately needs Kangwoo's immediate support. Haeson screams, asking if all the chains are locked in place. If so, they need to get out. Hyunmo asks worriedly about what will happen to Kangwoo. He is much stronger than they are, so they must leave before they end up holding him back. With that, the two jump away. They are absolutely shocked to see him dive straight into the beast's mouth. Meanwhile, a protective barrier of light forms around Kangwoo to shield him. He figures this barrier must be Echi's doing. She surely sensed her master was in grave danger. It is incredible that she managed to maintain the magic shield for this long. Thanks to that, electricity begins to crackle, exposing a tear in the beast, and he feels a sudden surge of renewed power. Kangwoo breaks his way out from inside the creature. With the heavily wounded beast securely bound, Kangwoo finally breathes a sigh of relief and calls out to Jeju. Everything is ready, so pull. Jeju pulls out the rope, yelling at some useless guy nearby, asking what on earth he thinks he is doing. Move quickly and get out of the way. Jeju laughs out loud as the massive rock formations around them begin to collapse. She quickly hurls the chains over. The rocks are bound so tightly they cannot break free. While down in the sea, the monster struggles with all its might. Kangwoo realizes that even after using both his heavenly and steel powers, he is still feeling an intense amount of pressure. No matter what, he cannot let the chains slip. Just a little longer. Kangwoo exerts every ounce of strength to drag it deep into the sea. The beast seems to be in agony after taking such a brutal beating. The rocky giants stagger unsteadily, yet despite all of Kangwoo's efforts, the creature shows no signs of weakening. The tight bindings make it incredibly difficult for the sea monster to break free and escape. Sparks of electricity flicker through its body. Ecchi channels every bit of her energy to restrain it. He wonders if he underestimated this creature, as it is far stronger than expected. At this rate, the stone golem will perish, so he must find a way to weaken the beast. Kangwoo racks his brain for a solution. Sensing that the situation is taking a turn for the worse, Kangwoo shouts to Jeju to use her chains. Jeju replies with a worried look, asking if he has lost his mind. It will hurt him, but Kangwoo fiercely demands she hurry up. At this point, Jeju's hands are already losing their strength. She struggles to draw the chain, unleashing her special ability, Blood Chain Energy Drain. These methods are put into action specifically to keep the monster under control. Just as Kangwoo predicted, wielding legendary gear is indeed extremely difficult, but that is not going to stop him now. If they can only weaken the beast, it has grown even more enraged, and its power seems to have spiked significantly. In the end, the monster can no longer resist, with only the massive stone golem left leaning heavily against its body. Jeju cheers the golem on, urging the big rock to push a bit harder. The stone giant's unique passive is thick skin, keeping it completely safe from harm. That is why he never bothered with hunting at S-rank gates. But he certainly did not expect it to be this useful here, especially with the monster discharging more and more electricity. It stood back up as if nothing had happened. Observing the battlefield, Kangwoo knew it was active again. Ecchi rushed over in a panic, asking if he was all right. Kangwoo quickly warned her that it was too dangerous. Just then, Tae-soo showed up, looking completely focused. The entire group stood ready to get their payback. I seriously thought I was a goner, Si-hoon grumbled, bitterly cursing the damn monster under his breath. With a dead serious expression, Kangwoo told them to end this together. Ecchi looked at him with sparkling eyes, relieved he was safe, before he ordered her to unleash her magic on the stone golems. Since they are exhausted and cannot fight back, it is time to move. Yeonju tried to check on the beast but got yelled at instead. Stop playing around and get over here, she was told. She grumbled back that she was only drawing its attention as ordered. Kangwoo ordered them to finish it off while it was still above water. Si-hoon charged forward first, noting that things were different up here and they had to move fast. Tae-soo and Si-hoon combined their forces, but the beast's overwhelming power nearly knocked both of them flat on their backs. Covered in blood, the massive monster collapsed. Seizing the golden opportunity, both warriors swung their blades to deliver heavy slashes. They pushed themselves to the absolute limit to bring the monster down. Out of nowhere, Yeonju leaped in with her chains, channeling an incredibly massive surge of electricity that triggered an explosion she barely managed to dodge. Si-hoon groaned, complaining that its screech was incredibly annoying, and that fighting this thing on land was still a massive pain. This is definitely a real boss. Time to collect those 100,000 magic cores. Kangwoo slowly opened his eyes as massive gates materialized right in front of him. With this skill, he knew this was the right amount. He unleashed his dark authorities, invoking both the authority of Hellfire and the authority of the Black Spear. Just a little more. He needed just a bit more power. A system alert popped up, confirming the use of Kraken's Rage, boosting his magic power stat by 5. Kangwoo looked completely different now, consumed by a wild, chaotic frenzy as he took a heavy step forward. He had finally secured an S-rank skill. Without wasting a single second, Kangwoo activated his mechanical arm. His arm transformed into a massive drill, grinding straight down as everyone turned around in absolute shock. Cha Yeonju was the first to react, followed quickly by Tae-soo and Si-hoon. Kangwoo's raw power was completely beyond belief. The spinning drill gouged deep into El Cuero's previous wound, leaving it completely helpless. Without hesitation, Kangwoo poured all his strength into driving the weapon deep into its body, creating a massive, destructive vortex. El Cuero tensed up its entire body to resist the brutal onslaught, but it was completely useless. The beast could only let out a mournful roar, forced to accept its doom. The resulting shockwave was so violent that the group had to brace themselves to avoid being blown away. Cha Yeonju simply could not comprehend how a mere Tier 6 awakened could pull off something so legendary. The violent blast erupted into a massive wall of fire that swallowed El Cuero, looking exactly like a miniature volcano erupting. A system notification popped up, confirming he had successfully used 3 authorities at once, fulfilling the second condition to unlock the legendary demonic emperor state. Kangwoo realized this was indeed the second requirement for the demonic emperor state. You and I know that back when he ruled hell, this would have been child's play, but in his current state, it took everything. He still had a long way to go, which meant he needed to get much stronger. As he stood lost in thought, Cha Yeonju and the others walked over to praise him, admitting they knew he was strong, but never imagined this level. "Did you seriously just pull that off?" she asked. "If you had a crazy move like that, why didn't you use it from the start?" Pulling himself back up, Kangwoo replied, "Actually, that was my first time trying it. Look at my hands. They are still shaking like crazy. So if we fought right now, I would definitely win, right?" Cha Yeonju teased. Kangwoo had absolutely no idea where she got all this boundless energy. Right then, Ichi rushed over and threw her arms around him, cheering. "Kangwoo, I smashed those giant golems. Does this mean the hunt is finally over?" Kangwoo gave her a tired smile, praising her. But as he calmed down and thought about it, he realized he had not received any system notification confirming El Cuero's death. Instantly, he dropped into a defensive stance, warning everyone to prepare for battle once more. "This fight is not over yet," Kangwoo warned them. "The system confirmation for defeating El Cuero hasn't popped up." Hearing this, the group finally realized the problem. Even Kangwoo found it hard to believe. When he first built his mechanical arm, he had easily vaporized high-tier demons from the 7th circle of hell. So how was a gate monster with 0 demonic heritage surviving this? But before he could think further, a fully recovered El Cuero lunged straight at them with terrifying speed. Watching the beast's incoming strike, both Kangwoo and Si-hoon widened their eyes in shock. Unbelievably, the monster was channeling demonic energy. El Cuero whipped its massive tentacles forward, its power level somehow skyrocketing to a whole new level. But what completely flabbergasted the group was that the beast suddenly turned around and booked it, having 0 intention of fighting. Si-hoon assumed they were gearing up for round 2, but it looked like they were off the hook. Just when you and I thought it was over, Cha Yeonju summoned her chains to snag the fleeing beast. Her reckless move shocked the team even more than the giant monster choosing to tuck its tail and run. As she was dragged away, panic set in. But her survival instinct kicked in just in time. She yelled for Kangwoo and the team to grab her chains. Grabbing hold of her chain, the entire group pulled with all their might, locked in an epic game of tug-of-war against El Cuero. The problem was, everyone was completely exhausted. They were barely holding on from being dragged away, especially Kangwoo. Having drained his demonic energy using 3 authorities and the Kraken's rage, he was running on empty. But right as things got desperate, Echidna stepped up. That tiny little girl suddenly transformed into a massive winged dragon, charging straight at the beast El Cuero. Cha Yeonju was stunned, wondering if another monster had joined. Kangwoo quickly explained that this beastly form was actually Echidna. Talk about a complete makeover. Facing a terrifying beast like El Cuero, she showed absolutely 0 fear, instantly throwing a relentless barrage of heavy strikes. Digging her sharp claws deep into El Cuero, she pinned the giant monster flat against the ground, completely shutting down any chance of a counterattack. El Cuero's massive body was reduced to nothing more than a punching bag for her to vent, posing absolutely 0 threat. Watching her utterly demolish the legendary boss, the entire party stood there, completely jaw-dropped and speechless. They couldn't believe this wild dragon was the cute girl from earlier. Soon, El Cuero lay defeated at her feet. Reverting back, she happily asked Kangwoo how she did. Kangwoo praised her achievement. Right then, the system notification flashed. Successfully defeated S-rank boss El Cuero. You earned the highest contribution award, plus a bonus reward for landing the final blow. Massively increased experience points, but due to the level cap, they will be stored instead. Though slightly annoyed by that level lock, Kangwoo felt a huge weight lift. As Echidna bounced over, he patted her head with a proud smile. Witnessing her incredible raw power, the rest of the team finally understood why she was Kangwoo's most trusted summon. Cha Yeonju spoke up, wondering about those creepy tentacles that sprouted at the end. Was that some hidden trait of El Cuero? Baek Hwa-yeon shook her head. This was completely new territory for her as well. Kangwoo begged to differ, convinced it wasn't just a monster trait. Climbing onto the giant corpse, he explained he'd seen something similar before. Right when everyone thinks the beast is dead, this sinister force takes over and wreaks absolute havoc. It perfectly matched how demons behave when turning into savage monsters. Hearing this, a light bulb finally went off for Cha Yeonju. She asked if demonic energy was behind this, but Kangwoo wanted proof. With that, the team began climbing the colossal beast to search. Kangwoo headed straight for the spot where those tentacles had erupted, knowing the source of this anomaly had to be hidden there. After rummaging around the gore, he finally hit the jackpot, and the rest of the party quickly gathered around to see. He held up a strange, glowing red stone with a highly unique shape. The team leaned in, trying to figure out what this weird gem actually was. It definitely wasn't a standard mana stone. Baek Hwa-yeon chimed in, asking if this mysterious rock was indeed the root cause of the boss's bizarre behavior. He played dumb out loud, but inside he knew the truth. This strange crystal was packed with an insanely dense concentration of pure demonic energy. He suspected it was a concentrated form of demonic power condensed directly into a physical magic stone. Yet, it didn't look like any naturally occurring crystal. It felt more like a highly advanced artifact. He was willing to bet someone had deliberately manufactured it. Piecing the clues together, he concluded there was a very strong chance this was the work of the notorious demon cult. Inspecting the gem closely, its precise design screamed man-made rather than some naturally formed magical crystal. Plus, since it was found near the surface rather than buried deep inside, someone must have manually planted this object directly into the beast. The chaotic demonic energy inside had driven the creature wild, and only one faction was capable of crafting such a thing, the demon cult. Baek Hwa-yeon agreed that his theory held serious weight. However, without solid proof, he merely shrugged it off as a working hypothesis for now. Still, Hwa-yeon decided to have Hwarang run a background check on their end. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was secretly buzzing with absolute excitement. He never expected the cult to synthesize such beautifully pure demonic power. With this rare prize in his hands, there was no way he'd let it slip away. Seizing a moment when nobody was looking, Kangwoo quietly channeled his lightning authority directly into the carcass. Instantly, the massive beast began to violently twitch. The sudden movement startled the party, making them fear the boss was reviving. They had no clue it was just his sneaky trick to pocket the stone. Hwa-yeon quickly reassured them, explaining it was likely just rigor mortis causing the muscles to contract. That logic sat well with everyone, especially since the system already confirmed the kill. Once Yeonju finally snapped out of it, she turned to ask about the crystal, only to find his hand completely empty. To avoid any suspicion, Kangwoo put on an award-winning performance, claiming the stone had suddenly evaporated into thin air. No matter how skeptical the others looked, he kept up his best clueless act, feigning utter shock and confusion over the sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, he silently used his gluttony authority to absorb the essence. The result? His demonic energy stat instantly jumped by 3 points. This was a massive deal, considering that stat hadn't budged at all, even after he farmed over 100 orcs over the past 3 days. Echidna cut in to ask if they were ready to leave, but he was completely zoned out, utterly lost in his own little world of pure joy. Demonic crystals? Hopefully, there are plenty more of those out there. Later that evening at the Hwarang Guild headquarters, Echidna peacefully dozed off while the rest of the group sat down to debrief. Baek Hwa-yeon hands Cha Yeonju and Kangwoo each an envelope. It is the leftover cash after covering all the repair costs. Selling the monster corpses and mana stones brought in about 10 billion won. Since capturing El Cuero was a historic first, the payout was massive, leaving them with 5 billion won each. As for that mysterious gem, Baek Hwa-yeon is launching an investigation into other gates to check for similar cases. The second division in Pohang is already on it. Cha Yeonju asks what happens if the gem vanishes again. Baek Hwa-yeon already has a plan. They must capture it alive or make absolutely sure no one else touches that stone. On top of that, Baek Hwa-yeon brings some seriously good news. Her team realized a part of El Cuero can craft legendary gear. Specifically, they can forge an incredible new sword by refining the beast's tailbone. They even gave her the estimated stats, predicting it will majorly boost either strength or dexterity. But for Kangwoo, who relies on demonic energy, and Cha Yeonju, who uses mana, this is basically useless news. Cha Yeonju shrugs and suggests that maybe Hwa-yeon should just use it herself. Hwa-yeon chuckles but explains the catch: the requirement is tricky, and only players with internal ki can actually wield it. Think classic martial arts style energy. It is an incredibly rare stat for warrior players, mostly found over in China. In fact, South Korea has not recorded a single case yet. Hearing this, Cha Yeonju sighs at how useless it is and suggests just selling it off to China. But right then, Kangwoo speaks up and says he wants it. This completely shocks Yeonju, who never expected him to need it. Of course, it is not for him. He knows another player who uses internal ki. Meanwhile, we cut to Si-hoon and his party, wandering forward in pure confusion. They wonder how a path like this exists in a B-rank gate. Even for a labyrinth dungeon, they assumed every single path had already been fully explored. Tae-soo asks Si-hoon if he can sense anything, since they are blindly following his lead. Si-hoon honestly admits that he has just developed a really bad feeling about this place. Suddenly, Si-hoon senses something ahead. Gripping his sword hilt, he warns everyone to brace themselves as heavy footsteps echo from the dark corridor, getting closer and closer. But when the creature finally charges out, it turns out to be a standard B-rank minotaur. Just as they let their guard down, a massive shadow looms behind the beast, absolutely crushing its head in one brutal strike. The party is left frozen in pure shock and terror. Standing before them is a colossal, frenzied minotaur that just brutally slaughtered its own kind. Before Si-hoon can make a move, Tae-soo rashly charges forward to attack. Unfortunately, this monster is on a whole different level. If Si-hoon had not yanked him back in time, Tae-soo would have been absolute history. Si-hoon warns him that charging in like that is incredibly reckless. Tae-soo quickly thanks him, stunned by the monster's sheer power. This thing is nothing like standard minotaurs. They need support buffs first, then they must approach with extreme caution. Si-hoon immediately takes charge of the battle plan. Once Seola buffs Tae-soo, he will create an opening. Meanwhile, Eunbi needs to distract the beast so Tae-soo has time to get buffed. Eunbi quickly fires off a lightning spell to blindside it, but the shock only slows the beast down for a split second. Shrugging off the magic, the Minotaur locks its gaze onto Si-hoon, fully intending to tear him apart first. But a sudden shout draws its attention away. Fully buffed by Seola, Tae-soo charges right in, capitalizing on its distraction to slam directly into the monster with his shield. But this beast is not backing down, instantly unleashing a brutal counterattack. It slams its weapon directly onto Tae-soo. Seeing him struggle, Seola rapidly casts healing support to keep him in the fight. Instantly fully healed, Tae-soo jokingly calls out, "Thanks, sister-in-law." This only infuriates the Minotaur more, and it tries to rip him apart with its claws. Right at that moment, Si-hoon flashes right into the beast's blind spot. Channeling all his energy into his blade, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the Cloud Dragon Annihilation. The moment Si-hoon touches down, the giant head of the monster rolls off, sealing a clean victory for the team. Naturally, the entire party showers Si-hoon with praise for the epic kill. Eunbi even jokes that he looked like a webtoon protagonist, making him shyly reply that it was a team effort. But looking back at the beast, Si-hoon notices it was far more violent than what the dungeon guides described. Eunbi shivers in agreement, pointing out those creepy bulging veins covering its entire body. As they inspect the corpse, Si-hoon spots a bizarre, glowing red energy starting to seep from the creature. Weeks later at the Hwaran headquarters, Baek Hwayeon calls Kangwoo over to pick up the finished weapon. It is a legendary tier sword named El Cuero. Its awakening requirement? Possessing internal ki. Aside from crazy base stats, it lets the user literally walk on water. Hwayeon asks Kangwoo if he is satisfied with it. Kangwoo admires the blade and smiles, saying he loves it and cannot wait to test it out. Still, Kangwoo had not expected a legendary gear to be crafted this quickly, especially since it had barely been 2 weeks since they defeated El Cuero. Hwayeon quickly explained that gathering the raw materials was the hardest part, and with that done, the rest was actually quite simple. Besides, these materials were fresh and brand new, so 2 weeks was actually plenty of time. Seeing Hwayeon pour so much effort into the sword, Yeonju grew curious, realizing that her simple reason of helping Kangwoo and Yeonju protect people had completely outdone the entire Hwarang squad. If they hesitated to offer support now, it would be downright embarrassing. Yeonju could only offer an awkward smile, and Kangwoo felt exactly the same. In truth, his motives were purely about absorbing all that demonic energy, nothing noble at all. But aside from the sword, Hwayeon had another matter she wanted to discuss with Kangwoo. She was hoping that from now on, Kangwoo would drop the formal honorifics when speaking with her. Hwayeon pointed out that since Kangwoo and Yeonju spoke so casually, keeping things formal between just the two of them felt strange. After all, they were now equal teammates standing on the very same front line. Hearing Hwayeon mention this, Yeonju suddenly realized that right from the very beginning, Kangwoo had never dared to use formal speech with her. Finding Hwayeon's point quite reasonable, Kangwoo had no choice but to compromise and agree to her request. He also argued that since Yeonju spoke so rudely first, he naturally had skipped the honorifics with her. Quickly shifting the subject, Kangwoo asked if there was any new progress regarding the investigation into the demonic gems. Hwayeon shook her head in sheer frustration. There was still no decent report, even though they had doubled their patrols without finding a single clue. Kangwoo fell deep into thought. Had the demon cult only planted the crystal inside El Cuero? Could his initial guess have been wrong? Meanwhile, over at the demon cult, they were discussing the defeated El Cuero. The cardinal demanded to know what on earth had happened. His subordinates nervously confessed that they were still trying their best to investigate. But when they went to check the crystal's corruption level, all that remained were the brutal traces of a bloody battle. The cardinal immediately demanded to know about the demonic crystal, but his servant could only mutter they were recovering it. Furious, the cardinal smashed the stone table. He demanded to know about the other demons, and his follower reported they were mostly fine. The cardinal doubted anyone knew his plan. Yet, El Cuero had remained undefeated for 5 long years, so why did it have to fall right now? He then asked about the progress of their plan. Unsurprisingly, because of this massive setback, their timeline had been severely delayed. Pausing in deep thought, the cardinal asked what would happen if they tried using a different approach. Hearing those words, his servants immediately begged him to stop, warning that the consequences would be unimaginable and the risk simply too extreme. The cardinal quickly cut them off, snapping that he was not launching it immediately, but merely testing it out. Still, his followers insisted it was far too dangerous, even if utilizing that method could instantly accelerate their entire operation. If they resorted to that, the World Association would surely step in. At this point, the cardinal truly lost his temper. He furiously questioned if they were actually hesitating just out of fear of the World Association. Did they expect him to hide in some safe zone out of fear as well? With every word, his bloodlust flared, making his servants tremble. One moment his fists were clenched, threatening to unleash that massive wave of bloodlust, but the next, he suddenly calmed down completely. Seemingly hitting upon a new solution, he asked his followers if there were any demonic crystal shards remaining. Once they confirmed there were, he instantly ordered them to implant those shards into the remaining monsters as quickly as possible. The cardinal then issued a chilling warning, stating that if their plans were delayed again, their heads would not remain on their shoulders. He also inquired about who had slain El Cuero, and his subordinate revealed it was Yeonju from the Red Rose Guild. Hearing that name, a creepy smile spread across his face as he muttered that she was interfering again, just like she did with Cha Hoon back then. Since she dared to act, she must face the consequences. He ordered them to prepare the darkness. The follower realized the cardinal wanted Yeonju eliminated, but pointed out that she was incredibly strong, making it difficult to defeat her with only the darkness. Surprisingly, his target was not Yeonju herself, but rather the promising rookie she had been favoring lately, who was none other than Kangwoo. He planned to take him hostage. Meanwhile, Kangwoo remained completely oblivious, happily driving his car off to some unknown destination. Over at a B-rank gate in Busan, Sihoon's party had just finished hunting. As they walked out chatting about their massive harvest, they were surprised to find Kangwoo waiting right ahead of them. He gave them a warm wave, saying it had been a while. Instantly, the entire group crowded around Kangwoo with questions, and Sihoon was highly curious to know what had brought him all the way here. Unsheathing the sword on his back, Kangwoo announced he had a surprise gift. Everyone immediately guessed it was for Seola, but they were totally wrong. The person Kangwoo wanted to gift was Sihoon, and he handed the El Cuero sword right over to him. Kangwoo explained that this legendary weapon, the El Cuero sword, could only be wielded by someone who possessed the unique rage stat. Standing nearby, Taisu could not help but feel extremely jealous of Sihoon. It was a legendary weapon, after all, but Sihoon felt he was not yet skilled enough to truly deserve it. He tries to refuse, but Kangwoo shuts him down. Whether you can or not is my call. In the future, you are going to surpass thousands of other players. Before long, you'll even be fighting top-tier rankers. Once that happens, you can prove yourself to me. Hearing those words, Sihoon is practically moved to tears. He tightly grips his sword and bows to thank Kangwoo. He feels like Kangwoo is being way too nice, which makes him a bit self-conscious. Still, Sihoon honestly admits he found Kangwoo pretty annoying when they first met. Kangwoo helplessly thinks to himself, duh, because I'm the bastard who ruined the Gaia system, and you're the protector of the world. Of course, Sihoon doesn't feel that way anymore. In fact, he now feels as if their very souls have somehow become deeply connected. Kangwoo sweats even more hearing this. Well, yeah, because I made you my subordinate, so calling it a connection isn't exactly wrong. Suddenly, Sihoon reaches out and grabs Kangwoo's hand. Holding it tight, he confesses, from now on, I will only follow you and meet every single one of your expectations. Staring into those intense eyes, Kangwoo breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to pull his hand away. Before he can even pull back, Sihoon holds up a strange stone. Sihoon explains that the monster they fought today was incredibly bizarre, so he decided to inspect its corpse and found this item. He has no idea it is a demonic crystal. He just figured Kangwoo would recognize it, so he brought it back to show him. Now, Kangwoo completely forgets about pulling his hand away and tightly squeezes Sihoon's hand instead. Sihoon, let us be partners forever. Gripping the demonic crystal, he urgently asks, where on earth did you find this? Sihoon gathers his memories and explains, we were hunting inside the gate just like any other day, but suddenly, I had this incredibly strange, gut-wrenching feeling. My entire body went completely cold. He describes the sensation as being identical to that intense feeling of resistance he felt when first meeting Kangwoo. Following that bizarre sensation, he ended up discovering a giant, menacing minotaur. Its skin was pitch black, and it looked way stronger and more ferocious than the others. Kangwoo quickly asks, once you defeated it, did that strange feeling disappear too? Sihoon confirms that it did. Kangwoo immediately starts calculating. It must have been triggered by demonic energy. But wait, does that mean this kid can actually sense demonic power? To test this theory, Kangwoo asks Si-hun if he felt that same strange, eerie sensation when he saw Echidna back at the hospital. Surprisingly, Si-hun felt absolutely nothing. Kangwoo quickly comes to a new conclusion. Alright, so he can't actually sense pure demonic power directly. Then what did that Minotaur have in common with me? If it was consumed by demonic energy, it would have become a demonic beast. Kangwoo finally realizes the answer. The crack. This kid is reacting to him, a guy who literally smashes crack cores, and monsters that turned into fragments after a crack occurs. Since those are born of demonic energy, and since this kid is the world's protector, his instincts drive him to protect the system from breaking, making him naturally reject anything tied to the crack. Suddenly, an absolutely brilliant plan flashes through Kangwoo's mind. He pats Si-hun on the shoulder, giving him a sly smile. Hey, why don't we team up? After all, Kangwoo is certain Si-hun can locate the demonic crystals hidden by the Demon Association. With that settled, Si-hun and his party bid him farewell and head home. Si-hun sits quietly, clutching his ego sword, deeply lost in thought over his deal with Kangwoo. Meanwhile, Seola decides not to head back with them. Walking beside Kangwoo, she asks about his plans to enter the gates with Si-hun starting tomorrow. Kangwoo apologizes that she will have to hunt with Tae-soo and Yoon-bi from now on, warning her not to overdo it. Walking along, Kangwoo notes, "Your level has gone up nicely though, so the three of you should be fine, but you still have to stay careful." Lost in his own thoughts, Kangwoo fails to notice Seo, falling silent. After hesitating, she finally calls out to him, asking if she and the rest of the team can join him in the gate tomorrow. Seola quickly explains, "With you around, it is way easier for us to level up. Plus, who knows? Maybe we can actually be of some help." Before Seo can even finish her sentence, Kangwoo cuts her off. "Starting tomorrow, we are heading into Rank A gates. Those monsters make today's Minotaur look like a joke. Are you absolutely sure you won't freeze up and end up being a burden?" Realizing she spoke out of turn, Seo quickly apologizes. But Kangwoo doesn't stop there. "I am also planning to investigate the Demon Association," he adds coldly, "which means we could become targets at any moment, travel in a crowd, and we just make ourselves easy prey." Suddenly, Kangwoo thrusts his arm out to stop Seola. Well, speak of the devil. Standing right in front of them are 5 or 6 cultists from the Demon Association, waiting in ambush around his car. Kangwoo calls out first. "Let me guess, you losers are with the Demon Association?" They reply with sneers. "We have no obligation to answer you. Just cooperate, and maybe we'll give you a painless death." Hearing their empty threat, Kangwoo merely scoffs and throws back his own warning. "How about you stop barking and get away from my car?" Furious, they draw their weapons and advance, looking down on him with utter contempt. "Do you honestly think having Cha Yeon-ju as your boss makes you untouchable? You're nothing but a worthless insect, and we're about to teach you a lesson." Before the attackers can even touch them, a massive surge of purple energy erupts right before Seola's eyes. Manifesting a pair of dark wings, Kangwoo scoops Seola up and flies backward, putting a massive distance between them and the cultists. He needs to buy her enough space to flee to safety, leaving him completely free to slaughter every last one of them. Before running off, Seola desperately wanted to help Kangwoo in some way. Casting Blessed Light, she boosted his accuracy by 30% and even managed to increase his demonic energy by 20%. Surprised that she could buff his demonic power, Kangwoo promised he would not get hurt, hoping to put her mind at ease. Right then, the demon cult zealots caught up, mockingly claiming they would slice Kangwoo to pieces because they thought he was running. Instead of replying, Kangwoo simply leaped into the air to neutralize their opening attacks. "Why would our main character ever run from these guys?" Kangwoo activated Enchant, growing a pair of purple wings to easily counter the heavy chains of the demon cult. Each chain ended in a sharp, curved blade designed to easily slice through opponents. Spotting a chain aiming right for his head, Kangwoo quickly closed the distance, grabbing the weapon bare-handed. Before he could finish the first guy, another charged, so Kangwoo threw his captive aside and soared back into the air. He quickly realized that despite so many chains flying around, they never once got tangled. With their relentless and synchronized attacks, these guys were clearly no amateurs. Still, they were absolutely nothing compared to Cha Yeonju. Kangwoo immediately unleashed his shockwave skill, and with just a single blast, he blew away every incoming chain aimed at him. Seeing their shattered chains, the cultists panicked. Their leader's intel was completely wrong, and now they were the ones in deep trouble. They tried to retreat and report to the cardinal, but it was already too late. Kangwoo instantly summoned freezing ice to trap the group. Did they really think he would just let them run away? Nearby, Seola quietly watched everything unfold. Approaching the trapped cultists, Kangwoo spoke in a gentle tone that still sent shivers down their spines, asking if they wanted to have a friendly little chat. First, he ripped off one cultist's mask to let him breathe some fresh air. But after just a few quick gasps, the man froze in absolute terror. Staring straight into two terrifying demonic eyes, the cultist completely froze. Kangwoo activated Gaze of Fear, forcing him to confess the true identity of the mastermind behind everything the Cardinal. Terrified, the cultist actually began foaming at the mouth. It seemed like he was about to break and confess, but things did not go as Kangwoo expected. The man suddenly started laughing. Seeing him laugh while trembling hysterically, Kangwoo thought he was just resisting the interrogation, but he was soon shocked by what happened next. Sticking out his tongue to reveal the demon cult seal, he chanted their fanatical slogan, "Long live the demon cult." Right after he spoke, a spark ignited on the seal. A second later, it triggered a massive explosion, destroying everything in the vicinity. Luckily, Seola managed to survive by hiding behind a nearby barrier. As the smoke cleared, she frantically searched for Kangwoo, relieved to see he had deployed a defensive barrier just in time. Otherwise, he would have been completely vaporized. Suspecting the Cardinal planned to hide in the shadows forever, Kangwoo resolved to lure this wretched coward out of his hole once and for all. Word of their crushing failure quickly reached the Cardinal's ears. He was not surprised, simply asking if Cha Yeonju was behind the defeat. Having no idea how powerful Kangwoo actually was, the lackeys blamed Yeonju. The Cardinal wondered if she really was that strong, never expecting his elite force to be defeated so miserably. He sighed, mourning the loss of his elites. When asked about their progress with the El Cuero fragments, the subordinate reported they had gathered 30%. Finding the progress acceptable, he dismissed his minion with a wave of his hand. Once his subordinates had gone, he reassured himself that time was on his side since those fools would never locate the demonic crystals so easily. Smiling, he finally removed his mask. The Cardinal was none other than Baek Kang-hyun. Back at the ruins, Seola rushed over to Kangwoo, but his raging anger was still far from being pacified. "So you think you can just hide in the dark forever? Fine, then I will personally drag you out." Seola frantically asked if he was okay after that explosion, but Kangwoo held up a hand, telling her to wait a moment. Pulling out his phone, Kangwoo called Sehun, asking if he remembered their previous discussion about gathering demonic crystals. He told him they needed to work harder, arranging to meet by the gate at 6 p.m. before hanging up. Putting his phone away, Kangwoo turned to Seola, warning her that they had no idea what the demon cult would pull next. He explained that he had no choice but to keep his distance from her whenever they were out in public. Touched by his words, Seola realized how thoughtful he was, always looking out for her safety and feelings. She resolved to become a strong person like him, capable of repaying everything he had done for her. But of course, to achieve that goal, she knew she had to get much stronger first. Smiling confidently, she told him to just wait and see, promising that her growth would absolutely shock him the next time they met. Kangwoo froze, his heart skipping a beat at her genuine and heartfelt determination. To him, she was an absolute angel. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, his ears turned bright red, and not knowing how to react, he quickly urged her to head home. 10 days quickly flashed by in an instant. Although their training was going smoothly, Kangwoo suddenly called it a day, prompting a confused Sehun to ask if they were done. With a smile, Kangwoo confirmed they were finished. Hearing those words, Sehun felt a wave of relief, truly happy that he could finally be of some help to him. Before leaving, Kangwoo offered Sehun a ride, but the boy politely declined, wanting to visit his mother in the hospital first. With that, Kangwoo quietly got into his car and drove home alone. The moment he walks in, Echidna eagerly runs out to greet Kangwoo. He even brought some ice cream as a sweet surprise. Later, during his downtime, Kangwoo lies down, lost in deep thought. He had collected plenty of demon crystals, yet everything remained suspiciously quiet. If the demonic cult were making moves, he would have already received a call from Baek Hwa-yeon or Cha Yeonju. Looking back, absolutely nothing had happened since their last major clash. Were they plotting something in secret somewhere else? Things were starting to get complicated. Right at that moment, his phone starts ringing, and it's a call from Hwa-yeon. It was almost like Kangwoo saw it coming, perfect timing. He picks up the call, only to hear her voice on the other end saying, "Kangwoo, it's me. We detected some highly suspicious activity at an S-rank gate near Pohang Port." Hearing this, he immediately asks, "Is it the demonic cult?" Hwa-yeon confirms his suspicion. Word is they are preparing for some sort of massive summoning ritual. Cha Yeonju and the Red Rose Guild have already departed for the scene. She plans to fly there shortly on a military chopper. Hwa-yeon shares the coordinates with Kangwoo, telling him to meet her at the pad so they can head over together. Knowing he needed more demon crystals and currently overflowed with demonic energy, Kangwoo decides to take a much faster, more convenient path. Kangwoo immediately informs Hwayeon that he will make his own way there, catching her completely off guard. What? This is an absolute emergency. But Kangwoo is stubborn, determined to do things his own way. Besides, who needs a military ride when you've got your own private helicopter? Kangwoo and Echidna quickly pack up their gear, and she beams with joy the moment he calls her name. Echidna, let's fly to Pohang Port. Echidna happily chirps back, yes, Kangwoo. Instantly, she transforms into a majestic dragon, allowing Kangwoo to mount her back. He promises to buy her a whole tub of ice cream, boosting her excitement even further as she prepares to fly her master at full speed. Now, before anyone spots them, Kangwoo taps into his dark reserves, activating his specialized reflection authority. Feeling this strange and foreign power wrap around them, Echidna curiously looks back to ask him what he just did. He simply explains that it is a cloaking skill to keep them completely invisible. With that, they beat their massive wings and soar into the sky. Even so, a tiny thread of worry lingers. Not knowing the exact scale of the demonic cult's reach is highly concerning. How far have they already spread? Which guilds have been compromised by their spies? After a brief flight, Kangwoo finally reaches his destination, touching down at a secluded spot in Pohang. Hwayeon said she would contact the local unit in charge of this sector, so Kangwoo lands a bit far from the gate. He then instructs Echidna to shift back into her human form. She obeys immediately, but as she shrinks, her swinging tail accidentally thwacks someone hiding nearby. The sudden, painful yell startles Kangwoo. Someone was here? He was sure this spot was totally empty when they landed. Could they have used some stealth skill to stay hidden? Just as Kangwoo prepares to unleash a lethal strike, the hidden figure frantically screams, "Wait, do not attack!" While the stranger stammers in awe, wondering if he really just saw a living dragon, Kangwoo detects a demon crystal inside his body. Looking closely at his face, Kangwoo recognizes him as Chae Min-hyuk, a player affiliated with Baek Kang-yun, leader of the Onuri Guild. Min-hyuk tries to explain that he was only following a strange shadow he spotted earlier. Recognizing Kangwoo, the player is visibly shaken. However, Kangwoo merely glares down at him with cold, threatening eyes and demands, "Who gave you permission to speak?" Min-hyuk hurriedly replies, saying he was only trying to clarify the whole situation. He admits his presence here looks incredibly suspicious. But before he can even finish, Kangwoo brandishes his weapon with a smirk, saying, "I told you to shut your mouth." Tension fills the air. Kangwoo knows that not everyone carrying a demon crystal belongs to the cult, yet having a guild executive lurking around this specific area makes no sense. Kangwoo silently debates if he should even bother listening to the guy's excuse. Realizing Kangwoo is not going to listen to reason, Min-hyuk is forced to resort to raw physical strength to make him back down. The two prepare for a clash. Moving at blinding speeds, Kangwoo unleashes his authority of swiftness and authority of the blade. This sudden strike forces Min-hyuk into a desperate defensive frenzy, barely managing to break away and retreat a few paces. Just one exchange of blows left Min-hyuk completely drained. This guy is ridiculously strong, but who exactly is he? But Kangwoo is actually underwhelmed by his opponent's weak display. If this kid was connected to the cult, he should be vastly more powerful. If his guild is not dealing with the cult, does that mean the kid might actually be telling the truth? Deciding to test his sincerity, Kangwoo prepares to push him just a little bit further. He loudly announces that Cha Yeonju and the Hwarang unit are on their way. Sensing something off, Min-hyuk counters, "If that is true, why did you arrive here alone? Are you questioning me? You are the one who is highly suspicious, rising in strength so rapidly that anyone would doubt you." With that, Min-hyuk kicks his weapon up into his hand, channels a powerful sonic shockwave, and charges with everything he has. Kangwoo merely smirks at the assault, calling out in a highly mocking tone, "Hey, I was just curious. Since when do petty thieves pick fights with others, you annoying little copycat guild leader?" The scene shifts as Kangwoo scrolls through his phone. Since Cha Yeonju and Hwayeon have not arrived yet, he still has plenty of time to kill. He wanders over to a nearby vending machine to grab a hot cup of coffee. Surprisingly, he even offers a warm cup to the battered Min-hyuk, because Kangwoo had already stripped him of absolutely everything, from his cash to his demon crystals. Kangwoo warned him that he lacked patience, so if he wanted to avoid a beating, he had better start talking. When asked why he was tailing them, a hesitant Min-hyuk admitted that the Onuri Guild had been tracking the demonic cult entirely on their own. After all, has he not heard that thieves are supposed to shut up and lick their own wounds? A lone thief suffering in silence does absolutely nothing to help their teammates when the real trouble starts. Thieves usually get treated like garbage, but they gather rumors and seek justice incredibly fast, which is how they learned about the demonic cult. Min-hyuk took on the heavy burden of leading the comrades who trusted and followed him. They were completely determined to hunt the demonic cult without relying on the Red Rose Guild or the government, proving once and for all they were not useless. So, after noticing Kangwoo acting highly suspicious, Min-hyuk decided to shadow him in secret. He fully expected the powerful warrior to mock his story, but Kangwoo simply shrugged and agreed, quietly thinking to himself that the thief's reasoning actually made perfect sense. Kangwoo trusted the guy, yet the thief went ahead and made a massive scene. Although Kangwoo was not sure if this confession was enough to prove the thief's true worth, he simply wished him luck and kept walking with the echidna, leaving Min-hyuk completely stunned. The thief yelled out for him to wait, declaring that Kangwoo's power matched the top 5 guild leaders in Korea or was maybe even greater. Min-hyuk simply could not wrap his head around why someone so powerful would help the government hunt cultists. Was there a hidden motive? When Kangwoo casually claimed his reasons were exactly the same as the thief's, Min-hyuk was left speechless. Kangwoo asked if one really needed a reason to protect kimchi soup. Wait, world peace before walking off, leaving a deeply inspired thief staring after him. He might look like a total villain, but as you and I know, looks can be deceiving. Besides, those demonic cult zealots are perfect targets for absorbing demonic power, and it was quite obvious this thief guild had absolutely no ties to them. The guy was just way too weak to be a cultist anyway. If Min-hyuk was actually hunting for clues, then the most suspicious figure among the remaining guildmasters had to be the one both he and the Samurai leader were keeping close tabs on Baek Kang-hyun of Hunul. This man is the masked, blood-red cardinal himself, currently preparing to conduct a highly critical ritual. The cardinal called up priest Yu Taeshik, demanding to know if everything was ready to begin. Everything was set. This summoning was the critical first step in their grand plan, meaning the cardinal would not tolerate any failure, ordering that they succeed at all costs. Even if Taeshik had to slaughter many more sacrifices to make it happen, the priest bowed and immediately swore to carry out the cardinal's orders. His voice turned raspy as he prayed to bring absolute glory to the demonic cult. Turning to his minion, he demanded to know if the sacrificial blood had been poured, but even though everything was set, Taeshik felt deeply anxious because this ritual was far too important to fail. Touching the fresh puddle of blood on the floor, he realized his worst fears were true. There simply was not enough. He instantly summoned another subordinate, who approached with clear confusion, asking the priest what was wrong. Before the man could react, Taeshik lunged forward, brutally stabbing him over and over as the remaining cultists watched in sheer terror while the priest lost his mind, screaming that they needed more blood. He shrieked that they only had themselves to blame for not gathering enough victims. And after suffering a relentless flurry of vicious stabs, the poor subordinate bled out right on the cold floor. And it was not just him, 3 or 4 other cultists met the exact same fate. Grinning like a lunatic, the priest cackled and prayed for the cult's glory, convinced that the fresh pile of corpses would finally be enough. Suddenly, he slammed his hands onto the bloody floor, initiating a dark ritual to summon a lower demon. Elsewhere, Kangwoo rushed over to find Yeonju and Hwaeon, asking if they were finally cleared to enter the level 3 gate. But as you and I can see, things were looking incredibly grim inside. It seemed the cultists were hiding out somewhere deep within the caves. The real issue was the massive network of tunnels, making a search almost impossible. Plus, the entire zone felt incredibly ominous right when another hunter walked up to greet them. Hyunmo noted that the whole gang was gathered, warmly greeting Hwaeon, Yeonju, and Kangwoo, remarking that it had been far too long since they last met. Hwaeon immediately asked him for an update on the investigation. Hyunmo admitted progress was slow, but mentioned hearing a massive explosion from deep inside the gate, which was when Echidna suddenly grabbed Kangwoo's shirt in a panic. Terrified, she warned him that the gate absolutely reeked of blood, just as Taeshik's dark summoning ritual inside successfully reached its climax. Violent red lightning crackled across the chamber as the mad priest cackled, screaming that he had waited an eternity for this glorious moment. He begged the ancient entity, walking the path of eternity, to show them its magnificent, terrifying power. Right at that moment, a massive demon materialized, roaring to know who dared summon Auriax, a demon of the 7th hell, prompting Taeshik to quickly drop to his knees and grovel before the legendary beast. The demon demanded to know if the priest had summoned him. Filled with intense excitement, Taeshik confirmed it, prompting Auriax to demand the real reason behind this dangerous summoning. Taeshik replied, begging the entity to spill the blood of lowly humans. He pleaded to be led on the eternal path, promising that if they could escape the bonds of life and death, their absolute loyalty would belong to him. Hearing this, Auriax burst into laughter, declaring that he loved the humans' sheer greed. Meanwhile, an urgent voice crackled through the radio, warning the captain that he needed to hurry. The scout mentioned finding the cave before the line went completely dead, leaving Hyunmo met with silence. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Kangwoo urged them to stop wasting time and hurry, as the stench of blood was already filling the air. They wasted no time stepping through the spatial portal, instantly arriving at their destination. Gathering at the entrance of the S-rank gate, the squad froze in sheer disbelief at the colossal, grotesque monster towering before them. Hearing the commotion, Auriac snapped his gaze toward them and instantly flew right to where the group stood. The Hell Demon smirked, eager to use them as sacrifices, sending the entire group into a screaming panic. Suddenly, a loud voice rallied the group, telling everyone to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. They clashed with Auriacs to buy some time, but the sheer chaos of the fight only thrilled the demon. With a single strike, the demon obliterated the vanguard, leaving Yeonju, Hwayeon, and Hyunmo utterly horrified by the bloody slaughter. This was only their very first summoning, yet it brought forth a creature of such terrifying power. As the dimensional wall continued to weaken, they knew they could summon an even stronger demon next time, eventually placing this entire world under the absolute control of the demonic cult. For the Hell Demon Auriacs, no matter how much blood he spilled, it was never enough. Calling them useless insects, he paralyzed the remaining hunters with sheer, absolute terror. He was surprised when Captain Hyunmo rushed him. Calling the effort pathetic, the demon casually blocked the blow and sent him flying. Luckily, his teammates saved him, but his attempt to look cool ended with him getting blown away instantly. Still, they respected their captain, waiting eagerly for his orders, while Hyunmo excitedly questioned if it was a real demon. Rallying them to show their power, his crew eagerly charged, surprising Kangwoo, while Yeonju burned with fierce determination. Hwayeon lamented that having their full guild would make this easy, though they had no other choice now. They had to be glad they intercepted the demon before he broke out, aiming to finish him right there. Wondering how this beast compared to El Cuero, they watched as priest Taeshik stepped forward, begging the eternal entity to show the humans his true, devastating power. Even without being told, the powerful demon knew exactly what he had to do next. Grinning wickedly at the squad, Auriacs left Hyunmo completely baffled by the creature's strange, mocking behavior. Suddenly, Auriacs roared, mockingly asking if there was any real challenger among them worthy of standing against his might. Hearing that, Kangwoo felt a bit awkward, while Auriacs silently analyzed the scene. Realizing a demon from the seventh hell had actually been summoned, Kangwoo broke into a very nervous sweat. Among the 9 circles of hell, the absolute deepest was the 9th level, containing the ominous castle of the ultimate ruler, the Demon King. The true lord of that ominous castle, the one who crushed the 7 archdemons to claim absolute dominance as the supreme predator and eternal lord. While Kangwoo hoped to avoid any direct confrontation with this 7th-tier fiend, Auriac suddenly spotted him and completely froze in terror. Terrified to see the absolute sovereign there, Auriac panicked, while Kangwoo desperately cursed his luck that the summoned demon was someone who actually recognized him. Seeing the powerful demon trembling, Taeshik anxiously called out to him, but the terrified demon was already demanding that Taeshik reverse the summon and send him back. Auriac shrieked at his summoner, refusing to fight that monster and demanding to be sent back to hell immediately. This left Taeshik totally bewildered, urging the great demon not to worry since they could not stop now. Assuring him they were just weak, mortals only made Auriac panic more, knowing exactly what Kangwoo was capable of. Furious and terrified, the demon snapped, calling his summoner an idiot who had no idea who they were facing. The rest of the group could only watch in confusion as the summoned demon and Taeshik argued loudly. As Hwayeon stepped forward, Kangwoo stopped her, insisting that he would handle this situation himself. Claiming the demon had mistaken him for someone else, he stepped forward and calmly called out to Auriac. He telepathically ordered the creature to communicate using only thoughts, ensuring the others nearby wouldn't hear their conversation. Shaking with absolute terror, Auriac submissively responded, wondering why the great demon king of hell was in this mortal realm. Though most of his power was currently sealed, Kangwoo realized this terrified demon would be extremely easy to handle as he continued their mental conversation. "You just ruined my entire plan." Ozat instantly panics, stammering, "What plan, my lord?" But Kangwoo snaps right back, telling the demon to shut up and never question him. What a headache. But honestly, you and I know Kangwoo has absolutely no plan. He is just making everything up. Ozat is practically drowning in guilt. Kangwoo keeps pushing, telling him that showing up unannounced like this completely messed everything up. "But I will give you one shot to redeem yourself." Hearing this, Ozat bursts into tears of gratitude, promising to follow his every command. "Now we are talking. Obey me, and I will make you my right-hand man." This promise instantly fires up Ozzy with fierce determination. Becoming the direct subordinate to the Demon King who crushed the 7 wonders is the ultimate honor. He thinks that if he secures this spot, he might inherit a fraction of that godly power. With those greedy thoughts spinning, Ozat drops to his knees, begging Kangwoo to give him any order. Kangwoo slowly nods. Fine then, destroy those humans without using your weapon. Let us see if you actually have what it takes. Ozat immediately jumps to obey. Meanwhile, John Chu is completely baffled, wondering why this terrifying demon is suddenly acting so bizarre. Did Kangwoo pull some kind of trick? Hazen is not sure either, but she knows this distraction is their absolute best shot. Hazen charges straight ahead, unleashing her signature South Wind Strike to take the demon head-on. But Ozzy is ready. Hazen leaps into the air, executing a brutal, decisive slash that leaves the demon absolutely furious. He roars at them, calling them worthless insects. John Chu instantly snaps, yelling back to ask who he is calling a bug. She activates her blood chain technique, wrapping it tightly around the beast. John Chu channels all her strength to lock him down, making the demon howl in shock. Ozzy begrudgingly admits that John Chu is a beast. Honestly, even with his signature weapon, beating her would have been a tough challenge. But since this is a test from the great Demon King, Ozzy flexes his muscles and shatters the chains. Meanwhile, John Chu launches a surprise strike from below, while Hunmo ambushes him from behind. Together, they form an absolute dream team, locking the demon down. This makes Ozat incredibly frustrated. He starts wondering if he relies too much on his scythe, since fighting empty-handed is making him look like an absolute amateur. Did the Demon King see right through his weakness? He quickly turns around, searching for Kangwoo. Seeing the scythe reappear, Ozat is thrilled. There is no way his lord would just stand there and watch mere humans overpower a powerful demon. He is probably channeling dark energy into the weapon to hand it back, giving Ozat the power to wipe these weaklings out. But out of nowhere, you and I watch as Kangwoo swings the scythe and executes the demon, leaving the beast completely clueless. Kangwoo lands a lethal blow, casually telling him not to take it personally. After all, falling for a scam is entirely on the victim. The system immediately chimes in, announcing that Kangwoo successfully eliminated the 7th floor Hell Demon and secured first place on the contribution leaderboard. He grabs a massive bonus reward for landing the final blow, and on top of that, Kangwoo officially hits the max level. Naturally, the Cardinal has been watching this entire battle unfold from the shadows, and Kangwoo is definitely keeping him on edge. But Kangwoo is not satisfied. He thought hunting a high-tier demon would yield more, yet it is still not enough to push him to level 60. Meanwhile, the team rushes over to check on him, asking what on earth happened to that terrifying demon. He just calmly tells them the threat has been taken care of. Everything worked out perfectly in the end, right? Well, actually, leaving a high-grade demon corpse to rot is a massive waste, so Kangwoo secretly harvested it before anyone could notice. But hiding that creepy demonic aura leaking out everywhere is proving to be pretty tough. To make matters worse, his demonic stat only went up by 3 meager points. It is annoying, sure, but as his level scales higher, gaining points gets brutal, so he will take what he can get. Besides, right after his 6th awakening, the seal on the 100,000 demon cores is getting weaker. Even if stats do not spike, the quality of the raw energy leaking out is on a whole different level. Everyone else is just standing there, utterly confused, wondering if demon corpses normally just vanish into thin air like that. Hunmo quickly asks Hazon if this Tessit guy is the red-masked mastermind they have been hunting. Sadly, he is just a low-ranking grunt, meaning the real boss is still hiding in the shadows. Hunmo would love nothing more than to execute this garbage on the spot, but the current situation is holding him back. He warns Tessit that their jurisdiction is not as soft as Seoul, and they have plenty of painful ways to make him talk. Tessit just spits back a curse, triggering Hunmo. He growls, warning the villain to watch his filthy mouth. Just thinking about what he did to those subordinates makes Hunmo want to snap his neck right then and there. Hazen quickly steps in to calm the captain down, saying she needs to interrogate the prisoner herself to make sure he confesses to everything. As the armored cars and helicopters arrive to secure the area, Tessit seethes with pure rage, utterly humiliated that a bunch of ordinary humans actually managed to capture him. If only that brainless demon had not ruined the plan. Or better yet, if he could just harness that massive demonic energy for himself. Suddenly, you and I can see Tessit's body violently reacting as a massive wave of dark magic leaks out. Kangwoo immediately pulls Hunmo back, warning him that an interrogation is out of the question now. This leaves the captain completely bewildered. Kangwoo explains he has absorbed far too much demonic energy, and his body is slowly turning into a monster. Cha Yeonju rushes forward, yelling, "I will handle this." She unleashes her blood chain to bind him tight, making him scream in absolute agony. Refusing to give up, Yeonju tightens her grip, hurls him away with all her strength, and smashes him to pieces onto the ground. With the target destroyed, Yeonju mutters in frustration, "When are we finally going to capture their actual leader?" Regret washes over her. "I should have held back and kept that guy alive for interrogation, but my temper got the best of me." While she feels incredibly guilty, Kangwoo casually chimes in, "Who cares anyway? You did great, so do not stress about it. There will be plenty of chances to catch them later." Hearing that puts Yeonju at ease. Meanwhile, Kangwoo decides it is time to check his own status window. Opening it, he is shocked by a crucial update: extreme demonic body, the first step to becoming a demon god. The final requirement has been revealed. Create a demonic crystal of a certain size, a condition that remains unfulfilled for now. Elsewhere, the cultists celebrate. The summoning ritual succeeded. Cardinal, thanks to this, our demonic cult has secured more backing. Now our master plan can begin. But the Cardinal is not pleased. Stunned that their summoned demon was defeated so easily, the Cardinal then demands to know how they plan to assist, and it is obviously with demonic crystals. The subordinate adds, "The crystals we received are not just enough for our plan, they can make you even stronger." The Cardinal muses, "They are being generous since our summoning succeeded, but this support method is exactly the same as before. How did that demon fall so easily, though? Was it because of that psycho who delivered the final blow? That would be Kangwoo, the absolute strongest fighter in Pohang. It should have been Yeonju, but the demon went wild the moment it laid eyes on him." To the Cardinal, Kangwoo seems like nothing more than a naive kid who knows nothing about the real world. Suddenly, the subordinate remembers. "Cardinal, there is one more crucial piece of news I must report. It seems global organizations, specifically Yomi, are making their move with backing from the Japanese government." The Cardinal snaps, leaping up and terrifying his underling. He slams his hand down in a rage, shouting furiously, "How dare you report something so massive with such a calm face? Do you seriously think that losing the crystals, having our demon crushed like a bug, and dealing with Yomi are things that have absolutely nothing to do with you? We are scrapping our current plans. We will take a different approach." The panicked subordinate stammers, "But Cardinal, if we take that path, it will turn the entire world against us." Enraged, the Cardinal grabs him by the collar, growling, "You think I do not know that? Do not make me repeat myself. Go prepare what we need immediately, especially that weapon for Isu Station." Days later at Isu subway station, a normal passerby spots something bizarre and gasps in shock. "What on earth is that? A gate?" Kangwoo lies there, looking thoroughly bored and detached. Life is blissfully peaceful, letting him completely forget that Echidna is clinging to him. Driving along with Sihoon, he notes the demon cult has been dead silent since Pohang. He got the mana stones, but riding with this guy is just annoying. Suddenly, his phone rings. It is Yeonju. Mid-drive, Sihoon suddenly tenses up as an emergency alert flashes on his screen. The sudden noise startles Kangwoo, prompting him to turn around and ask what is wrong. Sure enough, a red system warning pops up with an urgent update, putting both of them on edge. Kangwoo floors the accelerator, demandingly asking what the emergency notification actually says. On the phone, Yeonju screams at the top of her lungs, lecturing him for ignoring her. But there is no time. A massive gate has opened, turning the city into a desolate wasteland. Terrifying monsters begin to pour out, tearing the city apart as panic spreads. Buildings crumble, and streets are engulfed in raging flames. The beasts advance further, hunting down terrified civilians who are fleeing for their lives. A young mother desperately shields her child as they run, but the little girl trips, sending her mother's panic through the roof. Trapped in a corner, the monsters close in like a raging storm, ready to tear them apart. Paralyzed by sheer fear, the mother can only clutch her sobbing daughter tightly, waiting for the inevitable as death stares them right in the face. But just then, just as the claws are about to strike, Sihoon leaps in to block the blow, telling the family to get behind him. Even with fear in his eyes, he stands firm. This Isu station gate was completely unexpected, and the monsters are already hunting humans, turning them into monsters as dark energy leaks out from that rift. In this desperate hour, these creatures must be destroyed to save the city. The terrified citizens finally begin to calm down, incredibly relieved to be rescued. A player has arrived, and it is none other than Sihoon. But facing a massive, overwhelming horde all by himself, can he actually survive? Even he hesitates, knowing these brutal monsters used to be nothing but ordinary, innocent humans. Suddenly, something triggers Sihoon's combat instincts as he remembers Kangwoo's dark warning. Anyone who inhales that vile demonic energy will die, and those corpse-like dead will immediately transform into monsters. Once a human turns into a monster, there is absolutely no turning back. He must treat them like mindless zombies or skeleton soldiers. To save the living, hesitation is not an option. Thanks to Kangwoo's advice, he finally understands. He has to ignore his pity for the monsters to save those who are still alive. He charges headfirst into the advancing horde. Suddenly, a blue system screen flashes, initiating a special quest for the designated guardian. Slay the beasts and destroy the rift fragments. The ultimate reward is a massive boost in experience points. If completed alongside party members, the experience points will be shared equally among all guardians. They must work together to prevent a much larger and deadlier disaster from destroying the entire city. There are over 2,000 enemies to defeat, meaning nearly 3,000 innocent humans have already turned into monsters. The situation has reached absolute critical crisis level. There is no time to overthink. He must give everything to slay this horde. Swing by swing, Sihun systematically carves through the waves of enemies. Fortunately, they only have numbers on their side. Lacking actual strength, he can easily eliminate them without burning through too much stamina. Sihun decides to gather his energy and unleash his ultimate skill to end this in one shot. Initiating the Cloud Dragon Steps, he summons the Water God, channeling pure energy into his body for the final strike. With a single massive sweep of his blade, Sihun decimates the horde. The moment his sword falls, they are completely wiped out. Channeling this intense power makes him lose his usual calm demeanor. Now, he is entirely focused on a relentless drive to slaughter them all. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, Sihun enters a state of absolute selflessness, unlocking the ultimate attribute of sword unity. The hidden requirements for a complete combat transformation have finally been met. Sihun pants heavily from the sheer strain. This is bad. The monsters just keep spawning endlessly from that active dimensional rift. He realizes that fighting entirely alone won't be enough to clear them all. But just then, a familiar voice calls out his name from the distance. Sihun spins around to see who is coming to back up him. It turns out his teammates knew exactly what he needed. Taisu, Seola, Yeonju, and Yunbi have all arrived on the scene. Sihun is stunned that they managed to arrive so quickly. Seeing his utterly shocked expression, the whole group can't help but chuckle. As it turns out, Echidna was the one who tracked his location so quickly. Suddenly, Yeonju stomps over with a furious, scowling expression, loudly demanding to know where on earth Kangwoo is. It looks like she is still incredibly mad that he ignored her phone calls. Sihun can only stammer, too nervous to answer her directly. After all, Kangwoo had already headed straight for the rift. Over at the rift, Min Yuk-chae stands watching. Spotting Kangwoo's approach, he asks curiously, "Is that you, Kangwoo? Did you rush over the second you heard?" As you can see, the body count is absolutely massive. Kangwoo stares at the endless corpses strewn across the ground, remaining completely silent. Min Hyuk-chae casually continues, mentioning how glad he is that they met here. He suggests wiping out the active monsters first and dealing with these lifeless bodies afterward. But before he can even finish his sentence, Kangwoo suddenly lunges forward to attack him. Using his sharp reflexes, Min Hyuk barely blocks the sudden strike in the nick of time. He clearly did not expect Kangwoo to catch on to his scheme so quickly. Kangwoo shouts, stating he has things to take care of, and orders Sihun to handle his own job. Hearing this, Sihun feels a wave of dread. Sensing Kangwoo's tense mood, Sihun nods and quickly runs off. Kangwoo remains dead silent, simply watching his allies retreating back. In an instant, he teleports straight to the battlefield, taking up a high vantage point to overlook the chaotic city below. He reasons that some bastard from the demonic cult must be behind this tragedy, and they are likely still hiding nearby. With this massive death toll, there is no way the culprit would waste such a feast of dark demonic energy. Driven by pure fury, he is determined to hunt them down. He activates his echo-sensory powers to sweep the entire area, but to his frustration, there is absolutely no trace of them nearby. He searches every corner but finds absolutely nothing, until a sudden realization flashes through his mind. Could it be Min Hyuk-chae? Kangwoo remembers that the organization never leaked any info to him, yet he managed to show up remarkably fast. Kangwoo sighs, begrudgingly admitting that the guy has a seriously impressive information network. Regardless, looking at the way he behaves, it seems like he knows exactly where he is heading. Does he have secret intel on the culprit, or should Kangwoo just quietly trail behind him? If the tracking device placed on the target is working correctly, then the suspect is currently right next to that bizarre, otherworldly gate. Reaching the exact coordinates indicated by the tracker, he spots the target standing right by the rift, which is slowly tearing open that strange portal. Min Hyuk-chae's instincts about this suspicious activity turn out to be completely spot on. He was the one draining the life force out of those humans, only to turn them into mindless monsters. Min-guk gritted his teeth, absolutely furious at this shocking truth. Just as Hyun predicted, the traitor was using demonic energy to slaughter innocent people. That bastard Park Kang-hoon amassed a massive pool of dark mana by completely draining the life force of helpless humans. Suddenly, he froze like a statue and scoffed, "I have been waiting for you. You stalked me while playing the friend card." Letting out a creepy, twisted laugh, he spun around and stared right at him. "But it looks like you suspected me from the very start, didn't you?" The accusation struck a nerve, making Min-guk flinch. Before he could even recover from the shock, Park Kang-hoon lunged forward, grabbing him by the throat in a deadly grip. Gasping for air, he struggled to choke out a single question, asking why. He just smirked, reading him like an open book. How did I know? The path of evil grants power far beyond anything your pathetic mind could ever imagine. Pinning him down with a chilling glare, he sneered. How foolish. You really love playing the heroic savior, don't you? You should have known your place and stayed alert. Even while choking, Minguk managed to wheeze out a mocking reply. Aren't you also a hypocrite who loves pretending? He smirked weakly. Are you still burning with rage because you lost to Joma? You failed to become a world-class player, and that is why you are throwing this pathetic tantrum. That insult pushed Park Kang-hoon right over the edge. Without hesitation, he crushed Minguk's throat. Just like that, his big mouth had punched him a one-way ticket to the afterlife. On one hand, Park Kang-hoon felt frustrated that he killed him too quickly, missing the chance to torture him with demonic energy. But right then, Kangwoo stepped out. It looked like a brutal showdown was about to begin. Both fighters possessed insane strength, especially since Park Kang-hoon had grown exponentially stronger by stealing the life force of innocent citizens. He never expected Kangwoo to have figured everything out so early, prompting him to ask. But Kangwoo had no intention of wasting breath, simply raising a mocking finger instead. That silent provocation sent Park Kang-hoon's blood pressure through the roof. Veins popped all over his face, showing his pure, unadulterated fury. Channeling his massive pool of energy, he prepared to unleash a devastating finishing blow. However, Kangwoo was not about to let himself be taken down that easily. Their eyes locked, sharing a silent promise of mutual destruction, and they lunged forward to clash head-on. Kangwoo unleashed his ultimate ice authority, freezing his opponent's hands solid and leaving Park Kang-hoon completely unable to block the oncoming assault. Riding that momentum, he surged forward to land another heavy blow. At the end of the day, Park Kang-hoon was just a reckless amateur who completely underestimated his power. Pressing his advantage, he moved in for the kill with a devastating blade strike. But Park Kang-hoon managed to regain his composure, raising a defensive guard, while the city's residents watched anxiously alongside Si-hoon and the other Guardian players. By now, Park Kang-hoon had completely lost his sanity, along with all his composure and arrogance. He ripped up a massive cargo truck and hurled it straight at Kangwoo. But the young man did not even flinch, keeping a perfectly calm expression. Glaring at the massive projectile with sharp eyes, he sliced the truck in half with one clean swing. Not backing down, the villain kept pressing forward aggressively, highly irritating him. Driven by madness, Park Kang-hoon unleashed his ultimate sixth heaven and void authority, pouring all his magic into a final desperate charge to crush Kangwoo. The devastating collision triggered a massive explosion right in the city center, fueling the villain's smug arrogance. Yet, as the thick smoke cleared, the young man stood there tall. The thorn in their side this whole time was not Cha Jae-hee, but this terrifying monster. Feeling a chill, he stared at this overwhelming power and wondered who he really was. Amidst the pitch-black night, the blazing red flames lit up the ruined city. Stepping closer, he coldly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Park Kang-hoon burst into laughter, saying, "The one disrupting our plans was never Cha Jae-hee. It was you all along, get it? Sure, she is one of the strongest in Korea, but that is it. I always found it suspicious how one single woman could interfere with so many of our operations. So let me ask you one last time, Kangwoo. Who on earth are you?" A smirk played on his lips. "Haven't I already answered that? I really don't feel like wasting my breath on a corpse." But the villain was no pushover either. "Fine then. I figured you wouldn't spill your secrets that easily anyway." Charging forward with intense killing, intent in his eyes, he growled, "I will make you shut your mouth permanently." In a desolate corner of the city, a brutal duel erupted. Without a second thought, he launched a relentless barrage, telekinetically hurling a nearby car straight at the target. No matter what he said now, the young hunter would show absolutely zero mercy. By this point, his right shoulder had suffered severe damage from that last devastating strike. Staring wide-eyed at him, he seemed to recall a shockingly familiar figure, laughing. "Is this happening again? No matter, you will make a perfect new test subject for me." He simply stood his ground, waiting to see what crazy scheme this freak was plotting, as Park Kang-hoon raised his hand toward the sky. "Come on, there are more than enough fragments from the rift. That cracked red stone is actually starting to move now." Kang-hoon is absolutely thrilled about this, clearly thinking victory is already in his hands. Meanwhile, Kangwoo looks completely shocked. The rift's shape begins to warp as dark energy gets pulled violently into a single direction. The nearby demons are slowly losing their life force as it all pours directly into Kang Yun's body. Kangwoo can see how messed up this guy truly is, especially with all that raw demonic power rushing straight toward him. Could this annoying jerk really do it? Kang Hyun eagerly absorbs every drop of that power. "Come to me. Give me more." First, blood-red wings sprout from his back, followed by a tail covered in sharp spikes. Kangwoo has completely transformed into a true, terrifying demon. His horns begin to warp and grow, expanding at an unbelievably rapid pace right before our eyes. Kangwoo watches in utter shock as his opponent transforms. Did he just summon a demon into his own body? Is that just a simple soul, or something worse? While Kangwoo is lost in thought, a sudden brutal strike shatters a massive wall nearby. Kangwoo is eagerly testing out his newfound demonic strength. So this is what real power feels like. I am absolutely thrilled. Not bad at all. Now, let us go for another round. Kangwoo cannot believe a crazy plan like this actually worked. But no matter how it happened, Kangwoo has fully turned into a terrifying monster that would make any normal human freeze in fear. This time, the monster strikes first. His entire fury, fists, and bloodlust are aimed directly at Kangwoo, who barely manages to dodge and block the incoming blows. Carefully analyzing his opponent's movements, Kangwoo knows he has to end this. First, he activates his Sky Authority to take the battle into the air. With a cold glare, Kangwoo declares he will end this in 1 minute, unleashing the Kraken's wrath. He unleashes his heavenly authority with a relentless barrage of blows, yet his opponent shrugs it off like it was absolutely nothing. Kangwoo frowns, realizing his attack did absolutely nothing. Desperate, he decides to try again despite his current state. Kangwoo refuses to waste any opportunity, launching a brutal series of strikes, but Kangwoo just stands there, laughing mockingly at the effort. That laugh shows absolutely zero fear. In a split second, those sharp demonic claws snatch Kangwoo's hand, instantly forcing his weapon to vanish into thin air. Wait, what? His demonic power is suddenly draining away. What on earth is going on? Kangwoo laughs even louder. You fell right into my trap. I knew you would be too hasty. You probably do not know, but this is true demonic strength. Behold, my sealing authority. Kangwoo's eyes widen in sheer shock. Sealing authority? Kangwoo smirks and confirms, that is right, your player authority has been sealed. And Kangwoo knows exactly what that means. Not only is his player power completely blocked, but he can no longer feel even a shred of demonic energy left in his body. Kangwoo squeezes his grip even tighter, shouting, you will never escape my claws. He then gathers his massive demonic strength, unleashing it to violently hurl Kangwoo forward with shattering force. He crashes hard against the wall, and things are looking grim. Meanwhile, Kangwoo continues to smugly gloat over his victory. It is useless. How does that feel, Kangwoo? I know exactly how to handle arrogant fools like you. You are all just idiots who think this entire world belongs to you. Just a stubborn, arrogant, and hypocritical bunch. Kangwoo's eyes burn with intense, raw hatred for his opponent as he snarls, it is time for you to finally pay the price. Now, prepare to go to hell. In this critical moment, Echi rushes straight to Kangwoo's side, her face absolutely filled with panic and worry for her master. Kangwoo is completely shocked to see Echi suddenly rush into the fray. She tries to unleash her power on Kangwoo, yelling at him to get away, but her attack instantly fizzles out. Since Kangwoo's demonic power is completely sealed off, Echi can no longer summon her own strength either. After all, her power is entirely derived from his own demonic energy. Kangwoo glares down at Echi, saying, oh, you are that kid from before. It seems you two are pretty close. I wonder what kind of look he will make if I crush you right in front of his eyes. Seeing them threaten Echi, Kangwoo realizes he absolutely cannot afford to lose here. As Echi's tears begin to fall, his murderous intent flares up with terrifying intensity. Looking at you now is just pathetic. I actually feel embarrassed for you. Kangwoo mocks him with a loud laugh, taunting that a sealed player can do nothing. No way in hell. But what Kangwoo does next leaves both Kangwoo and Echi completely speechless. He literally tears off his own arm to break free. You want to know who I am? Fine, let me show you. All of Kangwoo's smug arrogance vanishes in an instant. Did this crazy bastard really destroy his own arm just to break the seal? But even so, Kangwoo's power is still unstable. He can feel his demonic energy flowing again, but he has used too many powers and is running critically low on energy. The Kraken's wrath has faded, and down one arm, he is at a massive disadvantage. Kangwoo angrily tosses Echi aside, snarling, you just do not die. Look at your state. What do you honestly think you can do now? Kangwoo really hated the thought of using it, but there are no other options left. Still, it does not matter anymore. He always knew this day would eventually come. Even after brutally losing an arm, there is not a single trace of pain on his face. And the perfect ability for this moment is his hunting authority. Glaring solemnly at the door, Kangwoo slowly pushes it open. All right, you and I are watching Kangwoo closely here. 100,000 demon cores are opening the first gate, and blood is just pouring from his hands without stopping. His body looks like it is about to transform, leaving Kangwoo absolutely shocked, wondering what on earth that thing is. Kanghyun doesn't know what happened, but since his claws have fully recovered, he declares it's game over and immediately stabs them deep into Kangwoo. Echidna starts crying hysterically, thinking he is dead, mockingly asking if he has just turned into some kind of worthless slime. But Kanghyun's smugness doesn't last long before another shock hits him. Kangwoo's body is actually beginning to reform into its original shape. Demonic energy slowly pours into Kanghyun. What are those mouths? No, countless mouths. Echidna watches the terrifying scene unfold right before her eyes, completely speechless. Suddenly, everything explodes. At this point, Kanghyun loses his demonic form entirely and ends up sinking deep into a dark puddle. He desperately begs for the demon's help, but even the demon inside his own body is completely taken aback by this. Kanghyun desperately begs to escape, shouting that he cannot lose like this. The demon just laughs, finding it highly amusing that someone actually pushed his summoner to this extreme point. The demon decides to personally check out who this brat is, demanding to enter Kanghyun's consciousness right away. At this stage, Kanghyun can only grit his teeth and endure, knowing that one single mistake could make him lose his entire body. But with no other choice left, he agrees. As the demon begins taking over, it eagerly prepares to inspect his current situation. Entering Kanghyun's consciousness, the demon observes everything, only to find Kangwoo standing right there before him, radiating pure, murderous intent. But Kanghyun is left totally confused when the demon suddenly starts screaming in sheer terror, asking why he is fighting that absolute monster. He screams that Kanghyun should have fought the 7 archdemons instead, like Baal or even Satan. Confused, Kanghyun asks if Kangwoo's strength is comparable to the 7 archdemons, prompting the furious demon to cause him agonizing pain while calling him a complete fool. One of the 7 archdemons? They do not even exist anymore. Every single one of them was utterly defeated by that terrifying demon king. Hearing this, Kanghyun absolutely cannot believe his ears. Is Kangwoo really the legendary demon king? There is no way that is possible. The strongest demon of all, the ruler of the 9th hell? A monster like that should not be wandering around on Earth. As the demonic energy inside Kanghyun surges, it actually forms weapons pointing right back at him. Right now, Kangwoo looks like a beast ready to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Kangwoo opens his eyes, finding himself floating in the middle of a vast, empty sea, wondering where he is and what he just did. He cannot remember a single thing, not even his own identity, as a massive wave of demonic energy begins rising from deep below him. The dark force is dragging a completely exhausted Kanghyun along with it, forcing Kangwoo to quickly swim toward the surface. He knows he must escape, even if he does not understand why. Suddenly, that creepy entity reaches out and grabs him by the leg. It seems they won't let their prey escape easily, and now, you and I are watching him struggle against both these monsters and his own mind. If he cannot even remember his own identity, then what is the point of struggling so hard to survive? Giving up would be so much easier, but just as he is about to sink into the deep abyss, a familiar voice calls out, shaking him awake and stopping his fall. Reaching out into the void, he resolves to survive at all costs, desperately fighting to break free from their dark grasp. Only when his hand finally touches the gate does he snap back into reality. Seola, Echidna, and the others crowd around him in deep worry, asking if he is okay, but his eyes remain unfathomable. He jokingly tells them he is fine, saying that risking your life is necessary sometimes just to look cool. Echidna cries angrily, begging him to stop joking because as his summon, she knows exactly how close he came to completely fading away. She reminds him of his promise never to leave her behind. Kangwoo gently comforts her, apologizing and admitting that forcing a gate open in this state was indeed reckless. Opening that gate is how he draws power from the Manhwa Young Abyss, a dangerous technique he rarely relied on even back in hell. One single misstep is all it takes for him to be swallowed completely. Back in hell, opening the first gate was normally safe, meaning he must never use it carelessly again in the future. He cannot afford to die just yet, not when he finally has precious people in his life to protect. Having defeated Amdusias, the demon of the 8th hell, the level limit causes his extra experience points to be safely accumulated. His demonic energy stat increases by 5 points, granting him the seal authority as he chuckles at his new stat boost. Now his demonic energy has reached 103, finally breaking the 100 mark, which is known to be the bare minimum standard for global rankers. The sealing authority seems quite useful. Just then, Seola gently touches his wound. She uses healing light to treat his injuries with great results, happily announcing that she has finally reached her 5th awakening. Sehun completed a special quest that leveled up the entire party, leaving Kangwoo utterly stunned at the mention of a special quest. He wonders if Sehun is pulling off main character moves again, but Sehun just sighs, promising to explain everything later. Seola shyly asks if he still has trouble moving around, and honestly, we are left wondering too. Hearing his response, Seola steps closer and literally scoops him up, promising to take him home. Kangwoo is completely stunned, stammering that this is a bit much, though his eyes are glued to her chest. As a sly look creeps onto his face, Seola asks if he can walk, prompting a very different answer this time. Claiming he can barely move and has no other choice, Kangwoo sighs, but Taesu suddenly speaks up, telling him not to worry. Taesu proudly volunteers, declaring he will take full responsibility for carrying his friend back home. Kangwoo recoils at the heavy stench of sweat, pointing out they are heading in opposite directions, but Taesu completely ignores him. Insisting there is no refusing, Taesu smiles as the shocking Isu Station incident makes global headlines. This marks the very first time the mysterious demonic cult has revealed itself, forcing them out of the shadows and into the spotlight. Because of this, the Isu Station crisis serves as a major turning point, pushing the cult to finally abandon their secrecy. Waking up the next morning, Kangwoo yawns through a deep wave of exhaustion, still feeling the massive physical toll 3 days after that horrific battle. Surprised to learn he slept for a whopping 4 days, he stretches his shoulders, feeling fully recovered and ready to get back to work. Seeing him up, little Echidna excitedly calls out his name and rushes over to grab his shirt, overjoyed that her master is finally awake. With both Seola and Guildmaster Cha Yeonju visiting, everyone is stunned to see him up, with Seola immediately asking if he is okay. Patting Echidna's head, Kangwoo assures them that a good sleep was all he needed, before curiously asking what Yeonju is doing there. Seola chimes in, revealing that Yeonju visited every single day out of worry, prompting a knowing, bright smile from Kangwoo. Blushing furiously, the guildmaster stammers that she only came to relax at her newly purchased apartment, though Kangwoo remains playfully skeptical. Seola gently asks if he is truly all right, suggesting he rest a bit more, which earns a warm and affectionate look from him. After he warmly remarks how nice it is to have people care, Yeonju literally chokes on her drink and lets out a heavy sigh. She breaks the news that the Hanul Guild was officially disbanded while he slept, prompting an eager Kangwoo to immediately ask what happened to the demonic cult. They managed to capture them, but before any interrogation could begin, the cultists mutated into horrific monsters. The cult has remained quiet since then, suggesting they have successfully purged almost all of the domestic threats within the country. Foreign reports have trickled in, but the enemies abroad have yet to make a public move like they did in Korea, leaving the team to focus on cleaning up the local mess. Nodding thoughtfully, Kangwoo decides to check the news, scrolling through his incoming messages with a quiet sigh. One headline by Park Yoonji reads, "A mad cult on a global scale. Who is the demonic cult, and what do they want?" Meanwhile, a brand new hero has emerged, Kim Si-hun. Another reporter mentions that China's famous Myriad Swords Guild is visiting Korea specifically to recruit Si-hun, while online forums buzz with constant survivor testimonies. A new star has officially been born. Resting her chin, Yeonju asks if he truly plans to just sit back now that the Isu Station crisis is over. With a confident, smug smirk, Kangwoo declares, "Of course not." He vows not to stop until every last one of them is dead, earning an approving smile from her. Warning him not to get jealous and bully the famous rookie, she teases him, though Kangwoo loudly protests that he would never do such a thing. She also notes that representatives from one of the world's elite guilds have officially landed in Korea, leaving Kangwoo to wonder what their true motives might be. Yeonju explains that they belong to the Myriad Swords Sect, a highly prominent Chinese guild. Looking deep in thought, Kangwoo recalls the headlines claiming their sole purpose here is to recruit the rising star, Si-hun. He wonders if that is the real reason, knowing that as the Gaia system weakens, predicting the cult's next move becomes completely impossible. In his mind, he envisions absolute destruction if the cult succeeds in summoning their demons. Since possessing human bodies with demons is something he never anticipated, his only viable option now is to focus entirely on raising his own strength. Closing his eyes, he cannot help but worry about the dark future ahead. With the level cap on his ultimate demonic energy body still locked, his only choice is to relentlessly hone and refine his existing skills. He needs to figure out the most efficient way to pull this off. Suddenly, his eyes land on his phone, sparking a brilliant idea. Why not utilize the war god's descendant, Si-hun, for a little personal gain? Arriving at the Red Rose headquarters, Si-hun eagerly welcomes him back, asking if he is fully recovered while Kangwoo reassures the young hero. When Kangwoo mentions the endless news coverage about him, Si-hun blushes deeply and begs him to please drop the subject. Massive crowds gather whenever he goes outside, making it nearly impossible for him to even go on regular hunts. Deeply understanding the struggle, Kangwoo places a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, though Si-hun still confesses that this overwhelming fame feels completely wrong to him. Surprised by his humility, Kangwoo looks up with wide eyes and asks what could possibly be wrong with it. Let's jump back in as Sehun admits he isn't the hero who solved the crisis. He tells Kangwoo they shouldn't be cheering for him, and you and I can see his genuine embarrassment. Kangwoo just laughs it off, telling him to stop being dramatic and just enjoy the hero status. But Sehun stubbornly refuses to accept it, still looking highly confused. Are you seriously fine with everyone ignoring your achievements like this? He asks. Kangwoo shrugs, explaining that getting constant attention without any real benefit is just a giant hassle. He points out that Sehun wouldn't like it either, especially since it makes hunting way harder. Sehun gets his point, but still hesitates, while Kangwoo reiterates he has zero desire to be famous. But then, Sehun shifts the topic, asking why he was called there in the first place. Kangwoo's eyes light up as he cheerfully requests some martial arts lessons. Without a moment of hesitation, Sehun is totally down and offers to start their training right away. Before they begin, Sehun asks about his main weapon of choice. Kangwoo stands there, thinking it over, before admitting with a shrug that he doesn't actually have a clue. He just uses whatever fits the situation, but Sehun advises him that mastering martial arts works much better when you focus on one main weapon. Pulling out a random weapon, Kangwoo awkwardly asks if this one works since he uses it most. In response, Sehun steps forward and pulls out a classic sword. Handing it over, Sehun suggests starting with the sword since most of his own martial arts revolve around blade techniques. Kangwoo takes the weapon, muttering, "A sword, huh?" Kangwoo figures learning from the legendary Cloud Dragon Sword makes a blade his absolute best option. With that decided, their training kicks off, and Sehun proves to be an incredibly enthusiastic teacher. To start off, I will teach you the basic forms of the Sleeping Dragon Sword art. Sehun confidently promises he can master it in just a single day. He offers to demonstrate the moves first, telling Kangwoo to just copy his exact flow. Raising his blade for the demonstration, the steel shines so brightly it perfectly reflects everything around them. Kangwoo stands there dazed, awkwardly trying to hold his sword while watching Sehun's flawless, fluid mastery. Without warning, Sehun unleashes the ultimate eighth form of his sleeping dragon style. A burst of intense blue energy erupts, cracking the very ground beneath them. Kangwoo immediately points out that was the eighth form, asking what happened to starting with Form 1. Sehun admits he wanted to get him excited by showing off a high-tier move first. He casually asks if Kangwoo saw every single movement, assuming it looked pretty easy. He is clearly loving every second of this, wearing a bright, incredibly excited grin. Kangwoo, however, is struggling hard just to grip the weapon correctly. Sehun keeps cheering him on, telling him to just replicate the exact visual he just witnessed. He asks if he practically just wants a direct copy, met by Sehun's deeply determined and trusting gaze. "Yes, I know you can do it," Sehun beams. Getting slightly annoyed by this kid's over-optimism, Kangwoo sighs and actually gives the swing a shot. Observing his stance, Sehun critiques, "You are using way too much physical force. If you strike with that much force, your recovery time for the next swing will be way too slow," Sehun explains. "You have to control your output. Don't move your arm like that, do it like this." Feeling completely exhausted and hopeless, Kangwoo asks if Sehun mastered all of this easily. Startled by the question, Sehun blinks and asks how he could possibly know that. Annoyed just looking at his face, Kangwoo lets out a frustrated rant. He snaps that this is exactly why people say you should never try to learn from a natural genius. To him, this is like telling a complete beginner to perfectly last hit a low-health minion in League of Legends. For context, last hitting means landing the final blow to kill a target. Throwing his hands up, Kangwoo walks away, declaring that he is officially quitting martial arts training. Stunned, Sehun frantically asks why he is giving up when he genuinely wants to help. Kangwoo barely manages to suppress his growing frustration just by looking at his earnest face. Looking completely flustered, Sehun concludes that his failure to teach him properly must simply mean he still isn't strong enough. As they bicker, Kangwoo corrects him, explaining the issue is actually the exact opposite. He suggests they just drop the physical training altogether for now. Sehun suggests a different approach, offering to teach him internal cultivation instead. And honestly, you and I know this might actually be the breakthrough Kangwoo needs. Kangwoo ponders the concept of circulating energy through his meridians via the dantian, realizing this might actually be something he can pull off. Deciding to give it a shot, he sits down in deep meditation, resolved to try every possible path to gain strength. A system alert pops up. Demonic Energy Ruler has been activated, successfully boosting his overall control. The notifications keep rolling in, showing he has mastered the Heavenly Dragon Mental Method and successfully crafted a pure demonic crystal. Moments later, a clue reveals the final requirement for the extreme demonic body. Suddenly, Sehun snaps him out of his trance, and Kangwoo smirks, declaring his absolute love for his awesome little brother. Si-hoon is completely thrown off by this sudden, gentle attitude, relieved that the grumpiness has finally vanished. Unlocking the extreme demonic body marks his first step toward godhood, with the first condition requiring 60 points of demonic energy. The second condition demands a perfect fusion of 3 or more authorities, while the final requirement involves creating a demonic crystal exceeding a specific physical size. This remains incomplete. Kangwoo bursts out laughing, delighted to find that the final requirement is simply forming a demonic crystal inside his own body. Curious, Si-hoon asks if it is identical to the crystals used by the demonic cult. Closing his eyes, Kangwoo tunes in to feel his newly acquired strength. Well, they are technically the same type, but the density of power is totally different, he explains. If the cult's crystal is a standard Americano, mine is more like a double shot of espresso. Staring intently at his hand, he can feel the raw energy of the crystal pulsing deep within his veins. He wonders if he should give this newfound power a test run, just as Si-hoon asks why he suddenly stood up. Are you done practicing? Kangwoo stands up, silent, already plotting his next move with that calculating look of his. Channeling raw power into his arm, he unleashes a strike so devastating it completely shatters the test target and the entire arena. Si-hoon watches in absolute shock. That single technique just drained about 1/3 of Kangwoo's entire demonic crystal in one go. Filled with absolute admiration, Si-hoon instantly rushes over to Kangwoo. He is blown away that his master copied such a complex move after seeing it just once. It was pretty easy to copy, Kangwoo replies humbly, explaining he stayed still just to demonstrate. He then grins, asking if the technique is actually useful, before boasting that it definitely is. It is a bit of a shame that his demonic crystal is still so small, but practicing more will naturally increase its overall size. Plus, it looks like he does not even need to sit down to train. Quite satisfied with his progress, Kangwoo is now determined to fully master and perfect this new skill. He decides to ask Si-hoon if it is really okay to skip the sitting posture entirely. Si-hoon immediately panics, warning him that skipping the pose is a terrible idea, leaving Kangwoo completely stunned by the sudden, intense warning. Checking if his friend is okay, Si-hoon snaps him out of it. Kangwoo recovers, realizing that training without crossing his legs usually leads to a dangerous internal backlash. But staying optimistic, he figures this is still way easier than trying to control chaotic magi. This demonic crystal technique is a brilliant new path. For now, his main goal is simply growing the crystal to a much larger size. Cheering up instantly, he asks Si-hoon if the technique he just saw is truly the absolute best one available. Startled by the sudden question, the young man nods. While using the war, God's authority unlocks other cultivation methods. This is currently the peak option available to them. Patting his shoulder, Kangwoo decides to call it a day. Next time, they are aiming straight for an S-rank gate to test their limits. He heads home right after. But as you and I know, a storm is brewing as the elite 10,000 sword sect arrives. Si-hoon shyly insists he can just take the train home, but Kangwoo immediately tells him to get in, casually bringing up that he plans to buy him a brand new car soon. He orders him to use it, but Si-hoon instantly declines. He is already deeply grateful that Kangwoo paid off all of his mother's expensive hospital bills. Buying a car on top of that seems like too much. Sighing, Kangwoo explains he is doing this simply to avoid any future trouble. He wants Si-hoon to have a fast, reliable ride so he can show up instantly whenever summoned. Overwhelmed by his generosity, the young man's eyes well up with tears. Kangwoo realizes that without his guidance, the boy would be lost. Honestly, gifting him a cheap car is absolutely nothing compared to the powerful martial arts techniques Si-hoon has been teaching him. They finally arrive at their destination. Stepping out, they are immediately confronted by a group of massive, intimidating bodyguards blocking the entrance. Kangwoo glares at them, demanding to know who their leader is. Introducing himself as Namgong Jin, captain of the 10,000 Sword Sect, he announces that the Sword King wishes to meet Korea's famed Cloud Dragon Sword. Ordering them to follow, Si-hoon asks in shock if he is referring to the legendary Sword King Mu-jin. Gritting his teeth in anger, Namgong Jin warns them never to speak his master's name so casually, demanding they shut up and follow. The private jet is already waiting, leaving Si-hoon with a terrible, sinking feeling about this meeting. As Namgong Jin looms over them, Kangwoo steps up, looking him dead in the eye and calling him out directly. Telling the captain to go learn proper Korean first, Kangwoo's blunt insult completely catches him off guard, leaving him fuming in embarrassment. Kangwoo demands why he talks so rudely to total strangers. Smirking arrogantly, the captain scoffs and asks who he is supposed to be. Looking him dead in the eyes, Kangwoo confidently declares himself as Si-hoon's brother. The captain laughs, mockingly asking if he is really Kim Si-hoon's brother. Pointing out that his real brother is currently locked up in prison, Kangwoo simply sighs, noting that some bonds run much deeper than blood. Hearing this, Si-hoon's eyes light up, feeling incredibly safe and reassured, standing right next to his reliable brother. Refusing to back down, the two continue to clash. Losing patience, Namgong Jin snaps that he has no interest in him, demanding that he step aside for the Cloud Dragon Sword. Kangwoo fires back that they could not care less about who this Sword King is, completely silencing the captain and leaving him speechless. Furious, Namgong Jin releases a wave of hostile energy, warning Kangwoo to watch his mouth before he regrets it. Threatening to slaughter his friend if he refuses to cooperate, the captain demands immediate compliance, but Sihun's eyes flare with absolute defiance, completely refusing to back down. Clenching his fists to fight back, Sihun steps in front of Kangwoo. Refusing to tolerate the disrespect any longer, he fiercely tells the captain to watch how he speaks. Smirking confidently, the captain asks if they really want to fight as he draws his blade, aiming it directly at Sihun. He remembers his orders to bring them back peacefully, but decides a little lesson is exactly what these rookies need. He thrusts his blade forward to intimidate Sihun, but before the steel can even move an inch, Kangwoo casually steps in and stops it cold. Warning him not to draw his weapon, the two lock eyes in a deadly glare, radiating pure, mutual hatred. Completely stunned by his speed, Namgong Jin stammers in shock. Kangwoo simply threatens him back, promising that drawing that blade will be his final mistake. Shaken by the overwhelming pressure radiating from this guy, Namgong Jin tries to laugh it off, screaming at him for daring to act so arrogant. Ignoring the warning, Namgong Jin and his men draw their weapons anyway, sneering that a mere player from a tiny country has no right to stand against them. That's when Kangwoo charges in with his ultimate move, mockingly asking, "Are you only bragging about your country's size because you're absolutely terrified of me?" Gong Jin turns pale as a ghost, trembling in sheer terror as he stammers, "How could a nobody like you do this to Gong Jin of the famous Wanjian sect?" Hearing the name Wanjian sect, Kangwoo just casually turns to Sihun and asks, "Hey, is there a good kimchi stew place nearby? Kimchi stew? Let's grab a quick bite before sending them packing." Entering a diner, an excited Kangwoo immediately calls out to the owner, "Ma'am, we will take 10 huge bowls of kimchi stew, please." Coming right up. Just a moment. Deciding to play the host, Kangwoo tells Gong Jin, "Hey kid, it's chow time, so dig in. I'm feeling generous today, so I'm letting all of you off the hook. Now, taste the greatness of Korea with your own tongue." Gong Jin lowers his head, burning with a mix of intense rage and absolute humiliation. As the proud third-team leader of the Wanjian sect, he wasn't just defeated by a Korean player, but dragged around like some low-level servant. The owner cheerfully comments, "My, you boys sure have massive appetites. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Here is your kimchi stew." She serves up a steaming, delicious bowl of authentic, traditional Korean comfort food. To Gongjin, the stew looks like a cheap, messy hodgepodge, but one look at Kangwoo's menacing face, and he is too terrified to complain. After making his escape, Gongjin reports everything to the Sword King. Utterly humiliated, he drops to his knees before the leader. He passes along the message from the guy claiming to be the Cloud Dragon Sword's brother. "If you want to see him, come to Korea yourself." Sitting calmly, the leader asks, "I instructed you to escort him with absolute respect. Yet you picked a fight with his ally and got publicly humiliated?" Gongjin bows flat on the floor, stammering, "I am deeply sorry, master." Inside, he is seething. How could he have known that Psycho would lose his mind over a bowl of soup? Gongjin grinds his teeth, remembering how Kangwoo choked, tortured, and completely embarrassed him in front of everyone. Standing in the back, the daughter of the Tiandamen guildmaster giggles, finding the whole situation hilarious. But the master decides to teach Gong Jin a brutal lesson, unleashing a devastating flurry that leaves him broken and utterly defeated. He barks cold orders. "You are officially expelled from the Wanjian sect. We have no room for a coward devoid of martial arts honor." His daughter then asks, "So, are you heading to Korea, father?" Mujin replies, "With an invitation like that, I have no choice but to go." Fast forward 1 week after that pathetic fool from the Wanjian sect caused his little scene. As Kangwoo relaxes with his morning tea, he can feel the raw energy within his demonic crystal rapidly expanding and growing stronger. "I have been channeling all my focus to cultivate this crystal while eating, sleeping, and yeah, even while sitting on the toilet. Thanks to Seola constantly pampering and feeding him, his core demonic crystal has successfully grown to the size of a fist. Well, training like a maniac nonstop definitely pays off, even if some of that cultivation happened while sitting on the porcelain throne." Strolling through the peaceful garden, Kangwoo ponders, "I still haven't unlocked the final condition for my demonic vessel, but whatever, I'll get there eventually." But playtime is officially over. Running up from the distance, little Echidna calls out to him. Turning to his squad, he announces, "All right, guys, let's get back to work. Are you guys ready?" Seola smiles, completely energized. Yes, we've had more than enough rest, but their youngest member, Yoonbi, complains, I really wanted to slack off a little longer. Echidna tugs at him, saying, please don't push yourself too hard, master. If you ever need my help, you have to let me know. Kangwoo smiles warmly, got it. Once we spot our target, we strike immediately. The team nods in unison, fully prepped and ready for action. Scanning the training grounds, he spots an opportunity. Let's see, we've got a lone straggler separating from the pack over there. This is the perfect practice target for the team. He tasks Echidna with supporting them, and she eagerly replies, yes, leave it all to me. Pulling too many monsters would be a total pain, so he activates his power of silence to isolate the beast quiet and clean. Hooked by his skill, the beast wanders right into their trap, but as Echidna moves in to suppress it, the monster lets out a loud screech, calling a whole horde of allies to attack. Quickly, Kangwoo commands, move out everyone. As the squad takes their combat positions, Echidna turns to him with shining, hopeful eyes, asking, Master Kangwoo, did I do good? Seola yells, Unbi, I'm ready. Instantly, Unbi unleashes a powerful combination spell, casting Lightning Spear to blast the beast with a high-voltage surge of pure destruction. While the monster is paralyzed by the electricity, Sihun locks eyes with his target. In a flash, he executes the Water Dragon's sword art, blending it seamlessly with his fifth form. Taesu and Seola watch in awe as this flawless combo completely obliterates the charging beast. The creature collapses heavily onto the ground. Seriously, that giant ogre was no joke, and everyone can feel its sheer strength. But we actually took down an S-class threat. Seola praises the youngest. We only pulled this off because you weakened it first. The team shares a victorious laugh. Seeing their success, Kangwoo smiles with quiet pride. He knows that raw leveling up is secondary compared to the invaluable combat experience and real battlefield coordination they are developing right now. While the others are improving, Kim Sihun's growth is especially impressive. Looking at his talented junior, Kangwoo suggests, Sihun, I think it's time we start some special, high-intensity training. Seeing everyone celebrating a bit too much over their first easy victory, Kangwoo sighs and tells them to focus up and target the next monster. Why would she hand him a magic staff and ask him to cast healing spells? He takes it anyway with a quick thanks, but suddenly, another pack of massive beasts appears. The monsters probably smelled blood and swarmed the area. Sihun steps up to lead the charge, bravely taking on 3 colossal beasts all by himself. It is a hassle, but he has to step in. Unleashing his dark spear technique to strike, he swiftly dodges as the monsters snap back with their razor-sharp fangs. It took me quite a while to find you, a booming voice calls out. It is Mujin, arriving just as Kangwoo stands back to watch the others fight. Asking if Kangwoo is the older brother of the Cloud Dragon, the man introduces himself just as Kangwoo recognizes his face. Pleasure to meet you. I am Mujin of the 10,000 Swords Sect. He offers a sincere apology for their past clash, leaving everyone completely shocked by his sudden arrival. Mujin chuckles and tells his translator to repeat his words, noting that Kangwoo probably does not understand Chinese. The translator explains that Mujin wants to apologize. However, using his innate language ability to comprehend everything, Kangwoo calmly replies that Chinese is perfectly fine. A surprised Mujin asks if he speaks Chinese. Kangwoo coldly notes that a simple verbal apology is far too easy. Amused by the young man's boldness, Mujin laughs heartily and clasps his hands in respect. He sincerely apologizes for his rude subordinate, admitting it is no time for empty pride, before bowing his head deeply in front of everyone. The entire crowd, including Mujin's own daughter, is stunned by his deep bow. Why would a powerful master go this far? Mujin calmly explains that he has already expelled the offender from his guild, taking full responsibility for failing to keep his own people in line. He promises that such disrespect will never happen again. But as Mujin bows to smooth things over, Kangwoo strokes his chin with a sly, smug grin. It looks like Kangwoo is being quite arrogant, but as the great master humbles himself and makes his promise, the young man just watches him with a mysterious gaze. Kangwoo questions if the old man is actually telling the truth. Without hesitation, Mujin nods once more, giving his absolute word. This solemn attitude makes Kangwoo let out a sinister laugh before sighing in amusement, deciding it is time to drop the attitude and let it go. After all, pushing away a potentially powerful ally would only hurt his own interests. With that in mind, Kangwoo finally agrees to hear Mujin out. When asked what brought a master of his caliber here, Mujin reveals he wanted to see the Cloud Dragon in person after spotting his battle video at Isu Station. This sparks Kangwoo's curiosity. What could Sihun possibly have that would interest a legend like Mujin? The old man explains he simply needs to verify something. Mujin wants to know how Sihun learned the sacred techniques of the martial god. Just then, Echidna tugs at Kangwoo's shirt, innocently asking what a martial god is. Kangwoo is shocked to realize Echidna somehow understands Chinese. It turns out she is just using translation magic, which reminds Kangwoo of her unusual nature. She spoke perfect Korean from the moment she was summoned. Seizing the opportunity, Kangwoo turns to Echidna with a curious question. He asks if she can cast that same translation spell on other people. Echidna excitedly chirps that she can, and Kangwoo gives her the go-ahead. He tells her to cast it on Sihun and the rest of the crew. Sensing the strange surge of magic, Mujin gasps, realizing Sihun can now speak Chinese. Echidna beams with pride, puffing out her chest as she brags about her incredible magical skills. With this spell, bridging communication gaps is a piece of cake, even if she has never heard the language before. Mujin bursts out laughing, joking that his poor translator is officially out of a job. Still, he admits this magical solution makes things much easier. Mujin repeats his question, demanding to know where Sihun learned the secret martial arts of the martial god. Sihun is stunned that this stranger recognized his secret style. Even Kangwoo is baffled, questioning how Mujin could possibly identify the ancient martial god's techniques. Mujin answers without a second thought, proudly declaring that his own family line is directly descended from the legendary martial god. This revelation leaves Kangwoo speechless. If true, it means a literal god of war walked the earth ages ago. Curious, Kangwoo asks if Mujin actually mastered these mythical techniques long before awakening as a modern-day player. Mujin nods in agreement, admitting that while he practiced martial arts early on, his strength only exploded after his awakening. Kangwoo silently analyzes the information, realizing the old man's skills were boosted tremendously by the system's awakening. With the Dark Demon Association also existing before players, Kangwoo smirks, asking what Mujin plans to do now that he has discovered Sihun's secrets. Are you planning to eliminate him to keep your family's techniques a secret? Hearing this, Mujin tries to stay serious but bursts into hearty laughter. You have clearly read too many fantasy novels. Let me clarify. Our family's ancient secret manuals have actually been lost for centuries. However, the sword techniques I saw your friend use were incredibly pure. With that, Mujin presents a highly intriguing offer. He proposes to train Sihun if the young man helps him restore his lost style. Hearing this, Kangwoo turns to his friend for his thoughts. Sihun hesitates, deeply reflecting on his desperate desire to grow stronger so he can prevent any future tragedies from happening. He wants the power to save innocent lives when crisis strikes. Kangwoo looks at him, reading his pure intentions like an open book. So, Kangwoo creates an opportunity for Sihun to speak directly with Mujin, encouraging him to pursue his dream of gaining ultimate power. You did say you wanted to live up to my expectations, right? Deeply moved by these encouraging words, Sihun's eyes shine with determination. He promised to do his absolute best. Meanwhile, Yunbi started panicking when she noticed Seola acting a bit strange beside her. As time quietly passed, Mujin and Sojung were already on their way back. The old man was thrilled that everything had gone so smoothly. Looking back, Mujin had successfully finalized his alliance with Sihun. Kangwoo made sure to remind him of the conditions for restoring his martial arts, emphasizing that the training would happen in Korea. Mujin then turned to Sojung, asking if she minded staying in Korea for a while. She just smiled and replied that she was totally fine with it. In fact, she had always wanted to visit, and she admitted she was actually interested in a certain man there. Hearing this, Mujin gasped in utter shock. A man? His daughter had always refused to date anyone weaker than her, so who could it be? The Sword of the Cloud Dragon, perhaps? Honestly, he secretly hoped they would end up together. So, he casually mentioned to Sojung that the Cloud Dragon Sword seemed like a pretty decent guy. Sure, he might carry the soul of the martial god inside him, but to wield the Cloud Dragon Sword style so flawlessly, and truly grasp the essence of martial arts, the kid must have been blessed with the legendary heavenly martial physique. With that in mind, Mujin asked for her thoughts, even offering to arrange for them to live together if she was interested. She pondered for a moment before admitting that while the Cloud Dragon was intriguing, she was actually way more interested in Kangwoo. Hearing this, Mujin went completely pale. Her heart had skipped a beat when Kangwoo boldly demanded an apology from the Sword King himself. It had been ages since she met anyone that powerful. Mujin panicked inside. Not the Cloud Dragon? Well, this plan was spiraling way out of bounds. Kangwoo was strong, sure, but in 15 years the Cloud Dragon would easily catch up. Surely Sojung would change her mind by then, right? But by then, it would be too late. He felt a bit sorry for the young man, but the Cloud Dragon was definitely a better match for her. He desperately wanted to see his daughter married before he kicked the bucket. But before he could even try to push the Cloud Dragon again, Sojung shut him down, saying she'd never date anyone weaker than her dad. Faced with that, Mujin sighed and gave up. He wanted to see just how strong this guy really was. Cut to the next morning at the Red Rose Guild, where Kangwoo woke up to some absolute bombshell news. Mujin had personally shown up, demanding a real no-holds-barred duel. Naturally, this sudden challenge left Kangwoo feeling completely and utterly baffled. Why the sudden rush? Mujin explained that he simply wanted to test his strength, promising he wouldn't make him fight for absolutely nothing. He pledged that the 10,000 Sword Sect would owe him a massive favor in the future. Kangwoo immediately realized this was a golden opportunity. After all, he'd been itching to test out the raw power of his demonic crystals anyway. Going all out against a world-class ranker? Now that sounded like a solid deal. With a grin, he agreed and told the old man to bring it on. Secretly, Kangwoo hoped this guy wouldn't disappoint him. Without a single moment of hesitation, their explosive battle finally erupted. Kangwoo charged forward, unleashing his authority of steel and authority of ice, throwing punches loaded with absolute bone-crushing weight. But Mujin stood his ground, blocking every single strike. In the midst of their frantic clash, the veteran fighter spotted a tiny gap in Kangwoo's guard. Seizing his golden moment, Mujin lunged forward at blinding speed, unleashing a devastating strike that sent Kangwoo flying backward. Before Kangwoo could even regain his footing, Mujin was already on him again, raising his blade to strike with terrifying precision. No matter how much Kangwoo dodged, Mujin kept swinging and slashing relentlessly, completely trapping him in a desperate defensive corner. Right in the middle of this relentless onslaught, Kangwoo suddenly paused and let out a chilling, sinister smirk. That smirk sent a cold shiver down Mujin's spine, as Kangwoo finally unleashed the raw force of his demonic crystals. In a split second, a monstrous explosion erupted, tearing the ground apart and completely obliterating everything in its path. Kangwoo smirked to himself. That was a close call, but man, these demonic crystals are absolutely incredible. Their absolute biggest perk was pure speed. From the authority of Hellfire to Dark Spear and Dual Strike, his execution speed had skyrocketed. Next up was his insane physical adaptability. Even without activating any body-strengthening abilities, his raw physical stats were already on par with his fully buffed state. Determined to win, Mujin raised his game. He thrust his sword to the sky, channeling the power of the Divine Dragon. Unleashing everything he had, Mujin initiated the Azure Dragon First Form. The blade came crashing down with monstrous force, shattering the demonic crystals into glittering dust. But it was the third unique feature that truly shocked him. The shattered crystal shards suddenly detonated violently. A shockwave of sheer destruction erupted, proving that condensed demonic energy could become a lethal weapon. Watching from the sidelines, both Sehun and Sojung froze in absolute terror. Mujin suddenly roared, "Stop!" Right at the brink of disaster, he barely managed to throw up a defensive barrier, absorbing the brunt of the cataclysmic blast. Mujin had clearly underestimated him. The pure killing intent radiating from the old man sent a shiver down Kangwoo's spine. He finally realized that this, indeed, was the terrifying true power of a world-class ranker. Now, the real battle was finally about to begin. Kangwoo grinned with mad excitement, craving to feel the full weight of that immense power. He should have fought like this from the very start. Ready for more, Kangwoo summoned his dark blades and channeled his devastating hellfire. Combined with the power of destruction, it creates a massive surge of energy. Seeing this, Mujin grows incredibly curious about this bold young man. Who is he? But Kangwoo knew better. Haven't you already investigated me? Whatever you found is probably accurate, so just make your move. Hearing those provocative words, Mujin chuckled and replied, "If that's what you want, then I will gladly oblige." Just as the tension in their battle peaked, a phone suddenly rang. It was Yeonju calling, forcing Kangwoo to apologize and take the call. Surprisingly, the old man agreed. Kangwoo answered, asking what was wrong, only to hear Yeonju's furious voice booming through the speaker. "Hey, I told you to wait at the guild gates. Why aren't you out here yet? Captain Hwayong just got back from Japan and called us. That's why I told you to wait. We're going to the Hwarang squad base. If you don't like it, give me back my car." Hearing that, Kangwoo sighed and replied, "I'll be right there." Just like that, the two men had to put their intense duel on hold. Mujin promised to handle everything here so Kangwoo could leave on time, though the old man felt quite disappointed they couldn't finish their grand duel. On the other hand, Seol-ah and Sehun were still completely awestruck by Kangwoo's overwhelming power. This left Mujin feeling quite conflicted, watching the two of them grow so close to the young man. Thinking back, Mujin had originally planned to intimidate the kid a little, but it seemed he would have to postpone those plans until he uncovered his true identity. Perhaps he was mistaken, but he had sensed an incredibly chilling aura radiating from the boy. It reminded Mujin of a deep, malicious ocean ready to swallow the entire world whole, leaving him to wonder, could there actually be anything in existence that could make a monster like him feel true terror? Meanwhile, over at the Hwarang squad headquarters, Kangwoo was stunned to hear mention of a succubus. Yeonju immediately asked if Hwa-young meant the kind of demon that drains the life force of men, which she quickly confirmed. Apparently, the demonic cult in Japan was attempting to summon a high-tier succubus. Her name was Lilith, the queen of succubi. Just a few minutes earlier inside the building, Kangwoo and Yeonju had sat down with the squad leader. She seemed quite reserved, greeting them warmly. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm the leader of the Hwa-rang squad, Baek Hwa-young. Please, take a seat. I heard Korea went through a massive crisis, and I apologize for not being there to help." Inside his mind, Kangwoo wondered, is this woman actually as strong as Sehun? She looked entirely human, yet he sensed that even if she got injured, she wouldn't bleed a single drop. Yeonju gestured toward Kangwoo, explaining, "We couldn't prevent all civilian casualties, but thanks to him, we managed to resolve the entire situation successfully." Hwa-young nodded, having heard the news from Ha-yoon. "Thank you for your help. Actually, I called you all here because of a serious matter regarding the demonic cult. Just like here in Korea, their faction in Japan is currently preparing to summon a high-ranking demon." Hearing this, Yeonju was utterly stunned. "A demon summoning? You mean like when they brought forth Oriaks?" "Exactly, but this time, the scale is far larger." Yeonju nodded in agreement. "I did hear that the demonic cult's forces in Japan are vastly superior to ours." Ha-yoon asked curiously, "Did the Japanese government actually reach out to us for help?" Hwa-young replied, "Yes. The media hasn't caught wind of it yet, but the situation is incredibly critical." This made Yeonju highly curious. But wait, doesn't Japan have that famous world-class player, Oma? Does she really need outside assistance from people like us? Aside from Oma, Japan doesn't have many top rankers who have proven their absolute strength. Another reason is that Korea has successfully shut down the demonic cult before. Yeonju sighed heavily. The Gaisu incident barely just wrapped up, and now they're already plotting to summon another high-ranking demon. I wonder which demon they are targeting this time. Meanwhile, Kangwoo's expression turned incredibly sinister. "A demon, you say? Perfect. His demonic energy stats had completely stagnated lately, but if he could devour a few high-ranking demons just like before, his power would easily skyrocket once again. He could literally bait them into completing the summon just to feast on it." Yeonju then asked, "Hwa-young, do you know exactly what kind of demon they are trying to bring over?" Hwa-young's voice hesitated for a brief moment. "Well, that demon is the queen of succubi. At least, that is her title." Yeonju grimaced, questioning, "A succubus? Isn't that the type of demon that drains the life force right out of men?" Hwa-young nodded, confirming that the demonic cult in Japan was indeed trying to summon a succubus. When Yeonju asked for the entity's actual name, Hwa-young replied that her name was Lilith. Upon hearing that name, Kangwoo suddenly bolted upright, sending his chair rattling. A startled Yeonju jumped in her seat, gasping, "Whoa, what is wrong with you? Is something the matter?" Kangwoo's face turned incredibly cold. No matter the cost, he thought, clenching his fist so hard the veins bulged on his hands. "I will stop this summoning ritual, no matter what it takes." Lilith. During his long, grueling years in hell, she had been one of his most loyal subordinates, alongside Balak. While Balak represented sheer force equivalent to a great calamity, Lilith was the brilliant mind who commanded the Demon King's entire army with unmatched strategic wisdom. And beyond that, she was his actual, official wife. After he was defeated by a great calamity and lost all his influence, it was entirely thanks to Lilith's support that he survived that dark crisis. Because of that, he had promised to officially marry her. Almost every single night, Lilith would break into Kangwoo's bedroom, forcing him to desperately dodge her tentacles just to escape with his life. He absolutely refused to go back to that kind of nightmare. For Earth's sake, they had to stop this demon summoning at all costs, exactly as Hwa-young learned from Hyunmo. Admiring his strong sense of justice, Kangwoo could not wait to ask, "First of all, can you tell us about the current situation over in Japan? Things are getting worse by the second," Hwa-young warned, "and you cannot let a single word of this leak out. Right now, Hiyuki has been kidnapped by the demonic cult." Hearing this, Hyunmo and Yeonju were completely shocked, asking if it was actually true. Hwa-young still had no idea why they kidnapped her. Kangwoo then quietly asked Yeonju who she was, prompting Yeonju's eyes to turn incredibly sharp. 5 years ago, during the Great Calamity, a double S-class gate opened at Sapporo Station. From that rift, a hand with 3 sharp claws emerged. At that exact moment, hordes of powerful monsters poured from the gate, slaughtering countless citizens and leaving the entire country paralyzed. But that was when she finally appeared, the heavenly shrine maiden, Hiyuki. As the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor, she provided massive support to local players, single-handedly saving the entire nation from complete collapse. She pushed the monsters all the way back to Hokkaido, which remains a restricted zone. Thanks to her heroics, she became the ultimate pillar of Japan. On top of that, her power was absolutely mind-blowing. She possessed the power of divine descent, allowing others to channel the strength of legendary Japanese gods. Even Ryoma's eyes of Susanoo were created through her power. Kangwoo realized that the cult kidnapping someone with divine descent had to be connected to something major. Perhaps the legends? Looking back, the names of the seven wonders sounded incredibly familiar, as they originated from the tales of the seven deadly sins. If those names were passed down in mythology due to the direct influence of another dimension, then perhaps Hiyuki's true power was not divine descent, but rather the ability to summon the strength of entities residing in entirely different dimensions. If that was the case, it made perfect sense why the demonic cult wanted to summon Lilith. Lilith possessed the power of illusion and mind control, which was their ultimate target. How many people could they mobilize for this mission? Hwayoung explained that the Japanese government wanted to keep the kidnapping a secret. They had to act covertly with a maximum of 7 people, making 5 of them, including Captain Hyunmo. Kangwoo chuckled, noting that left 2 open slots, and asked how they would get there. Hwayoung had planned ahead, with a plane waiting at the airport, but Kangwoo found the airport too far and decided to rely on Echidna. Soaring through the heavy cover of clouds, a massive dragon cut through the sky. Echidna flew at incredible speeds, carrying a large purple orb on her back. Testing the toughness of the mysterious orb, Yeonju curiously asked when he had even prepared such a thing. Since Kangwoo had ridden Echidna solo before, he figured it would be great to make something they could all ride together. It looked like Hyunmo could barely handle this type of travel, but with no other choice, he just had to hang on. Seola felt a bit uneasy, asking Kangwoo if it was really okay for her to tag along instead of stronger fighters like Sihun or Taesu. Kangwoo shook his head, reassuring Seola that her Grace of Light buff would make her help absolutely crucial for this mission. With his demonic power stat already over 100, her buffs would amplify his strength massively. Just then, Echidna announced their arrival. Seola could hardly believe her eyes. Sapporo Station lay in absolute ruins, completely overrun by terrifying monsters at every turn. Vicious beasts of all kinds swarmed every corner, revealing the grim reality of a city that had completely lost control of the threat. Watching from atop Echidna, Kangwoo locked his gaze onto the ominous red gate in the city center, feeling demonic energy flooding the entire station. He asked Captain Hwayoung if the ritual had already begun, questioning if the cult really planned to summon demons right there inside the station. The team captain nodded, confirming that the Japanese government suspected the same thing, leaving Kangwoo with a dead serious expression. With time running dangerously short, they had to group up with the Japanese team immediately. At the base, everyone eagerly anticipated their arrival. As the group of guests finally landed, the local guards immediately braced themselves, adopting a highly defensive stance. The guards demanded to know who they were before Yamada called out to Hwayoung, thanking him for arriving so incredibly fast. Shaking the Prime Minister's hand, Hwayoung warmly replied that as close neighbors, helping each other out in times of crisis was only natural. Yamada chuckled softly, impressed by Hwayoung's fluent Japanese. Meanwhile, since Kangwoo did not understand a single word, he quietly ordered Echidna to activate her translation magic. Only then did Yamada notice Kangwoo, asking about the strong players standing behind him. Hwayoung introduced them as the elite players who had volunteered to help crush the demonic cult and rescue the hostage. He guaranteed their extreme strength just as a young man walked up, asking the Prime Minister for permission to greet their guests. "It is a pleasure to meet everyone. I am Ryoma." He began by thanking Hwayoung for stepping up to help them. Meanwhile, Kangwoo closely studied the man, recognizing him as Ryoma, a legendary world-class ranker. It seemed those were the eyes of Susanoo. Ryoma kept speaking humbly, saying how relieved he felt to finally see everyone. Kangwoo just laughed it off, telling him there was no need for polite pleasantries. Since they had no idea when the summoning ritual would start, they desperately needed details. Hearing this, Ryoma's eyes narrowed instantly. Ryoma agreed. As a soft breeze swept past him, he promised to lay out the entire plan right then and there. A bit later at Sapporo Station, Echidna gathered her strength. With just one single blast, she completely shut down the advancing monsters. The beasts screamed in agony as their bodies tore apart. Meanwhile, Kangwoo analyzed his targets, realizing one was a golem from the second hell. The other was a bwer from the third hell. How did the cult control them? As Yeonju struggled against the swarm, she screamed out for Kangwoo. She demanded to know why he was not helping, prompting Kangwoo to temporarily put his thoughts about the summoning aside. He told Seola to cast her Grace of Light buff. Once active, his physical and magical resistance skyrocketed by 300 points. His unique stats climbed even higher. He realized the buff was incredibly potent, bringing his demonic energy stat up to 106. He decided to test it immediately. Combining hellfire and fission powers, a massive wave of mana surged directly from Kangwoo's hands. The monster shrieked as the devastating attack hit, unleashing a level of destruction that was absolutely terrifying to witness. Even Yongju was left speechless by his absurd strength. But she quickly realized something was very wrong. She barked at Kangwoo, demanding to know if he had lost his mind using such a dangerous move near allies. Kangwoo just smirked, praising Seola for being highly useful on this mission, which made her feel incredibly happy inside. With such a terrifying display of power, clearing out the monsters surrounding the station would easily be a piece of cake. Yet, a strange sense of unease still loomed over Kangwoo. He could not shake his doubts about Ryoma's plan. With Sapporo crawling with cult monsters, the strategy was to split up into two teams, dividing the Korean and Japanese forces. Since the cult knew nothing about them, their sudden appearance would completely throw the enemy lines into chaotic disarray. They would exploit that confusion to send a single infiltrator deep inside the ritual grounds. Just one person. Ryoma had insisted on taking the dangerous task himself, but Kangwoo remained highly skeptical, deep in his own logical deductions. It seemed Ryoma was just trying to play the hero. Kangwoo wondered exactly when that guy would finally make his move. They needed to locate the ritual site first. Just then, a massive explosion violently shook a nearby building on the other side. Kangwoo shook his head at the flashy entrance. He quickly decided it was time to tail the self-proclaimed hero. Thick demonic energy blocked his view, prompting Kangwoo to activate his observation skill. He spotted Ryoma heading toward the ritual. Watching Ryoma from a distance, Kangwoo noted that something about the man still felt incredibly off. Despite all the chaos they had caused, not a single cultist had appeared. Suddenly, the truth clicked for him. Judging by the heavy flow of demonic energy, this exact spot was definitely where the cult was conducting the summoning. Clenching his fist, Kangwoo unleashed Skyfall, combining it with the devastating force of void destruction. He then invoked Heaven Shatter, completely obliterating the ground below. An alarmed Yongju screamed, demanding to know what he was doing and if he was okay. Just as expected, the cultists were caught completely off guard, frantically demanding to know how he had found them. Kangwoo flashed a sinister grin as his target's bloody mask fell to the floor, proving his theory was right. Seola and Yongju rushed down to the railway tracks, completely amazed that he had successfully uncovered the cult's secret hideout. They wanted to move out together, but Kangwoo stopped them cold by declaring they could not follow him. He pointed out that they needed to stay behind to distract the massive horde of monsters. Then came Echidna. Panic was written all over her face as she begged Kangwoo not to repeat his past mistakes, demanding a promise. Remembering the sea of demonic energy, he figured he would not need it this time, easily giving her his word. With that, Kangwoo prepared to ascend, utilizing his sky powers to effortlessly float up into the air. A large group of cultists had gathered below, desperately screaming for someone to shoot him down. Summoning a razor-sharp scythe into his hand, Kangwoo swept through the air, wiping them out in a single slash. These cultists seemed weaker than the Korean ones, making him wonder why they fought with such blind, fanatical loyalty. Right next to him, a massive hole in the wall emitted eerie red lights accompanied by loud, fanatic chanting. The leader announced that the day had finally come for them to worship and serve their true, supreme God. No longer would they just dream of the other side. Their absolute faith would break through the very dimensions. Their grand target was Lilith, the Queen of the Abyss, a goal that everyone present enthusiastically agreed to serve. Even if they had to plunge straight into hell, they would never regret supporting Cardinal Cheeto. Standing nearby, Kangwoo gets spotted while barely holding back his laughter. Suddenly, someone shouts that there is an intruder. Kangwoo just watches them, needing a moment to process. He wonders if these absolute weirdos are actually the fabled demon cult. As cult members, they are supposed to be filled with terrifying greed and chaotic madness. But looking at them, this behavior is definitely its own form of crazy. Just then, Cardinal Cheeto of the Japanese branch steps forward. Cheeto's dramatic declarations echo, claiming he cannot just stand by and watch. He believes love blooming amidst crisis will only burn with a far more passionate intensity. Kangwoo gets annoyed, realizing their ridiculous motive. He pieces together that they want to summon the succubus queen because of. Before he can even finish his sentence, Cheeto cuts in, asking if every single man on Earth does not desire her. He claims it is even more than that, a universal desire. Hearing this, Kangwoo's expression completely darkens in disgust. Desire? They are doing all this just to sleep with a demon? Kangwoo immediately charges forward using his super speed. Kangwoo smashes Cardinal Cheeto's mask right off. He yells at them for thinking only with their lower halves, warning them never to underestimate hell. Hell is nothing like their pathetic fantasies. Instantly, the other cultists rush in, desperately trying to protect their beloved cardinal. Unfortunately, every single one of them suffers the exact same brutal beatdown as Cheeto, if not worse. Cheeto screams at his followers to keep going, realizing they are no match. He orders them all to flee while he bravely holds the enemy back. He tells them not to worry, even if his physical body is destined to fall today. He claims their faith and dreams will endure forever. However, Kangwoo cannot stand this cringy nonsense for even a second. Kidnapping innocent sacrifices and calling it faith is just laughable. Enraged, Cheeto warns him not to insult their sacred belief like that. Kangwoo immediately shuts him up. If that belief is so precious to him, Kangwoo prepares to unleash a devastating power combination. Combining the authority of the blade, explosion, and destruction, he tells Cheeto to take his useless faith straight down to the depths of hell. Targeting the spatial rift, Kangwoo delivers a devastating fatal blow straight through Cheeto. The Cardinal painfully coughs up a huge spray of blood. The remaining cultists quickly swarm around their fallen leader, screaming that they will fight Kangwoo to the bitter end. They urge the others to carry Cheeto away. With his eyes glowing blood red, Kangwoo roars at them to get lost. Terrified, the cultists scatter instantly. Kangwoo wants to wipe them out, but he simply cannot afford to waste any more time on them. It is definitely risky, but by merging the demonic crystal's raw energy with his own divine authority, Kangwoo seems to hold ultimate power over space itself. He lets out a dark, booming laugh. The spatial rift is finally starting to close up. However, a massive, slimy tentacle suddenly erupts from the tear, wrapping tightly around Kangwoo's wrist. As the grip tightens, Kangwoo finds himself completely trapped. This familiar, nauseating energy signature could only belong to one demon, Lilith. A voice whispers that she is coming for her demon king. Kangwoo looks completely disgusted, mixed with a hint of genuine horror. Kangwoo panics, begging her not to come. He definitely did not see this disaster coming. One tentacle was gross enough, but now an entire wave of them is surging forward. To make matters worse, his crystal's energy is completely depleted. He needs to open Miri's portal immediately. Meeting Lilith again is the absolute last thing he wants. But he is not about to risk his life trying to block her either. He just needs to focus on what he can actually do right now. By quickly activating the authority of devouring, he can safely absorb the demonic energy fueling the rift and feed it directly into his own crystal. The crystal has grown massive enough to unlock the supreme demonic emperor state. This state is the first step toward becoming a demon god. First, demonic energy must hit 60. Second, 3 different authorities must be fully linked. And third, a massive demonic crystal must be formed. Unbelievably, every single requirement for the demonic emperor state has been met. Kangwoo's entire body begins to transform. The timing is terrible, but since things have gone this far, he decides to use it to his advantage. If he focuses the crystal's entire reserve directly into the spatial rift, he can end this. He has to act right now. The explosive backlash sends Kangwoo flying back. The rift finally slams shut, barely locking Lilith out as the demonic emperor evolution completes. Every stat increases by 5 points. Is this really the demonic emperor power? Aside from feeling the crystal's power surging through his veins, there doesn't seem to be any other major change. Thanks to his evolution, the 6th transcendent attribute has been fully unlocked. This incredible passive ability was always a total mystery, but now it is finally open. The 6th transcendent skill allows him to forge custom equipment that directly absorbs external energy sources. By forging this gear, the amount of pure energy channeled during the crafting process determines its final strength. However, creating legendary grade equipment or higher requires extremely rare materials that he currently lacks. For now, he can only forge gear imbued with the terrifying demonic nightmare attribute, and if he crafts any more gear, the previous one gets destroyed. Wait, a legendary rank or higher? The materials have to match, meaning he needs at least 1 legendary grade ingredient just to get started. But right now, he only has epic grade gear. Wait, hold on a second. Legendary gear, huh? Kangwoo locks his eyes on the heavenly priestess, placing his hand on her wooden coffin. Didn't the priestess mention he could craft legendary gear using the Genesis power? That has to be it. After all, the gear used by top-tier global hunters was made with that power. He needs to get her out of here right now. Out of nowhere, Oma appears. It turns out the summoning ritual was actually hidden down here, not above. But what on earth is going on here? This isn't exactly the Korean team's designated zone, Oma remarks. So, what are you doing all the way down here? Kangwoo smirks, claiming he is just there to rescue the kidnapped priestess. Hearing this, Oma descends to the ground. Are you saying you abandoned your designated post without even giving anyone a heads up? Kangwoo shoots back, arguing their main role was just to draw a distraction. Checking the basement hardly counts as leaving his assigned post, does it? Oma's eyes narrow in suspicion, but Kangwoo casually brushes right past him, adding that there were no demons up there anyway, which is why he came down. Besides, he could not just report to Oma based on nothing but sketchy rumors anyway. Honestly, Kangwoo is just trying to secure his own credit. With a quick goodbye, he walks away, seeing absolutely no reason to waste time on this guy. He wonders if he can demand a few pieces of legendary gear as payment for this job. Maybe 1, 2, or even 3 pieces. But suddenly, Oma's voice echoes through the communication orb, shouting an emergency alert. All units, request immediate backup. A demonic cult member has infiltrated the ranks of the Korean players. He has already kidnapped the priestess. He is currently in the basement hallway, so I need everyone to back me up immediately. Deep beneath Tokyo, Kangwoo finds himself locked away inside the player's high-security holding cell. Oma mocks him, explaining those are high-tech, mana-restraining cuffs designed to stop him from breaking out before his trial tomorrow. A trial meant for a demonic cult rat like him, accused of kidnapping the priestess to steal her sacred powers. Go ahead and ask for a lawyer, but I doubt anyone here will defend you, Oma sneers. Kangwoo simply whispers back, you made exactly 5 mistakes. Oma bursts out laughing, calling his threats pathetic. He mocks Kangwoo for looking so relaxed, wondering how long that attitude will last. Let's see if you keep that smirk when the trial starts, Oma warns. But Kangwoo just grins. A trial? He needs to move fast. Back at the camp, Seol-ah, Yeonju, and Echidna are completely blindsided, demanding to know what is actually going on. Him, a demonic cult spy? Not a single one of them believes it. Oma just smiles, pretending to share their shock. I didn't believe it either, Oma lies, until he literally kidnapped the priestess. No one expected the demonic cult's reach in Japan to extend to other nations, but Oma claims he saw it himself, and Prime Minister Mara witnessed it too. An irritated Yeonju snaps at Oma to shut up, but then yells at Kangwoo's message. Calm down? How is he supposed to get out? They literally want to execute him on the spot. Still, Kangwoo calmly reassures them, asking if he has ever broken his promise to keep everyone safe. He promises he will return, telling them to wait safely with Echidna, and he always keeps his word. He needs to prepare everything immediately. To do that, Kangwoo begins projecting his soul right out of his physical body. Oma's first mistake is unfolding as a strange energy begins taking shape. Kangwoo smirks, knowing that mana-restricting device is completely useless on him, since demonic energy and mana are fundamentally entirely different forces. It is finally time to use a deeper, darker wrath to settle this old score. Sparing no mercy, he will return bloodlust with bloodlust. The next day, inside the Tokyo courthouse, Oma is feeling surprisingly tense. Oma grumbles about the trial starting so late, hoping the whole farce will be over and done with quickly. Once this is over, he envisions himself as the heroic savior of the maiden, maybe even winning her hand in marriage. Looking over, he notices Kangwoo's friends looking absolutely furious, but one single day was never going to be enough for them to do anything anyway. Naturally, Oma already bribed the presiding judge beforehand. Judge Hito had helped Oma plenty of times in the past, but today, the man looks strangely terrified. As the trial begins, Oma cannot understand why the judge is trembling so violently. The man looks incredibly ill, which might explain why the entire proceeding was delayed in the first place. First, the prosecutor steps forward to deliver the official charges against Kangwoo, noting that the Korean defendant had participated in the joint rescue operation. During the mission, he went completely against their pre-arranged strategy, sneaking off deep underground straight to the chamber where the demon summoning ritual was taking place. Right after Oma arrived to defeat the cultists, Kangwoo allegedly kidnapped Lady Yuri and attempted to escape the scene. Yeonju snaps, screaming at them to stop talking absolute garbage, sparking a massive uproar among Kangwoo's friends in the gallery. Judge Hito asks him if he has any final defense. Kangwoo just smiles brightly, calmly stating he is not with the cult. Oma giggles, finding his simple defense completely pathetic. Ryoma thinks his opponent is dumber than expected. There is no way he can lose this trial when all the witnesses are lined up to support him. His first witness is the most influential man in Japan, Prime Minister Yamada. But wait, why does the politician look so pale and shaken? Did something happen to the judges yesterday? Ryoma brushes it off, assuming it is just their old age acting up. Yamada completely goes off script, announcing he wants to reveal a long-hidden truth. The shocking reality is that Ryoma actually threatened him. Ryoma stands frozen, completely unable to believe his ears. Yamada continues, explaining that Ryoma framed the defendant as a cultist to hide his own dirty motives. Yamada claims player Kangwoo is just another victim of Ryoma's evil schemes. Slamming his hands on the table, a furious Ryoma demands to know what is going on. Demanding to know what motives were hidden, Ryoma glares. Struggling to speak, Yamada delivers the ultimate blow. Ryoma is the one serving the demonic cult. The entire courtroom erupts in absolute chaos. Amid the shouting crowd, Yamada pushes through to finish delivering his testimony. Yamada reveals that Ryoma masterminded his kidnapping. He explains he stayed silent only because the villain threatened to sacrifice his entire family if he ever dared to disobey. Kangwoo, who is sitting right there, was the one who actually saved the Heavenly Maiden. Yamada adds that Ryoma leaked fake details to hide the actual demon-summoning ritual site. Ryoma screams out, claiming the Prime Minister is trying to frame him. He yells that the politician has lost his mind. How could a loyal public servant like him ever belong to the demonic cult? Ryoma sneers that they have zero proof, but Yamada calmly fires back, stating that undeniable evidence absolutely exists. He presents a dark stone infused with pure demonic energy, a demonic crystal. As everyone knows, these dark crystals are only created and used by the demonic cult, and this very item was discovered right inside Ryoma's private estate. Ryoma is completely shocked. A demonic crystal? Those are incredibly rare. He thinks to himself that if he actually had one, he would have framed Kangwoo, not kept it hidden at home. Setting aside their illegal search of his home, Ryoma demands to know what proof they have that the crystal was actually found on his property. As Ryoma yells that this is a one-sided setup, Cheon Mujin suddenly arrives. He introduces himself as the investigator leading the case against Ryoma's cult activities. As a member of the Myriad Sword sect, he explains that the Prime Minister requested their help to expose Ryoma's dark secrets. Because of that urgent plea, they conducted a thorough search of Ryoma's residence early that morning. Sure enough, inside their evidence box lies undeniable proof linking Ryoma directly to the demonic cult. He presents the demonic crystals and various cursed items retrieved from the suspect's home for everyone in the courtroom to see. Swearing on his sect's honor, he declares Ryoma is a cultist. Hearing this, Ryoma suddenly bursts into mad laughter right in the middle of the courtroom. Despite his laughter, Ryoma is panicking inside. If things keep going this way, he will be branded a cultist with absolutely no defense. He sneers, asking what of it. He repeats his claim that these are nothing but one-sided accusations. Ryoma claims this is just a scheme by the Myriad Sword sect to take over Japan. He knows he must buy time until he can safely escape. Suddenly, the Heavenly Maiden Yuri pulls back her hood, telling Ryoma to surrender. The crowd gasps in shock. Wasn't she supposed to be bedridden in the hospital? Yuri steps forward, stating that as the main victim, she has come to deliver her own testimony. She admits she cannot recall every detail from that fateful day, but there is one thing she is absolutely certain of. Ryoma was definitely not her savior. It was the Korean player who actually saved her from the dark ritual. She apologizes to the public for causing so much worry, taking the blame for being captured. Of course, no one in the room blames her. People shout that it wasn't her fault at all. The only one who deserves blame is that demonic cultist, Ryoma. Cheon Mujin turns to the judge, suggesting it is time to arrest Ryoma now that the truth is clear. Still refusing to yield, Ryoma panics at his crumbling situation. He realizes Yamada, Yuri, and Cheon Mujin are all working together to take him down. This is no coincidence, someone must be pulling the strings. That means this entire elaborate trap was fully planned and executed in the span of just one single day. Screaming in anger, Ryoma blasts into the air, using his dark magic to flee the courtroom in a desperate escape. The crowd shouts to capture him. Yeonju turns to Kangwoo, suggesting they give chase, only to realize he has already vanished. Under the starry night sky, Ryoma streaks across the glowing city like a bolt of lightning. Desperately fleeing, he keeps wondering where his perfect plan went wrong. Even if he has to flee Japan, he thinks he can survive. But suddenly, a burst of flames blocks his path. Kangwoo is already waiting there. Heavily wounded from the blast, Ryoma snarls, demanding to know who dared. Kangwoo's voice cuts in, asking if he finally understands. He points out that Ryoma made 5 major mistakes. Smirking, Kangwoo asks the defeated villain if he has finally figured them out. Still refusing to surrender, Ryoma snaps back. He admits he might have rushed his plan and missed a few details, but there is no way he made 5 errors. Kangwoo begins listing them off. First, that magic suppression device had absolutely zero effect on him, meaning he was never truly bound. Clenching his fist, he shares the second mistake. Ryoma assumed only cultists could make demonic crystals, but Kangwoo can easily create them too. And third, Ryoma chose people who were far too ordinary to act as his judges and witnesses. Ryoma yelled that ordinary humans obviously lacked any kind of endurance skills. Ryoma demanded to know what he did to Yamada and Ito, while Kangwoo stayed completely calm. Secondly, relying on ordinary humans was a foolish move. He had simply used his authority of intimidation instead of other skills. Fourthly, Ryoma assumed he was just an unknown player with no backing. But thanks to the 10,000 Sword sect, he had Sidorovich search his house. Finally, if Ryoma planned on using him, he should have recognized the massive difference between a mere dog and a true demon. Those were his 5 mistakes. Suddenly, Ryoma flew straight up. "I will destroy you here. I'm going to tear you apart and make you die a slow, painful death." A massive clash erupted in a corner of the city. Ryoma smirked, thinking he should have done this from the very beginning. But before long, Kangwoo shattered his smugness, telling him, I actually had high expectations for you, but you are a massive disappointment. Kangwoo had easily prepared a defensive authority beforehand, noting, your idea was decent, and you looked good, but you were secretly manipulating everyone. Normally, I quite like people like you, he added, but you have disappointed me deeply. Your mask was peeled off way too easily. Your plots were actually decent, but also quite foolish. If you had not made so many mistakes, you probably would have won. Refusing to accept reality, Ryoma continued his relentless assault. Am I foolish? How dare you judge me? Ryoma snapped, no longer smirking as Kangwoo easily anticipated every single one of his strikes. And you always resort to swearing when you run out of things to say. Such predictable reactions are just boring, Kangwoo teased as Ryoma charged, mocking. You have got to do better than that. That pathetic effort of yours is quite entertaining, he noted. The two then clashed like flying arrows, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. They traded blows, tearing from one spot to another with absolutely no signs of slowing down. After a fierce clash, they finally separated. Kangwoo crossed his arms, casually asking, Hey, do you know any good sushi spots around here? After this is over, I want to go eat sushi with my friend. Since I am in Japan, I have to make the most of it. Exhaustion was setting in, but Ryoma refused to yield, screaming, How long are you going to keep mocking me? I will put you down. Forget a slow, painful death. I will end you in the worst way possible, Ryoma roared. Kangwoo laughed, mockingly noting that he seemed truly furious. My mistake. You are actually far better than all the opponents I have faced. Maybe I will even treat you to sushi when this is over. Let us end this right here. Suddenly, Kangwoo materialized right behind him, but it seemed Ryoma had overlooked a minor detail. Suddenly, an intense surge of magic crashed down from above, taking even Kangwoo completely by surprise. He never imagined he would live long enough to witness a literal god. However, Ryoma could only maintain Susanoo for a single minute. Ryoma knew he had to defeat him within that brief window, yelling, Susanoo, destroy him now, the god replied, fully recognizing his opponent's power. So, you are the creature spoken of, the god mused. Confused, Kangwoo frowned and muttered that he had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. Kangwoo wondered if he should activate his authority of translation. Meanwhile, Susanoo raised his hand, invoking the sea demon's power to test him. A massive sword manifested right before Kangwoo. A spear? His authority of the Black Spear still felt somewhat lacking in raw magical energy. Dual Strike and the authority of fission still would not cut it. He needed something far stronger. Capitalizing on this, Ryoma whipped up a raging tornado around Kangwoo. Believing he had fully exposed Kangwoo's weaknesses, Ryoma sneered, mockingly calling this the ultimate price for being an arrogant show-off. Today you die, and nobody can save you, Ryoma yelled. But the wind began swirling violently, leaving him wondering why the gale was suddenly growing so intense. That was no ordinary wind. It was the raw force of a storm. Kangwoo had combined the authorities of Tempest, Black Spear, Fission, and Earthquake. Adding the authority of the Tempest at the last second was a brilliant move. Layering Tempest, Hellfire, Black Spear, and Decapitation, together with yet another power, proved to be an incredibly lethal combination. A blinding flash of destructive light erupted. Stunned, Kangwoo realized it was the legendary power of the demonic sea. Stealing his resolve, his firm hands gripped the hilt tightly as he shouted, Let's do this! I told you! I have no idea what the hell you are saying, he yelled. The two forces clashed head-on, fighting with absolute vicious intensity like two lethal blades colliding. Terrifying arcs of lightning split the air, illuminating the pitch-black sky with a blinding, brilliant radiance. From below, the girls watched the catastrophic duel in sheer disbelief, anxiously whispering, Is that brilliant light actually coming from Kangwoo? Fighting with everything he had, Kangwoo continuously traded blows before cursing, wondering if he still lacked the strength to face a literal god. Was he supposed to take more injuries than this? Wait, the crimson blood spraying out had turned pitch black. After resisting the body-altering demonic force, had the magic energy actually seeped deep into his very bloodstream? This was no ordinary magical energy. It was a highly concentrated force, just like the power sealed inside a raw magic crystal. Channeling the volatile current flowing directly through his veins, Kangwoo roared out at the top of his lungs, Blow it all to pieces! His opponent shrieked in agonizing pain, unleashing a bloody, guttural roar that echoed across the heavens. His prophecy was correct. The god gasped as a massive explosion threatened to tear the sky apart. The battle was absolutely terrifying. Boom! A massive explosion echoed as a mysterious object plummeted from the sky, crashing straight into the building. A painful groan echoed as he collapsed, begging, Help me! Chae-hyun couldn't accept this. Damn it. Who could have guessed Susanoo would get destroyed after draining every drop of his life force and mana? Yet, thanks to the eye of Susanoo, he could still hold on. If he could just get a little more mana from Ju-hee, he could do it. With a smug smirk, Chae-hyun muttered that the price of summoning a god certainly seemed to be incredibly steep. Driven mad, Chae-hyun wanted to leap up and beat him to death, but his strength was entirely gone. He could only lie there and scream, "You bastard!" His body slowly ignited, gradually burning away. Kangwoo scoffed, asking the fool if he still had not learned his lesson. Kangwoo calmly stepped forward and muttered, "This is exactly why you should never mess with innocent people. Otherwise, I could have claimed a mythic item, and you would have ended up a national hero. It would have been a win-win. But now, I guess I will just take this mythic item." Chae-hyun lay helpless, while Kangwoo stood over him, utterly smug. Chae-hyun panicked, crying out, "Wait! If you take this item from me now, I will die." Desperate, Chae-hyun slowly croaked, "You want a mythic item? I can talk to Ju-hee. If I do, she will give you even more mythic items. Or do you need this eye? I will hand it over right after I see Ju-hee. Do you really hate me that much? I promise I will never show my face to you again, please." But Kangwoo simply replied, "Don't worry, I will make excellent use of your item." Laughing mockingly, Kangwoo added, "Oops, sorry I can't take you out for sushi with me." Chae-hyun swallowed his bitter resentment, cursing under his breath. Even at death's door, that guy was still mocking him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up stating the gear was soulbound and unusable. Disappointed, Kangwoo realized he couldn't use it. Had Susanoo crossed over to Earth while the Gaia system was weakening? If a mere avatar was already this incredibly powerful, how on earth could Kangwoo fight back when he eventually faced a real god in the flesh? Demonic soul, the second condition to become a demon god. Seeing this notification made Kangwoo wonder if ascending to godhood meant he had to go to war against actual gods. How terrifying, Kangwoo muttered before deciding to head back. Turning to the two standing nearby, he told them to handle the cleanup. "Oh my," a dignified elder pondered, speaking aloud that what the young man had shown before was clearly not the full extent of his true power. That incredible strength was not just raw talent, but the result of relentless effort and hard-earned experience. The kid was truly a remarkable genius. "If you want, I can arrange a marriage for you," the father offered. But his daughter quickly snapped back. "No way, I'm going back to China today." Confused, the father asked why she was leaving so soon. She replied she wanted to train harder, determined to make up for his lack of martial arts talent. Besides, trying to squeeze in between them right now seemed completely impossible. Just then, an incredibly annoyed voice echoed loudly, "Hey, Kangwoo! Where do you think you're going?" she demanded. Amidst everyone's frustration, he casually shrugged and replied, "Just gonna wrap up some loose ends." His teammates couldn't help but yell back, demanding he at least let them know where he was going before running off. Cha Yeonju screamed, "And you knew Domon was a member of the demonic cult from the very start, didn't you? Why didn't you tell us?" "I only figured it out once we got down to that basement," Kangwoo explained. "And he wasn't even demonic cult. Besides, everything turned out fine in the end." Turned out fine? The outcome does not matter at all. It seemed Cha Yeonju's absolute fury only intensified after hearing Kangwoo's incredibly casual excuse. Seola quickly tried to de-escalate, telling everyone to calm down since Kangwoo said everything was taken care of. "We were just so worried something bad happened to you." Kangwoo looked at Seo, sweating as he realized one wrong word now would mean instant death. Realizing his danger, Kangwoo suddenly lunged forward and pulled Seola into a tight hug, whispering sweetly, "Babe, I'm finally back." Poor Echidna ended up squished right between them, but the two completely ignored her and continued hugging. "Right now, I just want to go home and eat your delicious kimchi stew. Hey honey, you're going to pack it with tons of meat and sausage, right?" "Yes, I will throw in some ramen noodles too. Let's go home." Watching them, Cha Yeonju fumed, cursing Kangwoo for blatantly changing the subject. Echidna wheezed, "Seol Kangwoo, I can't breathe." Meanwhile, Kangwoo was deeply puzzled. Why on earth did Ju-hee help him? He had not cast any spell or ability on her, nor had he ever threatened her. It made absolutely no sense. When he rescued her, she claimed she was already awake. There was no way he would have missed that. Could she have held a personal grudge against Domon? "Hey, I like kimchi stew too, but since we are already in Japan, why not grab some sushi first?" Cha Yeonju pinched Kangwoo's cheek, yelling that she knew an amazing spot. "Ouch! Let go." The others burst into laughter, having never seen her act this way. "Shut up and just follow me." Meanwhile, Saintess Ju-hee watched from a distance. Her bodyguard asked, "Shall I take you back to the mansion now?" "Yes, thank you. Let's head back." Ju-hee looked down sadly. Even though she could only watch him from afar for now, while Kangwoo cried out, "Get off me!" She vowed she would find him very soon, her beloved Demon King. A week later, arriving at a bright, peaceful apartment complex, they cheered. "We're finally home!" Exhausted and flat-out tired, Cha Yunju sighed. "I need to rest first." "Please be careful, Cha Yunju." That exhausting journey through Japan clearly took a major toll on her, but honestly, anyone would be wiped out after that. Everyone is deeply worried about her since she had to rush all across Japan in just 1 week. By now, everyone already knew that Chanmujin and Kangwoo had taken in Doma, a demonic cult member. But whether he was part of the demonic cult or not, Japan had still lost a beloved national hero. Because of that, all of their intense hatred was now being directed straight toward China and South Korea. Normally, Kangwoo should have been the one out there, especially since he was the actual target at the center of it all. While Cha Yunju was furious and ready to tear their enemies apart, her deep concern for Kangwoo made her step up to shield him, taking all that bitter hatred in his place. Once she makes up her mind, she is determined to help until the very end. The others then urge Kangwoo to head inside too. He tells them to go ahead, explaining he has some errands first. Hearing this, a playful echidna pipes up and asks where Kangwoo is going. She begs to go with him, and he agrees, mentioning he wants a quiet spot. A quiet spot? She wonders what that means. She asks what he plans to do there, but Kangwoo simply replies that he wants to craft some new gear. The sky above is beautifully clear and peaceful, which is a massive contrast to the dark, stressful battles they usually fight. Skipping lightly over the green grass, Echidna and Kangwoo make their way to their destination. He figures this quiet place is the perfect spot to finally test out his new skill. His sixth transcendent skill, the demonic art of creation, allows him to craft unique gear that absorbs external power to forge and strengthen itself. The more raw power he funnels into the crafting process, the stronger the final equipment becomes. However, in order to craft gear at a legendary rank or higher, he needs to supply materials of that exact same caliber. Only one piece of gear can exist under the demonic art of creation. Crafting another automatically destroys the previous one. This means the weapon becomes insanely powerful the more demonic energy he pumps in. He realizes that the Spear of Gungnir he used in his last battle was strictly limited to holding 4 authorities at once. Using multiple authorities at the same time requires an absolute mountain of demonic energy, which increases exponentially. For example, casting 2 authorities takes 4 times the demonic energy, but trying to unleash 4 at once demands 16 times the amount. But since he is not currently fighting, if he simply activates them, he should be able to run 5 at once. Echidna then asks if he needs her help with anything. He asks her to make sure no monsters or wandering players interrupt him, as he needs to maintain absolute concentration. The little dragon girl happily agrees, offering to cast a defensive barrier around the entire area. Satisfied, Kangwoo decides it is finally time to practice. He decides to start with something familiar, activating the demonic art of creation as a massive surge of dark energy erupts. With an effortlessly cool stance, Kangwoo opens up the pathway of creation, ready to forge some top-tier legendary equipment. But without the proper matching materials on hand, the final rank of the weapon is automatically capped at the legendary level. He channels the authority of the Black Spear, the authority of Fire, and the authority of Sky Splitter, completely focused as the weapon takes shape. He feels disappointed, realizing it does not match using the powers directly. Still, the spear successfully holds the raw powers he infused into it during crafting. Suddenly, tiny cracks begin to spread across its surface. Boom! A massive explosion rings out, leaving him shocked as the weapon retains only 20% of its original force. Thankfully, his sheer physical strength can easily make up for the rest, so it is still highly viable. Echidna runs up, asking if he has decided on his gear. He admits he is still unsure, wondering if he should go with a main weapon similar to Sihun. But limiting himself to just one weapon would prevent him from combining different styles for highly versatile attacks. Echidna curiously asks if he can just craft a shape-shifting weapon. A shape-shifting weapon? The concept prompts Kangwoo and Seola to run a quick test together. He warns her before starting, and she responds with Grace of Light. After unleashing Kraken Fury, his demonic energy stat reaches 116. Now, he sacrifices the Eye of Susanoo for the demonic art of creation, consuming 10 legendary-grade equipment materials in the process. He combines the authority of Tempest with his previous powers. Indeed, if his weapon can freely alter its shape, he will be able to launch a flurry of diverse attacks at once. To make that happen, he adds one final element, the authority of mutation. With 5 authorities confirmed, the system processes the request. The legendary weapon is set to form in just 10 seconds. 10 seconds is all he has to hold out. But he cannot help but wonder if legendary is truly the absolute limit. A legendary-grade weapon is already incredibly rare, boasting enough power to summon ancient deities. While legendary gear is undeniably formidable, Even fusing several of them together might not be enough to tear open dimensional cracks like the weapons wielded by the princes of hell. If that is the case, this simply won't do. He needs something far greater, activating his evolved authority of veracity. A mythic-grade item is being forged. Seola screams out in panic as a blinding, terrifying pillar of light erupts and slowly begins to fade. The three of them stare in awe. Is this really a mythic-grade weapon? He has successfully crafted the key of the demonic sea. Reaching the peak of demonic creation, his demonic energy stat increases by 2. The system tells him he can no longer use demonic manufacture, but that is fine. He knows the power was always meant to forge this very weapon. With the imprinting complete, the weapon's info pops up. Name, the Deep Sea Lock. Grade, Mythic. It is a growth-type item, meaning it will become stronger under specific conditions. It comes with insane stats, invincibility, and transformation. Kangwoo cannot help but wonder if a growth type is really this broken. First, there is the invincibility effect. No physical blows, magic spells, or spiritual attacks can ever scratch this legendary gear. Next up is transformation, allowing the item to instantly shapeshift into any weapon he has registered as a skill. And the best part is, he can harness 34% of the original weapon's true power. Eager to test the skill, Kangwoo commands a transformation. Raising a massive spear, he is amazed that its aura matches the mighty Gaebolg he forged before. Shifting to the demonic sword, he realizes the transformation is incredibly fast, matching his own devil crystal speeds. Finally, he attempts to transform it into Gungnir. Unfortunately, the weapon currently limits him to gear, utilizing only 4 of his authorities. So, Gungnir is out of reach for now. It looks like this mythical gear still has a long way to go. He cannot wait to see what happens once it fully awakens. Just then, Seola rushes over, eagerly asking if his weapon crafting was a success. He tells her that it is not just a simple weapon, but something that can change shape on a whim. Condensing it into a simple ring, he decides this is the most convenient form to carry around. Time to head home. A week later, back at the shared house, his level cap flashes and he sighs. Annoyed by the persistent cap, he admits he hoped the Deep Sea Lock would help break his limits. He spent days combining different authorities, but in the end, it was nothing but a total waste of time. To weaken the 10,000 Demon Seal, he must level up quickly and acquire another broken skill, just like demonic manufacture. He has been grinding all week, desperate to break past this annoying barrier. He wonders if he should ditch leveling and find other ways to grow. That is when he remembers Yeonju mentioning traces of the demonic cult in Russia. He briefly considers letting them summon a few demons for him to hunt and absorb, but he immediately shakes the idea off. Tracking down a cult in a massive country like that is practically impossible. This annoying level limit is keeping him up at night and ruining his appetite. Maybe a hot bowl of Seola's kimchi soup would help, but a sudden shudder of fear hits him. Seola notices and asks what is wrong, but he quickly blames it on his eyes playing tricks. Staring at the octopus, he nearly mistakes Seola's delicious soup for horrifying, writhing tentacles. He instantly offers a very sincere, silent apology to Lilith. Wondering where Seola went, he notices piles of suitcases. It turns out she headed to an A-rank gate in Incheon with Taesu, Sihun, and Yunbi. Yeji chimes in, explaining that Yeonju actually brought over all these heavy suitcases and octopuses yesterday. He wonders why Yeonju did that. Apparently, Seola saw her hauling heavy boxes last night and learned that Yeonju had sent him rare items along with 300 million won. Yeonju was incredibly eager to apologize after their recent incident, which explains why she personally delivered all these valuable goods. She even left a message saying he can call her any time, promising to support Kangwoo with everything she has. They wonder if she actually has feelings for him. He is incredibly lucky to have even a princess head over heels. Realizing she should be happy for him, Seola tries to hide her dark expression. Meanwhile, Kangwoo hears about the massive delivery and is completely stunned. 300 million won is a lot. Saving her was a good deed, but this feels like pulling someone from a pool and getting a mansion. And why the octopuses? Even Seola is completely baffled. Just then, breaking news reveals that world-class player Alex, the Sword of Justice, has just landed in Korea. Alex announced his visit specifically to meet Sihun, who recently gained fame after his heroic actions during the Isu Station incident. Yeji whines, asking if she can finally watch the TV shows she actually likes. Ignoring her, he focuses entirely on the news. He wonders why this guy is so interested in Sihun, deciding to look up his background. Known as the Sword of Justice, Alex is a 27-year-old British powerhouse. He is a transcendent, world-class hero, famous for always defending the weak. Following the Isu Station incident, Alex revealed that he has also been battling the same demonic cult for several years. Just last month, when the cult began making moves in Europe, he intercepted them and completely crushed their plans. Incredibly, There were absolutely zero casualties in that clash. To both allies and enemies alike, Alex is regarded as a saint who is always willing to help. He figures that a guy like Alex would get along easily with Sehun. Shivering at the thought of the two becoming best buddies, he asks Yeji to confirm if Seola and the rest of the team indeed went to the A-rank gate in Incheon. She nods, asking where he is off to. He grumbles about hunting down a blonde guy, prompting her to eagerly join in. Sometime later, at a fancy downtown cafe, someone spots him and yells his name. He asks why they are not hunting, but they laugh and explain they could not miss the chance to meet up with him. They had no plans to hunt today. When asked if this was about Alex, Tae-soo was surprised to hear they already knew about him. Some players entered the dungeon and recognized Sehun, which is how they found out. But what was up with his expression? It was absolutely disgusting. Is something wrong? No. He was just caught completely off guard that the Sword of Justice would actually show up here in person. Was he really that excited? Absolutely. The guy was the Sword of Justice, the ultimate protector of the weak, and incredibly cool. Sword of Justice? Honestly, that sounded pretty lame. By the way, had he leveled up yet? Actually, yes, he just hit level 60. Say what? Was his level cap finally unlocked? Apparently, Sehun faced no restrictions at all, while the others were still stuck with their level limits. This was a total cheat code, Kangwoo grumbled, feeling extremely annoyed inside. To make things worse, before she could even cast her magic, he wiped out all the monsters. Now she was still stuck at level 50 while he cruised right past his cap. While others were struggling under strict level limits, he had zero restrictions. What a ridiculously annoying prodigy. So what should they do now? Should they head to Incheon Airport to pick up Alex? No need, because he was already here. Wait, what? The gate slowly opened, letting light flood in. Ah, is that the Sword of Justice? Oh, haha, great to meet you. You must be Dragon Blade Sehun, right? Sehun was absolutely thrilled. Yes, that's right, I'm Kim Sehun. Meanwhile, Kangwoo smirked, thinking a world-class player really was on another level. Every step he took was incredibly firm, and he radiated a powerful, majestic aura. Plus, his level of magic control was insane. No one could tell if that was his true power yet, or if he was still holding back some crazy strength. But one thing was certain. Alex introduced himself, and Sehun was the first to react, jumping up to shake hands, calling it an honor to meet Korea's great hero. Tae-soo was completely caught off guard by his dramatic words and had to ask, "An honor?" Sehun instantly doubled down, declaring, "Way more than just an honor." Kangwoo watched this, feeling totally left out. Seeing Sehun shamelessly brown-nosing like that made him want to punch something. Why did Sehun never give him a heads up about these situations? Kangwoo spoke up and asked Alex what a world-class player was doing there. Alex glanced over in the direction of the voice and bluntly asked, "Who are you?" Sehun warmly introduced him as Kangwoo, saying he was like an older brother. Alex smiled, asking if this was that brotherhood the newspapers kept writing about. He then glanced at the female team members and asked if these beautiful ladies were also part of the Dragonblade squad. He asked if they could introduce themselves, but Kangwoo grit his teeth and cut him off, telling him to just explain why he was here to see Sehun. Despite the hostile attitude, Alex kept smiling and sheepishly admitted he really just wanted to build a good relationship with them. He understood why they were so guarded, especially since he had not actually shared his real purpose with them yet. It was highly unusual for Kangwoo to be this openly annoyed, so Sehun curiously asked him what was wrong. Kangwoo pouted and muttered that the guy kept taking subtle jabs at him. Then, Alex turned serious and told Sehun he had some questions. Did Sehun know anything about the existence of Guardians? The question made Kangwoo's team flinch, as Kangwoo actually did have some information on this. The Guardians were specifically chosen by the system to protect the entire world. They were chosen to make up for the damage caused to the Gaia system. Sehun hesitantly asked Alex if he was also one of them. Alex readily admitted that he was indeed one of the Guardians. This gave Kangwoo another clue, revealing there was more than just one. Even with this, he still could not afford to let his guard down. Setting aside how Alex knew Sehun was a Guardian, Kangwoo asked if he wanted them to join forces to protect the world under that title. Alex confirmed that was pretty much it. He wanted to bring Sehun into the Guard. Kangwoo questioned him, asking what the Guard was. Alex sheepishly explained that while they were not well known yet, he guaranteed the Guard would eventually become the ultimate hope for all of humanity. And if he joined them, he would never have to experience that old despair again. This statement hit Kangwoo right where it hurt. Alex continued, saying he clearly saw those emotions in the fight video on the ISU channel. He understood the fear, helplessness, and deep sadness they felt. After all, those terrifying monsters were actually nothing more than innocent, ordinary citizens. He clenched his fist, pointing out that if Sehun became stronger, he could save those people too. Looking straight into his eyes, Alex explained that if they became strong enough to capture those monsters without hurting them, they could keep them safe until a cure was found. Kangwoo questioned him, asking how it was even possible to be strong enough to capture them harmlessly. Alex proudly revealed that their guard had a specific method to train and awaken a guardian's true power. That training was how he grew so strong, allowing him to stand alone against the British demon cult. Remembering those evil fanatics, Kangwoo found himself starting to agree. Well, that actually made sense. If a world-class ranker could take on the entire demon cult alone, there would be no reason to ask Korean players for help in the first place. Glancing at Sehun, he figured it would benefit him if the kid grew stronger. Alex kept pressing, telling Sehun they desperately needed a guardian like him. "We can save everyone from despair. Will you join us?" Sehun swallows hard, his nerves getting the better of him. Finally, he stands up and answers, "I will." But moments later, we see Alex leaving the bar looking completely dejected, sighing and complaining. He complains that he never expected such a flat-out rejection, completely unaware of the dark shadow tailing him from behind. Alex naively tells himself he can still win the boy over, while Kangwoo, stalking close behind, mutters under his breath about what a total fool he is. Just moments ago, when he asked Sehun if he would join their cause, Kangwoo immediately cast his manipulative skill directly on the boy. The second Sehun tried to say he would join the Guardians, his mind was hijacked, planting deep seeds of doubt in his heart. Why are you so determined to join them? Do you honestly believe they can rescue everyone from this cruel world? Isn't Alex just setting you up? Before Sehun could even finish his thought, Kangwoo had him completely under his absolute control. A system notification pops up, confirming that the manipulation power was successfully activated on the target, which is why the next moment we see Sehun suddenly slumping down, bowing his head, and apologetically saying he just cannot make such a major decision right now. Alex, feeling disappointed, backs off and gently reassures Sehun that it is totally fine. He promises to stay in Korea anyway, so the boy can reach out anytime. Watching this, Kangwoo lets out a sigh of relief, glad he planned ahead. Sehun tag teaming with Alex is fine, but they cannot let that righteous knight's naive faith corrupt the kid's mind. After all, Alex is a holy sword determined to save everyone. For Sehun to survive this world, keeping his hands clean is impossible, meaning Kangwoo must keep these two far apart from each other. Suddenly, Alex barks out, demanding to know who's there. Kangwoo freezes, wondering if he just got busted. But out from a dark corner, a masked figure leaps right past Kangwoo, ready to risk it all. Clearly a cultist, the attacker lunges forward with a deadly fist, screaming for Alex to die. The assassin's hand mutates into razor-sharp claws dripping with dark magic, but Alex is not going down without a fight. He unsheathes his blade in a flash, sparks flying everywhere as metal clashes violently against claws. The cultist rages, shouting that he will pay for ruining their plans. Surprised, Alex wonders aloud if they have actually stalked him all the way from England. Alex unleashes another heavy slash, telling him to give up, but the cultist snorts, swearing to teach the knight a lesson this time. The sheer speed of their exchange is insane. Within mere seconds, they trade over 100 fierce blows. Kangwoo has absolutely zero interest in stepping in, but a specific word catches his attention. This time, he figures this masked guy is likely a cultist from Europe whom Alex defeated a month ago. Watching the blonde knight swing his sword, it is obvious this is not the first time he has been ambushed like this. The gap in their skill is clear. Judging by the wounds on the attacker, this fight is going to wrap up very soon. Kangwoo clicks his tongue at the massive power gap, wondering if it is because Alex is a guardian. Sure enough, the cultist collapses, coughing on the ground with a sword at his throat. The villain tells him to just get it over with, leaving Kangwoo to sigh at how incredibly boring the climax is. But surprisingly, Alex refuses to strike, claiming all human life is precious, even his enemies. Kangwoo is completely stunned, wondering what kind of nauseating garbage this fool is spewing. Alex doubles down on the cringe, launching into a cheesy lecture about redemptive paths and starting over. He tells him to leave the cult, repent for his sins, and start fresh. Even the assassin looks sick, asking how he can say such disgusting things again. Watching from the sidelines, Kangwoo slumps in disbelief, wondering if this guy is actually serious. Is that seriously why he keeps letting these cultists walk away? It is honestly hard to believe. Warning, a literal mass murderer is the ultimate rookie mistake. Right on cue, the cultist secretly pulls out a smoke bomb and drops it to make his grand escape. While Kangwoo internally curses him out, Alex is still rambling on about repentance and turning over a new leaf. Before disappearing, the cultist drops the most cliché line ever, swearing he will avenge this humiliation next time. Blinded by the thick white smoke, Alex shouts for him to halt, but the villain is already booking it down the street. As if anyone would actually stop. Unfortunately, the escaping cultist heads straight toward a random girl walking by. Alex screams a warning, but it is already too late. Showing zero regard for human life, the cultist violently blasts the poor girl out of his way, dusting himself off while grumbling about his bad luck. With that, the cultist leaps away into the night, leaving behind one final threat. The Holy Knight abandons the chase to rush over to the innocent bystander. Sadly, because of that brutal, merciless blow, she has already passed away on the spot. Alex stares down at her in absolute disbelief. Cradling her lifeless body, he lets out an agonizing scream, wondering how this could possibly happen. How did things end up like this? Suddenly, a cold, furious voice cuts through his grief from behind, demanding to know what kind of stupidity he just pulled. Alex turns to see Kangwoo standing there. Kangwoo asks in a chilling voice why he did not just eliminate the cultist when he had the chance. If he had put the monster down, this girl would still be alive. This tragedy is entirely his fault, and his naivety is what killed her. Alex tries to explain that every human life is precious. Even if the guy is a cultist, he is still a human being. Because of that, there is no way he can bring himself to kill him. Kangwoo is so angry, his head is literally spinning. Because of your rotten beliefs, an innocent person just lost their life. How dare you spit out such garbage? Alex asks in utter shock. Wait, what are you talking about? Who lost their life? Kangwoo thinks this guy is totally out of his mind. What? He opens his eyes to double-check. The girl in Alex's arms is slowly dissolving into a strange golden light. Alex calmly speaks up. I let the cultist escape, but no one got hurt. In the end, only a pile of tattered clothes remains in Alex's hands. He smiles. See? There is actually no one here. Kangwoo grins widely. You and I are looking at a shocking secret about the Guardian that nobody else knows. Kangwoo knew this guy was weird, but he never expected him to be this insane. Meanwhile, Alex blames himself for letting that cultist escape. How shameful, Kangwoo calls out to him. Hey, let me ask you something. Alex looks up. Sure, go ahead. Kangwoo looks him dead in the eye. So, you do not plan on letting Si-hun go, right? Alex dusts himself off and stands up. Naturally. After all, there are not many guardians around. I get that you see Si-hun as family, but this is vital for global relations and humanity. Hearing this, Kangwoo almost bursts out laughing. Acting completely nonchalant, Alex continues. Si-hun needs to keep growing. He is destined to save countless lives in the future. With that, he waves goodbye. I am heading out now. Walking away, he adds. Kangwoo, try to convince Si-hun for me, will you? Alex's words linger in Kangwoo's mind. Destined to save countless lives? He scoffs with a cold sneer. What absolute garbage. He just wants to turn Si-hun into his copycat clone. This is giving Kangwoo a major headache. He could easily use force to make Si-hun refuse, but as long as Si-hun deeply respects Alex, he cannot just force them apart. Wait, no. This actually might be a brilliant opportunity. Kangwoo smirks. He said he needs him to keep growing, right? His eyes unconsciously glow a deep crimson. Yes, he is absolutely right about that. Demonic energy begins leaking from Kangwoo's body. I should help him along with that. Help him break his precious faith much faster. Now, let's take a look at Alex. He is resting in his room, deeply unsettled as he recalls Kangwoo's harsh words from this morning. Why did you not kill that cultist? If you did, that poor woman would still be alive. Alex laughs bitterly. I suppose it is a bit hard for him to grasp. He is not a guardian, so how could he ever understand the sacred vow to save everyone? With that thought in mind, Alex decides to easily forgive Kangwoo's harsh words, but he will understand soon enough. I will keep trying to guide him. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek slices through the quiet night. Alex snaps to attention, looking around wildly. Was that a woman screaming? Where did it come from? Desperate cries echo from right outside the window. Please, somebody help me! Pinpointing the sound to the rooftop, Alex instantly rushes upstairs to investigate the situation. A white figure leaps over the railing. Alex lands heavily on the roof, yelling, Freeze, right there! He silently prays he is not too late. Standing right there is a demonic cultist. Alex raises his guard. Who are you? The cultist seems to have been waiting for him. As expected of the Sword of Justice, you are fast. He grins widely, acting like an old friend, meeting again after just a few hours. Aren't you excited? Wipe that frown off your face, Alex glares. Cut the crap. Where is the woman who screamed? The cultist slowly lifts his mask. Oh, you mean her? Suddenly he tilts his head back, completely changes his voice, and screams, Help! Somebody save me, please! The noble Sword of Justice is trying to murder me. Alex finally realizes. You tricked me. The cultist chuckles. Well, they do say only fools fall for cheap tricks. By the way, I actually have a question for you. Alex stares coldly. What is it? Alex glares at him in silence. The cultist speaks with chilling clarity. I distinctly remember murdering a woman while I was escaping. This drags up Alex's most painful memories of sheer helplessness. The cultist grins, mocking him. Even though I took a life, you still will not kill me, right? The cultist's mockery makes Alex grit his teeth in absolute fury, yet he still desperately tries to deny the truth. I have no idea what you are talking about. There were only the two of us in that alley. The cultist practically bursts out laughing. Look at this, a hypocrite calling himself the sword of justice who lets innocents die. What kind of sick world calls this bastard a hero? Overcome with rage, Alex draws his sword. If what you say is true, then I will make you spend your life atoning. The cultist grins in amusement. So even now you still cannot bring yourself to kill me? Is sparing my life truly that important to you? Alex grips his sword tightly, pointing the gleaming blade straight at the cultist. A monster like you will never understand the noble weight of saving lives. Radiant divine energy erupts from Alex, a massive golden crest shining brightly behind him. The cultist sneers in challenge. Faith, don't make me laugh. Just bring it. Alex stomps the ground hard, launching himself forward with weapon drawn. Forced into a corner, Alex unleashes a series of ferocious attacks without holding back. But knowing Alex will never deliver a fatal blow, the cultist keeps a smug smirk on his face. As the blade comes down, he easily dodges. Alex silently curses in absolute frustration as the cultist stubbornly refuses to dodge his strike. Frustrated, Alex screams aloud, calling it a foolish move, especially since he had intentionally changed his sword's path. With a smug sneer, the cultist mocks him, saying he saw it coming, before delivering a vicious gut punch and calling Alex the real idiot. Blown backward by the sheer force of the impact, Alex barely recovers before a blinding light erupts before him. Is that fire? Showing absolutely no mercy, the demon cultist hurls scorching fireballs directly at Alex, triggering a massive, deafening explosion. Fortunately, Alex's quick reflexes save him from the direct hit, but he still suffers severe injuries as he desperately shields his face in confusion. He wonders when the cultist gained such fiery powers, convinced this is the exact same guy he crossed paths with earlier today. But suddenly, the cultist tears through the flames, lunging right at Alex with a massive hammer, sending him into a complete panic. Stunned by how insanely strong the enemy got in just one single day, Alex raises his sword, desperately trying to redirect the massive weapon to the side. Unfortunately, things do not go according to his plan at all, leaving him completely wide-eyed in disbelief. Instead of blocking Alex's incoming blade, the cultist actually puts his weapon away, forcing a frustrated Alex to grit his teeth. Forced to change his trajectory, Alex can only watch helplessly as his sword merely grazes the edge of the cultist's dark cloak. Raising his massive fist, the cultist mockingly asks what he is doing, before delivering a brutal, crushing uppercut directly to Alex's jaw, sending him dragging miserably across the dirt. Clutching his face in agony, Alex realizes this monster is far too powerful, acting like a totally different person, when a sudden realization hits him. A completely different person? Alex knows there's only one forbidden method for someone to gain such sudden, overwhelming power in the cult. Sitting up while clutching his bruised face, Alex glares and demands to know if the bastard has become a demon, noticing a strange change in him tonight. Beneath the mask, the cultist's eyes glow a menacing crimson, but Alex keeps pushing forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that forces him back. Alex yells for the demon to surrender as he presses the attack, forcing the cultist to desperately raise his arms to protect his head from the onslaught. The cultist realizes that despite calling him a demon, Alex is only trying to capture him, not kill him. Glaring back at the man, the cultist decides this soft-hearted bastard is completely unfit to be a guardian. Rewinding to earlier that afternoon, the chase did not simply end when the cultist fled, as he managed to slip into an abandoned warehouse, panting heavily. Thinking he is finally safe after running so far, the cultist is shocked when the wall shatters, prompting him to desperately beg for mercy. He begs for a break to recover, but to save his pride, he struggles but the cultist freezes when he sees who actually arrived, as Kangwoo emerges from the settling dust, coughing and complaining about the mess. Kangwoo wonders aloud why anyone would hide in such a filthy place, while the cultist quickly assumes he must be a guardian. Remaining completely silent, Kangwoo slowly approaches the terrified cultist and asks if he is familiar with the guardians. Expressing his delight at having some questions, Kangwoo smiles warmly, even as the cultist stubbornly scoffs, asking if he really thinks he will talk. Expecting nothing less, Kangwoo activates his transformation skill, using the mysterious ring on his finger. Kangwoo's ordinary hand morphs into a monstrous, giant red claw, as he casually explains that he will just have to force the answers out. Using explosive godlike speed to close the distance, Kangwoo delivers a single transformed punch that instantly leaves the cultist begging for his life. Coughing up blood, the cultist smiles and raises his sharp claws to counterattack, smugly thinking that despite Kangwoo's impressive speed, the guy is still a total fool. Believing he can easily kill anyone within arm's reach, the cultist suddenly freezes as his demonic claws completely vanish into thin air. Confused about his disappearing demonic energy, the cultist realizes that Kangwoo's transformed hand is actually absorbing every single drop of his power. Panicking as his strength fades, the cultist screams in absolute agony and collapses, while Kangwoo calmly asks his question one more time. Refusing to back down despite the torment, the stubborn cultist coldly snorts, telling Kangwoo to stop playing around with his tricks. Before he can even finish declaring that he won't open his mouth, Kangwoo silences him with another devastating punch, calmly nodding with a dangerous, terrifying smile. Kangwoo attempts to use his enslavement power, but the system immediately warns him that the target's soul is actively resisting the command. Kangwoo clicks his tongue in annoyance, disappointed that his attempt to make things easy has failed. Wasting no more time, Kangwoo violently shoves his hand down the cultist's throat, unleashing the endless, scorching heat of his absolute hellfire power. Screaming in agony as the heat wave cooks his insides, the cultist rolls his eyes back before Kangwoo pulls his hand free, taking a few teeth with him. As the broken cultist collapses onto the ground, Kangwoo casually shakes the blood off his hand, asking if he is finally ready to cooperate now. Kangwoo offers to repeat the process, but the completely broken cultist bursts into tears and desperately begs for mercy. Terrified, the cultist promises to reveal everything, satisfying Kangwoo, who sits down and orders him to disclose all information about the Guardians. Confused, the cultist wonders why he asks since he is a Guardian, prompting Kangwoo to summon his terrifying hellfire once again. Asking if he wants another round, the crying cultist immediately panics and quickly begins spilling everything he knows regarding the powerful Guardians. They are a small group known as the Guardians, with at most 10 members. Leading them is a woman who possesses a special ability to locate other Guardians. That was all he knew. Kangwoo nodded, realizing her tracking skill was how she kept finding Si-hoon. With that ability, she could easily hunt down Si-hoon over and over again. Kangwoo pressed further, asking about the other Guardian's abilities. The cultist shook his head, admitting he knew nothing about anyone besides Alex. Desperate, the cultist begged to be spared. Kangwoo nodded in agreement, saying yes, but then a dark smirk spread across his face. A real deal only works when both sides trade something of value. I can spare you, but what else do you have for me? That was when the cultist realized he had been played. Kangwoo pressured him again, threatening to end him if he had nothing else. Terrified, the cultist screamed out, "Wait! I will tell you everything." The cultist began whispering a flood of secrets, growing more frantic with every word. Kangwoo's tense expression gradually relaxed into a calm smile. Finally, the cultist asked cautiously if all that information was enough to satisfy him. Hoping for mercy, the cultist asked if he would finally be set free. Kangwoo stood up and coldly questioned why he would ever do that. "You have no more information left to offer me." The cultist stared in shock, completely lost, as Kangwoo politely thanked him for the help. Utterly defeated, the cultist realized he had been set up from the start. All he could do was watch as Kangwoo prepared to finish him off. He cursed him as a demon. Soon, the abandoned warehouse was engulfed in a blazing inferno, with a dark figure walking out of the flames. Holding the cultist's mask, Kangwoo smiled. He had exactly what he wanted. It was showtime. This time, he disguised himself as an authentic member of the demon cult. Back in the present, Alex and a disguised Kangwoo were clashing on a rooftop. Kangwoo knew his plan was working flawlessly thanks to that interrogation, having figured out exactly what kind of person his opponent was. Suddenly, Kangwoo raised his hands in surrender, calling for a timeout. But the moment Alex dropped his guard, Kangwoo disarmed him with a heavy blow. Calling the fight utterly boring and annoying, Kangwoo quickly overpowered Alex and grabbed him tightly by the throat. Gasping for air, Alex struggled helplessly in his grip, begging to be let go. Kangwoo just scoffed at his pathetic state. He wondered if the world rankings were actually reserved for the absolute dumbest people on Earth. It seemed Mu Chin was the only normal world ranker left. Shaking off his annoyance, Kangwoo began questioning Alex. "You probably have some grand reason for refusing to kill. Let me guess, a tragic backstory that would make a great movie, right? But so what?" What Kangwoo said next absolutely shattered Alex's remaining composure. "Do you honestly think the world disappears when you close your eyes, or that reality resets when you look away? You are just using your powers to pretend none of this happened, like the innocent body you disposed of today." Shaking to his very soul, Alex desperately screamed at him to shut up. Kangwoo chuckled, mocking him for finally showing some real emotion. It was time for a quick reality check. "Everything you do is entirely self-serving, driven purely by your own selfish desires." Hearing this, Alex's eyes widened in utter shock. "You! What do you even know?" Before he could finish, Kangwoo tightened his grip on his neck, ending the chat. It was time to clear the stage for the main character. Just as a confused, Alex wondered what that meant. A massive explosion shattered the nearby wall. Sihun burst in with his sword raised like a savior, asking Alex if he was okay before demanding to know who this masked intruder was. Kangwoo quietly reminded himself to mask his voice. Then, he dramatically declared that he was death and the apocalypse itself. He claimed to be the father of all wrath and fury. With his red eyes glowing menacingly, he announced his name as Satan. Sihun questioned the masked figure, asking if Satan meant he was a demon. Kangwoo kept using his distorted voice to respond. What if I am? Does it even matter? With those words, he went right back to choking the helpless Alex. Sihun screamed at him to stop. Kangwoo just laughed, mockingly asking if he was actually going to try and stop him. Is this guy really that important to you? Sihun gripped his sword tightly, shooting back that saving someone requires no reason. His mind flashed back to the urgent phone call from Kangwoo, who had warned him that Alex was being targeted by the cult. He was told to get there immediately as things were bad. Sihun had frantically asked if Kangwoo was all right. Kangwoo had gasped in pain over the line, urging him to hurry and not worry about his safety. The call had ended with Sihun calling out his name. Since Kangwoo was fighting his own battle, he was completely on his own. Now, he had to face the monster who easily defeated Alex, a task he knew was practically impossible. Alex was completely out of commission, barely able to whisper Sihun's name from the ground. Taking a deep breath, Sihun knew he had to block this demon at all costs. He immediately unleashed a lethal wave of energy, executing his signature Blue Dragon sword art. Unfortunately, his ultimate move was effortlessly blocked by the fake cultist. Mocked for being disappointing and weak, Sihun felt his blood boil, furiously questioning if he was truly that helpless. He knew his own limits, but he refused to back down, charging ahead with his usual relentless attacks. But mid-swing of his Blue Dragon strike, Kangwoo brutally shut him down with a direct kick. Sihun takes a heavy blow and crashes down, as Kangwoo's overwhelming demonic energy floods the surrounding air. Kangwoo's eyes flash with absolute disdain. He completely scoffs at the incoming attacks, wondering why the boy doesn't realize the massive power gap between them. Why are you being so incredibly reckless? As Sihun's sword slashes down, Kangwoo easily leaps back to a safe distance, reminding him that Alex is a complete stranger. Sihun angrily roars, asking if risking one's life for a stranger is really so strange. Wearing a mocking smirk, Kangwoo easily blocks the relentless storm of strikes, declaring it is not just strange, but absolute stupidity. Yet deep down, Kangwoo is secretly impressed and thrilled by the boy's growth. Despite Kangwoo's intense mockery, Sihun refuses to back down and fiercely charges forward. Kangwoo simply summons his dark demonic energy to form a barrier, shutting down the strike. Looking at his movements, Kangwoo's combat instincts tell him that Sihun's battle potential is already light years ahead of Alex's. Sihun quickly identifies and repeatedly targets 4 of Kangwoo's weak spots. His execution is flawless, unleashing deadly sword strikes without a shred of hesitation. Instead of fighting honorably, Sihun throws in a sudden, underhanded strike that successfully grazes and shatters a piece of Kangwoo's mask. This sneaky attack actually scratches him, though Sihun would still easily lose in a direct clash against Alex right now. Stomping his foot, Kangwoo braces himself. The sheer gap in their raw stats is massive, and Sihun's next attack is stopped cold by dense demonic power. The dark energy takes the shape of massive, terrifying claws, lunging straight at Sihun. A level 60 rookie simply cannot touch a level 100 powerhouse, especially when the stat difference is this ridiculously massive. The deadly claws collide and tear through the air, but Sihun suddenly vanishes from sight. In a flash, he materializes behind Kangwoo's back, proving his potential to grow even stronger. Without even turning his head, Kangwoo easily evades the lethal strike from behind. However, Sihun immediately slips past, appearing right in front of him again. Sihun is blessed with godlike talent and physical power, backed by an unbreakable elite martial arts spirit. Sihun's sharp sword energy fills the air like a net trapping Kangwoo. Trained by the great sword emperor Mujin, he only needs one final push. Kangwoo effortlessly deflects the raining energy blades. What the boy lacks is clear. Suddenly, Sihun rushes forward, launching a desperate head-on sword strike. To his horror, Kangwoo casually reaches out with his bare hands. That villainous palm slams onto Sihun's face, completely pinning him down. And Kangwoo is ready to give him exactly what he needs. Demonic energy erupts from his palm, violently blasting Sihun backward. With zero restraint, this brutal hit makes Sihun spit out a mouthful of blood. Kangwoo laughs mockingly, muttering that it wasn't a total waste. However, no matter how desperately you struggle, this is as far as your pathetic efforts will take you. Clutching his pounding head, Sihun glares up at the arrogant devil. Kangwoo smirks, mockingly asking if he is mad or just about to pass out. Struggling, Sihun rasps out to shut up and just finish it. But Kangwoo merely laughs. asking why he would end the fun so soon. He turns his gaze back to the helpless Alex in his grasp. Sihun screams in sheer terror, desperately demanding to know his next move. Fueled by Sihun's growing panic, Kangwoo squeezes even harder as black demonic energy begins to rapidly corrode Alex's fragile neck. This is truly magnificent. Your pure rage and hatred are so thrilling. I might be slightly afraid, but I am far more excited. Slowly, the veins on Alex's face swell and turn a deep crimson, oozing death. Kangwoo continues to ruthlessly mock the desperate Sihun. I must admit, your stubborn will to fight is truly impressive. Desperately trying to act like a noble, holy guardian until the very end, Alex croaks out a final warning for Sihun to run. But it is too late. Kangwoo brutally snaps the fragile human neck in his grip, forcing Sihun to watch the entire horrific scene. The brutal sight leaves Sihun trembling in pure shock. Screaming at the devil, he lunges forward only to collapse and crash face first onto the dirt. He grits his teeth against the agonizing pain, frustrated that his body won't listen after taking such a devastating blow. Kangwoo's chilling voice echoes like a demon in the night, praising the beautiful, burning hatred and rage in Sihun's eyes. That is what a true will to live looks like. Before fading into unconsciousness, the terrifying silhouette of Satan is burned into Sihun's mind, alongside chilling words he will never forget about feeding on his own intense anger and hatred. Let yourself be tortured by pain in the memory of me, for I am the bringer of ruin, the father of all wrath and hatred. As Satan's blood-red eyes burn deeply into Sihun's mind, a cold voice echoes that his name is Satan. Let your rage fester and grow stronger, fragile human. Feed on your hatred until you are ready to seek revenge. With those final words, Sihun completely blacks out. Relieved that Sihun is finally out cold, Kangwoo drops his dramatic villain persona, instantly feeling an overwhelming wave of second-hand embarrassment. He clutches his mouth, holding back a strong wave of nausea. Imitating that dramatic idiot speaking style was so incredibly cringe it almost made him vomit. He looks down at the unconscious Sihun, genuinely hoping this traumatizing act of his actually pays off in the end. This would be a massive wake-up call for Sihun. The only thing he was truly lacking was a sense of urgency. Seeing Sihun passed out so peacefully brought back some dark memories for Kangwoo. Back then, a chubby Sihun had been beaten unconscious in the exact same way. Ever since Jong-hoon and Chae-hyun were captured, Sihun had completely lost his drive to push his limits. Ally or enemy, the identity of the Guardian remained a mystery, but Sihun desperately needed that pressure to grow stronger. If the rest of the Guardians were anything like Alex, he would have to wipe out the threats himself, Kangwoo muttered, noticing a sudden new notification from the system. He needed to break through this damn level cap as quickly as possible to keep growing his power. The system screens flashed repeatedly, announcing he had defeated a system energy guardian. The level restriction had weakened, and his level cap was now raised to 69. Using his saved experience, he jumped 10 levels, achieving his 7th awakening phase. His core attributes spiked significantly across the board. Strength increased by 11, agility by 9, stamina by 8, and intelligence by 4. Kangwoo gasped, utterly shocked by the massive jump. So the key to breaking the level cap was defeating Guardians. No wonder nobody else could unlock it. Suddenly, a strange detail caught his eye. Hold on, another cap at 69? He had assumed that after breaking the 59 barrier, he would be completely free of restrictions until reaching level 89. His eyes lit up with sudden realization. Did he really have to hunt down and destroy another Guardian just to bypass this new 69 cap? Which meant, Kangwoo's expression darkened with unease as his gaze slowly locked onto Sihun. Since they were completely defenseless and weak right in front of him, did he just need to eliminate them? Kangwoo fell silent at the thought. Then, he quickly shook his head to banish those twisted thoughts from his mind. There was no way that was right. Stripping off his demonic cult disguise, he realized that would be a foolish move. He recalled the sheer, devastating power of Alex's attacks. He reminded himself that with unknown extra-dimensional threats looming over Earth, decreasing the number of Guardians was a terrible idea. If Alex had not posed a direct threat to Sihun, he would have spared him. With that, Kangwoo swapped back to his usual gear. Anyway, it was time to check the 7th awakening attribute he had just unlocked. Let us see what it was. Pulling up his character status window, he scrolled down to the updated bottom section. Phase 7, Kangwoo marveled under his breath. Soul Collector. An attribute that was ranked SS? The system screen displayed a detailed explanation. The Phase 7 awakening attribute was a SS rank called Soul Collector. Directly tied to his hunting authority, it allowed he to fully consume and assimilate demonic souls to upgrade his own soul quality. The stronger the demon's soul, the greater the effect. Kangwoo carefully processed every single word. Was this attribute truly linked to his hunting authority? He pondered the mechanics. That power already allowed him to absorb his target's life force, demonic energy, and special abilities. It did consume souls before, but back then, it only chewed and swallowed them whole without yielding any real benefits. But now, he could fully assimilate them. Furthermore, Kangwoo looked up, his eyes narrowing at a specific note on the screen. The mention of demonic souls was what truly captured his attention. This was the second step to becoming a demon god, though two requirements remained hidden by the system. Although those requirements were unknown, they were clearly connected to this seventh phase awakening attribute. Previously, he had questioned how his sixth awakening attribute, demonic art creation, was related to the ultimate demonic energy body. But now things were different. Just like the demonic sea key, which could only be obtained by wielding 6 distinct authorities simultaneously, Soul Collector was undoubtedly linked to demonic souls. Realizing this, Kangwoo licked his lips in sheer anticipation. Ultimately, he just needed to hunt some demons and test it out. Looks like he would have to rely on Yeonju Cha for now. Meanwhile, tucked in bed, Yeonju Cha suddenly shivered, wondering if she was overworking herself as a random chill ran down her spine. Closing his eyes, Kangwoo began circulating energy through the demonic sea. The attribute remained stable, and this seventh awakening had significantly weakened the 10,000 demonic cores seal. He could use the heavenly dragon cultivation technique to condense his demonic force. For now, this sufficed as a dark shroud slowly crept across his face. Having completed the ultimate demonic energy body, his rate of absorption was so rapid it felt as if his entire body had transformed into a single mana core. Dark energy crept upward from his feet, which were submerged deep in the demonic sea. A portion of the seal still lingered in the darkest depths, yet the purity of his demonic energy remained low, as sharp claws began to rise from underneath the demonic sea. If he continued absorbing energy from the 10,000 demonic cores at this rate, his entire physical vessel would morph into them, granting him access to raw power from the abyss. Thousands of terrifying demons began swarming around Kangwoo. Just a little further, only a fraction more. The sudden absorption drew a horde of aggressive monsters, and a giant claw reached out from behind to snatch him. Still, Kangwoo refused to stop. He just had to expand the seal a bit more, but suddenly snapped out of his trance. No, he had to stop right there. Severing the connection, the entire demonic sea and its beasts dissolved like bubbles. Kangwoo wiped cold sweat from his brow. He could not understand why he kept falling prey to such dangerous temptation today. A system alert popped up, confirming he had converted energy from the cores into stats. His unique demonic power attribute had increased by 8 points. Some good news at the end of the day makes Kangwoo smile with satisfaction. An increase of 8? Looks like he has unlocked quite a lot. So what is his demonic energy stat now? Kangwoo glances over at his status window, and the current number is sitting at 120. Kangwoo asks in surprise, wondering what this is, as he taps on the stat row. When he last checked his status window, his demonic energy stat was 113. Since it increased by 8, shouldn't it be 121? Then why is it only 120? Could it be? As he mumbles, Kangwoo scans his entire body using his demonic power. To his absolute surprise, he discovers that due to Kraken's rage, the system alerts him that his stat has reached 120, greatly increasing the overall quality and efficiency of his power. However, bonus stats from legendary or lower-tier equipment will no longer apply once you pass 120. Hearing this warning, Kangwoo touches the gear he is wearing. So gear bonuses stop working once you reach this level? Why on earth is such a crucial piece of information only being revealed to him right now? If that's the case, this legendary gear is basically useless to him now. But suddenly, a realization hits him out of nowhere. Wait a minute, why is this system notification only popping up now? Kangwoo chuckles. Ah, of course. It is not that people kept it a secret, they simply couldn't tell anyone. After all, it is highly likely that no one else has ever reached a stat of 120. Honestly, with the world's top rankers only being this strong, it makes sense that nobody has reached his level yet. Kangwoo shoots a flame to burn the evidence as a new thought strikes him. Should he finally head back now? Kangwoo wonders while tidying up his things. It has been 6 months since he returned to Earth, meaning it took him half a year to reach this level. Quite a long time, honestly. A few days later, loud explosive noises echo constantly inside the Red Rose Guild's training room. Today, Sehun is still pushing his limits, training intensely under Moojin's guidance. Moojin immediately notices the subtle, subconscious change in the boy. They clash swords fiercely until Sehun's weapon is violently knocked out of his hands. Moojin calls it, telling him to stop for the day. Gasping for air, Sehun insists he can still keep going, but old Moojin sheathes his sword, questioning if he can actually fight in that state. Right now, Sehun is completely drenched in sweat and barely standing, yet he still mumbles his desperate desire to get stronger. It has become a mantra to him, and every time he says it, his eyes change completely. Mujin watches silently, knowing that fierce, raw determination is enough to make any true martial artist's blood boil with excitement. The kid's martial arts are improving rapidly, but it is also deeply concerning. Just then, Mujin notices another presence standing nearby. Mujin calls out, asking Kangwoo if it is fine for him to go hunting with the Cloud Dragon sword. Kangwoo looks over, asking if they are hunting monsters. Does he plan on heading to the S-rank gate in Suwon? But Mujin suggests a different location, stating he wants to go to Shanghai instead. Kangwoo nods, repeating Shanghai. Doesn't that place hold an SS rank gate, just like the disastrous one over in Hokkaido? But isn't it too early for that? Mujin honestly admits that standard training alone won't yield much progress anymore. He believes it is far better for the kid to fight real monsters, level up, and gain actual combat experience. On top of that, he is even considering cutting off all communication during the trip. Kangwoo catches on instantly. They are planning a completely isolated training camp. He ponders the idea of hunting. Mujin's proposed method might actually be the absolute best way to force Sihun to grow. The kid is desperate for power, so real combat will definitely help him more than basic training. Kangwoo slowly walks over to Sihun. Perhaps it is time to feed him a little extra motivation. Spotting Kangwoo, Sihun looks up curiously, calling out to him. Kangwoo wraps his arms around him right away, starting up his classic pity act, blaming his own weakness for Alex's tragic death. Sihun quickly tries to comfort him, claiming it was actually all his fault. Kangwoo then raises a small fist, dramatically urging Sihun that they must both work hard to grow stronger. They need to avenge Alex, which is undoubtedly what their fallen friend would have wanted. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sihun bursts into tears, crying out. Completely agreeing with Kangwoo, Sihun vows to become much stronger so he can personally get revenge for Alex. Out of everyone's line of sight, Kangwoo's face instantly drops the act, twisting into a deeply sinister smirk. Just as expected, the Sword King Mujin watches and praises their warm brotherly bond. Soon after, Sihun leaves for Shanghai with Mujin, leaving Kangwoo with absolutely nothing to do. Feeling utterly bored, Kangwoo lies slumped on the sofa. To activate his soul collector attribute, he needs demons, but he hasn't spotted any more cultists lately. He can only hope Yeonju finds a lead for them. Just as the thought crosses his mind, his phone begins vibrating loudly. Sitting up, he answers, asking what is going on. Did she actually find the demonic cult? Instead of answering, Yeonju urgently tells him to turn on the television immediately. Kangwoo grabs the remote and switches it on. Why turn on the television? Have the cultists actually started showing their faces on the news? Yeonju urges him to just watch, and the moment he sees the breaking news headline, he falls completely silent. The demonic cult has initiated a massive summoning, unleashing an entire army of monsters into the city. But that is not all, as they have apparently summoned a huge wave of actual demons too. Hearing only silence, Yeonju calls out his name, asking if he is even listening. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is already drooling with absolute excitement. The time has finally come. He is probably the only human alive wearing a joyful, greedy grin while watching this news report. A massive feast is waiting for him. Yeonju keeps calling out his name on the line, but Kangwoo is too spaced out to answer. Shortly after, things at the Red Rose Guild get incredibly hectic. Yeonju sits at her desk drowning in a massive pile of paperwork, but the person she is waiting for finally arrives. You're finally here? Kangwoo enters, leading two girls. Seola politely bows to Yeonju while Echidna dozes off sleepily beside them. Strolling inside, Kangwoo asks, I heard the news, but what exactly is going down right now? The surrounding offices are in absolute chaos. He recalls walking past earlier, seeing frantic workers desperately shouting into phones and typing without a single second to rest. Contact China and confirm the demon cult's location right now. Where's the emergency briefing? It is on the plane, so everyone needs to assemble there immediately. Gathering her thoughts, Yeonju quickly gets straight to the point. You already know the basic situation, right? A massive invasion is underway in Vladivostok, Russia. Kangwoo gets straight to the point. Are there many? Yeonju replies, we still do not have any exact numbers. Holding her head in frustration, she sighs. At least several hundred demons are leading the charge, bringing an absolutely unbelievable horde of monsters along with them. Kangwoo covers his mouth, muttering, nearly 1,000,000. Pure excitement surges through him. Oh, demon cult. He has never been more proud of them in his entire life. How did they know he needed demon souls? They are basically delivering this ultimate feast right to him. To keep suspicion off himself, Kangwoo plays it cool and shifts the topic. Any major casualties? Yeonju answers, fortunately, the losses are relatively light so far. But that is not the real issue, Seola chimed in, guessing instantly. The monsters will keep moving forward, right? Yeonju nods grimly. Yes, exactly. The The monster horde is charging rapidly toward the Manchurian plains. If they head toward China, that is fine. But if they turn south toward Korea, she worries, we are looking at an absolute bloodbath. Kangwoo crosses his arms in deep thought. Since North Korea fell on the day the gates first opened, the monsters will undoubtedly march straight into South Korea. Kangwoo asks, what about the Chinese? Yeonju explains they already proposed a joint alliance. They want to wipe out the threat on the Manchurian plains before the destruction spreads any further. He nods and asks, so, have they made a final decision? Yeonju replies, an emergency strategic meeting is set for Harbin. They want every single guild to participate. Right now, we are prepping the planes to fly over to Harbin immediately. Most of the guilds have already departed, so I wanted to see if you would go too. Yeonju glances toward the little dragon girl, and bring Echidna along as well. Hearing her name, Echidna perks up with wide, curious eyes. Yeonju turns to Seola with a worried expression, asking if those two will really be okay. What about the sword dragon and the others? Kangwoo asks. Sihoon is busy with closed-door training, and I do not plan on bringing anyone else. Placing a hand over his chest, Kangwoo looks incredibly confident. Even with all the demons in danger, as the man standing at the absolute top, Kangwoo proudly beats his chest with a smirk. I am more than enough to handle this all by myself, right? Yeonju stares at his smug face, completely speechless. He is not wrong, but he is still a major pain. Shortly after, they arrive in Harbin, China. Walking down the hallways of the player support center with the girls, Kangwoo mutters, well, this place is actually way cleaner than I expected. He speaks to their guide. I did not expect you to be our escort. By the way, thanks again for your help back in Rome. Seo Young smiles warmly. Well, I always keep my promises. Kangwoo asks her. I heard you are personally training Sihoon. You must be incredibly busy lately? Seo Young sighs heavily. Tell me about it. It is exhausting, especially since I am teaching him the techniques my father assigned. But honestly, my uncle is the one worrying me right now, she says anxiously. Since my father is away, my uncle is attending the meeting in his place. Kangwoo asks with curiosity. Your uncle? Seo Young nods, explaining. Yes. Have you ever heard of the demon blade, Muhyun? He is not very well known because he lives under my father's massive shadow, but he is the vice sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect, ranking among China's elite martial artists. The problem is, he despises Koreans. Kangwoo shrugs casually. Sounds like smooth sailing ahead. Seo Young replies gloomily. I only wish that were actually the case. As they are chatting, Yeonju suddenly notices a commotion brewing just up ahead of them. Outside the meeting room, two people are blocked, shouting furiously. We traveled all this way, so why are you keeping us out? Yeonju squinted, recognizing one of them. Wait, is that Aunt Hyunju over there? Hyunju spins around angrily, snapping, who are you calling an aunt? But she is indeed the guild master of Sanale, Hyunju. Alongside her is Minsung, the newly appointed master of the Onuri Guild. Spotting the group approaching, Hyunju stops dead in her tracks, startled. Oh, waving her hand, she says, Yeonju, you got here incredibly fast. Minsung also greets them politely, saying, it is an honor, master of the Red Rose Guild. After greeting them, Yeonju asks, why aren't you guys heading inside? The question immediately triggers Hyunju's temper. Let me tell you what is going on. Those fools have completely lost their minds. We came here exactly as instructed, but they say we cannot join the meeting. We are just supposed to wait and go wherever they order us to. Hearing this, Yeonju's blood boils. What? Glaring at the massive gorilla-like guard blocking the entrance, she snaps. Have you lost your damn mind? Get out of our way. But the guard glares back, completely unfazed. The leadership is in the middle of a meeting right now. You are not allowed inside. Once a decision is made, I will notify you. If you refuse to comply with these direct orders, then we will reconsider the alliance between China and Korea. Yeonju rolls up her sleeves, ready to throw down right there. Reconsider what, you absolute jerk? Seo-yeon has to step in and stop her, telling Yeonju to wait. She then coldly turns and gives an order to the giant guard. What do you think you are doing? They came to help stop the demon invasion, so get out of the way right now. But the guard totally cuts Seo-yeon off before she can even mention her father. He snaps that since Young Ho-moon is not here, his orders are the ultimate, absolute priority. That is when Kangwoo slowly steps up from the back, asking, is that so? Seon feels incredibly awkward about this sudden mess. She apologizes, promising to contact her father immediately if things get worse. But Kangwoo gently stops her, saying, oh, do not worry about it. With a playful, carefree smirk, he casually asks the guard, so we really cannot go in? But the guard refuses to budge from the door. Young Ho-moon ordered me to keep you out until the meeting is over. Hearing this, Kangwoo's smile slowly loses all trace of its humanity. So, What if we just go in anyway? The guard instantly senses a terrifying, murderous intent radiating directly from Kangwoo. With that, the guard throws a massive, powerful punch, shouting that he will send him straight to the hospital. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoes. The meeting room doors completely shatter right in front of the masters inside. Startled, they turn around in shock, wondering what on earth is happening. Pardon the intrusion. Kangwoo steps inside, while the giant guard, whom he just used as a human battering ram, lies completely knocked out on the floor. Kangwoo strolls in cheerfully despite all the hostile glares, casually asking if this is the meeting room. Instantly, an angry master stands up from his seat. Who is this insignificant bug? A hot-tempered bald guy lunges to attack Kangwoo first, yelling about who dares to interrupt their highly important meeting. But before the old man can even make a move, Kangwoo grabs his bald head, muttering, "Hey, Baldy, just stay right there, will you?" He then slams the man face first into the floor. The mind-blowing speed and power leave the Chinese masters absolutely speechless. Defeated in a single, effortless blow, the bald man lies completely flattened against the hard floor. Kangwoo remarks with dripping sarcasm, "Well, I guess you had nothing to lose anyway, since you are bald. But seriously, what did you think you were doing?" Kangwoo confidently sits right on top of the bald guy, casually waving his hand and telling everyone to carry on with their meeting. "Since the support team you asked for has arrived, we should get back to it, right?" Young Ho Moon quickly makes up a lame, pathetic excuse to dismiss his suggestion. Too many people will only ruin things. Kangwoo cuts him off, telling him to stop quoting random proverbs and to take a good look at their own awful attitude. Young Ho Moon glares at him and snaps, "How insolent." Kangwoo just laughs. "Insolent? Seriously, my head is starting to hurt because of an old geezer like you. All right, since we are here, let me expose a few things about what kind of person you really are, Young Ho Moon." In a stern voice, the old man demands to know what he is getting at. Kangwoo casually picks up 2 pens, spinning them as he speaks. Imagine an incredibly talented older brother and a younger brother who is equally gifted. Yet, that younger brother spends his entire life consumed by nothing but sheer jealousy. Obsessed with his brother's shadow because he knows deep down he can never surpass him, Kangwoo says, raising one of the pens. But then, a perfect opportunity finally arrived. With his brother away and a demonic army approaching, the younger brother plotted to achieve a massive victory, desperate to prove he was not inferior to his sibling. Suddenly, the pen in Kangwoo's hand flies forward at blinding speed, grazing Young Ho Moon's cheek with a line of blood before embedding itself deep into the map behind. The pen lands exactly on the battlefield they are discussing. That younger brother plans to stay in the rear, deliberately making sure his older brother fails to get the job done. Kangwoo grins widely, calling him a pathetic loser, desperately trying to escape the massive shadow of his superior older brother. He throws the harsh truth straight in Young Ho Moon's face, exposing his true colors. Having his darkest secrets laid bare leaves the old man feeling deeply humiliated. Gritting his teeth, Young Ho Moon slams the table and screams, "What do you even know, you arrogant brat?" Kangwoo casually puts his hands up, laughing that he completely saw that reaction coming. He then beckons the old man with his finger. No original thoughts, and his anger is just way too obvious to hide. He mockingly provokes the furious old man. "Come on, stop holding back that temper. Bring it on. Why are you hesitating? Do not waste my valuable time." This blatant provocation completely drives Young Ho Moon insane with rage. Later, 3 Korean guilds assemble directly on the battlefield. Yeonju holds the megaphone in her hand with a dead serious expression. Amused, Kangwoo asks why she is so incredibly tense, pointing out it does not suit her at all. Yeonju is instantly triggered. "Is it not all your fault?" She glares intensely at him, grumbling that if he had not said those crazy things earlier. She vividly remembers the scene from a few hours ago, when Kangwoo threw his head back and told Young Ho Moon to stop holding in his anger and just fight. Watching through screens is a waste of time. Keep holding back, and you are no man. Young Ho Moon leaped right out of his seat, drawing his sword to attack him, screaming, "You arrogant little brat! I will shut your big mouth forever." Facing the absolute fury of Young Ho Moon, Kangwoo remains completely calm, just sitting there. Losing his mind with rage, Young Ho Moon roars that he will end him. But before he can even finish, the second pen in Kangwoo's hand flies right at his face. "You are too noisy." Unbelievably, a simple ballpoint pen is enough to blast the powerful demon sword Young Ho Moon right into the wall. Kangwoo nods in satisfaction and says they should go with that. He declares the alliance can no longer sail in the same boat, so they should just fight, but operate completely independently. From now on, everyone goes their separate ways. Mungi is completely knocked out with his eyes rolled back, a thick pen streak across his face, and his front teeth knocked out. Yeonju grabs him by the collar in frustration, demanding to know why he did not just take charge himself instead of dumping the responsibility on her. Kangwoo simply explains that there is no way he can command these guys, starting with the young rookies from the Onnuzi Association. He adds that someone always has to clean up the mess. Hearing this, Yeonju completely loses her temper at the absolute bastard. She demands he issue the command since he caused the mess, while Ji-hoon Chu and the Sanaze Association watch them with intense determination. It is a surprisingly lively scene, but Yeonju flat out refuses. Kangwoo, completely unfazed, just pushes back and asks her why. He insists she is great at leading, while the third support team from Korea, the Kwajiang Corps, gets a massive headache watching them bicker. Kangwoo claims he has other business to handle, pushing Yeonju over the edge as she demands what else matters in war besides fighting. Kangwoo just smiles, keeping his plan to hunt and eat demons a secret, when suddenly, a scout shouts that the enemy has finally arrived. In the distance, an absolute tide of dark beasts charges forward, and their massive numbers are shaking the very ground like a minor earthquake. The rankers are completely terrified by the sheer size of the horde. It feels just like the tragedy 5 years ago. There is no way they can win this, even if everyone charges together. Yeonju's voice blasts through the loudspeaker, calling everyone to charge. She reminds them that this is not 5 years ago, and they now possess the strength to fight back. She commands the mages to prepare their spells while the tankers brace for impact before pulling back. Next, they will set up a V-shaped formation to trap the beasts inside, and after that, they will. But as fear paralyzes the players, her complex tactics go completely ignored. Hwan-jae sighs, telling her to stop because no one can process orders in this state of panic. Sheepishly scratching her head, Yeonju admits she is not cut out for leadership. She shoves the loudspeaker over to Hwan-jae, telling him to take over instead. With that heavy burden finally off her shoulders, Yeonju is suddenly raring to go. Since she is no longer commanding, she can speak her mind a lot more freely. She steps right into the crowd, yelling at them to stop overthinking and just treat this as a massive experience farming event. She happily pumps her fist, reminding everyone that this is their ultimate chance to rack up a ton of easy levels. This simple mindset instantly relieves the heavy pressure. Realizing she is absolutely right, the players get incredibly hyped up to finally level up their stats. She rallies the crowd, while Hwan-jae can only shake his head at her utterly chaotic methods. He cannot believe she claimed she was bad at this. With just a few casual words, she completely eased their fears and skyrocketed morale. Watching her lead, Hwan-jae realizes his commands are no longer needed. Yeonju summons her weapons with pure excitement, calling for everyone to wake up and keep 3 simple rules in mind while fighting. First, nobody gets hurt. Second, nobody dies. And finally, she and the top rankers immediately initiate a ferocious charge. Claiming all the experience points for herself, she leaps forward as the fearless horde of monsters lunges at them in a frenzy. Hidden deep within the mindless swarm is a marked monster, sharing its vision directly with its master. Observing their predictable movements through its eyes, the controller decides that he has seen more than enough of their behavior. The elder of the demonic cult nods in dark satisfaction, realizing the mastermind behind this massive raid has finally been exposed. It is none other than the Dark Messenger, Anton. The Gaia system, this planet's ultimate protector, is the very target they have spent years trying to destroy. Now that it is rapidly weakening, their own dark power continues to grow. The moment for them to make their move is drawing incredibly close. When a massive demon approaches from behind and calls out to him, Anton immediately reads its intentions and flatly states that it is not yet time to reveal themselves. The demon scowls deeply, demanding to know how much longer they are expected to stay hidden. This is Yuta, a demon from the 5th layer of hell. Glancing at his gathered forces, he gripes about why they cannot just slaughter a few worthless humans already. He claims his minions are itching for blood, vowing to prove that humans are nothing more than fragile prey. But Anton merely dismisses the idea. Caught completely off guard by this refusal, the demon demands an explanation, only to be ignored as Anton focuses on a note in his hand. He mutters that they have other priorities, specifically targeting a certain individual. The paper reveals Kangwoo's picture under a headline praising him as the Korean player who saved Japan. Not long ago, cult leader Zama had executed a summoner demon similar to Yuta over in Japan. Following that attack, Anton had managed to receive the memories and absolute devotion of a follower. What he saw was fascinating. Anton recalls the vivid mental images shared by his follower, showing Kangwoo's terrifying expression as he slaughtered their enemies. That gaze, overflowing with madness and death, somehow brought salvation to the very mage sent to punish the demonic cult. Nothing else mattered to the man, who was clearly driven by a single purpose. Looking deep into his eyes, Anton could immediately sense his true nature. They are cut from the exact same cloth. As his demonic energy flares with excitement, Anton knows precisely what the man desires and craves. Then, Anton decided to recruit him into the demonic cult. Dark energy surged from the old man, seeping into the ground in the direction he pointed. He heard the target was already participating in this battle. A little more waiting, and they would finally cross paths. Yuta barely understood Anton's true intentions, but his focus was entirely on something else. He angrily snapped, warning the old man that he was crossing the line. He hated being ordered around, claiming a demon would never submit to a mere human. Anton looked at him calmly, advising Yuta not to act so rashly. Yuta sneered, asking if eating humans counted as rash behavior, mocking him for being nothing but a weak mortal. Anton slipped his hands into his coat, entirely unfazed. He warned Yuta not to do anything foolish that would betray the demonic cult. Enraged, Yuta roared, asking how a human dared command a demon from the 5th floor of hell, immediately launching a vicious attack. As Anton casually pulled out a book, Yuta lashed out with sharp claws. But before the strike landed, dark energy erupted from behind, blocking the attack. What was this? Before the demon could even comprehend the situation, the dark energy grabbed him by the head. The shadow hand slammed his head straight into the dirt. Anton asked if he was ready to behave, completely dominating the beast. Yuta spat out curses, calling him a wretched human. Anton sighed, closed his book, and whispered how unfortunate it was. In an instant, Anton's dark force crushed the demon, flattening his body until he was completely unrecognizable. He then turned to the other demons, watching in terror, telling them he expected absolute obedience from now on. His cold glare served as a silent warning. Meanwhile, the chaotic horde of monsters continued their brutal assault on the humans nearby. Flashes of red light sliced through the horde at lightning speed as John Chu single-handedly tore through multiple beasts at once. A monster lunged from her blind spot, but Hazone quickly covered her rear, yelling at John Chu to secure an escape route. John Chu snapped back in embarrassment, while Hazen just smiled, reminding her they were only there to help. Hunmo complained about how fast John Chu was moving, before looking ahead at the endless swarm of monsters in frustration. He noted having Kangwoo around would bring peace of mind, though mentioning him made John Chu scowl. They claimed they did not need a slacker who ran off. Yet, they had no idea Kangwoo was secretly watching over them from the shadows. He had not gone anywhere. Based on his observations, their combat situation seemed to be improving. Sella and the Sanaze Guild were providing excellent backup, while Red Rose Hoajang and Onuzi cleared out the monsters rapidly. At this rate, victory was highly likely. Yet, Kangwoo frowned, sensing a deeper problem. The demonic cult had summoned hundreds of demons, but none had appeared yet. Why? Were they holding back, or planning a different trap? The moment he thought about it, something felt terribly off. Kangwoo immediately ordered Aichi to protect Sella at the Sanaze Guild, and she confidently agreed. She promised nobody would touch Sella, but wondered why he was changing plans instead of waiting for the demons. Kangwoo replied that plans had changed, just as a wisp of demonic energy seeped up from the ground. To Aichi's shock, the energy coalesced into a clawed hand, its fingers twitching eerily in the air. Aichi called out, noting that the clawed hand was writing something in the air. Kangwoo's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly felt a powerful surge of demonic energy. A message formed right in front of Kangwoo, reading, "I want to talk." Kangwoo grinned, wondering if this was an invitation to a party. Far away, Anton slowly stroked his long beard. The message was successfully delivered. The demon beside Anton asked what their next move should be. They wanted to know who to kill, but Anton chuckled, telling them to be patient. The demon protested, hating the wait, reminding Anton that their kind craved immediate slaughter and fresh blood. Anton smiled, but his eyes turned ice cold as he asked if the demon failed to understand a simple instruction. The terrifying glare made the demon's skin crawl, forcing it to kneel instantly and apologize. Anton accepted the apology before asking the others if anyone else wanted to step out of line, prompting frantic headshakes. They quickly declined. Making an example out of Yuta had worked beautifully. Anton knew fear was the best leash for demons. Now, he just needed to draw Kangwoo out using the most effective method. Hostages were always the easiest route. Remembering Kangwoo lived with a woman, Anton realized kidnapping Sella would work perfectly. With his mind made up, the old man prepared to execute his plan, but suddenly paused and turned around. A demon asked what was wrong, but Anton was too shocked. He could feel Kangwoo's presence rapidly approaching their exact location. He wondered how his location had been compromised. Suddenly, white smoke billowed across the ground, rendering his questions useless. If he turns down the offer, he is dead. Suddenly, a small explosion erupts right in front of Anton, leaving his demon army completely stunned. Through the smoke and dust, Kangwoo's voice rings out, "Did you want to talk?" A surprised Anton asks if he speaks Russian. Kangwoo just brushes the dust off his coat, offering a lazy reply, "Just assume so." Glancing around, Kangwoo sizes up the crowd. It looks like all the summoned monsters are here. But seriously, are these just low-grade trash mobs? They are 5th or 6th tier at best, completely useless against him. Staring Anton down, our main character repeats, "So, what did you want to say?" Anton smirks and offers a deal, asking if the boy knows the ultimate perks of becoming a true demon. Those perks definitely catch Kangwoo's attention. Anton boasts that only his demonic cult can grant this kind of absolute power. He reminds him that humans eventually die, no matter how much wealth they stack up. No matter who loves you or how much power you hold, mortality always catches up in the end. But demons are different, living forever without the need for food or mortal desires. Cutting straight to the point, Kangwoo asks, "All right, what is your actual point here?" Dropping some tempting bait, Anton reveals the cult can turn humans into demons. Our hero just smirks, replying, "Yeah, I am already well aware." He knows the old man wants supreme, absolute power and a never-ending life. Anton does not even deny it. "Think about it," he says. "Why rot away with weak humans when you are this strong?" Anton claims he can become an ultimate being, a demon completely free from the limits of life itself. He promises to personally grant his body unmatched strength and eternal life. Reaching his hand out, the old villain asks, "So, do you want to join us?" Kangwoo questions him. "You claim you know me well?" Raising his chin, Anton confidently replies that he can see the raw thirst for power in his eyes. "It is just like my own, and only I understand." Suddenly, Kangwoo bursts into hysterical laughter, cracking up as if he just heard the funniest joke of the century. Still laughing, our hero mocks him. "You are hilarious, man. Even your own mother wouldn't understand me from a single glance, you clown." His total disrespect instantly stirs up the demon crowd. Seriously, did this guy just say he understands him? Are you really going to give me power and eternal life? Turn me into a demon? Listening to this, Anton's fake friendly smile completely fades away. Still holding his face and laughing, Kangwoo asks, "Seriously, how do you dare pretend to know me?" Lowering his hand, Kangwoo's playful face instantly goes dead cold. "You do not have a single clue who I actually am, you bastard." That killer gaze startles Anton. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to shift and rupture. Terrified demons scatter, shouting, "The earth is splitting open! Run! What on earth is this?" Massive pits of boiling lava erupt through the cracks, instantly swallowing up any slow-moving demons who fail to react in time. Even flying demons cannot escape, because Kangwoo raises massive, sky-piercing, rocky fangs to seal off the entire area like a cage. Anton panics. How is the earth shaking this hard? Over 10 demons are already dead, and the massive shockwaves are even reaching the neighboring battlefield. Yeonju and the others look over in absolute panic, wondering what on earth is causing that massive disturbance. Instantly recognizing the source, Yeonju grumbles in anger. So this was his idea of having some other urgent business to take care of? She might be cursing him out loud, but deep down, she is genuinely worried about his safety. No way. Anton stands frozen in utter shock. How could a mere human possess this kind of earth-shattering power? In just a split second, the flat ground beneath them has been turned into a terrifying, boiling, volcanic hellscape. Sensing danger, Anton remembers hearing that world-class rankers can reshape their environments, but he always assumed it was just a dramatic metaphor. He stares at the steep, jagged cliffs and the boiling lava churning down below. No one should be able to instantly manifest massive volcanic mountains and plateaus from thin air. Standing high above them is Kangwoo, looking like an absolute monster. His eyes glow a sinister crimson as he stands calmly with hands in pockets. Anton gulps hard. What kind of insane power is this? Actually, that does not even matter. He still has the nightmare book, clutching the thick tome tightly in his hand. With the dark power of the demon statue on his side, even a world-class ranker should be easy prey. Turning around, Anton screams at his remaining forces. "What are you all waiting for?" Ordering the remaining demons to charge, he tells them it is finally time to fight. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty monsters scramble forward to attack. Winged beasts take to the air, locking their eyes onto Kangwoo high up on the cliff. They howl in excitement, ready to slaughter our hero. Just sighing in disappointment, Kangwoo looks down at the idiots. Honestly, it is way too easy to predict exactly what Anton is thinking right now. As the first wave of demons closes in, Anton begins chanting his spell. The old man probably thinks a simple terrain change is useless in a real fight, assuming it will not affect the outcome of their battle at all. He is definitely thinking that, but he is dead wrong. Whispering his command to ignite, the molten lava below begins to boil violently. Out of nowhere, massive pillars of molten lava burst upward from below, completely swallowing any demon foolish enough to fly. Kangwoo snaps his fingers, unleashing his next devastating command, collapse. Cracks instantly spiderweb across the entire battlefield, violently tearing the solid ground apart right before the terrified demons. Before the clueless monsters can even process what is happening, flying debris blasted from the crevices knocks them straight down into the burning lava. The weak lower-grade demons are completely wiped out, their desperate cries for help echoing all over the place. But the stronger demons just use them as stepping stones to cross the lava, yelling at the weaklings to get out of the way as they charge toward Kangwoo. One boasts about being a four-armed, four-weapon-wielding beast from the 6th floor of hell, but Kangwoo silences him permanently with a swift, lethal slash before he can even finish. Two massive demons then ambush him from behind, claiming to be demon kings from the 5th and 6th floors of hell. Kangwoo does not care about their chatter and strikes first, releasing a brilliant light from his hand that unleashes a powerful shockwave to blow them away. Looking down, Kangwoo notes there are still way too many enemies swarming his way, as if the enemy has even deployed the hidden demons kept off the active battlefield. Thinning out their massive numbers right now is absolutely critical. With that in mind, Kangwoo draws his pitch-black sword, raising it high before pointing the sharp tip straight down toward the ground. He decides to rely on his blade's power, slamming the tip into the earth with all his might as thick, dark, demonic energy floods the entire area. He plans to divide his power into 4 distinct forms. As the dark energy spreads, the clueless demons on the ground stare in confusion at the blackening earth. They wonder what kind of power this is, only to get their answer as razor-sharp, hellish blades impale them from below. Wherever his demonic energy touches, deadly blades instantly sprout from the ground to finish off any demon in their path. The horde frantically tries to escape, screaming for their lives, as one terrified demon suddenly recalls a legend he once heard. A story about a cruel reigning demon, an encroaching darkness, and 10,000 sharp swords. The legendary battle between a single human and the 7 princes of the 9th hell. Kangwoo raises his hand, sending a dark sphere upward while mocking their retreat. It is the legend of the Demon King who once wiped out an entire army with just a single breath. Such a tale cannot possibly be real. Meanwhile, the black sphere in the sky begins to expand at a terrifying speed. Kangwoo wears a sinister grin, determined not to let these highly valuable stats escape his grasp. Recognizing that smile, the demon panics, wondering why the ultimate symbol of hell is here, right as Kangwoo whispers his next command, Twilight. Meanwhile, Anton is desperately fleeing for his life while clutching his wounds, cursing the terrifying monster who took his arm during his first spell attempt. His waist was also slashed during the second spell. He thought it was just bad luck, until he looked back and saw that monster smiling directly at him. That horrific smile is bound to haunt Anton in his nightmares forever. He clutches his book of nightmares tightly to suppress his terror, having never felt this level of overwhelming fear and suffocating pressure in his life. Anton desperately tries to convince himself that this is all just a bad dream, believing such an impossible creature cannot exist in reality. Too distracted by his racing thoughts, the old man trips over a fallen demon and faceplants, repeatedly muttering that this is just a nightmare. Suddenly, Kangwoo's voice whispers right next to his ear, reminding him that he already warned him not to pretend they are close. How can someone who does not even know the taste of kimchi act like they know everything? Do you even know what kimchi is? Anton scrambles to sit up in disbelief, prompting Kangwoo to tilt his head and ask what on earth he is talking about. Reaching for his nearby book to channel his demonic energy, the old man reasons that killing the boy is the only way to wake up, screaming for him to die. Anton unleashes sharp demonic claws boosted by his spellbook, enveloping Kangwoo in thick dark energy, while foolishly wondering if he actually managed to finish him off. Kangwoo mockingly repeats the old man's question, asking if he really thought he got him, causing Anton's face to completely pale. Summoning hundreds of massive mouths lined with razor-sharp fangs, Kangwoo materialized right behind him with a mocking chuckle. He warns him not to say such ominous things, forcing Anton to beg for mercy, which earns an appreciative nod from his tormentor. He points out that Anton should have begged first, though he must have heard those exact words from others many times. As those dark, gaping mouths slowly close in on him, Kangwoo points out that gathering such a massive amount of demonic power in that frail old body must have required sacrificing countless innocent lives. Asking if Anton ever spared any of them, his words completely break the old man's mind, leaving him screaming in pure agony. Kangwoo chuckles and rubs his head, finding it amusing that they actually share a strange connection, recalling Anton's claim that they are both alike. While admitting there is some truth to that, he ignores Anton's trembling hand as the old man begs for his life one last time. Just before being swallowed by the massive mouths, Anton hears Kangwoo laugh and confess that he has never spared anyone either, before everything shatters into absolute pitch-black darkness. Below them, the molten lava continues to boil, While his dark energy slowly recedes, the mouth's Kangwoo summoned feast wildly on Anton's demon army like an all-you-can-eat buffet. The Soul Plunderer ability has been successfully activated, absorbing 237 demonic souls, triggering the unique post-feast buffs of the Soul Plunderer skill. As demonic energy rushed back into his body, Kangwoo smirked with satisfaction at the system alert. His class level could now be upgraded simply by devouring souls. He received a clue regarding the first condition of the demonic mind. With his demonic energy rising by 4, Kangwoo looked incredibly satisfied after a massive feast. It was an incredible meal, like a legendary royal feast fit for an emperor. Now, he wondered what his next move should be. Curious about what was next, Kangwoo carefully read the system alert. The demonic mind was the second requirement for him to become a demon god. Fortunately, the first condition, upgrading his class soul, was already completed. However, the second condition remained hidden. He knew it tied into his 7th awakening, but he had no clue how many more demon souls he still had to harvest. Gathering them wouldn't be too hard anyway. Excitedly opening his status window, he decided it was the perfect time to check his current demonic power stats. He wanted to see how much they grew. He had reached 120 points since his last check. Kangwoo brushed his cloak with a look of pure disgust. Going from 116 points without the cloak to 120 now meant a measly increase of only 4 points. The gear felt like total garbage for a legendary rank item. Wondering if he should even be happy, Kangwoo focused, feeling the energy deep inside his own body. Numbers aside, the system did confirm that his overall soul rank had officially gone up. He closed his eyes, searching for any other changes, before slowly opening them back up. There were no major differences, except for one thing that caught his eye as he stared at the demonic sea. The seal on the gate to the demon realm was weakening. Stepping forward, he recalled that his awakenings had never made him feel weaker before. But this time, his power had definitely dropped, if only by a fraction. Still, the deep reserve of demonic energy remained untouched. The Soul Snatcher effect was actually much better than he expected. Reaching out his hand, he realized it made sense. If the skill blocked his leveling, the payoff had to be worth it. Suddenly, demonic energy began swirling rapidly back toward him. Now, it was time to convert that raw energy into raw stats. His body eagerly absorbed the power from the demonic sea until he finally stopped. The system confirmed his demonic power rose by 1. He cheered inwardly, knowing this was it, as he stared at the dark energy pooling in his palm. Going from 120 to 121 was just a single point, yet he could feel a massive surge of newly awakened power within himself. He figured that even if this power was incredibly hard to multiply, its actual combat effectiveness would still be absolutely devastating. Spreading his massive red wings, he smiled. This harvest exceeded all expectations, and he knew the war against these demons would soon be over. Deciding it was time to head back, he vanished instantly, flying high into the sky where he couldn't help but gasp at the sight below. Even he was stunned by the massive scale of the inferno he had unleashed. He realized he would have to clean up this absolute mess. The battle in Manchuria ended in a crushing victory for the players. The exhausted high-rankers finally let out a collective sigh of relief, glad it was over. Many players were absolutely thrilled with their rewards, with one celebrating, "My 7th awakening is finally here. How long has it been since I got a new skill?" News outlets everywhere covered the historic event, marking the first massive clash since the Great Cataclysm. Naturally, the entire world watched with bated breath. Thanks to this triumph, South Korea's global standing soared after successfully surviving their very first clash with the notorious demon cult. The very villains who had thrown humanity into chaos were utterly crushed. It was no surprise that people everywhere were celebrating this massive victory. Sometime later, amidst a freezing blizzard, a glowing red demon gate materialized. Just like the disaster in Hokkaido, another double S-rank gate had officially opened. This threat emerged in Vladivostok, Russia, where Kangwoo and Echidna had arrived early. He stared up at the massive gate with deep annoyance. Getting there had been an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, Yeonju stormed over and aggressively demanded, "Hey, where on earth did you go off to by yourself?" Stretching lazily, Kangwoo replied, "I just went to handle a few loose demons." Shocked, she asked, "By yourself? There were at least nearly 100 of them." Kangwoo proudly corrected her. "Actually, it was exactly 237. Yeonju gasped. "How is that even possible? Whatever, I am not even going to ask." Kangwoo then asked her, "What about the situation in China?" He noted that Mun Young-ho had left in silence, suggesting he might be severely injured. Yeonju apologized for the setback, but Kangwoo interrupted. "We have more important things to worry about, Yeonju. I actually need a huge favor." His serious tone made her hesitate warily as she asked, "What is it?" Kangwoo clarified, "Once you return to Korea, Immediately monitor the demon cult's movements outside of Russia. Youngju frowned deeply and asked, "Do you think they are planning another move?" "But they just suffered massive losses in this battle," she argued. Kangwoo replied, "I do not know for sure, but it is always better to be safe." Blushing slightly, Yeonju quickly changed the subject. "True, but either way, we pulled off a massive victory today. It deserves some celebration." She asked, "Once we head back, do you want to hit the internet cafe together?" But suddenly, a loud voice called out his name. Echidna walked over with Seola, proudly declaring, "I kept Seola perfectly safe, just like you asked." Kangwoo smiled warmly, praising her for a job well done. Turning back, he asked, "Hey Yeonju, what were you saying earlier?" Feeling completely ignored, she muttered, "Nothing, forget about it. It was not important anyway." With everyone finally gathered, Kangwoo announced their next move, explaining that he needed to stop by Vladivostok on his way home. He instructed, "So once you are ready, head back to Korea immediately." Yeonju shot him a suspicious look, questioning, "Vladivostok? Isn't that the very source of this whole crisis?" She asks if he is tracking down the demonic cult because she wants to tag along, but Kangwoo just shakes his head, saying no. He explains he just wants to try summoning again, which completely shatters Echidna's world. With teary eyes, she asks if Kangwoo is going to abandon her. Kangwoo instantly panics, frantically waving his hands to deny it. Seola tries to comfort her, reminding her of Kangwoo's unusual hobbies, but Echidna remains deeply anxious, wondering what she will do if he summons a stronger partner. Although Kangwoo originally planned to go alone, he ends up dragging the tearful little dragon along to keep her calm. One minute she was crying her eyes out, and now she is staring at the gate with pure excitement as Kangwoo steps forward. A highly complex magic circle is drawn on the ground, but nothing about it particularly stands out to him. He inspects the area, wondering if this is just a standard array the demonic cult set up to summon a massive spatial gate. Right then, a strange blue light flashes, prompting Kangwoo to activate his special ability, the Authority of Comprehension. The skill is perfect for analyzing specific targets, but even this powerful ability cannot fully decipher the sheer complexity of this entire magic circle. Kangwoo doubts that ordinary humans could pull this off, but honestly, it does not really matter to him. Closing his eyes, he focuses his mind, because he has absolutely no intention of stopping this demon summoning ritual now. He calls out to Echidna, asking if she is ready, and she pumps her tiny fist in eager agreement. The moment they step inside, the ceiling collapses as a giant, grotesque insect lunges at Echidna with its massive fangs. She retaliates with her bare hands, packing the devastating force of a divine beast as she tells it to stay away from her master. Her fist connects right with the monster's head, obliterating it instantly in one shot. She waves happily, asking if she did a good job, and despite the sheer violence of the act, he is just glad she is cheering up. He gets back to business, comforted by the fact that she is doing an excellent job keeping him safe. Dark demonic energy erupts from his body, forming two massive hands that reach up toward the tear in space. It is time for him to work, as the system interface flashes, initiating the tier required for the summoning. Channeling his demonic energy directly, he knows that no matter what creature is summoned, he remains the ultimate anchor of its power. His dark energy rips the spatial tear wide open, revealing a brilliant blue glow. To him, absolute obedience is far more important than raw power. Though having a strong summon would be nice, perhaps an intelligent archdemon like Bozort or Katut. He has never met Halcyon, but thinks they would be a solid choice too, making him even more excited. He wills Halcyon to appear, but suddenly, an urgent red system warning flashes right before his eyes. Driven by the overwhelming power of a mythic-grade gate, the spatial tier fractures much deeper than expected, violently shattering the dimensional layers of reality. As layers of space tear apart, the weakened Gaia system fails to block the massive rift opening from the outer cosmos. A massive gateway to the continent of Erno flings wide open, drawing Echidna's attention while Balrog gets a very bad feeling. Finally, the system confirms the successful summoning, and a pair of skeletal, bony legs steps out from the pitch-black rift. Holding a staff that glows with intense blue light, the newly summoned creature is a skeletal figure wearing a blood-red necklace. The mythic-grade demon king of Erno is officially summoned, while elsewhere, Yeonju safely escorts Seola back home. She tells her friend to drop the formal tone, reminding her that they are actually the exact same age. Seola feels more comfortable keeping it polite, then asks if her companion is heading straight back to the guild. Yeonju sighs, complaining about her mountain of paperwork, while Seola remains deeply anxious about whether Kangwoo will be alright. Yeonju chuckles, teasing her friend for being a natural worrywart, pointing out he only went for a routine summoning, not to fight a terrifying demon king or anything. Back at the gate, Kangwoo is left completely stunned and utterly bewildered, wondering where his quiet, peaceful day went. He expected some colossal, badass monster to emerge, but is deeply disappointed by the pathetic-looking skeleton standing before him. He tells the skeleton that things are complicated and asks for an introduction, which highly amuses the legendary Demon King Balzac. The creature boasts that he is the nightmare messenger of Erno, Lord of the Undead, Master of Magic, and the Grand Demon King Balzac. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is left wondering why this skeleton is speaking with such grandiose theatricality, questioning the name Balzac. He turns to ask Echidna if she recognizes the name, and she nods, explaining he is a legendary powerhouse from the lifeless northern continent. The citizens of that desolate continent call him the Demon King Balzac. Pleased that his terrifying reputation precedes him, the creature confidently steps forward and demands to know where he is. He asks if this is still the continent of Erno, but Kangwoo flatly denies it, explaining that he summoned him, leaving Balzac utterly stunned. He clarifies that he brought him here as a summon, prompting Balzac to arrogantly ask if he intends to use a great demon king as a mere familiar. And it turned out exactly as Vaza said, making him click his tongue and burst into laughter. Vaza found the situation absolutely hilarious. However, Kangwoo couldn't help but worry because dealing with such an unstable mental state in a summon would make things incredibly difficult. Suddenly, Vaza roared in anger, asking how a mere human dared to treat him like a regular servant. Kangwoo hesitated before replying that he wasn't technically human, though explaining it would be a bit complicated. Either way, he really did intend to keep him close as a trusted ally, and in return, if Vaza showed absolute loyalty, Kangwoo swore to reward that devotion in kind. Additionally, Kangwoo still had to follow certain underworld laws established previously. Sometimes, he found Balak's excessive devotion quite troublesome. Before Kangwoo could even make a sound, Balak screamed in shock upon realizing Lilith had completely taken over his private bathroom. Still, Kangwoo always rewarded their deep loyalty with proper gifts and absolute trust, carrying out his duties as a true monarch. Hearing this story only made Vaza find it even more hilarious. Loyalty? Humans have completely forgotten what fear is. Foolish mortals who do not know fear need a beating, so rise up. Right now, the summon is showing pure hostility toward his master, causing the contract's power to rapidly weaken. With the mental link to his summon fading fast, Kangwoo cannot even use his absolute force commands. In the end, things did not go smoothly like they did with Ecchi. A crazed Vaza screams, "Look at this, feel it," and tremble in absolute terror. However, Kangwoo simply snaps his fingers, declaring Vaza to be his puppet. Instantly, a massive shockwave of pure energy blasts outward, leaving the shocked Demon King completely stunned. A mere human actually possesses a decent amount of power, but Vaza shows no fear. Instead, he boldly challenges Kangwoo, asking if he can survive his death knights before ordering his undead army to charge immediately. "My loyal knights, tear this pathetic human to pieces for daring to mock the great Vaza." Hearing this, Kangwoo thinks to himself that this is a perfect opportunity to let Ecchi handle these guys. So, Kangwoo summons Ecchi to ask if she wants to take them on. Naturally, she gets super excited and agrees immediately, thinking this rare chance to show off will definitely earn her some praise. With that, Ecchi transforms just as the Death Knights charge forward. They never expected her to be a powerful demon dragon. So you are not a complete fool who forgets his place, but that beast is still just a pathetic hatchling. Vaza mockingly sneers, calling the whole display absolutely miserable. "A human cannot force me to move, yet I must move on my own." Since the demon keeps mocking him, Kangwoo decides to teach Vaza a lesson and fix his attitude first. Without wasting any time, Kangwoo attacks from behind, mocking Vaza for foolishly referring to himself in the third person. Even though the surprise attack was executed well, Vaza unfortunately managed to dodge it. In the past, even the legendary hero Reno could not break through Vaza's barrier easily. However, this fight against Kangwoo seems to be a different story. A massive crack appears on his shield. Vaza never expected Kangwoo's attack to be powerful enough to pierce his defense. This leaves Vaza completely dumbfounded. How could a mere human possibly possess such an insane level of strength? Seizing the perfect opening, Kangwoo uses his extreme speed to strike. Hearing Kangwoo call him a mere summon only infuriates Vaza even more. As the demon unleashes his skill, Kangwoo slips past and obliterates all the protective minions standing in his way. Kangwoo admits the demon dodges quickly, while Vaza breaks into a cold sweat of pure terror, realizing he cannot win this fight. Faced with defeat, Vaza resorts to his ultimate secret technique, never expecting he would have to use it here. Vaza chants, "Rise, rival for eternity from the deepest abyss." Kangwoo looks on in surprise, noting that the spatial rift looks incredibly dangerous. The released energy feels shockingly similar to when Susanoo descended upon the world. To their shock, a terrifying voice booms out, asking who dared to summon the demon of the ninth hell, the defender of ruin, the Doom Guardian. The newly arrived demon looks around and curiously asks if his opponent is that demon dragon over there. Vaza quickly replies, explaining that it is actually the human controlling the dragon, begging the guardian to wipe out that enemy. The demon turns his gaze to Kangwoo. Suddenly, he slams his hand down and steps closer, realizing something shocking. Wait, is this not the great demon king? Instantly turning completely polite, the demon bows and greets Kangwoo as his lord, leaving Vaza standing nearby in total confusion and absolute terror. The tables have completely turned. Kangwoo casually asks the high-ranking demon of the ninth hell how things have been going lately. The giant demon chuckles, saying hell is still the same as always, though lately some other demons have been causing quite a bit of trouble. He explains that the ancient Hagon demons are actively trying to expand their territories. Kangwoo is shocked to hear that the ancient forces have started moving. Ancient demons usually stay confined to their own lands, almost never venturing outside their designated territories. Moreover, with Kangwoo gone, they are likely targeting the vacant throne. The demon adds that Balak is already investigating the root cause of this sudden movement. Standing right beside him, Vaza asks in utter disbelief what the Death Guard is actually doing. Hurry up and kill him already, that weak, pathetic excuse of a human. Before he could even finish, the Death Knight brutally thrashed Balzac to a pulp, making him scream in agony. Then, the Death Knight turned around and snapped at him. A weak and pathetic human? You worthless bag of bones, watch your mouth. This man is my absolute master, and the supreme ruler of hell itself. But out of nowhere, the Death Knight's body began to fade away. Kangwoo frowned in confusion and asked, "What is going on?" "The summoned time limit is up, my lord," the Death Knight replied. "I shall take my leave now, your majesty, and I will be sure to pass on your regards to Balrog." Kangwoo sighed, looking completely exhausted. "Just tell him to never come here again," he muttered. The Death Knight always got scolded by Balrog anyway. As for Balrog, he always acted like a loyal puppy around him, never changing one bit. But looking over at Balzac, Kangwoo stared in disbelief. "What on earth are you doing?" Balzac had fallen to his knees, bowing flat and shouting, "Oh, great demon king!" And just like that, the summon's loyalty stat skyrocketed to a whole new level. Balzac continued, "From the very moment I laid eyes on you, this humble servant knew you were the true master of the demon realm. To think a lowly creature like me would be trusted by you, I am so deeply moved that my tears will not stop flowing." Kangwoo smirked at that. A dry old skeleton talking about shedding tears? Cut the absolute nonsense, will you? Then, he questioned him, "How did you even summon a demon from the ninth hell?" Balzac quickly replied, "It was all thanks to the relic, blood of the evil god. It belonged to Lucifer, the evil god who once spread terror across the Eleanor continent." Hearing that name, even Kangwoo was caught off guard. Lucifer was one of the 7 princes of hell. Could this just be a coincidence? No, it was highly possible. When Kangwoo opened the dimensional rift to return to Earth, he used magic artifacts that allowed demon souls to survive and reincarnate as long as the items existed. If one of those artifacts drifted to the Eleanor continent the same way Kangwoo ended up on Earth, then Lucifer could easily have reincarnated there as their evil god. If Lucifer had already regained his full power, then defeating him right now would be an almost impossible task for Kangwoo. However, with the power of the Reaper, Kangwoo could theoretically absorb the souls of those hell princes directly from their magic vessels. Just like he always did, absorbing them would make him insanely stronger. He turned to Balzac and asked, "So is Lucifer currently on the continent of Eleanor?" But the skeleton had no clear answers, and the evil god's current whereabouts remained a complete mystery. Kangwoo muttered, highly intrigued. "So, he just vanished into thin air?" "Right then," Echidna cried out as she burst into tears. "If the fight was over, you should have told me." Kangwoo had no choice but to scoop her up and comfort her. "Calm down now, kiddo. Can we get back to what we were talking about?" Echidna sniffled and replied, "It is a very ancient legend. To stop the evil god's terrifying expansion, the archangels descended from the divine realm straight onto Eleanor." Kangwoo pressed further. "Do you have any idea how long ago Lucifer actually appeared on Eleanor?" Echidna did not really know, only that it was a very long time ago. Hearing this, Kangwoo realized the timeline did not add up. He had only been back on Earth for 6 months. Even if a magic artifact had drifted to Eleanor, the timing was way too off. Whatever, the timing did not matter as much as the fact that Lucifer was alive. Kangwoo kept questioning Echidna. "So are there any archangels left on the continent of Eleanor?" The answer was a solid no. After that massive war, both the angels and the evil god vanished completely. That was the gist of it. Kangwoo and Echidna prepared to leave, but he did not forget to ask Balzac, "Do you have any magic spell to hide your giant bony body?" Luckily, he did, thanks to his ability to blend into the shadows and command from within. But his annoying tone irritated Kangwoo, who instantly gave the skull a brutal smack. He then remembered to ask, "By the way, can you even eat normal food?" For Balzac, eating was completely unnecessary, but he could technically manage it if required. Kangwoo grinned happily at that. "Perfect, because we are going out for some kimchi stew." 3 months quickly flew by after that. During those 3 months, Kangwoo and his crew traveled all over the globe to stop the rampaging demon cult, while he tried his best to hunt down a new mythic-grade item to replace his old cloak. Unfortunately, his search yielded absolutely nothing. However, the companions traveling alongside Kangwoo were leveling up at an insane breakneck speed. Che Yunju had managed to break through the final talent limit barrier of her 9th awakening, successfully unlocking the legendary 10th awakening. Now she was widely recognized as a world-class ranker. Meanwhile, both Baek Hwa-young and Hyunmo had successfully reached their 9th awakening. Not to mention Tae-soo and Seola, who were already incredibly gifted but pushed their limits even further to enter the stages of their 8th awakening. On top of that, their mage Yunbi had grown massively stronger, easily shattering the limits of sheer hard work. Their growth rate was absolutely mind-blowing. While growing too strong, too fast has its downsides, it was a necessary evil for the battles ahead. Kangwoo wondered how Sehun was holding up. Just as he was about to doze off, a sudden knock came from the door, asking if he was still awake. Seola stepped inside, asking if he had a moment, and he grinned, saying he always had time for her. But suddenly, Kangwoo gasped in shock and asked, "Seola, what is wrong?" Seola hesitated for a moment. She slammed the door shut and broke the news to Kangwoo, saying she had just entered her 8th awakening phase. She mentioned that something had felt incredibly off since then, prompting a curious Kangwoo to ask what it was. Before he could even react, Seola suddenly began stripping off her shirt, completely catching Kangwoo off guard as he panicked over things moving way too fast. Seola explained that a strange crest had suddenly appeared on her back. While the sight turned Kangwoo red with embarrassment, it also left him feeling deeply unsettled. Feeling incredibly self-conscious, Seola quietly pleaded with him not to stare so closely. She felt deeply embarrassed, showing Kangwoo the mark on her bare back, begging him not to look too closely. But as a healthy young guy, Kangwoo struggled to keep his composure. He desperately told himself to focus since she came for advice, regardless of how flawless her skin looked. Lost in his own thoughts, Kangwoo snapped back to reality when she called his name, quickly apologizing for letting his eyes wander. When asked about her new 8th awakening skill, Seola shyly revealed it was called Light Wings, noting that nothing else unusual had happened so far. She told him not to worry, but suddenly, Kangwoo reached out and touched her bare skin. He tried to clear his head, but because it was Seola, concentrating proved to be nearly impossible for him. This angel wing crest reminded him of Yeonju mentioning the existence of heaven, making him realize he cannot just ignore this discovery. Because of this, he deployed his support authority. It allowed him to immediately analyze any changes in her body, while also generating a powerful protective barrier depending on the situation. He rarely activated this ability because it continuously drained his demonic energy, but right now, he had absolutely no other choice. He instructed her to report any changes immediately, even minor things like nightmares or strange sensations, insisting that she keep absolutely nothing from him. Seola sat there with a racing heart, quietly agreeing while feeling a sudden rush of joy from seeing how deeply he cared for her. Just as she was about to let her feelings take over and lean toward him, Echidna suddenly burst in, demanding to know what she was doing. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the little girl stared at them blankly and asked what they were up to, immediately making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. With the kid complaining of hunger, Seola forced a laugh and promised to cook breakfast right away. The atmosphere in the house felt surprisingly peaceful, resembling a real family breakfast, as Kangwoo quietly observed the skeleton sitting right next to him. It had already been 3 months since the guest arrived. Back then, they had welcomed him with some warm kimchi stew and a perfect blood feast. The skeleton had practically begged them to teach him how to cook, eager to learn all about kitchen duties and basic housework. Still, seeing a towering skeleton wearing a pink apron adorned with tiny bunnies was an incredibly bizarre sight. While they were eating, the doorbell suddenly rang. Kangwoo figured it could only be Yeonju at this hour, but to his surprise, it was actually Sehun. Greeting his mentor after a long time, Sehun stood tall as Kangwoo observed him, noting that his training had clearly paid off. The young man's internal energy and presence had shifted dramatically. However, tears immediately began streaming down Sehun's face as he sobbed about how much he missed Kangwoo and worried for his safety during the war. Echidna mumbled through a mouthful of food, pointing out that Kangwoo was being far too soft on the crybaby. Then, something clicked. Seola instantly went into full possessive mode, muttering about wanting to hug Kangwoo but forcing herself to hold back. This terrified Echidna, who begged her to drop the kitchen knife right before Sehun noticed something strange. Sensing a threat, Sehun yelled out to warn Kangwoo, demanding to know how a monster dared to sneak into his master's home. Caught in the crossfire, Balzac snapped back at the insolent human. Within seconds, the skeletal mage clashed directly with the young warrior. Before Kangwoo could even step in, Balzac was already shouting about his laundry duties being interrupted. If these two idiots kept fighting, they would trash the entire place and ruin his chance to enjoy Seola's delicious stew. Annoyed, Kangwoo ordered both of them to freeze immediately. Realizing he had completely overreacted, Sehun bowed deeply and apologized, admitting he had no idea the skeleton was actually a summoned beast. Kangwoo brushed it off, letting him know it was fine since they both stopped before causing any real damage to the house. Besides, Balzac was basically just an undead summon who could take a beating anyway. Changing the subject, Kangwoo asked if his training was over, but Sehun just laughed sheepishly, admitting he still had not reached his goal. With a sigh, the main character noted how greedy the kid was, though he respected the drive. So, why was he back? Teasingly, he asked if it was just because Sehun missed him, but the young warrior explained that a mysterious guest had approached him during training. The individual wore a white mask, and Sehun knew Kangwoo would recognize them immediately as a member of the Guardians. He mentioned the name Makubin, asking if Kangwoo had ever heard of her, which caught the main character completely by surprise. As the top-ranking player who built America into a superpower, no one actually knew she was a Guardian, meaning she kept her identity carefully hidden. This meant she might be concealing her true strength. A wicked smirk crept onto Kangwoo's face as he found the situation incredibly interesting. Curious about what happened next, Kangwoo watched as Sehun pulled something out of his pocket, revealing he had received an official invitation to join them. Sehun explained that he had mentioned his mentor, stating he needed permission, which prompted the mysterious woman to request a direct meeting. Sehun explained he was taught how they could meet, which is why he brought Kangwoo to the rooftop. Kangwoo stared, shocked, asking if it was an ostrich egg. Sehun then placed it on the floor, telling him to wait a moment because once left there, the egg would begin to hatch. Inside, a long cylindrical tube emerged, looking exactly like a camera lens. It projected a stunning galaxy-like field of light, leaving Kangwoo completely speechless with awe. It looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Kangwoo asked if the Guardians were on the other side of the portal, and Sehun nodded. Sehun confirmed it, assuming she was telling the truth. Kangwoo grimaced, thinking back to the Guardians and hoping they weren't full of trash like Alex. Without hesitating, Kangwoo decided to step through. He would find out soon enough. The moment he stepped inside, a voice welcomed them, expressing how great an honor it was to finally meet in person. A girl with stunning, waist-length platinum hair greeted them warmly. She happily introduced herself as Gaia, revealing that she was the supreme leader of the Guardians. Kangwoo immediately grew suspicious. The name Gaia was a bit too identical to the annoying system that currently sealed his Hall of 10,000 Demons. With the exact same name and her status as the leader of the Guardians, he refused to believe this was a mere coincidence. Beside her stood Mubin, the strongest player in the world. Kangwoo had not expected to be personally received by the association president himself. Did they really need Sehun that badly, or were they simply desperate? Gaia spoke sincerely, mentioning that Mubin had told her all about Kangwoo. She asked if he was indeed the sworn brother of the protector, Sehun. Gaia remarked that such a bond was rare nowadays. Sehun immediately spoke up, proudly declaring that he truly considered Kangwoo to be his actual family. He added that Kangwoo was even more important than that, describing him as someone far more special than just a brother. He expressed his deep respect for Kangwoo. Gaia giggled, telling Sehun that he possessed such a warm heart. She noted how incredibly pure and beautiful his soul appeared to be. She asked what he desired so deeply that he would even trade his soul, questioning what painful struggles and heavy anxieties were currently weighing on his shoulders. She promised to stand by him and support his dreams, but Mubin gently grabbed her hand, reminding her that Sehun was actually standing in a different direction. Kangwoo observed her closely. Noting her blindness and wheelchair, he highly doubted that her physical disabilities were something she had been born with. The Gaia system was slowly losing its power. If that system was truly connected to this woman, Kangwoo could understand why she was so weak. Gaia spoke up, admitting her body was imperfect and weak, yet she still sincerely wished to help Sehun, asking if that was too much to request. Kangwoo quickly stopped Sehun, noticing how emotional he was getting. Let's get down to business. He acknowledged their strong desire for Sehun to join the Guardians, but firmly demanded that they first explain the organization's ultimate purpose and their current situation in return. He made it clear he wouldn't let Sehun join a group without a defined goal. Faced with Kanwoo's strict attitude, Gaia agreed to explain and asked them to sit down. She then asked if they had ever heard of the Gaia system. Kanwoo was intrigued by her directness. He was now absolutely certain that she and the Gaia system were intimately connected to one another. While Kanwoo wondered how to respond, Sihoon spoke up, sharing his personal experience of awakening as a designated protector. He mentioned receiving a system message about being chosen to support the Gaia system, asking her if she was the one who sent it. Gaia shook her head, denying it, but urged them to listen to her explanation. She asked if they believed other worlds coexisted alongside their own. She compared it to fantasy comic books, explaining that the terrifying entities from hell summoned by the demonic cult actually originated from an entirely different dimension. It wasn't just hell either, as countless dimensions were interconnected with each other. She explained that the portals hunters constantly cleared were actually intersections connecting those different worlds. In simple terms, the Gaia system acted as Earth's ultimate defense barrier, actively preventing hostile entities from other dimensions from crossing over to launch invasions. She struggled to find the right words, describing herself as an avatar, a fragment, or a chosen one. Though she wasn't a supreme being, she confessed that while she could influence the system slightly, doing so consumed immense amounts of energy, meaning her ultimate capabilities were strictly limited. She admitted it was quite confusing, comparing it to the previous time she had initiated contact with Sihoon. During the demonic cult incident, she had actively bypassed the system to reach him, though that was unfortunately the absolute limit of her power. Kanwoo crossed his arms, staring at this avatar of the Gaia system while secretly wondering if she possessed the power to break his seal on the Hall of 10,000 Demons. But judging by the situation, she probably couldn't. Sihoon curiously asked if the Guardian's true goal was to inherit the Gaia system's core duties and repel otherworldly invaders. Kanwoo silently nodded in total approval. This was far more realistic than Alex's delusional ideas. Gaia then added that the Guardians also carried one more crucial responsibility. Their absolute ultimate mission was to completely eradicate the demon of prophecy. Around 5 years ago, during the apocalypse, the revelation had begun. And before long, that terrifying demon of prophecy would manifest on Earth. That demon is the true ruler of hell, destined to destroy our world and plunge the entire planet into endless darkness. The prophetic demon rules the demon sea, wielding 666 terrifying powers. We must unite the strength of every guardian to finally stand against him. That was the prophecy received. Hearing this, Kanwoo panics inside. Oh crap, is he actually the legendary prophetic demon himself? Gaia continues, telling them it might be hard to believe right now. She asks Mubin to show them the proof. They are looking at the current state of Earth's planetary defense system. Gaia and Kanwoo look up in absolute shock, and it looks incredibly bad. Is there really no way to restore it? Gaia explains that the system has a self-recovery function, but right now it is completely frozen. Sihoon finally speaks up, suggesting that once they eliminate the prophetic demon, the planetary defense system should automatically restore itself. He asks a crucial question. Could her physical injuries actually be connected to the ongoing destruction of the Gaia system? Mubin steps in to explain that her body is deteriorating into this fragile state because the core system is rapidly weakening. Mubin insists there is no point hiding the truth. This leaves Sihoon deeply worried, asking if there is any way to heal her. Despite Gaia's protests, Mubin refuses to stay quiet. After all, the underlying reasons do not matter as long as their ultimate goal remains the same. The ultimate solution is putting an end to the prophetic demon, since that monster is the sole reason the Gaia system is so badly broken. Kanwoo grumbles internally. Yeah, that is not happening, especially since the dreaded prophetic demon they want to kill is sitting right here. Sihoon presses further, wondering if they are completely helpless until the prophetic demon finally decides to show his face. Mubin drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the prophetic demon is already here, having arrived on Earth exactly 9 months ago. On May 22nd, the Guardians detected strange shifts across the globe. Kanwoo begins to panic as the pieces click together. That was the exact day he met Seol-Ah. Is his secret about to get exposed? They figured out the exact date. If they dig into his past, they will realize he awakened as a player on that very day. His insane powers will instantly make him the prime suspect, even though he is not actually one of the Guardians. How can he get out of this? Suddenly, Sihoon claims he finally understands. It all makes sense now. Satan must be the prophetic demon they are looking for. 3 months ago, Kanwoo warned him about the attack on Alex. Sihoon rushed straight to that building's rooftop, where he came face to face with Satan, the monster responsible for brutalizing their ally. Gaia gasps, shocked to hear Alex was targeted by this Satan. This explains why they suddenly lost all contact with the Guardian. Mubin quickly interrupts, demanding to know where he is now. But Sihoon delivers the tragic news of his death, leaving Gaia utterly devastated. Satan's goal is to completely wipe out the Guardians, wiping out anyone he considers a threat. He must have mocked and provoked Sihoon right after killing Alex. Seeing an opportunity, Kangwoo stands up in fake outrage, acting shocked that Satan would taunt him like that. How could anyone be so heartless? How dare that scumbag do this? Why should only official Guardians join the defensive forces? Forget about the rules. Just look at the state of the world right now. This is absolutely not the time to worry about technicalities or outdated protocols. If he stays passive, his cover will be blown. Kangwoo declares he wants to enlist too. It is a risky gamble using Satan as a scapegoat, but he silently thanks Sihoon for the perfect setup. Kangwoo has to act out this grand performance perfectly, or his secret is history. He repeats that rules do not matter in this crisis, begging to join their forces. Hearing this, Gaia raises her hand, urging Kangwoo to wait just a second. She asks Sihoon what Satan looked like. Thinking back, Sihoon admits the darkness made it hard to see, but he is positive the monster wore a mask of the demon cult. Because of that mask, he believes there is a high chance the killer is hiding within the demon cult. How strong is he? Well, Satan easily overpowered Alex without taking a single scratch himself during the entire fight. Sihoon threw absolutely everything he had at the villain, yet only landed one single clean hit. The power gap was totally unbelievable. Could a demon really overpower a veteran guardian so easily? Mubin adds that witnesses nearby reported hearing a woman's desperate cries for help echoing from that exact rooftop. Does Gaia know something about this? She begins to recount the dark memory. Last year, right before arriving at his designated post, Guardian Alex took on a final secretive mission. After a brutal battle, he eliminated a high-ranking female cultist. But in a tragic twist, that woman turned out to be Alex's own girlfriend. She had been brainwashed by the cult beforehand. Ridden with intense guilt after that tragic day, Alex swore to only disable his enemies, refusing to ever take another life again. That haunting memory quickly became his greatest mental trauma and his ultimate weakness. Every Guardian faces mortal danger daily, but weaponizing a hero's deep psychological trauma just to murder him is an act of pure evil that cannot be forgiven. Sihoon slams the table in absolute rage. Satan and his cult are scum for exploiting someone's mental wounds. It is totally unforgivable. Kangwoo nods along, agreeing that anyone who plays with a person's trauma like that is absolutely pure trash. Gaia asks Mubin to fetch a prepared item. Kangwoo watches eagerly, wondering what special tool they are getting. Pointing to the chest, Gaia offers it to both of them. Since the Guardians operate in total secrecy, they always wear masks during high-risk missions. In fact, these masks have become the ultimate symbol of their entire order. But first, Gaia turns to Sihoon with an important request, asking if he will officially lend them his incredible strength. To defeat the prophetic demon and protect this world, Sihoon's lips parted as he confidently agreed. With that, Sihoon officially joins the Guardians. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as if he saw something unbelievable. Hey Kangwoo, look at this. I think this is the exact method to get much stronger that Alex mentioned earlier. Just putting this mask on makes me feel incredibly powerful. Gaia couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. That is no ordinary mask with some boring design. Now, it is your turn to step up, Kangwoo. You are absolutely right. Under these extreme circumstances, we can't afford to stubbornly cling to outdated rules anymore. But make no mistake, we are not letting you join the Guardians just because we are desperate. Your deep care for our Guardian Sihoon and the sheer fury you showed on his behalf are the two biggest reasons behind my final decision. Even though you are not officially a Guardian, just looking at the goodness of your heart, you are already one in spirit. Kangwoo smiles, saying Sihoon is his precious little brother. Now that he knows the prophetic demon is targeting Guardians, there is no way he can just stand by and watch him run wild. Gaia beams with happiness, telling Sihoon that he is incredibly lucky to have such an amazing older brother. So, Kangwoo, are you willing to lend your power to help us defeat the prophetic demon and protect this world? With that, Kangwoo officially joins the ranks of the Guardians. Gaia's blessing activates. His stats instantly shoot up, causing his magic to surge, which triggers his passive skill, Ruler of Mana. His mana control skyrockets. However, this blessing is meant to be much stronger if the recipient is an official Guardian. Since Kangwoo isn't a Guardian, the blessing shouldn't work at full power. Yet Makubin is left completely speechless by what he sees. The guy isn't even a Guardian, meaning the buff shouldn't even be close to its maximum level. And yet, his mana is rising this fast? All of Kangwoo's stats increase by 1. Seriously, look at that massive surge of raw magic power. If his Ruler of Mana skill wasn't actively hiding his energy, this terrifyingly massive pool of magic would have totally blown his cover. With so much of his power restored, crushing a high-ranking foe like a Death Guard would be an absolute piece of cake. Gaia smiles, welcoming Kangwoo. Just by sensing your energy, I can tell how strong you are. Welcome to the Guardians. I will send the details of your first mission over shortly. Best of luck to both of you. As the glowing portal opens, it is finally time for Kangwoo to return home. Dinner time already? Time really flies. Sehun turns and says, "Thank you so much for coming with me." Kangwoo chuckles, dismissing it. "Don't worry about it. Thanks to you I got into the Guardians. I should be the one thanking you." Sehun calls out to him once more. "Hey bro, I think I've officially found a brand new goal to strive for today." He admits that today, his heart actually beat for someone. Seeing her, someone who looks so delicate she might break at a single touch, standing so strong and resilient in the face of such tragedy. That image is forever burned into his mind. From the very moment he saw her, he knew his entire purpose was to protect her. And as for that bastard Satan, he is determined to take him down. Sehun reminds him that the poor girl can't even walk or see the light of day, simply because that bastard Satan shattered the Gaia system and murdered a guardian. There is no way Kangwoo is going to rot in hell again. He was stuck there for 10,000 years, so why on earth would he want to go back? Seriously? Would anyone want to spend 10,000 years trapped with Lilith? Meanwhile, Sehun continues talking, his voice dripping with anger over Satan's cruel crimes. In all his years on this earth, he has never felt an emotion this intense, making him want to protect both her and Gaia's beautiful smile. Honestly, if Kangwoo hadn't been there, he might have given up. He believes that together, they can crush that prophetic demon and protect this world. Hearing this, Kangwoo can't help but go along with it. Fighting Satan and saving the world together? Sure, everything will work out. Later, when Seola hears about this crazy turn of events, she is completely stunned. Wait, what? Sehun went back into intensive training again. What a shame. This batch of kimchi stew turned out so delicious, she really wishes he could have had some before leaving. Kangwoo suddenly falls deep into thought. Sehun is absolutely right. Satan, the prophetic demon, he remembers meeting that guy down in the 9 Springs. What is Satan actually planning? That vile, pathetic demon wasn't satisfied with ruling all 9 layers of hell. He actually has the nerve to target Earth next. And to get his way, he didn't just shatter the Gaia system, he also completely ruined Sehun's first love. Kangwoo cannot let him run wild. He must protect the kimchi stew. Wait, no, he must protect Earth from Satan. So busy making up this dramatic fake story in his head, Kangwoo completely finishes off the entire pot of stew. Echidna starts crying because he ate every single drop. Seola just giggles, promising to whip up some more. And that brings us to the end of today's recap. That is our quick summary for this wild series. Let us know what you think down in the comments below. Do not forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for even more awesome videos. Until next time, take care, and we will see you.